Chapter 1. Rebirth in 2001. Nangu, I have heard that you have received a direct recommendation to the Adidas ABC training camp, where you will compete alongside those brilliant young talents in America. An excited and cheerful voice resonated throughout the gymnasium. Alien, I have told you before, one must remain composed. It is especially essential for the youth. Speak your mind calmly. There is no need to shout. Wei Nan bent down to tie his shoelaces, picking up the basketball beside him, calmly engaging in free throw practice. Beside him stood the towering basketball prodigy, Yi Jianlian, whose youthful visage belied his height of over 2 meters. This was the gym of the Guangdong Honyuan youth team, the first place Wei Nan saw upon awakening in this new life. Perhaps due to the merits accumulated in his previous life, Wei Nan had been granted the chance to live anew. In his past existence, he achieved little, leading an ordinary life with a mundane job. His sole joy lay in gathering a few friends to sweat on the basketball court, reveling in the thrill of the game. He would watch the NBA, cheer for his favorite stars, purchase basketball magazines, study the strategies of the game, and learn the signature moves of legends like Kobe, T-Mac, and Iverson. Despite the considerable physical disparity between him and others, it did not diminish Wei Nan's passion for basketball. But if one must play poorly, one must at least do so with style. While iron oxide may not be excellent, it is indispensable. That is the essence, the belief, the pursuit. Once you step onto the court, that innate desire for victory and the dazzling skills displayed truly captivate the heart. Nangu, this is the Adidas training camp in America, a gathering of prodigies, a breeding ground for champions. You are the only one recommended from the training matches organized by Beijing Sports University. Wei Nan's expression remained impassive. Nangu, sometimes I truly admire your calmness, no matter what challenges you face. It is no wonder you are the backbone of our Honyuan youth team. As he listened to Alien's exuberant chatter, it was hard to imagine this was the same shy young man who once stood before the camera. The Adidas ABC training camp does not guarantee that you will achieve greater success in the future. A training match that does not even qualify as a regular event. And this is not even an opportunity to be selected for the NBA. There is no need to be overly excited. Focus on the present, take steady steps, and you will grow stronger than before. This was the truth. Many young players who rose to fame too early lost themselves in the passage of time. The pool of talent in Chinese basketball is limited, with few prodigies emerging. The data lacks persuasive power. However, in America, a land proud of its sports, countless fallen basketball talents abound. Alien, you are a genius. The Adidas training camp is merely a starting point for both of us. Our true aspiration should be to pursue the giant who will enter the NBA draft. In China, there is only one player deserving of the title giant, Yao Ming. In 2001, Yao Ming was still playing in the CBA. However, last year he was honored with the ESPN Global Most Promising Athlete Award. Since 1998, Yao Ming has embarked on a path to dominate youth basketball. During a Nike summer camp in Indianapolis, he outperformed his opponent, Tyson Chandler, leaving the future boxing champion in utter disarray. At just 21 years of age, Yao Ming had already established his supremacy in the CBA. When it comes to playoff statistics, he even surpassed the formidable Michael Jordan of the NBA. Yao Ming stands as the most promising player in Chinese basketball, poised to become the first foreign NBA #1 draft pick next year. Big Yao, he is truly extraordinary, one remarked. I fear I may never catch up to him, another mused, recalling their first impression of Yao Ming. Standing at 226 centimeters, he towered over the already tall player, creating an overwhelming presence as if he could dunk over him at any moment. He is a genuine prodigy and a true powerhouse, representing the pinnacle of the current young generation in China. A lifetime is too long. How do we know there won't be an opportunity? Wei Nan retorted that IT just feels like he's so impressive, and I can't reach that level, came the reply, scratching his head. Wei Nan remained silent, understanding that the sentiment expressed was indeed the truth. Alien is undeniably strong, recognized as the foremost player in the post-Yao Ming era. As for Yao Ming, he is the paramount figure in Chinese basketball. Both may be regarded as leading figures, yet a disparity remains. In comparison to Yao Ming, how much distance exists between the reborn self and him? As a core backcourt player from the second batch of the Honyuan youth team, Wei Nan, hailing from the Zhanghuai region, possesses exceptional passing vision and ball handling skills. Perhaps due to his rebirth, Wei Nan has a profound understanding of tactics and player positioning, with an excellent spatial awareness that allows him to accurately anticipate the positions of every teammate on the court. As the brain and nucleus of the team, Wei Nan distinguished himself through training matches at Beijing Sports University, earning the opportunity to travel to America and compete. With more players at AS Wei Nan converse with Alien, members of the Guangdong Hanyuan first team arrive at the GYMAS, a private enterprise. Guangdong Hanyuan does not have numerous basketball courts thus. Training for both the first team and youth team typically occurs in the same location. However, not every youth team player is afforded the chance to train alongside CBA players, much like in the NBA. The seasoned players who frequent the court often bring along promising rookies for specialized training, while ordinary players struggle to even meet the entry threshold. Yet this very reality renders Guangdong Hanyuan's basketball culture more authentic, emphasizing the development of its youth team. The speaker was Zhu Fengyu, a Guangxi player known as Zhu 8, who was part of the first batch of young talents to join the first team last year. One of the pivotal reasons behind the development of Guangdong Hanyuan lies in its commitment to talent cultivation, which transcends provincial boundaries. They diligently scout across the entirety of China for individuals endowed with capability and ambition, potential gems waiting to be unearthed. Standing behind Zhu Fengyu are his teammates Wang Shipeng, Du Feng, and Zhang Boyu, all familiar faces. Assistant coach Wang Huayu has recently transitioned from player to assistant coach, further enriching the team's dynamics. With the retirement of the older generation of players, the infusion of fresh faces has afforded Guangdong Hanyuan new opportunities for advancement. However, Zhu Fengyu and his contemporaries still lack maturity, as the realm of the CBA is predominantly ruled by the formidable Shanghai, led by Yao Ming and the experienced troops of Bai. Upon spotting Wei Nan, Zhu Fengyu exclaimed joyfully, "Xiao Nan, I hear you're heading to America. Don't you forget about me, Zhuge, once you've struck it rich over there." He added with a grin, "Not a chance, Zhuge. You are my esteemed elder brother. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today," Wei Nan replied with a smile. "How did the game go tonight?" Wei Nan inquired, moving closer to Zhu Fengyu. Ding. Detecting absorbable attributes. 3-point shooting ability 10 can be preserved. Duration, 3 minutes. Item carried. Zhu Fengyu's original game jersey. Chapter 2. Attribute values. Can be preserved. Gazing at the text on the system interface, Wei Nan beamed brighter than anyone else, a member of the Transmigrator Brigade. Possessing a system seemed entirely reasonable. Wei Nan can ascertain whether each player carries absorbable attribute values through the system. Attribute values are diverse, influenced by factors such as the intensity of the game and the player's skill levels. They can generally be categorized into 3 types. Those that can be directly absorbed, those that can be preserved through a carrier, and those with a defined retention period. Directly absorbable attribute values are typically quite limited and require gradual accumulation. Those with a retention period must be utilized within a specific time frame. Wei Nan's favorite are the preservable attribute values, as they prove immensely beneficial when needed. The method of collecting attribute values is rather peculiar. For instance, the 3-point shooting attribute appearing on Zhu Fengyu necessitates that Wei Nan acquires Zhu Fengyu's original game jersey for it to take effect. This led to an amusing incident for Wei Nan at the outset. This so-called system seemed to have found a host in the reincarnated Wei Nan, akin to a spirit possessing its vessel. As a devoted user of Adventure Island, he was quite familiar with the concept of hacks. Yet, the method of absorbing these attribute values eluded him. Initially, he clumsily grabbed others' jerseys and attempted to absorb the values, resembling a madman. Nearly being mistaken for a pervert, it was later revealed to Wei Nan that merely touching specific locations or collecting certain items would suffice to absorb the attributes. He pondered whether, after a vigorous battle, a pristine white basketball might yield absorbable attribute values. Wei Nan's thoughts were somewhat peculiar. He resolved that if given the opportunity, he would certainly indulge his curiosity. Do not misunderstand him, he is not deranged, merely intrigued by the sensation. Step back. Don't come near me. Zhu Fengyu hastily pulled Wang Shipeng closer, observing Wei Nan's slightly unsettling expression. Upon his arrival at Hanyuan, Wei Nan had startled the brawny man from Guangxi by fervently inhaling the scent of Zhu Fengyu's unwashed basketball shorts. "What on earth are you doing?" Zhu Fengyu suspected Wei Nan might be a young fellow from Chengdu, prompting him to distance himself by a few steps. "Nothing much, just having a whiff." Wei Nan sheepishly scratched his head, still clutching the shorts tightly. "Are you out of your mind? Just sniffing my shorts?" Zhu Fengyu nearly unleashed a flurry of martial arts, shouting for the strange apparition to depart. Unexpectedly, the next day, Wei Nan was spotted fervently smelling Du Feng's jersey, which eased Zhu Fengyu's anxious heart. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Zhu Fengyu felt a lingering sense of unease, as if something precious had been lost. From that day forward, Wei Nan became a somewhat eccentric yet exceptionally skilled backcourt player within the Hanyuan youth team. Zhu Fengyu and Du Feng reported this to the youth coach, Zhang Jinmin, who merely waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Geniuses often possess peculiar habits, it is quite normal." Zhang Ruocheng chose to disregard the matter, leaving the two with no further words, treating Wei Nan as if he were invisible, opting for minimal interaction. However, as time passed, Wei Nan exhibited remarkable social prowess that he understood Zhu Fangyi's extensive network and, while still a minor, repeatedly placed Zhu Fangyu in situations that elevated him to the pinnacle of social gatherings, almost to the point where Zhu Fangyu was on the verge of undressing in a moment of indecision. As for Du Feng, Wei Nan would often exclaim, "Brother Du, you're truly formidable, you are the toughest man in Guangdong Hanyuan." By catering to their preferences, Wei Nan adeptly transformed himself from a peculiar individual into an emotionally intelligent one. Moreover, with a deeper understanding of the system, Wei Nan abandoned his habit of fervently inhaling personal items, though he occasionally delighted in tactile interactions, which still left Zhu Fangyu feeling apprehensive at times. Most alarmingly, he witnessed Wei Nan patting the coach Zhang Zhenmin's backside, and at that moment, he seemed to grasp a profound truth. No wonder when he and Du Feng went to find Zhang Zhenmin, the latter appeared utterly indifferent. It turned out they had already established an intimate rapport. Ugh, what a repugnant man. Hey, let's talk this over nicely, don't you dare get Hansen. Wei Nan shoved Wang Shipong aside and pretended to tug at Zhu Fangyu's jersey. Are you serious? Wei Nan, can we discuss this civilly? Please refrain from such actions. There are people all around have some consideration for my dignity. I've navigated through tough waters. When have I ever been forcibly stripped of my clothes? Do you not comprehend human speech? I am asking you to stop, so please cease immediately. With a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, Zhu Fangyu stood there, looking utterly pitiful. His jersey had been forcibly pulled off by Wei Nan, exposing his bare shoulders and robust muscles, yet his facial expression conveyed an overwhelming sense of grievance. Forget it. I shall not stoop to the level of a pervert. I must distance myself from him completely. Zhu Fangyu roared within, thinking to himself that were it not for your connection to Zhang Zhenmin, I would certainly teach you a lesson in humility. Brother Zhu, come, have some water. Viva mineral water, sourced from deep underground springs, rich in various trace elements and minerals beneficial to the human body. You should drink less alcohol. Just look at that little belly of yours. I'm almost embarrassed to mention it. Wei Nan clutched the jersey tightly, his expression nearly inciting Zhu Fangyu's fury. Wei Nan, I must reprimand you. Why do you always single out Zhu Fangyu? I have a jersey too. Would you care for my original flavor? Wang Shipong could no longer hold back. What? Wei Nan glanced over, finding no redeeming attributes to absorb. This worthless piece of junk, unworthy even of a dog's attention. Are you a pervert? Why would I want your original flavor jersey? Wei Nan shot Wang Shipong a disdainful look, thinking him the one truly unwell. Wang Shipong stood frozen, the unfolding drama surpassing all expectations. Wait a minute, hasn't this guy ceased to be a pervert? Zhu Fangyu patted Wang Shipong on the shoulder, offering him an expression that conveyed mutual understanding. Not every original flavor jersey is called Zhu Fangyu. With a hint of pride, Zhu Laoba experienced for the first time the sensation of being uniquely cherished. To be fair, Wei Nan wasn't half bad. Aside from his handsome appearance, he boasted few other merits. Brother Nan, how do you manage to stand alongside those esteemed seniors, laughing and chatting? Watching Wei Nan return with the original flavor jersey in hand, Ilian felt a pang of envy. Within the youth team, aside from Wei Nan, Ilian's relationships with others were rather mediocre. As for the prominent figures in the first team, Ilian greeted them with utmost respect, unlike Wei Nan, who boldly approached them to remove their clothing. How could Ilian have developed a rapport with Wei Nan? It was precisely because Wei Nan had insisted on acquiring his original flavor sneakers upon their first meeting. As familiarity grew through repeated interactions, so too did their camaraderie. Between men, it's quite simple. Don't overthink it, just get on with it. Ilian, a thoughtful and introverted individual, realized that sometimes engaging with others does not require elaborate tactics, especially among men. What matters to a true gentleman? If conversation flows, it flows. If not, so be it. Overthinking will only muddle your mind. Ignoring the contemplative Ilian beside him, Wei Nan neatly folded the original flavor jersey and carefully placed it into his backpack. Subsequently, he opened his attribute panel. Chapter 3, Personal Attributes. Host, Wei Nan. Age, 16. Height, 1.93 meters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Wingspan, 2.10 meters. This is Wei Nan's fundamental data, referred to as static. Talent, standing at 1.93 meters, his height is somewhat awkward. The requirements for a position 1 are rather lofty, while those for position 2 seem somewhat diminutive. As for position 3, it's merely a distant dream. Position 4 is utterly unattainable. And As for position 5, this is not a kindergarten. Kindly take a left upon exiting. Pray, can we not hold such elevated expectations for a 16-year-old? With a remarkable wingspan of 2.1 meters, one might say it not only eclipses that of the white beast, but also stands shoulder to shoulder with the Flash. In terms of innate physical prowess, it rivals that of any individual in the African-American demographic, and his weight is commendable among contemporaries of the age of 16. An utter annihilation within the Guangdong Hanyuan youth team, the partnership between Wei Nan and Yi Jianlian has employed their exceptional talents to dominate their peers. In the previous life, Wei Nan often envied those individuals on the street basketball courts, who possessed the agility to leap and seize rebounds with ease. Wei Nan typically refrains from playing with individuals of this ilk, as they are merely there to provoke. He fears losing his composure and resorting to actions reminiscent of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yet, such characters are truly detestable, and Wei Nan harbors profound disdain for them. In a twist of fate, he has experienced the sensation of being a bully on the court, and to his surprise, it is rather enjoyable. It embodies the quintessential sentiment: I may impose upon you, but you shall not impose upon me. Wei Nan engaged in self-reflection that evening, confiding in Alien about numerous matters. Brother Nan, isn't basketball precisely this way? Who could have anticipated Alien's decisive words? Indeed, basketball embodies this essence, the survival of the fittest, where the larger fish devours the smaller, and the small fish consumes the shrimp. Why is there a need to categorize into various tiers of leagues, NBA, NBA's minor leagues, NCAA, and countless lesser-known competitions? Even domestically, amidst a relatively shallow basketball culture, different levels of competitions are distinctly recognized. Ultimately, this is a contest with clear demarcations. The clash between the formidable leaves those at the bottom struggling to ever reach the heights of superior competitions. To ascend gradually, one must strive to enhance oneself. From that moment on, Wei Nan comprehended: I am exceptional. In my age category, I dominate effortlessly. What is it to you if you disagree? Did not the esteemed Yao Ming also excel in the CBA, only to be chosen by the NBA as the first overall pick in 2002? If one does not stand out, one faces elimination. Wei Nan exerted every ounce of his strength to become an extraordinary talent. Indeed, his relentless pursuit of attribute absorption was not merely for personal gain, but rather to enhance his prowess and seize opportunities to ascend to loftier stages in the years to come. His teammate, Yi Jianlian, shared a similar zeal. Hence, it is no wonder that people often remark that the Guangdong Hanyuan youth team has produced two unparalleled prodigies, the likes of which are insurmountable. Offensive attributes: mid-range shooting, 55, long-range shooting, 48, close-range shooting, 58, under the basket, 60, dunking, 50, post-play, 40, off-ball movement, 45, driving, 50. Defensive attributes: defensive rebounding, 40, offensive rebounding, 38. One-on-one defense, 45, help defense, 50, stealing, 58, blocking, 42, pick-and-roll defense, 42. Organizational attributes: court vision, 70, ball handling, 70, passing, 71, tactical movement, 67, analytical ability, 73. Physical attributes: core strength, 50, coordination, 48, explosiveness, 40, vertical leap, 42, movement speed, 45, stamina, 60, injury resistance, 58. Following this, we delve into the four primary attribute values provided by the system. Wei Nan possesses exceptional organizational skills, excelling in this attribute among the four primary values. With a stature befitting his age and a profound understanding of tactics, he is well equipped to become an outstanding point guard. However, for the highly ambitious Wei Nan, these qualities are merely the beginning. His physical prowess is destined to improve with age, a necessary journey he must undertake. Furthermore, defensive attributes significantly depend on the development of his physical capabilities. His remarkable steal statistics are a testament to his impressive wingspan, which allows him to exert considerable pressure on many ball handlers. Wei Nan possesses his own aspirations and objectives. Defense and physical conditioning must progress in tandem, without haste. As for the offense, the sentiment remains: one must play with style. While skill may be lacking, elegance is essential. For shooting, one should emulate Kobe Bryant. For mid-range jumpers, learn from Tracy McGrady. For penetration, draw inspiration from Allen Iverson. For post-play, look to the legendary Old Rascal. And for footwork beneath the basket, take a page from Hakeem Olajuwon. Wei Nan expressed that these pose no pressure on him at all. Because it is simply impossible to learn. Wei Nan exerted considerable effort for a period, only to realize that he still had a long way to go before mastering these unique skills. Resolutely, he abandoned his lofty ambitions and commenced with the fundamental training of shooting and footwork. Yet, do not misconstrue this. His desire to enhance his appearance remains unwavering. In brief, Wei Nan is already commendable among his peers, but to ascend further, he must invest immense effort. That evening, after the training session concluded, the team's assistant coach, Wang Huayu, approached Wei Nan. Wang Huayu, responsible for the Guangdong Hongyuan youth team, plays a pivotal role within the organization. Once a player for the Guangdong team himself, his stint was brief, spanning merely 3 years from 1995 to 1998, after which he opted for retirement. Following his retirement, he transitioned into the role of assistant coach for the Guangdong Hongyuan youth team, quickly establishing himself within the squad due to his exceptional insight and genteel demeanor. The players refined under his guidance have gained notable recognition nationwide, including illustrious names such as Zhu Fangyu, Wang Xipeng, Yi Jianlian, Chen Dawei, Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Jianghua, Wang Zheng, Dong Hamlin, and Su Wei. Many of these athletes, particularly those in Guangdong's flying squad, have adorned their fingers with numerous championship rings and have achieved remarkable feats while representing their nation. Moreover, Wang Huayu is known for granting opportunities to young talents, with Su Wei being a quintessential example of his eye for potential. In addition to him, there is assistant coach Lu Weihao, who also serves as a crucial pillar for the enduring development of Guangdong Hongyuan. Above them stands the head coach, Zhang Jinmin, a genuine guiding figure who has nurtured Guangdong Hongyuan into a towering presence in the basketball realm. In their daily routines, both the assistant coaches and the head coach are perpetually occupied. They must balance all on-court matters while also attending to the players' lives off the court, including their mental states, physical conditions, and adjustments to their daily schedules. The youth team differs from the first team, as it comprises underage players who often lack self-management and possess vague basketball awareness, necessitating dedicated supervision and guidance. Amidst their busy schedules, the reason Wang Huayu sought out Wei Nan is quite straightforward. Wei Nan, congratulations. In a while, you will be heading to the United States for further training. Wang Huayu organized the documents in his hand without lifting his gaze to meet Wei Nan's eyes. His voice was gentle, perfectly embodying his refined persona. Coach Wang, how can this be considered further training? It's merely a chance to play a few street games. Wei Nan seemed somewhat indifferent. You brat. Wang Huayu lifted his head, his expression filled with helplessness. This was a splendid opportunity to compete against American players. This year's Adidas ABCD training camp would invite many renowned athletes from across the United States. And you are the only overseas player to receive an invitation. So, how do you feel about facing that group of monsters? Chapter 4. The future's canvas. Wang Huayu's inquiry bore a certain weight. In a foreign land, in the world's most prestigious basketball nation, facing off against a cadre of prodigies would daunt anyone. Yet, for Wei Nan, everything seemed different. Meeting Wang Huayu's earnest gaze, Wei Nan smiled. Coach Wang, have I ever been afraid? When he first arrived, a mere 14 years old, Wei Nan boldly challenged the then 17-year-old Zhu Fangyu. They were nearly a head apart in height. Nevertheless, Wei Nan's resilience surpassed everyone's expectations. From that moment on, he rose to prominence. Everyone knew that the Guangdong Hongyuan youth team had welcomed a fearless lad. 2.5 years later, Wei Nan's growth was remarkable. Being the core of the backcourt is no trivial matter. It is a reputation forged through intense competition, round by round. Every game was met with unwavering effort. As he keenly observed the court, leading his team to victory with lethal passes and astute organization. This was Wei Nan's value to Guangdong Hongyuan. Ha ha, you brat. You truly haven't disappointed me. Wang Huayu fixed his gaze on Wei Nan, whose resolute face was exactly what he wished to see. It is said that America is teeming with talent, capable of fielding 10 teams that could sweep the world. However, I beg to differ. At least our Chinese men's basketball team possesses the strength to compete. To falter before the battle is an eternal taboo in the art of war. Wei Nan, go forth and showcase your abilities, just like Yu Ming did in the past 2 years, displaying your style and pride. Whether it is hell or paradise, that is a decision we must make for ourselves. The older generation of players always harbors an indomitable spirit. Of course, I still need to bring back a few original jerseys. Wei Nan murmured softly. What did you say? Coach Wang. Wei Nan will undoubtedly showcase the prowess of Chinese basketball players in America. Rest assured, you are well aware of my capabilities. Weinan patted his chest and assured Wang Huaiyu, "From the moment I recruited you into the team, I knew you were a person of conviction." Weinan exhibits remarkable maturity. Both his playing style and character are strikingly incongruous with his mere 16 years of age. However, Coach Wang. Weinan shifted the subject, casting a somewhat perplexed glance at Wang Huaiyu. "Speak your mind, don't hold back." Wang Huaiyu replied with a hint of irritation. "Well, it's nothing too serious. As the first and only player from China invited to the Adidas ABCD training camp, I was wondering if there might be a bit more funding for my trip to the United States. Of course, this isn't for my own benefit. It's entirely for the honor of our nation. Just imagine, if I were to arrive there in a shabby manner, it would reflect poorly on our country. I may have a thick skin and not mind embarrassment, but our nation is the foundation. It symbolizes everything. Enough. I knew you couldn't keep it to yourself. How is this not a display of patriotism?" Weinan rubbed his hands in anticipation. The budget was limited. The team was expanding, and the upper management had little funding to spare. Each project demanded significant human and material resources. The opportunity to travel to the United States could be reimbursed, a privilege I had painstakingly secured for you. You should be grateful. But wait, we cannot proceed in this manner. Are you suggesting that if you do not contribute, I must finance my trip to the United States on my own? Your attitude is more intolerable than that of capitalists. Regarding Wang Huaiyu's remarks, Weinan did not believe a single word. "Do you take me for a minor, easily deceived?" "Director Wang, I am prepared to toil for my country. You cannot treat me this way. Could you not allocate a bit more? I yearn to experience the culture and customs of America." "Director Wang, please do not leave. Listen to me. If it comes to that, you could also consider sponsoring me. Let us communicate amicably. Please return." Watching Wang Huaiyu's retreating figure, Weinan stomped his foot in frustration. "You have your nerve. Once I achieve success, I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of not underestimating the youth and poverty." In 2001, life for the common people was still quite simple. There was no explosive internet, no chaotic online scripts, and certainly no provocateurs boasting about their 2.5 years of training. Everything seemed remarkably tranquil. The populace lived in peace and contentment. Even if material conditions were not ideal, they gathered joyfully to discuss recent events. Unlike the youth burdened with mortgage debts in later years, the weight of pressure had yet to dull their passionate spirits. As Weinan returned to the dormitory, the familiar melody enveloped him, accompanying you to witness the meteor shower descending upon this earth, allowing your tears to cascade upon my shoulder, urging you to believe that my love dares only for you. You shall behold the essence of happiness as the rain and clouds gradually disperse, showering warmth upon us. I long to share the glimmer of tears reflected in your eyes, accompanying you to watch the meteor shower fall upon this earth. The theme song of Meteor Garden, the pioneering Taiwanese idol drama, also premiered this year, sweeping across the mainland and igniting a resurgence of Taiwanese idol dramas at their zenith. Weinan once pondered why so many post-90s youths were consumed by romantic notions. It was only after revisiting the idol dramas of his youth that he grasped the underlying issue. Goodness, this is undoubtedly a cultural invasion from Taiwan. Alian, how old are you? Still enjoying this? Weinan remarked. I'm only 15. What is wrong with watching it? Alian replied, turning his head in confusion. Weinan, I almost forgot. Young people indeed have a penchant for this. Just like my younger self's infatuation with Lu Tianstan. A love so profound it felt all-consuming, nearly leading me to the altar. Brother Nan, when are you planning to go to America? Alian reluctantly diverted his gaze from the television screen. In his heart, Shan Kai could never hold a candle to his brother Nan. Summer, perhaps. As training camps typically commence around that time. Summer? That is not too far off. Casting a glance at the calendar hanging on the dormitory door, Alian subconsciously felt a surge of anxiety. Time flows swiftly like a river. Summer will soon be upon us. Weinan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The day's training and the relentless tussle with Wang Huaiyu had left him utterly drained, both physically and mentally. As he slowly closed his eyes, he envisioned a grand and sweeping tableau. It spanned from the desolate era of internet decline to the vibrant cacophony of data explosion, a time when the weak remained unremembered, while the formidable faced relentless scrutiny, evolving continuously. In the early years of the 21st century, the collision of gold and platinum ignited dazzling sparks, revealing countless indistinct figures. They bore a striking resemblance to the superstars etched in his memory, battling fiercely on the court, exerting every ounce of their strength for the triumph of each round. Weinan found himself irresistibly drawn to the group, quickening his pace as he yearned to join them, to engage in the primal joy of basketball alongside these extraordinary individuals. Unbeknownst to him, the sound of his breathing reached Lian's ears. Instinctively lowering the volume of the television, Lian arose, draping a blanket over Wei Nan. Satisfied with his efforts, he nodded approvingly before redirecting his gaze to the screen. On the display, Dao Mingxi was employing one of his irresistible moves against Shan Kai, the wall slam. Unsuitable for children, Lian shielded the screen, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Chapter 5. The Seeds. The 2000-2001 season witnessed a plethora of events. The peak Shaquille O'Neal propelled the Lakers to yet another pinnacle, capturing a second championship trophy with near-cruel statistics. Kobe Bryant, once deemed an underdog, surged from the 13th pick to become the first lottery pick of the '96 Platinum generation to secure a championship. That same year, Kobe and Vanessa entered the sanctity of marriage. Allen Iverson delivered a legendary performance, wresting a victory from the hands of the dominant Lakers. The zenith of glory was accompanied by the twilight of an era. Both Iverson and the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe began their descent from the summit, gradually slipping into obscurity. Rumors circulated about Michael Jordan's potential return to the court, to the arena laden with his past glories and memories. A subsequent press conference confirmed this speculation as Jordan announced his comeback with the Washington Wizards, reigniting global discourse surrounding the basketball deity. Kobe Bryant, Vince Carter, Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, the children of Generation Z, perhaps trembling, not from fear, but from the exhilaration of facing the basketball god, their hearts racing at the prospect of challenging the aging Jordan. The rare moments of the four distinguished shooting guards sharing the All-Star stage were immortalized, leaving indelible memories for future fans. Meanwhile, the landscape of Chinese basketball began to undergo profound transformation. For the first time in CBA Finals history, the Bai team suffered defeat, falling to the formidable young giants who began to dominate the CBA league. Yet ultimately, under Wang Zhixi's leadership, the Bai team staged a remarkable comeback, overturning a 1-3 deficit against the Shanghai team, led by Yao Ming, to achieve an unprecedented 6 consecutive championships in CBA history. Following this, De Gea embarked on a journey to the United States, joining the Mavericks during the offseason, becoming yet another Chinese player to grace the NBA stage. Yao Ming shed tears of anguish after the finals defeat, yet all were aware that this promising Chinese star would return with renewed vigor the following year. Ready to strive for the ultimate crown, the Guangdong Hongyuan team also experienced significant upheaval that year. After securing 6th place, they resolved to appoint Li Chuanjiang midway through the season, taking over the coaching reins from Zhang Yongjun. Li Chuanjiang officially assumed command of the Hongyuan men's basketball team. However, the change in leadership was merely a temporary measure. The management recognized that nurturing the youth team was paramount to achieving success in the CBA. The young talents, such as Du Feng, Wang Shipeng, and Zhu Fengyu, remained too immature to bear the weight of Hongyuan's banner. Fortunately, among the next generation of promising players, 2 true prodigies emerged. Brother Nan, did you catch tonight's CBA Finals? Brother Yao was incredible, overpowering the Bai team's interior defense. Regrettably, the formidable 8-1 team proved to be truly exceptional, leaving the great Yao Ming to bear the burden alone. Yi Jianlian appeared somewhat disheartened, harboring genuine admiration for Yao Ming. In the ruthless arena of basketball, the law of survival of the fittest prevails, and the notion of teamwork seems to fade into insignificance. Wei Nan watched that match, where Yao Ming dominated the paint, and the entire Bai team fought valiantly, their indomitable spirit extinguishing the might of the little giant, ultimately securing the championship trophy. 6 consecutive championships. What a magnificent achievement, a glorious great wall forged through sweat, blood, and tears over 6 seasons. Brother Nan, one day, I aspire to represent Hongyuan and claim the final championship trophy, Alien declared with fervor as he gazed earnestly at Wei Nan. He was not jesting. The unwavering determination in the young man's eyes spoke volumes. Brother Nan, you will stand by my side, leading Hongyuan to the championship, won't you? With that, Alien offered a look filled with hope. Together, Wei Nan opened his mouth but remained silent. That day felt too distant, and he was uncertain when he would depart. It was a challenging decision. He yearned to reciprocate Alien's feelings, yet he did not wish to disappoint him. A promise devoid of substance is better left unspoken. Alien, you shall become the cornerstone of Hongyuan, and you will be here to lead the team to victory in the championship. Wei Nan's gaze flickered, unable to meet the hopeful eyes before him. Alien fell silent, struggling to comprehend Wei Nan's words. Did Brother Nan not wish to play alongside him? Yet, they had demonstrated such a harmonious synergy in the youth team. Alien remained quiet, At merely 15 years of age, he found himself perplexed, pondering if he had inadvertently offended Wei Nan. The air was thick with silence at the Kongqiao that evening, and Wei Nan refrained from offering any clarification, knowing that should the moment arise, he too would face a pivotal decision. The future remained an undefined expanse, and Wei Nan chose not to dwell on it, focusing instead on the present and the objectives at hand. The following morning, Wei Nan and Lian returned to their routine, joyfully training together as if the previous night's events were but a fleeting memory. Neither mentioned it, yet a seed had been sown in their hearts. They resumed their physical training and shooting practice, and 3 hours slipped by in an instant. Wei Nan turned his gaze towards Lian. Ding. Detecting absorbable attributes. Jumping ability 1 can be directly absorbed. Time to save. 3 minutes absorption condition. Touching Jinlian's souls triggered. After each training session and match, absorbable attributes are randomly refreshed. Wei Nan initially believed himself to be a European, but after facing repeated setbacks, he reluctantly accepted the truth. Alas, he found himself in a worse position than even the unluckiest of individuals. Fortunately, the occasional rewards brought a smile to Wei Nan's face. Since he could not alter the reality of his misfortune, he resolved to embrace it with an open heart. One day, the goddess of fortune would surely bestow her favor upon him, granting him the best of luck. Ah, Lian, it seems you have stepped on something beneath your shoe. As Wei Nan concluded his words, he bent down to inspect the sole of Lian's shoe. Puzzled, Lian lifted his foot for a closer examination, while Wei Nan swiftly touched the shoe's bottom. What is it? There's nothing, Nangu, Lian remarked. He glanced left and right, realizing that aside from the two of them, there was nothing else in the training facility. This is strange. Didn't I just touch the sole? Why is there no reaction? Wei Nan looked at his right hand in confusion. Could it be that the system has encountered a bug? Do not speak just yet. Remove your shoes so that I may examine this matter closely. Wei Nan, undeterred by superstition, was certain that the critical switch had not been activated. Given the system's peculiarities, it was likely that merely touching the sole would not suffice to meet the absorption criteria. Remove the shoes? Why would one need to remove perfectly good footwear? Lian was a good child, always ready to fulfill Brother Nan's requests. After taking off his shoes, Wei Nan reached out once more. To his dismay, there was still no response. Clearing his throat, he remarked, perhaps removing your socks would be prudent. Your feet have a certain odor. Once the socks were discarded, Wei Nan attempted again to make contact. Tickle, tickle, Brother Nan, what are you up to? Wei Nan playfully scratched the soles of Jinlian's feet, and as expected, a system notification echoed in his ears. By touching Jinlian's foot, he absorbed attributes, enhancing his jumping ability by 1 point. Feeling relieved, Wei Nan was engrossed in his antics when Zhu Fengyu burst into the room. What greeted his eyes were two youthful, robust men. One had removed his shoes and even his socks, lifting his feet high, while the other bent down, fervently scratching the soles of his feet. The scene was somewhat provocative. Previously, it had been a playful pat on the backside, and now it was a foot massage. Wei Nan, you eccentric. What a peculiar game you're playing. Chapter 6. Journey to America. Amidst Zhu Fengyu's incredulous gaze, Wei Nan gleefully reveled in his newly acquired attributes. Eccentric? What of it? If it leads to strength? Besides, it's not my fault. This bizarre system compels such behavior. Thus, in the midst of misunderstandings, the sweltering summer swiftly approached. For an innocent young man, what is the most anticipated aspect of summer? Wei Nan's initial reaction was one of surprise, exclaiming, "How dazzling!" In the minds of the youth of the new era, there exists solely the dream of the great rejuvenation of the motherland. Lian, where have you placed that colorful magazine? Wei Nan rummaged through the dormitory in a frenzy. His beloved treasure was nowhere to be found. Brother Nan, that magazine. It was taken by Brother Zhu, Lian stammered. It was evident that he was aware of the magazine's contents. What? Wei Nan was taken aback. Zhu Fengyu, you truly disregard humanity. Wei Nan rushed out, intent on confronting Zhu Fengyu. But upon reflection, he realized that the fellow had already returned home, perhaps indulging in leisure elsewhere. With the CBA season concluded, players were afforded several months of respite, and naturally, Zhu Fengyu would not remain with the Guangdong team. Hailing from Guangxi, it was likely he had taken a magazine in hand, seeking the company of young ladies from his hometown. Cousin, your prowess is impressive. And yours is equally remarkable. I can't wait. The mere thought of such a conversation between two individuals from Guangxi sent shivers down Wei Nan's spine. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the notion that he was soon bound for America, where the bikini-clad beauties would surely eclipse those found in magazines. On July 1st, the sweltering summer commenced, and Wei Nan meticulously packed his belongings, preparing to embark on his journey to the United States. Only a handful gathered to bid him farewell: his younger brother Yi Jianlian, assistant coach of the youth team Wang Huayu, and Li Chunjiang, head coach of the first team at Guangdong. Wei Nan's parents are business people with a modest scale of operations, however. They are often preoccupied and seldom attend to Wei Nan's needs. Wei Nan, having been reborn, occupies another's body and harbors little emotional connection with her nominal adoptive parents. Although she leads a tolerable life, it is far from the affluence she had envisioned. This time, during her trip to America, she made a brief phone call, during which her adoptive father exchanged a few words of concern before hastily ending the conversation to attend to his own affairs. Wei Nan felt no distress. Having capable parents was indeed a boon for him. Should his dreams of basketball shatter, he could always return home to inherit the family fortune. With his own experiences as a guide, he believed that failure was the worst-case scenario. Wei Nan aspired to advance in tandem with the burgeoning realm of sports commerce. This time on his journey to America, Coach Li Chunjiang would accompany him, alleviating any concerns. Coach Li would ensure that everything was meticulously arranged. All Wei Nan needed to do was showcase his talents on the court and strive for excellence. Wang Huayu remained as refined as ever, presenting a stark contrast to the fiery temperament of Li Chunjiang. The latter exuded an intimidating presence, unmistakably a coach of formidable character, as evidenced by his passionate demeanor along the sidelines. In a previous life, some criticized him for his cleverness, claiming that his cunning ultimately led to his tarnished reputation and a disreputable downfall. His dissatisfaction with officiating had once compelled him to lead the national youth basketball team in a withdrawal from a competition, resulting in a blacklisting by the Chinese Basketball Association. His choice of words often included expletives, revealing his fervent nature when addressing referees, the scorekeepers, or reprimanding players. These flaws were part of Li Chunjiang's essence, yet they also contributed to his two-decade-long reign on the court. Every individual who reaches the pinnacle of their field possesses a distinct character. As Li Chunjiang scrutinized Wei Nan, the latter reciprocated the observation. With an impeccable appearance and an imposing demeanor that commanded respect, he stood there exuding an aura that even the likes of Yi Jianlian dared not challenge. Coach Li, you are indeed a busy man. How do you find the time to accompany me to America? Wei Nan exhibited a warm demeanor, despite his unfamiliarity with Li Chunjiang. However, being part of the same club, their encounters were quite frequent. He was keen to avoid offending his superior. Accompany you to the United States? Who do you think you are to have Coach Li accompany you? Li is heading to the American Basketball Academy for further studies. Li Chunjiang remained silent, while Wang Huayu had learned to respond quickly. Given the hierarchy within the team, it was clear that Li Chunjiang, as the head coach of the first team, held a superior position compared to the assistant coach of the youth team. Wang Huayu's remarks clarified Wei Nan's understanding. The American Basketball Academy, located in the birthplace of Nike, has been in partnership with the Chinese Basketball Association since 1998, becoming the exclusive collaborator of the Asian Basketball Confederation in the United States. It was during this period that a steady influx of high-quality foreign players and coaches began to enrich the domestic league, marking the onset of a flourishing era for it. As a direct member of the men's basketball team, Li Chunjiang naturally received the opportunity to study at the American Basketball Academy. After taking over Guangdong Hongyuan midway this year, he decided to return there to enhance his tactical acumen. He also intended to bring Wei Nan along, allowing him to witness the formidable prowess of American basketball. Enough chatter. We will return in due time, and the plane is about to take off, so we must hurry to board. Li Chunjiang had a particularly acute sense of time, a hallmark of professional coaches. Brother Nan, I wish you all the best in the United States, Li Chunjiang remarked, while Yi Jianlian, standing nearby, remained quiet, holding Wei Nan's hand, eyes filled with reluctance. Rest assured, your brother Nan will undoubtedly surpass those American prodigies. I will set an example for you. Await your return. Brother Nan. With a wave to Coach Wang and Yi Jianlian, Wei Nan followed Li Chunjiang, both hands laden with luggage, striding swiftly into the boarding passage. Stop looking. Just perform well. Next year, you will be the one attending the Adidas ABCD training camp. Wang Huayu gazed at his companion, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Wei Nan and Yi Jianlian are undoubtedly the most remarkable individuals among the second batch of trainees, whether on the court or in terms of innate talent. They stand out as the finest representatives of the Asian race. If Wei Nan can be likened to a composed orchestrator of the game, then Yi Jianlian is akin to a dynamic force capable of igniting the entire arena. Just behold those muscular dimensions. They likely surpass even those of exceptionally gifted athletes of African descent. Coach Wang, I am resolutely determined to follow in Brother Nan's footsteps and evolve into an even more exceptional player. Yi Jilian's tone was unwavering. Indeed, you certainly can. Wei Nan and Li Chunjiang boarded the airplane, settling into the first-class cabin, which was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate their physiques. Wei Nan placed their luggage in the designated area and quietly settled beside Li Chunjing. Li Chunjing took out his tactical notebook from his bag and meticulously began to study it. Indeed, successful individuals always seize the opportunity to learn. The two remained silent throughout, and Wei Nan was content in this tranquility. With a sleep mask on, Wei Nan gradually succumbed to fatigue. After approximately 10 hours, he felt someone calling his name. Wake up, wake up. Roused from his slumber by gentle shaking, he removed the mask, and Li Chunjing naturally came into view. You really can sleep, can't you? Grab your luggage, Wei Yi arrived. Chapter 7. Deji. The winds of reform sweep across the land, invigorating every corner. The Chinese people truly excel, demonstrating remarkable resilience. In the early 21st century, the magnificent China is rising rapidly. Every aspiring youth contributes to the nation's cause, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly. The tide is surging. The era is advancing, and China's strength will be vividly manifested in the coming 2 decades, in stark contrast to a China poised for rejuvenation and flourishing. The United States has already entered its own illustrious era. Global hegemon? Wei Nan harbors little interest in politics. He is acutely aware that the United States reigns supreme in the realm of basketball. The rationale behind his presence here is quite straightforward: to adopt the superior techniques of others in order to outdo them. A wisdom imparted by our ancestors that has guided every generation of Chinese people. If one cannot prevail, one must acknowledge it. After acceptance comes the imperative to learn, and subsequently to apply that knowledge. What makes American basketball formidable? What aspects can Chinese basketball glean from it? While it is undeniable that in terms of pure physical prowess, individuals of Asian descent may fall short, it is essential to master the fundamentals thoroughly and to apply them astutely. The United States Sports Academy, located in Daphne, Alabama, stands as the only institution in the nation primarily dedicated to sports-related disciplines. Wei Nan and Li Chunjian disembarked at Birmingham International Airport. They were required to take a dedicated coach, traveling westward from Birmingham to the town of Furna, home to the American Sports Academy. Upon disembarking, Wei Nan's initial reaction was to eagerly inhale a couple of breaths of American air, expecting it to be sweet. However, to his surprise, it bore no distinctive flavor, resembling that of China. If one were to insist on a description, Birmingham stands as Alabama's largest industrial hub, where the air carries a faintly sharp scent. Indeed, the internet often deceives. The greater the anticipation, the deeper the disappointment. Wei Nan could hardly believe that the air in America was not sweet. Were those foreign bloggers, who extolled its virtues to the heavens, truly deceiving the kind-hearted compatriots of China? What are you doing? Hurry and get in the car. We are pressed for time. Li Chunjiang observed Wei Nan, glancing about and incessantly sniffing, his actions somewhat peculiar. Directorly, why is the air in America not sweet? Wei Nan, with a sense of disappointment, turned to Li Chunjiang and exclaimed, What? Why is the air in America sweet? Are you suffering from delusions? How could air possibly be sweet? I fail to comprehend your words. Li Chunjiang felt an undeniable generational gap between himself and Wei Nan. Nevertheless, he mused, you too do not enjoy surfing. This was a fact. Li Chunjiang was an exceedingly traditional coach. Even 2 decades after the internet explosion, he had yet to register for WeChat, using his phone solely for calls. As they entered the vehicle, Wei Nan methodically arranged their luggage and selected a window seat, sitting side by side with Li Chunjiang. The two remained silent throughout the journey to the American Sports Academy. Wei Nan's gaze was fixed on the scenery outside. Towering skyscrapers and adjacent factories depicted Birmingham's commendable economic development. Ultimately, America stands as a leading superpower in the world, although its air may not be sweet. One must concede that contemporary China still has a considerable journey ahead when compared to America during this period. 30 years of prosperity in one direction, followed by 30 years in the opposite. Wei Nan believes that one day, China will surpass the United States and reclaim the millennia-old status established by our ancestors. The long journey, much like Wei Nan's desire to grow stronger, is filled with both torment and anticipation. The scenery outside the window rushes by like a revolving lantern. And fortunately, at the tender age of 16, Wei Nan can avoid further lamentations. It seems that in this rebirth, even his mindset has rejuvenated. It is unclear when he and Li Chunjiang disembarked from the vehicle. The name of the American Basketball Academy, pieced together with English letters, is one that Wei Nan can barely recognize. Prior to boarding, Li Chunjiang had made a phone call, and someone is already waiting at the Academy's entrance. A towering figure with a familiar face comes into view. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Wang Zhizhi, a pivotal figure in the 8-time championship team. He recently left the CBA and ventured to the NBA on his own. As early as 1999, Wang Zhizhi was selected by the Dallas Mavericks in the second round. 7th pick, though he reported 2 years later for reasons well known. However, the prime of an Asian athlete is fleeting, and with 2 years lost, Wang Zhizhi has already become an older rookie. Wang Zhizhi skillfully reached for the luggage in Wei Nan's hands, but Wei Nan waved him off, indicating he was fine. Wang Zhizhi nodded with a smile, turning to take the rolling suitcase from Li Chunjiang. Coach Li, you've worked hard on the way here. It's nothing. Coming here is all about enduring hardships. Li Chunjiang clearly holds Wang Zhizhi in high regard, his face beaming with joy. Wang Zhizhi first took them to their residence and then drove them to a rather unremarkable Chinese restaurant, a gesture of hospitality. Daji. If you encounter difficulties alone in the NBA, remember to seek help. Don't try to tough it out. At the dining table, Daji and Li Chunjiang began to converse more amiably. Challenges indeed exist, yet ultimately it all boils down to strength. There are many prodigies here, yet even so, they may only find themselves in minor leagues. To secure a foothold in the NBA, relying on anyone else is futile. Wang Zhizhi shook his head, lamenting the immense caliber of American basketball. Only by being resilient oneself can one overcome all obstacles. While that is true, having connections is also beneficial. If it doesn't work out, you can always return. The CBA will always be your home. Li Chunjiang understands that America is different from home, at times. Many methods may not be effective. Of course, I will never forget the CBA or the support my country has provided me. Wang Zhizhi's level of awareness is quite profound. And Wei Nan finds it hard to imagine that the kind-hearted Daji would later face such circumstances. Wei Nan, as you attend the Adidas training camp, do not be afraid. Showcase your talent to the fullest. I have seen you play. Your skills are no less than those of the American kids. Wei Nan sat beside, indulging in his meal while the conversation among the seniors flowed effortlessly, leaving little room for interruption. Content to be a mere observer, he never anticipated being unexpectedly called upon. Brother Daji, I am merely here to broaden my horizons and witness firsthand the prowess of American basketball. Wei Nan set down his chopsticks and smiled with a hearty innocence. Experiencing the world is indeed beneficial, yet one must learn to assert oneself. The cultural landscape of America differs significantly from that of China. Here, humility is not always extolled. It is permissible to exhibit a degree of audacity if one possesses genuine capability. This is an undeniable truth. American basketball players are characterized by their vibrant personalities and distinct court attitudes. Coaches are not apprehensive about individuality or on-court bravado. Rather, they fear mediocrity and ineffectiveness. When you reach a certain level of prowess, you can even afford to be audaciously dominant over your opponents. After a hearty dinner, Wei Nan, feeling slightly fatigued from his long journey, retired early for the night. Time waits for no one. He must report to the training camp the following afternoon, where he will embark on the first leg of his American journey. Chapter 8. Tactical arrangements for the game. Early the next morning, Wei Nan awoke at dawn, completed his morning routine, and donned an outfit that exuded charm. Following the description provided by Daji the previous night, he made his way to the training grounds of the American Basketball Academy. Wei Nan would not indulge in the frenzied spectacle of consanguinity in Alabama at the unholy hour of 4 o'clock. Instead, at approximately 6:30, he has established a training regimen for himself. At the tender age of 16, he does not feel the need to subject himself to the relentless discipline akin to that of Kobe, prioritizing rest and proper nutrition. He aspires to grow taller, with the hope of becoming the finest swingman on the court. Wei Nan initially believed he had arrived early enough, yet the outcome was unexpectedly surprising. The individuals from the American Basketball Academy proved to be more industrious than anticipated. This institution is dedicated to nurturing elite athletic talents from across the globe, where players of diverse backgrounds converge to undergo more specialized and prestigious training. They are the Army de la Army of their respective national basketball realms. And it is no exaggeration to assert that they represent the finest basketball prodigies of their countries. However, their nation's basketball development leaves much to be desired, necessitating their journey to the United States or elsewhere for advanced training. Among them are, of course, players from China. In one corner, Yao Ming was engaged in shooting practice, and to his surprise, Li Chunjin was nearby, meticulously recording various statistics. These two individuals were up so early? Wei Nan approached the two individuals. "Good morning, Brother Deji." "Coach Li," he greeted simply, at a loss for further words. "You're up quite early, Wei Nan." "Well done," Deji responded, a broad smile illuminating his face. If not for his understanding of Wang Ziji's honest nature, Wei Nan might have suspected him of subtle mockery. Coach Li lifted his head briefly and nodded in acknowledgement. Ding. Absorbable attribute detected. Tactical arrangement 10, savable. Duration, 3 minutes. Item carried. Li Chunjin's notebook. The sudden system notification shattered Wei Nan's silence. Despite his indifference toward Li Chunjin, a spark of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Damn, why must it be him? Not only can players on the court generate attribute values, but also those off the court, including head coaches, assistant coaches, and even cheerleaders. Anyone associated with basketball can yield attribute values. Li Chunjin, engrossed in recording data, furrowed his brow and inadvertently looked up, only to be met by the smiling face of the rather handsome Wei Nan. "Coach Li, I've long heard of your unparalleled strategies. You are the cornerstone of our Guangdong Hanyuan first team. Rising early for self-improvement, I, as a player, truly feel ashamed." He continued, "Coach Li, after yesterday's exhausting journey, you must feel quite weary. Here, I brought this Waha mineral water from my hometown. It is rich in nutrients, perfect for young people who stay up late and rise early. You are by no means old. Deji can attest to that. I'm not exaggerating. Coach Li, do not burden yourself with that notebook. Hand it over to me, and I will take good care of it for you. Truly impressive, Coach Li. Your handwriting exudes elegance. It must be gifted to young Wei, who should cherish it, as it may fetch a good price in the future." "What? You claim I'm flattering you?" "Absolutely not. I hold you in genuine respect from the bottom of my heart." With 3 minutes of duration at hand, Wei Nan had little time to indulge in sentimental exchanges with Coach Li. He delved straight into the topic, embodying the essence of what others referred to as a freak, showcasing just how thick-skinned one could be. Deji stood by, utterly astonished. How did a basketball training session transform into a signing event for Coach Li? Observing Wei Nan's expression of admiration, it seemed sincere, a heartfelt compliment rather than a facade. Li Chunjin stood frozen, gazing at Wei Nan, who was slightly taller than him, earnestly clasping his hands together, every word imbued with reverence. His demeanor mirrored that of a dreamer addressing a leader. "Wei Nan, let us speak properly. Please release my hands." One should not strike a smiling face. Li Chunjin relishes the compliments bestowed upon him, particularly from a basketball prodigy like Wei Nan. In recent days, Li Chunjin has been keenly observing Wei Nan. Though their exchanges are sparse, this does not diminish Li Chunjin's favorable impression of the young talent. A precocious, courteous, and diligent lad who knows how to maintain propriety. Li Chunjin holds a rather positive view of this core player in the youth team. Nevertheless, one must not publicly profess such sentiments towards me. The Chinese value subtlety and restraint. You, having just arrived in America, seem to have adopted this notion of unrestrained freedom rather too swiftly. Directorly, regardless. This notebook must be gifted to me. It symbolizes our camaraderie in battle. Oh, please, when have I ever fought alongside you? Li Chunjin found himself at an impasse and reluctantly acquiesced to Wei Nan's request. Fine, take the notebook, but do release your grip. I have no desire to be perceived as a deviant. Wei Nan's actions captured the attention of the other trainers, who cast eager glances, anticipating the unfolding drama. Did you truly give it to me? You mustn't go back on your word. Indeed, I have given it to you, a mere notebook, hardly a rare treasure. Li Chunjiang's tone was somewhat urgent. Coach Li, you are truly an exceptional mentor. Wei Nan smiled broadly as he released his tightly clasped hands, and did not forget to flatter at the end. You rascal. Li Chunjiang shook his head in resignation. This was a stark contrast to the Wei Nan of yesterday. Had it not been for their identical appearance, Li Chunjiang would have nearly thought he was encountering harassment. Coach Li, I will treasure this notebook diligently, I promise. All right. I don't understand why you made such a gesture. Focus on your training, and make sure you don't embarrass me at the training camp. Their conversation was brief, yet Li Chunjiang remained genuinely concerned for his player. Rest assured, Wei Nan will not fail his mission. That noon, under the watchful gaze of Deji and the impatient tone of Coach Li, Wei Nan boarded the plane. Coach Li, do you think Wei Nan can achieve results at the training camp? Deji inquired, watching Wei Nan's receding figure with some concern. What is destined to be a blessing cannot be a curse. If it is a curse, one cannot escape it. Trust in Wei Nan. He is not as simple as he appears. Li Chunjiang did not comprehend why Wei Nan desired his notebook, but in his mind, He believed Wei Nan would not engage in such childish behavior. Indeed, Wei Nan consistently exuded a maturity that belied his age. In their brief interaction, Wei Nan left a profound impression on De Ji. Upon their first meeting, he displayed politeness without subservience, striking a perfect balance in demeanor. Reflecting on his own 16-year-old self, De Ji recalled how he struggled to articulate his thoughts in the presence of senior players from the men's basketball team. All right, head back early. There's a mountain of tasks awaiting you at the academy. Li Chunjiang and De Ji boarded the bus back to the academy, while Wei Nan embarked on his journey to the Adidas ABCD training camp. At that moment, the prodigious talent who had just shown at the American Youth Basketball Development Festival was also boarding a flight to New Jersey. In addition, the young man, renowned for his offensive prowess, packed his bag and took his first step towards making a name for himself in America. There was also a lanky youth with a long neck, harboring admiration for his idol, Kevin Garnett, who set off from Dallas, beginning a new chapter in his life. The grand and tumultuous journey of the youth generation, a magnificent and lengthy struggle for glory, all began here. Chapter 9. Entering the training camp accompanied by the roar of the airplane engines, Wei Nan arrived at the place most coveted by aspiring youths worldwide, the Big Apple. New York. If you wish to soar to great heights and experience earthly delights, you must come to New York. If you seek to delve into the depths of despair and perceive the vicissitudes of life, you must also come to New York. Much like the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, this city harbors the dreams and aspirations of countless American youths and indeed, young people from around the globe. Landing at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey, Wei Nan found himself in unfamiliar territory. With his clumsy English, he followed the crowd, striving to locate the airport exit. Hey, Wei Nan, over here, here. Upon arriving at the exit, Wei Nan was greeted by a familiar sound of Mandarin. In the distance, he spotted a young man with dark hair, clad in black attire, possessing a decent physique and adorned with a pair of spectacles, who was waving at him with an artistic flair. Wei Nan strode towards the man in black, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Yu Jia, the reporter and host for the basketball programs at CCTV, it is a pleasure to encounter you here in New Jersey. With this brief introduction, realization dawned upon Wei Nan. This was none other than the renowned commentator Yu Jia from CCTV. Compared to his later mature and composed demeanor, the Yu Jia of today exuded a youthful scholarly charm, brimming with vitality and an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. Wei Nan, a member of the Guangdong Hanyuan youth team, seeing a fellow compatriot in a foreign land brings me a sense of comfort. Wei Nan's command of English is not particularly poor. It can be deemed merely average. Simple phrases such as hello, okay, have you eaten? I am well, how are you? And what are you doing here? Constitute the extent of his English conversational skills. Beyond these, he may recognize certain words. Yet constructing complete sentences proves to be quite a challenge. Yu Jia, clearly designated for the task of picking him up, serves as an indispensable personal translator. Brother Yu, what brings you here? You must be quite busy with work as usual, he inquired. As they journeyed towards the training camp, the two engaged in light conversation. Originally, I was not the one assigned. Another English translator was scheduled. However, I happened to be free while interviewing some basketball celebrities in New York City. And since it was on my way, I thought it would be nice to meet the recently acclaimed basketball prodigy, Yu Jia remarked with a smile, adjusting his glasses. Brother Yu, you flatter me too much. In China, I might be considered a prodigy, but here, I am merely an ordinary high school basketball enthusiast, Wei Nan humbly replied. Wei Nan rarely exhibits humility. Consider your words, not every young American possesses extraordinary prowess. I have witnessed your matches, and you are by no means inferior to them. Not at all. I still have a long way to go. The style of American players is inherently more suited to the sport of basketball than ours. Pausing at these remarks, Yu Jia finally spoke. Indeed, the United States differs significantly from our country, both in playing style and talent development. Their approach is more audacious, belonging to a free-spirited school of thought. However, by the time they reach high school, these rough individuals undergo systematic training, infusing a degree of rationality into their original wildness, which is precisely what makes them formidable. A beast accustomed to a wild existence, confined within a cage, cannot be expected to willingly submit to you. This is the essence that distinguishes humans from beasts. These young men, brimming with a primal essence, will heed the head coach's directives, tempering their audacity and thus becoming even more formidable. Their physical capabilities are sufficient to support such a model, a feat that is challenging for Chinese players to emulate. Indeed, But we also harbor our own aspirations. Teamwork is the sole pathway for Chinese basketball. Yu Jia and Wei Nan shared a profound rapport. At present, Yu Jia is nearly 21 years old, just 5 years the senior of Wei Nan. However, Wei Nan's psychological maturity surpasses that of Yu Jia, as he consistently articulates his thoughts with precision, prompting Yu Jia to reflect deeply. Before I volunteered to be your translator, many remarked upon your extraordinary maturity. And their words ring true. Maturity? If one were to truly mature, I fear you might find it overwhelming. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Adidas training camp gymnasium by car. Wei Nan presented his letter of recommendation, and after verifying his identity, he was granted passage. Yu Jia, serving as the translator, naturally entered the arena as well. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the cacophony of animated conversations within the venue. Wei Nan surveyed his surroundings and noticed that he and Yu Jia were the only individuals of Asian descent. The rest were either black or white, along with a few from other minority groups. With his limited knowledge, Wei Nan was unaware of their backgrounds. In summary, the sport of basketball is indeed not particularly welcoming to those of Asian descent. Brother, are you also a training camp player this year? A white youth, of similar height to Wei Nan, initiated the conversation. Yes, he replied. Wei Nan responded succinctly. That is truly remarkable. The yellow race, indeed a rare species. My name is Matt Babcock, and my uncle, Peter Babcock, is the general manager of the Atlanta Hawks. I exerted considerable effort to qualify for this year's Adidas training camp. I surmise that you must be an individual of exceptional basketball prowess. Otherwise, it is difficult to fathom your presence here. It seems that I encounter connections wherever I go. The individual before me, named Matt Babcock, exhibits a hint of arrogance, yet he has not reached the level of being dismissive. Wei Nan's presence here undoubtedly stems from his exceptional basketball skills. My friend, you should join my team. I have heard that our coach will be Chris Grant, who happens to work for my uncle. Is that so? Then you must be assured of more playing time. Of course. Matt's words trailed off, and he shifted his tone. Never mind. I am aware of my own capabilities. I am merely here to observe. My uncle is paving the way for me, and I need to participate in more basketball-related activities to broaden my horizons and gain experience. Matt, a braggart with a clear self-awareness, has leveraged connections to enter the training camp. Wei Nan immediately affixed a label to Matt. By the way, can we choose our own groups here? Wei Nan gestured for Yu Jia to translate. No, absolutely not. Only the coach of each team possesses the authority to make selections. This was indeed quite reasonable. Might there be a scenario where a team is entirely composed of exceptional players? That is unlikely, as selected players are designated by numbers. Within each range, only one player can be chosen, ensuring equitable strength and enhancing the competitiveness between teams, thereby allowing the true prowess of each player to shine. So that's how it works. The numbers signify strength. Within each range, there are only a limited number of numbers. The closer the numbers, the smaller the disparity in skill, meaning most teams will be evenly matched. So, this year, are there any seed players? This was the inquiry that truly piqued Wei Nan's interest. The Adidas training camp invited basketball prodigies under the age of 18, predominantly between 15 and 17 years old. This age bracket coincides with the 2003 NBA draft, promising the emergence of a golden generation of players. Wei Nan was particularly intrigued by this group of individuals who had carved out formidable reputations in the league. Discovering their attributes would be an exceedingly gratifying endeavor. Chapter 10. Seed Players. The New Era's Talent Seed Players? Matt paused, then revealed a knowing smile. Indeed, this year's Adidas training camp is bursting with talent. His tone was infused with palpable excitement. Did you see that tall African-American wearing jersey number 11? That's Josh Smith, just 16 years old, yet already the star player at John McEwen High School. I've heard that the prestigious Oak Hill Academy has extended an invitation to him, and Oak Hill is renowned as one of the most esteemed high schools in the nation. Standing beside Josh Smith was an even taller and more robust prodigy from Georgia, Dwight Howard, the star center of Atlanta Christian Academy. A super jumper with unparalleled scoring, rebounding, and shot blocking abilities, he is the most celebrated young talent in Georgia. After sharing this, Matt rubbed his hands together and pointed toward a nearby figure. That lanky player over there. Yes, him, the slender-looking center. Don't underestimate him due to his frail appearance. Chris Bosh, the prodigious center from Dallas, possesses formidable shooting and explosive capabilities. Have you ever witnessed a center executing a coast-to-coast drive and then completing a fast-break transition? Yes, he can accomplish that. And what about that youth with a headband, sporting a mischievous demeanor, resembling a gang leader. He hails from Brooklyn's Towson Catholic High School. Carmelo Anthony, the offensive virtuoso. He is, without a doubt, the prime seed player among this year's selections, mastering an array of skills, and he wields the three-thread ability with finesse, making him the most formidable offensive player in the entire training camp. Of course, you might think this is where it ends. A mysterious smile spread across Matt's face as he turned his gaze towards the distant basketball court, where only one player stood. That player was none other than the most formidable rookie of the year, the 16-year-old prodigy known as the Son of Akron, who played for St. Vincent St. Mary High School. With his unparalleled prowess, he transformed this once obscure institution into a national focal point, captivating the attention of the entire nation. LeBron James. Indeed, these individuals are terrifyingly exceptional, dominating the landscape of American high school basketball, becoming the center of attention over the past 2 years. In comparison to them, we are merely shells scattered upon the beach, lacking any brilliance. Matt remarked with self-deprecating humor. No, it is not us, but merely you. Wayne rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Must you involve me in your self-deprecation? Who do you think you are? A talentless mediocre." He continued, "I am determined to triumph over this group of prodigies." This statement left Yu perplexed, casting a peculiar glance at Wayne. "You, young man, possess such audacious confidence at times." Initially, one would assume that the 16-year-old Wayne was devoid of aspirations, appearing mature beyond his years. However, in this moment, the youthful exuberance that often accompanies one's age was vividly on display. Wayne was not jesting. He spoke those words with utmost sincerity. Do not lose heart. For not every athlete can smoothly navigate the realm of basketball. We must acknowledge our own capabilities and select the path that best suits us. Observing Wayne's silence, Matt assumed that his companion felt disheartened after hearing his words, and he promptly offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. "I truly appreciate your support." Wayne offered no explanation, while Yu observed quietly from the side. Matt did not linger, as he had other young talents to engage with. After Matt departed, Wayne and Yu exchanged idle chatter. His gaze continuously wandered across the court, seeking discernible attributes to absorb. Yet, whether among the dazzling prodigies or the obscure individuals, no attributes were revealed. It was perplexing. Players like Matt had never been expected to yield any attributes, but even the superstars such as Anthony, James, Bosh, and Howard exhibited no absorbable qualities. Could it be that the conditions for refreshing had not been met? Wayne promptly resolved to engage closely with these future superstars. His chosen target was Carmelo Anthony. Despite his seemingly unapproachable demeanor, Wayne understood that Anthony's elder brother aura influenced everyone around him. Beneath that cool exterior lay a heart as fervent as the sun. As for LeBron, observing his seemingly deflated appearance, it was evident that the chosen one regarded everyone present with indifference. James possessed remarkable social skills. Even in his youth, he exhibited extraordinary maturity. However, Wayne recognized that James harbored an immense pride within. Until one attains comparable prowess and earns the other's respect, the most prudent approach is to gather strength and confront this supernova on equal footing. Without hesitation, he set his plan into motion. Wayne beckoned to Yu beside him, signaling him to follow. Yu, equally perplexed, wondered what his companion intended to do. "Cameron, bro, how have you been faring at Townsend Catholic High School lately? I've heard that you have become the linchpin of the team, dominating the court with unparalleled prowess. Honestly, I take great pride in your performance." Wayne did not afford Cameron an opportunity to react. He grasped the latter's hand and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Cameron was taken aback. What was happening? A man with black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin had rushed towards him without a word and wrapped him in his arms. Was such a development in the narrative reasonable? Surely, he couldn't be a pervert. Hello, do we know each other?" Cameron mumbled shyly, not pushing Wayne away, but rather awkwardly speaking from within his embrace. He had never encountered such a scene in his life. Being suddenly embraced by a stranger left Anthony utterly bewildered. "Oh my goodness, you truly sadden me. I even went to see you play live." Wayne released Anthony, casting a reproachful glance in his direction. "Oh, is that so? I sincerely apologize, I may have." "No worries. It brings me great joy to see you here. Ever since I witnessed your match, I vowed that one day I would stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Now, that wish is finally coming to fruition." Wayne spoke with fervor, while Yu beside him translated with a sense of resignation. Speaking falsehoods with wide-open eyes was a torment for the upright Yu. Yet, he felt powerless, unable to comprehend the significance behind Wayne's actions. He found solace in the fact that Wei Nin had not become timid in the face of changing circumstances. Compared to Yao, this was a vast improvement. Those adept in social interactions typically possess an exceptional ability to adapt to new environments. I am also honored to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in this endeavor. After Wei Nin released Anthony, he finally had the opportunity to observe this enthusiastic stranger. Standing at approximately 193 meters tall, he was not overly muscular, yet the faint outlines of his muscles hinted at his dedication to physical fitness. His deep-set eyes, shrouded in the enigma of their dark irises, complemented his rugged features, exuding the quintessential aura of an American heartthrob. The striking Asian boy felt an immediate sense of admiration for Anthony. Following their embrace, the seemingly unresponsive system finally sprang to life. Chapter 11. Grouping and Anticipation. Ding. Detecting absorbable attributes. 3-thread ability 30 can be stored. Duration 5 minutes. Item: Anthony's autographed jersey. Indeed, establishing a connection with the refreshers is essential to randomly generate the attribute values provided by the system. A 3-thread ability increase of 30 marks the highest enhancement Wei Nin has ever encountered. This clearly illustrates Anthony's formidable prowess in the realm of 3 threats. Most significantly, he is merely 17 years old. The youth of America are astonishingly formidable. As a superstar who has secured a place in the NBA Hall of Fame, he began his legendary dominance on the court from an early age. Carmelo, may I make an audacious request of you? You see, I have toiled for a long time to finally catch up to your stride. Wei Nin shifted his tone, imbued with anticipation and hope. Bro, you have already done remarkably well. Being a participant in the Adidas training camp is a commendable achievement in itself. True to his role as a supportive elder brother, Anthony offered words of comfort. As Wei Nin felt a pang of emotion, he realized that even in this brief encounter, Anthony harbored no doubt regarding his words. This profound trust compelled Wei Nin to extract as much potential as possible from Anthony. I desire your signed jersey. Perhaps years from now, you will ascend to the status of a superstar, and I will take immense pride in possessing your signed jersey. It was a reasonable request, and without hesitation, Anthony removed his jersey, while Jia timely presented a marker. Wei Nin cast a grateful glance, and in one seamless motion, he successfully acquired a powerful memento. Bro, in the spirit of reciprocity, I too wish for your signed jersey. Anthony was no fool. The presence of a player with yellow skin in this arena spoke volumes. The last player of such descent to grace the training camps across America had already become the undisputed favorite for the #1 draft pick next year. Wei Nin's ability to carve his way through an army of thousands to arrive here undoubtedly conceals extraordinary prowess within him. You desire my signed jersey? Well, you astute one with striking features, you possess a wisdom beyond my expectations. No problem, my dear brother. Cherish it well. For the value of this jersey will surpass your comprehension. Wei Nin was not merely boasting. He was earnestly advising Anthony to take good care. Of course, I shall place it in the cabinet, wrapped delicately in film, for proper preservation. Having established a connection with the prodigious talent of the golden generation, Wei Nin refrained from any superfluous actions. The training camp would span a week, ample time for Wei Nin to familiarize himself with all the remarkable new stars. That evening, the camp director, Sunny, delivered a welcoming speech at the gymnasium. It was primarily a celebration of the attendees, extolling them as the finest young generation in America, if not the entire world, with an immeasurable future ahead. He then articulated his expectations for the training camp, hoping that everyone would absorb a wealth of knowledge and forge lasting friendships. Naturally, he also offered a few suggestions. Wei Nin was utterly perplexed by the utterances of the individual before him, his attention wholly captivated by the surrounding players. The reptilian figure, Bosch, craned his neck in earnest concentration, embodying the essence of a diligent scholar. Indeed, he was a paragon of learning, ever eager to absorb knowledge in any setting. As for Josh Smith, destined to become the future king of the Hawks, he wore an expression rife with impatience, his temperament betraying a hint of irritability. LeBron James, on the other hand, exhibited an air of indifference, dismissing the notion that this training camp could impart any valuable lessons to him. Meanwhile, Wei Nin's newly forged brother-in-arms, Carmelo Anthony, appeared to be in a trance, nearly succumbing to slumber on the spot. Surrounded by those who lacked a passion for learning, Sunny seemed to grasp the situation succinctly, swiftly transitioning into the team grouping phase. Each player was assigned a number, subsequently allocated to designated teams. Wei Nin's number is 88, and he is fortunate to be grouped with Anthony, alongside the affable Matt Babcock, who aspires to be a journalist and bears the number 63, lower than Wei Nan's, suggesting his skills are rather average. In this training camp, the assigned numbers signify the player's prowess. The higher the number, the greater the talent. At the pinnacle stands LeBron James with the number 155, representing the 155 prodigies from around the globe and domestically. It resembles a well-crafted narrative of survival of the fittest, where each player's number reflects their capability, allowing scouts and team management to analyze the players on the court effectively. Anthony, donning the number 154, is regarded as the second most formidable player in the camp, closely trailing behind James. The squad comprises 13 members. Besides Anthony, there is a formidable interior player named Lack, hailing from Europe and bearing the number 108, recognized as the second strongest on the team. As for the others, Wei Nan remains unfamiliar and has no intention of engaging in clandestine exchanges with them. Throughout the week, profound camaraderie is unlikely to blossom. The experience primarily revolves around witnessing the true talents in action. The reality is stark. Among the 155 young aspirants, few will thrive in this domain, and even fewer will excel. For those at the lower rungs of basketball, this ratio diminishes further. The principle of survival of the fittest prevails in the physically demanding realm of basketball, where innate talent significantly dictates a player's fate. The head coach, akin to what Matt articulated, is Chris Grant, an intern assistant working for his uncle. Adidas has wielded considerable influence, inviting numerous assistant coaches from NBA teams, among whom Wei Nan recognizes several familiar faces, such as the Celtics' young coach and the esteemed Heat coach Spoelstra, individuals destined to become renowned NBA head coaches. American basketball is vast, yet the circle remains tight. Ultimately, it is this cadre of individuals who govern everything. Bro, it seems we are truly fated. I am delighted to fight alongside you. This time, it was Anthony who took the initiative. I have realized my dream, Carmelo. It is truly wonderful to battle alongside you. Indeed, it is quite splendid. Wei Nan excels in passing and orchestrating plays. A remarkable point guard does not merely charge forward alone, but requires stronger teammates to effectively execute his strategies on the court. The inept cannot keep pace with his brilliance, and Anthony is clearly not inept. What are you all discussing? Matt slyly approached the group. Wei Nan is acquainted with him. They have just met, and he even enlightened Wei Nan about the seed players in the training camp. As for the illustrious Carmelo Anthony, renowned far and wide as a high school superstar, Matt had long since etched his information into his memory. Observing the two engage in intimate conversation, one cannot help but wonder if they have known each other for a considerable time. The ranking of Wei Nan's number took Matt by surprise, at number 88. It was a full 20 places higher than his own. Although a number may not entirely encapsulate a person's basketball prowess, it can significantly gauge one's level of skill. How could this fellow with yellow skin surpass him by such a margin? At that moment, Matt was filled with curiosity about Wei Nan. Moreover, the combination of Anthony and Wei Nan was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 12. Influential Figures. Following the conclusion of the group arrangements, a brief session of light training commenced. Wei Nan had gained a clear understanding of his teammates and their coach, Chris Grant. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 10 inches, Coach Grant, a Caucasian with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuded a demeanor that was both gentle and refined. He spoke with eloquence, drawing upon his academic background as a graduate of the University of San Diego, where he earned a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in educational leadership. Gentlemen, gather around, Grant called out, clapping his hands on the tactical board, his voice resonating with authority. Wei Nan shifted forward, flanked by Anthony on his right and Matt on his left. Grant inadvertently cast a glance at Matt. It was evident that before arriving at the training camp, Matt's uncle, Peter, had already conferred with Grant. This damned nepotism. It is a pleasure to stand shoulder to shoulder with everyone in this training camp. I am Chris Grant, and for the upcoming week, I shall lead you in getting to know one another and in embodying our principles of offense and defense. Such eloquent words. Yet the reality is starkly different. A dozen individuals were divided into two teams, with several key position players awaiting their turn as substitutes. Although designated as key positions, their jersey numbers bore the lowest ranks on the team. This is the harsh truth. The underdogs struggle even to secure a chance to play. Wei Nan, Anthony, and Matt were placed in the same group, and right from the outset, they showcased an exceptionally thrilling transition between offense and defense. Wei Nan serves as a point guard, and Grant has meticulously reviewed the fundamental profiles of each player, gaining a general understanding. He harbors great optimism for this diminutive talent hailing from China. Undoubtedly, Carmelo Anthony stands as the star of their team, complemented by an exceptional playmaker whose skills allow him to excel comfortably. As for Matt, let him engage personally with this group of prodigies. Only through such interactions can he uncover his own shortcomings. A simple bounce pass, and Anthony soars effortlessly. It is all too easy. Though they are all minors, the disparity in physical prowess is even more pronounced than in the NBA. Furthermore, the professional transition between offense and defense is non-existent. The reality is that the training camp resembles a high-level streetball game, facilitated by a few freelance referees, allowing these gifted youths to express themselves freely. Following a brief practice session, Grant called for a halt, addressing several strengths and areas in need of improvement. Wayne did not absorb the information, while the thoughts of others remain unknown. Wei, your passing is exceptional. I received it with great ease. After the gathering disbanded, everyone returned home to their respective families. By chance, Anthony and Wei Nan were assigned to the same dormitory. As they made their way back, the trio walked side by side, with Yujia diligently translating beside them. No, Cameron, even without my passes, you could effortlessly sink the basketball through the hoop. This was not flattery. For Anthony, the competition at this stage was indeed too effortless. Even upon reaching university, Anthony continued to command the court with ease. Do not say that. Basketball is a team sport, Anthony asserted earnestly. If I weren't familiar with your playing style, Wei Nan, I might have almost been deceived. A team sport? You egotistical player, how can you say that without feeling ashamed? Indeed, basketball is a team sport, but during the training camp, one must showcase oneself more prominently. Matt suddenly emerged from nowhere. This year's training camp is brimming with talent. Adidas has put forth considerable effort. Initially, I was skeptical, as they host such events annually. However, the caliber of this year's participants is truly remarkable, which will undoubtedly attract numerous scouts. Demonstrating one's abilities on the court will lay a stronger foundation for future development, Matt candidly remarked. To stand out, one requires not only exceptional personal skills, but also a grand stage, which is equally crucial. Only on a larger platform can one seize the opportunity to shine. The varying levels of leagues and the degree of attention significantly determine a player's potential, he continued. Matt, do you possess any insider information? Wei Nan inquired with curiosity. Not at all. In basketball matches, strength speaks for itself. However, this little rascal surprisingly has a knack for intonation. Let me share a secret with you all. Before the training match commences tomorrow, a significant figure will make an appearance. A significant figure? Wei Nan chuckled. He relished the idea of engaging with prominent figures, and it would be even more delightful if those individuals possessed refreshing attributes. Which prominent figure? Anthony inquired. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Matt awkwardly scratched his head. Damn, if you don't know, why mention it at all? Anthony retorted, visibly displeased. Isn't that just teasing us? Although he was unaware of the identity, he was confident it would not disappoint them. Thus, with a sense of anticipation, the group hurried to the arena early the next morning. I am eager to discover who this significant figure is. If I am left unsatisfied, I shall have no choice but to tear that little rascal Matt apart. Anthony lamented, having had a restless night filled with visions of the prominent figure. The youth certainly lacked patience. Wei Nan slept soundly last night. The long journey had left him utterly fatigued and compounded by the language barrier. He donned his earplugs and slipped into a blissful dream. In his reverie, he fought alongside Anthony, vanquishing the entire training camp. Even LeBron James fell before them. The fleeting sensation of standing atop the pinnacle was exhilarating. Before the official match commenced, the appearance of a prominent figure indeed did not disappoint. Kobe Bryant. Yes, the iconic number 8, wearing a stylish cap and a dapper suit, graced everyone with his presence. Damn, Matt, I truly adore you, Anthony exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Kobe Bryant was a player he deeply admired in the NBA. That summer of 2001, the Lakers achieved a two-peat, and Kobe ascended to the All-Star ranks. Recognized as one of the premier shooting guards in the league. Of course, what endeared him to fans was not merely his accomplishments, but his indomitable spirit and relentless determination. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you all, Kobe began candidly, his speech straightforward. He shared snippets of his personal experiences, much like anyone else, chasing women, playing basketball, and living a carefree life. It was a privilege to hear a player who embodies the life we all dream of. Matt expressed profound admiration, and along with Anthony, the majority of players present listened intently. To say that Kobe's speech was inspiring would be an understatement. Though he was still a young man, his confidence and resolve were strikingly evident. Don't be nervous. Feel free to ask me anything that piques your interest, Kobe encouraged, striving to appear approachable. If you put it that way, I'm no longer sleepy, he added with a smile. Wei Nan raised his hand. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yujia's heart. Wei Nan from China posed a question to Kobe Bryant. Whose team is the Lakers, really? In 2 finals, why was Shaq always the finals MVP? As these words echoed, the venue fell into a profound silence. Chapter 13. Wei Nan, you truly are an enigma. What is he saying? The majority, including Kobe, were at a loss. Their expressions reflecting confusion. Chinese? Are there players from China here? In an instant, Kobe's interest was piqued. A player from China in an American training camp is indeed a rare phenomenon. Bro, what are you talking about? Anthony tugged at Wei Nan's shirt. His eyes filled with envy. He wished to ask a question, yet lacked the determination that Wei Nan possessed. In a fleeting moment, Wei Nan seized the opportunity to inquire. Wei Nan, you really shouldn't say that. Yujia hurriedly stood up, whispering in Wei Nan's ear. If you don't translate, there will be others who will. There are always a few who understand Chinese in the audience. Once they deciphered Wei Nan's words, everyone, including Kobe, gasped in astonishment. Bro, that's impressive. Anthony silently gave a thumbs up. LeBron James crossed his arms, wearing an expression akin to that of a spectator. Meanwhile, some diehard fans of Kobe were already eagerly anticipating Wei Nan's next move. Kobe furrowed his brow, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. Wei Nan, is it? Young man, I shall remember you. Kobe's gaze intensified, etching the image of this dashing Chinese lad into his memory. Shaq is remarkable. He is our core inside player. And I am honored to have won a championship alongside him. The reporters on-site swiftly recorded Kobe's words. As what was expected to be a mundane training camp speech was ignited by the explosive topic introduced by Wei Nan. The tensions between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, which had surfaced post their peak successes, were laid bare. Kobe was dissatisfied with Shaq's dominance within the team, as he gradually spread his wings. He aspired to become the leading figure of this prestigious franchise. Kobe, filled with ambition, had, to some extent, demonstrated his resolve before the media. Yet, Shaquille was simply too formidable, leading Kobe to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment. 2 consecutive finals MVPs. Of course, Kobe felt a pang of jealousy towards Shaq's achievements. However, the difference between private envy and being publicly questioned is vast. So, do you wish to be the face of the Los Angeles Lakers? Wei Nan continued to pose questions. Young man, if you were in my position, what choice would you make? Kobe, taking the initiative, presented the dilemma back to Wei Nan. As for me, Wei Nan did not hesitate for a moment. I certainly aspire to be the chief. Wei Nan's tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering as it met Kobe's, displaying no hint of trepidation. What an intriguing young man. Kobe maintained a facade of seriousness, though inwardly he was beaming with delight. The competitive spirit of youth reminded him of his own fervor at the age of 16. Work diligently. I look forward to the day you step into the NBA. Although Kobe was unaware of the specifics of Wei Nan's circumstances, he recognized that with such determination, Wei Nan would never be content with mediocrity. He would strive for greater heights. The subsequent questions seemed rather mundane in comparison. Anthony stammered for quite some time, merely conveying his admiration for Kobe. With a smile, Kobe concluded the speech and waved farewell to Wei Nan. Wei Nan felt a surge of joy. His audacious inquiry indeed yielded remarkable results. Kobe was a fiercely competitive individual. One had to strike at his vulnerabilities and assert their own stance to garner his attention. Wei Nan, were you intentionally trying to challenge me? Kobe inquired with a furrowed brow, displaying some irritation. No, I would never. Wei Nan responded in English. You are my idol. Your playing style serves as my inspiration for learning. This proclamation seems somewhat peculiar. An idol? Why would you pose such a question? Kobe was entirely skeptical of Wei Nan's words. Because I believe you will not be defeated by such things. Someone must emerge as the leader of the team. Why shouldn't that person be you? Bang. Wei Nan's words struck Kobe's heart like a bullet. Indeed, someone must emerge victorious. Why shouldn't it be me for personal reasons? Young man, you truly pique my interest. Strive hard, and I shall continually observe your growth. Ding. Absorbable attribute detected. Backward somersault 60, non-salvageable, retention time, 24 hours duration, 3 minutes absorption condition. Do you not wish to experience the resilience of Kobe's physique? Wei Nan was on the verge of expressing himself. The elasticity of the rear system, are you serious? A skill that cannot be saved and is time limited. Do you truly believe I would comply with your demands? Is this not sheer absurdity? Well, Kobe, may I embrace you for a moment? You know, hugging one's idol is the dream of every fan. It is a perfectly reasonable request, and naturally, Kobe would not refuse. Encountering such an opportunistic young person, Kobe felt a surge of joy within. Without hesitation, he moved to embrace Wei Nan. Since you have taken the initiative to approach, do not blame me for being ruthless. During the embrace, Wei Nan seized with both hands. I must say, it was indeed quite impressive. That ample posterior, Harden would certainly appreciate. OMG, Wei Nan, what are you doing? Kobe exclaimed, immediately pushing Wei Nan away. Heh, I couldn't help myself. It's not my fault. Your rear was tempting me. Yu Jia covered his eyes, wishing to keep secret the fact that he was Wei Nan's translator. Damn, you pervert. Do not come near me again. As Wei Nan approached, Kobe instinctively took 2.5 steps back. I am not what you think I am. You must believe me. The sincerity in Wei Nan's gaze repulsed Kobe, and the burning sensation on his backside led him to no longer believe Wei Nan's fabrications. I retract my previous statements, my friend. It would be best for us to minimize our contact henceforth. Kobe contemplated whether he should change his phone number upon returning home. What is the matter? It was merely a fleeting touch. Are you a tiger, unable to endure a mere caress? Damn, were it not for the system's incessant irritations. Do you think I would desire to be perceived as a pervert? Nevertheless, I must admit, this time the attribute values are indeed impressive. A 60 for flipping over and leaning back. Truly, he is Kobe, and this is without having reached his full potential. If a few more years pass, he would undoubtedly begin at a minimum of 80. Kobe's departure was marked by a hurried and awkward demeanor. Wei Nan has long cast aside the reproachful gaze of Kobe, for he is now confronted with the formidable challenges of the ACT and SAT preparatory courses. Wei Nan was perplexed. After all, he was not an American high school student. Why was he compelled to partake in this tedious preparatory course? Seated beside him was neither Anthony nor Matt, but rather Travis Outlaw, the very player who had once dunked over Dayo. Selected as the 23rd pick in the first round of the 2003 draft, Outlaw appeared fierce, yet he was, in fact, a quintessential good boy. Surprisingly, amidst the utterly mundane preparatory course, he seemed to be thoroughly engrossed. On Wei Nan's other side sat LeBron James, who had trimmed half of his braids and styled the remainder into a fro. Clearly disinterested in the lesson, he decided to recline and take a nap. This scene did not escape the notice of the instructor, who was not pleased. Chapter 14. The privilege of genius. Young man, this is not a place for slumber. Stand up. I demand you to stand. The instructor, visibly irate, erupted upon noticing LeBron dozing off. Sleeping in my class? You are showing me a lack of respect. Clearly a young teacher, he had encountered little of the world and tended to apply textbook principles to reality. The truth was that, like most of the young people present, few were genuinely paying attention to the lesson. Being in unfamiliar territory, Wei Nan felt the need to restrain his behavior. Otherwise, he would surely be as drowsy as James. Seeing the teacher's fury, James obediently stood up. You are heading for a bleak future. You will not make it to college or enjoy the benefits of a full scholarship, and you will bring great inconvenience to your family and your life. The young teacher unleashed a torrent of reprimands, venting his inner frustrations. Unfazed, James slowly shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I don't need to play basketball in college. Yes, I'm going straight to the NBA and will receive better opportunities as a high school student. His understated yet audacious words left the young teacher at a loss for words. Damn, these basketball-playing black kids are all trash. This kid is so arrogant. Even more so than I am, Anthony remarked, having inexplicably moved to sit beside Wei Nan. You sound just like Matt. Wei Nan was taken aback. Who speaks of me? Matt's little head also leaned in. Get lost. Wei Nan directly pushed Matt aside with his hand. Hey, Wei Nan, you shouldn't treat me this way. We are such devoted teammates. Who considers you, a gossiping reporter, a good teammate? The teacher was infuriated, and LeBron was bound to face dire consequences. Matt whispered. I don't think so. Why? Anthony and Matt turned their gaze toward Wei Nan. He was indeed audacious, yet he spoke the truth. Matt, you told me that LeBron is the most renowned high school student across the nation. The treatment afforded to a genius is entirely different from that of an ordinary person. As expected, a camp supervisor leaned in to whisper something to the young teacher, whose expression turned exceedingly complex, filled with rage, resentment, indignation, and helplessness. Sit down and pay close attention in class. These words were perhaps his final display of stubbornness. For such an extraordinary talent, the conventional societal rules could no longer bind him. Watching James sit down unscathed, Matt's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, it really is like that. Matt was an exemplary student, and his uncle was the general manager of Atlanta. indicating that he hailed from a scholarly family. Individuals like James, who could act with such impunity in the classroom without facing any repercussions, were nearly non-existent in his social circle. Is this even allowed? The treatment of geniuses is indeed extraordinary, Anthony remarked enviously from the side. Wei Nan cast a sidelong glance at Anthony, harboring grave suspicions that he was indulging in vanity akin to that of Versailles. Are you not also a prodigy? I cannot believe that your treatment at school is inferior to that of LeBron. Those brazenly alluring figures will likely form a line at your doorstep, eagerly awaiting Anthony's favor. This is no jest. It is an undeniable eventuality. A genius operates with such impunity. Do not feign modesty. When we return to the competitive arena, ensure that you demonstrate your true prowess. Wei Nan harbored a deep disdain for those who basked in privilege. Anything beyond his grasp was simply unattainable for others. Indeed, he resolved to show them a glimpse of his true colors. When two prodigies exist in the same realm, the instinct to compare inevitably arises. Anthony had heard whispers of the legendary James, the chosen one, a once-in-a-century superstar. Such accolades bestowed upon another only served to irk him further. Cameron, you should know. You are not as formidable as he is, Matt candidly remarked. From an offensive standpoint, Anthony undeniably held the upper hand. However, when considering physical prowess, defense, and overall synergy, the disparity between James and Anthony was akin to that which existed between Allen Iverson and the rest. Since when did I become a unit of measurement? Iverson quipped. Matt, refrain from uttering words that could jeopardize our revolutionary camaraderie. Wei Nan shot a fierce glare at Matt. Life had already proven to be exceedingly challenging. Some matters ought not to be laid bare. If you insist on saying such things, I shall have no choice but to compete with him on the court. Anthony, brimming with pride, demonstrated his prowess by scoring an astonishing 50 points from mid to long range during the showdown against the Miami Heat. Even in the absence of LeBron and Dwayne, steadfastly vowing not to enter the paint. Who among us is not a genius in their own right? In a state of drowsiness, Wei Nan muddled through a preparatory course that made little sense. What sort of devilry is this, hosting cultural classes at a basketball training camp? Truly, what a remarkable individual. Following the conclusion of the lessons, all teams assembled to commence physical training and tactical arrangements. Wei Nan trailed closely behind Anthony, his gaze never wavering. Why hasn't he refreshed his attribute values yet? It's quite irrational. I've been shadowing him for an entire afternoon. Indeed, in pursuit of absorbing attribute values, Wei Nan stubbornly matched Anthony's training pace, panting heavily for an extended period. At present, Wei Nan found it exceedingly challenging to keep up with these formidable beings on a physical level. Why are you always following me? Anthony inquired, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. A grown man trailing behind him, casting a hawkish gaze all afternoon, was quite unsettling. Though Anthony was not inclined towards men, he felt an inexplicable tightening in his core, causing his pace to unconsciously quicken. No one is following you, Wei Nan replied, feigning innocence. It's rather peculiar. I'm simply engaged in my training. Wei Nan could never confess to the fact that he had been furtively glancing at Anthony. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a deviant. Is it merely my imagination? Anthony shook his head, casting aside any negative thoughts. In the evening, half an hour after consuming a nutritious meal, the main event of the training camp was poised to commence. What is the purpose of the grouping? Naturally, it is for competition. The rivalry between teams and the contests among the younger generation would unfold at every corner, every moment. The Adidas training camp undoubtedly stands as a paragon among them. The caliber of players this year has already stirred the keen interest of discerning NBA scouts, heralding a grand draft feast. The draft of the millennium, specifically 2001 to 2002, was lacking in exceptional talent, save for a few highly regarded players. However, 2 years hence, in 2003, when this cohort of gifted youngsters enters the league, it will be a contest that determines the fates of many teams. Wei Nan's first opponent is a team led by the illustrious Josh Smith. Anthony is already eager to showcase his prowess. Chapter 15. The Opening Battle, the first clash within the training camp. Wei Nan's adversary is a formidable team from Georgia, led by the explosive forward Josh Smith. At merely 16 years of age, he possesses remarkable leaping ability and an exceptional defensive skill set that promises a bright future in the league. In addition to Josh Smith, another noteworthy player on the team is Travis Odilo, who is seated beside Wei Nan in the preparatory course. This team is not to be underestimated, as they boast a notably strong interior presence. Wei Nan cast a glance at his teammate in the 5th position, a player named Dan, merely 17 years of age, a Caucasian standing at an impressive height of 2.08 meters. Dan, a name that evoked little recognition, seemed destined to be relegated to obscurity in the forthcoming competitions. The head coach, Chris, did not impose overly intricate strategies, perhaps due to the players' need for cohesion. The brief duration of the training camp, reminiscent of a casual playground, was insufficient to sustain a complex tactical framework. It was also possible that Chris simply lacked the requisite expertise. Recently graduated from college, this middle-aged gentleman bore little resemblance to the term young coach, which had lost its luster in the early 21st century. The seasoned coaches of the previous century firmly held sway over the league, making it exceedingly difficult for newcomers to secure opportunities to lead teams prior to any transformative shifts within the league. During the pregame warm-up, each player exhibited an admirable level of seriousness, with Anthony being no exception. Genius is merely a label. Diligence is the true key to a genius's success. The realm of American basketball is regarded as the pinnacle, with the NBA representing the ultimate aspiration for basketball players worldwide. The competition is fiercely intense, and even prodigies face immense pressure. After all, every individual who achieves the status of an NBA player is, in their own right, a genius. Within the venue, several courts were concurrently hosting 5 matches, with 10 teams engaged in fierce competition against one another. Naturally, the level of attention each match garnered varied significantly. Anthony's game was already surrounded by an audience of management personnel, scouts, and a plethora of agents from various teams. This prodigy, hailing from Brooklyn, New York, had already captured national attention as a rising star and a sought-after prospect among colleges vying for his talent. He was considered one of the frontrunners for the top pick in the 2003 draft, boasting a comprehensive offensive skill set, an explosive scoring ability that surpassed his peers, and remarkable physical attributes, all of which foretold a dazzling future. Not to mention, his opponent, another highly regarded rising star, Josh Smith. Wei-Nan, as a relatively obscure figure, stands out as the sole player with yellow skin in the entire arena, garnering varying degrees of attention. The number 88 player has piqued curiosity. It is the first time a player of this complexion has been seen at the Adidas training camp. He possesses a decent stature, seemingly suited for the point guard position. How old is he this year? Who possesses his personal information? Personal details remain unclear for now. We shall observe his performance shortly. Being grouped with Anthony has its advantages, as it affords one greater visibility. Conversely, being placed in an inconspicuous team would render one as unnoticed as those surrounding him. With the majority of spectators congregating in that section of the court, is there a chance that a low-profile court might witness the emergence of a prodigious talent? Such instances are exceedingly rare. The occurrence of a second-round draft pick achieving MVP status is a historical anomaly. Almost every championship team is comprised predominantly of lottery picks, which is hardly surprising. With the sound of the whistle, a less-than-professional referee tosses the ball into the air. Otelo assists his team in securing the first offensive possession. Log cabin! Log cabin! Chris shouts from the sidelines, marking his inaugural coaching experience, albeit not in the most formal of settings. Nevertheless, he is determined to strive for victory. Wei-Nan's opposing player is a diminutive figure with fair skin, standing approximately 185 meters tall. His wingspan is fairly average, and his speed is unremarkable. However, his keen eyes meticulously observe the positioning of every player on the court. Wei-Nan is particularly fond of opponents like this. While he struggles against those with explosive physical attributes, he can effortlessly dominate players who rely on intellect and strategy. Offensive attributes: mid-range shooting, 55, long-range shooting, 48, close-range shooting, 58, under the basket, 60, dunking, 50, low post, 40, off-ball movement, 45. Defensive attributes: defensive rebounding, 40, offensive rebounding, 38, one-on-one defense, 45, help defense, 50. Stealing, 58, shot blocking, 42, pick-and-roll defense, 42. Playmaking attributes: vision, 70, ball handling, 70, passing, 71, tactical movement, 67, analytical skills, 73. Physical attributes: core strength, 50, coordination, 48. Explosiveness, 40, vertical leap, 42, movement speed, 45, stamina, 60, injury resistance, 58. Overall evaluation: NCAA starter level. Wei-Nan's attributes exhibit notable deficiencies, however. At the tender age of 16, he has already distinguished himself remarkably. Otherwise, he would not have received an invitation to the Adidas training camp. For non-American players, The endeavor to secure such an invitation across the vast ocean is far more challenging than one might anticipate. A short-statured Caucasian observes his teammates' movements, seemingly disregarding Wei Nin before him. This attitude is quite commonplace, as Asia is indeed a basketball desert, yielding a mere handful of exceptional players. Wei Nin pressed forward and initiated the confrontation. He executed a direct steal, forcefully seizing the offensive possession from the shorter opponent. How splendid! The basketball did not linger excessively in Wei Nin's hands. With a swift long pass, he flawlessly connected with Matt, who was advancing for a fast break. Matt, filled with enthusiasm, shockingly missed the board shot without any interference. Fortunately, the opposing team's retreat was sluggish, allowing Matt to secure a second chance at scoring. Alas, the connections some possess are truly disgraceful. Wei Nin gently patted Matt on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, don't be so tense." Matt swallowed hard, feeling responsible for the missed opportunity. Anthony was nearly beside himself. Such a brilliant long pass squandered by Matt, a wasted chance for an assist. Turning back, the little guy became much more cautious. That yellow-skinned lad was rather peculiar, managing to execute a steal in an instant. With a humble dribble, he then passed the basketball to the star of the team. Josh Smith received the ball from mid-range and shot without hesitation, unfazed by Anthony's presence. A lone wolf indeed, surrounded by a pack of fierce competitors. Wei Nin exerted every ounce of his strength to secure the rebound, effortlessly blocking the advance of Otrolo before swiftly pushing the ball forward. The essence of a fast break had come to life, despite the chaotic rhythm of the offense. Under Wei Nin's deft control, it unfolded with remarkable finesse. Anthony, in perfect synchrony, sprinted alongside him. Where Wei Nin went, the ball followed. With an imaginative bounce pass, he skillfully threaded the ball past Josh Smith's retreating defense, delivering it precisely to the still-running Anthony. What a delightful pass! Upon receiving the ball, Anthony seamlessly executed a layup, seizing the opportunity that Wei Nin had orchestrated. Ecstatic, he high-fived Wei Nin, exclaiming, "Buddy, your passing is simply phenomenal." Anthony could hardly believe it. Even during his 3 years with high school teammates, he had never felt such ease at the moment of reception. This young talent from China, with his yellow skin, surpassed all expectations. Chapter 16. Changing the Rules, A Clash of Titans. The initial victory was somewhat uneventful. Under Wei Nin's formidable leadership, the team steamrolled their opponents, securing triumph in the first round. With 5 points, 13 assists, and 3 rebounds. Modest statistics yet reflective of Wei Nin's prowess in orchestrating plays. This lad is impressive. His passes are precise and his situational awareness is commendable. A cerebral point guard, I can see the shadow of Stockton in him. OMG, that S an exaggeration. Stockton is the all-time assist king. The scouts were captivated, recognizing that our team desperately needed a player like him. In a flash, Wei Nin had made his mark in the American arena. Who would have thought your passing would be so exceptional? Matt's gaze towards Wei Nin shifted dramatically. Initially perceiving him as just another player gilding his skills at the training camp, he was astonished to see him transform into the team's metronome. Just look at Chris's eyes. He's almost grooming Wei Nin as the team's core. Anthony was beaming with joy, scoring a staggering 32 points, half of which came from Wei Nin's assists. He reveled in the effortless nature of his scoring, like being fed morsels of food. Is there a more effortless way to score? Wei Nin, would you be interested in joining our team? If we combine forces, we could dominate the American High School League. Anthony promptly extended an invitation to Wei Nin. No, I possess my own team. My sincerest apologies, Cameron. Wei Nin declined Anthony's invitation, a proposition steeped in allure. Wei Nin undoubtedly yearns to compete on a grander stage against formidable opponents, as this would greatly benefit his future development. However, considering the pragmatic aspects, nurturing the Guangdong Southern Tigers requires his presence on the court. Indeed, Jianlian also needs his motivating presence. It is indeed a pity. Anthony felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his spirits. No worries, we still have several matches ahead. Let us join forces and conquer the entire Adidas training camp. With unwavering ambition, Anthony regarded the renowned talents around him with indifference. Of course, no problem at all. In addition to reaching the summit, did Wei Nin have any other motives for coming here? The second contest arrived more swiftly than anticipated. Their adversary was a familiar face, the academically gifted Chris Bosch, who bore a slight resemblance to a lizard. This individual was perpetually brimming with enthusiasm, fervently bellowing on the court in an attempt to mask the team's embarrassing deficit. Wei Nin swiftly advanced, launching a coordinated attack alongside Anthony. Bosch attempted to block Wei Nin, who clandestinely passed the basketball to Anthony by slipping his left hand to Bosch's waist. Anthony soared. Bosch pivoted, aiming for another block. Boom. In an explosive display, Anthony executed a thunderous dunk over Bosch, who appeared as fragile as a chick, trembling beneath Anthony's might. We're just at a training camp. Do you really need to ruin my career? Bosch mused. Should you leap over me like Vince Carter? Am I to retire on the spot? It was a massacre. Bosch stood alone, with teammates providing no support. This exemplified the chasm between players in the training camp. The dynamic duo of Adidas training camp. The names of Anthony and Wei Nan gained a modicum of fame through their successive victories. Li Chunjin and Yao Ming inquired about Wei Nan's performance. Their mouths agape upon learning the current situation, averaging a double-double in assists, while Li Chunjin recognized Wei Nan's organizational prowess. He pondered. As the first-team coach, he inevitably kept an eye on the youth team players. This shouldn't be the case. He adapted to the tempo of American basketball so swiftly. Could that lad truly be an unequivocal genius? In that moment, Li Chunjin contemplated much. Genius implied that Wei Nan's days serving Guangdong might be numbered. Not every player, like Yao Ming, diligently secured 6 consecutive championships for the Blythe team. Wei Nan, the young lad, possesses a maturity beyond his years and undoubtedly harbors his own aspirations in the realm of basketball. Should he propose an early departure from the team? One wonders how the events would unfold. However, it is futile to dwell on matters that have yet to transpire. Li Chunjiang, not want to take things too seriously, swiftly cast aside such thoughts. Upon returning to the training camp, the week-long intensive training was nearing its conclusion, and the 2 victorious teams were poised for their final showdown. LeBron James was set to face off against Carmelo Anthony. It was meant to be a stage for the 2 of them. Yet an unwelcome third party had intrusively entered the scene. Wei Nan, a young lad who initially garnered little attention, has now captured the gaze of all. His profile reveals him as the pivotal backcourt player of the Guangdong Hanyuan youth team, endowed with remarkable passing vision and spatial anticipation. At merely 16 years of age, his passing skills rival those of NBA guards. We must secure him. Youth embodies potential, and players of his caliber are essential to our needs. However, haste may lead to complications. Chinese teams are notoriously reluctant to relinquish their cultivated talents. Once a player surpasses a certain age, their creativity may significantly wane. This reasoning holds merit. The youth brim with imagination, yet prolonged exposure to a mundane environment can dull their inventive spark. Should we engage with the upper echelons of Hanyuan? Yao Ming has already declared his intention to participate in next year's draft, creating an increasingly robust bridge between China and the NBA. In the United States, burgeoning talents are invariably met with great interest. Some teams, possessing advantages, remain indifferent to Wei Nan. Yet, for lower-tier teams, including those in minor leagues and NCAA scouts, unearthing young prospects has become their paramount priority. Further observation is warranted. The intensity of the Adidas training camp remains insufficient and lacks significant reference value. LeBron and Carmelo are the true focal points we should be monitoring. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. Perhaps the low intensity was the cause. The camp had deliberately modified the rules for the final match, forming 2 distinctly different teams. The strong united with the strong. As the MVPs of each team were assigned via a lottery system, while the coaches were tasked with eliminating underperformers to accommodate these luminary newcomers. The rules were harsh. Those who should have advanced were forcibly subjected to a change in their fate by the architects of the regulations. Bosch drew a spot in Wei Nan's team, while Josh Smith and Outlaw found themselves allocated to LeBron's squad. The combination of Wei Nan, Bosch, and Anthony faces off against the extraordinary talents of LeBron, Smith, and Otero. This match promises to be intriguing, as it finally allows for the display of genuine skill. Wei Nan cast a glance at the spoils within his inventory, revealing a rather unsettling expression. Chapter 17. Let us joyfully embark on the Brotherhood Alliance. The bustling training camp gymnasium, positioned beside the arena of the final battle, was already filled to capacity with eager spectators. The anticipated showdown between LeBron and Carmelo had everyone abuzz. Who would emerge victorious? Their contrasting styles of play presented a captivating spectacle, and in terms of versatility, LeBron seemed to hold the advantage. No. I find myself more enamored with Carmelo. His offensive prowess is unparalleled, and it is difficult to fathom such a mature offensive skill set at his age. Gentlemen, why do you fixate solely on these 2? This training camp is home to numerous exceptional talents. Yu-Jia sat courtside, a bespectacled gentleman, probing the crowd's enthusiasm for Wei Nan. Exceptional talents indeed. Chris is remarkable, as is Josh, both of whom could easily be selected in the lottery draft. Oh, I almost overlooked that young man with the yellow skin, the point guard from China. His passing is exquisite, adept at orchestrating his teammates. He is the team's facilitator. However, the speaker's tone faltered. He requires a more robust offensive display to showcase his talents in uncharted territories. A well-rounded individual in intellect, physical prowess, artistry, and labor. These scouts have always held a more stringent view towards non-native players. Offense. That is not Wei Nan's forte. Wei Nan excels in the youth team, dominating both offensively and defensively. However, that is in China, a land where the soil for basketball is not as fertile. Wei Nan's height and wingspan undoubtedly set him apart among his peers. Upon arriving in the United States, he found himself amidst a cadre of superstars from various states and institutions, all of whom excelled physically. In terms of physical attributes, Wei Nan found himself at a disadvantage. The essence of basketball fundamentally lies in physicality. Regardless of how refined one's skills may be or how dazzling one's offensive maneuvers appear, without a robust physique, it is akin to a fish without water, able to survive for a fleeting moment, but not for long. What? You claim Kobe lacked physical prowess, attributing his success solely to technique? Very well, you are indeed strikingly handsome, and your assertions must be correct. Upon hearing this, Yu Jia displayed a look of concern. Wei Nan's ability to coexist harmoniously with his teammates, without relying on his own translations, remains a significant question mark. Is there an expectation for him to perform even better? This seems to be an undue burden placed upon him. With this thought in mind, Yu Jia cast a glance towards Wei Nan, who was warming up on the field. Tonight, he must elevate his game, but which enhancement should he utilize? Perhaps employing multiple enhancements to decisively subdue these rascals would be wise. As he surveyed the stockpile of resources in his system's inventory, a sense of melancholy washed over him. At times, being excessively formidable is not necessarily advantageous. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated a plethora of effective enhancements. Should he opt for a backflip? The 3 threats? Or perhaps amplify his jumping ability to deliver a resounding dunk over the Little Emperor? Wei Nan was engulfed in distress. Yu Jia, observing the troubled expression on Wei Nan's face from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. You must remain composed, my friend. Do not falter tonight, he thought to himself, unaware that they were not on the same wavelength. Anthony nudged Wei Nan with his elbow, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, an intense fervor igniting within him. I understand you. Wei Nan formed an okay gesture, and Anthony nodded in satisfaction. Well done, young man. Though language barriers existed, the unspoken understanding between men was remarkably simple. Just as one might glance at an alluring woman, standing at 7 meters tall, with long legs, clad in black stockings, a short skirt, and a red camisole, any man would steal a few extra looks, sharing a silent smile. Perhaps even imagining grand scenarios in their minds. Matt observed from the sidelines, unperturbed by the presence of several formidable players within the team. After all, his uncle served as the general manager in Atlanta, a fact he could not alter. Chris Bosh, a player of immense potential, was someone with whom he needed to cultivate a favorable relationship. As for the others, they held little promise, and thus were not worth his time. Matt's realism was evident. His astuteness was deeply ingrained in the family's lineage. Fostering connections with the elite in the field would greatly benefit him. Bosh, however, seemed indifferent, diligently practicing his shots. 10 minutes before the game commenced, LeBron gathered the starting lineup, which included the formidable duo, Josh Smith and Al Horford. I am thrilled to fight alongside you, and I will lead us to victory. Together, let us seize that coveted training camp championship trophy. Such rhetoric displayed a remarkable emotional intelligence. It not only affirmed his position within the team, but also implied that they were all here to follow his lead. Given that he had navigated the team to the finals, want to ride the wave? Then they must recognize who the captain is. Yet, he would not claim all the glory alone. Basketball is a team sport, and he would require their assistance. His words were impeccably articulated, leaving no room for dissent. LeBron, who cherished camaraderie, exhibited a maturity beyond his 16 years. All right, you're the boss. We'll follow your lead. Remarkably, no one within the team dared to contradict him. The rookies? These fresh-faced youngsters, lacking significant contracts or attention, were as compliant as lambs. You seem quite amiable. Why not include me as well? I too wish to join your team. Wei Nan stealthily approached the crowd, the moment unknown to him. Wei Nan could generally comprehend what James was saying, yet he lacked the ability to articulate in English, resorting instead to his native Chinese. Who are you? James exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, realization dawned upon him. Aren't you the point guard from another team? What brings you here? Furthermore, I cannot understand your words. Nevertheless, it matters not. I would be delighted to play alongside you. James, ever inclusive, found himself contemplating the prospect of inviting Wei Nan to join him, despite their linguistic barriers. An inexplicable connection seemed to forge between them. Indeed, the sociable LeBron appeared to be yearning for camaraderie. In the distance, Anthony watched Wei Nan conversing animatedly with LeBron. A sense of discomfort settling in his heart. Hey, you are my valued partner. How can you be so chummy with the opponent? Clearly displeased. Anthony promptly pulled Wei Nan back and shot James a look that conveyed a firm stay away. What are you doing? That's our adversary. Refrain from being so jovial with him. Aware of Wei Nan's limited English proficiency, Anthony deliberately softened his tone, employing simpler vocabulary. Is this fellow feeling envious? Having been through such experiences himself, Wei Nan, while appearing to be a mere 16, harbored the wisdom of a cultured individual fluent in island languages. Anthony's expression unmistakably suggested jealousy. There is an ancient Chinese proverb, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Though he knew Anthony would not grasp the phrase, he intended for him to understand that all his actions were for the sake of their team. We are a family. Understand? Yeah. With those words, Anthony seemed to comprehend. Damn it, I not only have to be a weirdo but also a psychological comforter. These youngsters are simply too mischievous. Chapter 18. Unleashed and thrilled. Amidst the eager anticipation, the match commenced. Dan was no match for the athletically gifted Olet, and James's team secured the first defensive possession. Go. Run, and I shall pass to you. James did not hold back. He immediately showcased the formidable prowess of a forward point guard. Anthony naturally matched up with James, his anxiety mounting as he observed James incessantly analyzing his teammates. For heaven's sake, attack. If the small forward doesn't he engage in offense? Can it even be called a small forward? Clearly, Anthony's mind was singularly focused on the notion of offense. A simple pick-and-roll led to an alley-oop dunk. The defense was far too lax. It was as if Dan's feet were glued to the ground, allowing Olet to effortlessly receive James's pass and display his exceptional athleticism. What a joke. You are even less competent than on the playground. The baseball field may occasionally witness infractions, unlike your languid pace, which fails to even afford you the opportunity for a foul. Matt executed a sideline throw-in, delivering the ball to Wei Nan. The defender assigned to Wei Nan was an old acquaintance, Sebastian Telfair, selected by the Portland Trail Blazers with the 13th pick in the first round of the 2004 draft. Standing at 183 meters, Telfair possesses remarkable speed and incisive dribbling skills. By the tender age of 9, he had already emerged as one of the most renowned figures in New York's streetball scene. His reputation soared after joining Lincoln High School, where he was hailed as a prodigious talent. Additionally, Telfair bears another noteworthy connection. He is the cousin of the illustrious Stephon Marbury. Is he another beneficiary of nepotism? Unlike Matt, Telfair undeniably possesses considerable skill. Yet, when faced with Wei Nan, Telfair appeared utterly powerless, relying solely on his physicality. Wei Nan powered through Telfair to attack the basket unimpeded, successfully making a bank shot and securing an easy 2 points. LeBron commenced his onslaught, leaving Anthony, whose defense was akin to a gaping sieve, in his wake. Dan attempted to impede James, only to find himself overwhelmed as LeBron soared above him for a resounding dunk. How dismal. Your performance is truly abysmal. Wei Nan shouted at Anthony, defend. Give me a solid defense. Whenever he stepped onto the court, Wei Nan would exert himself to the utmost. What he detested the most was Anthony's languid demeanor. Anthony, feeling a bit embarrassed, patted his chest, signaling that the ball was his. The swift-footed young man was quite impressive. Unwilling to concede, Anthony raised his arms, demanding the ball. Wei Nan passed the ball, and LeBron was entirely focused, bracing himself for the impending challenge. It is often said that Carmelo and here the unparalleled duo, yet LeBron was unconvinced. Who was Carmelo in comparison? Today, he was determined to demonstrate to the scouts who the true prodigy was. Carmelo, with his back to the basket, initiated a frontal attack. This was undoubtedly his favored method of offense, bar none. With a triple threat stance, James remained steadfast, unyielding as a rock. One might argue that James' defense is lacking, yet he seldom falls for feints. A quintessential example would be the iconic matchup between the Cavaliers and the Warriors, where James thwarted Curry's attempt with a block. Despite Curry's deceptive moves, he could not outmaneuver James and ended up on the receiving end of several emphatic rejections. It was challenging, observing that James remained unperturbed. Carmelo smirked inwardly. Fool, have you been mesmerized by my technique? He launched a mid-range jumper. James reached out to contest, and the ball ricocheted off the rim. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, delivering a powerful blow. Boom. As the silhouette became clear, the scouts and attendants exchanged astonished glances. Wei-Nan hung from the rim, executing a thunderous putback dunk that heralded his dominion over the court. Ding. Congratulations to the host for utilizing attribute points. Vertical leap 28. Duration, 5 minutes. This was a previous reserve, naturally derived from the prowess of Yi Jianlian. Throughout the vast expanse of China, the only player capable of bestowing Wei-Nan an enhancement of 28 in jumping ability is none other than Yi Jianlian. In an instant, Wei-Nan transformed, as if possessed by the spirit of a dunking deity. With the wind at his feet, he soared into the air, his long arms stretched forth, akin to a great rock spreading its wings, as he executed an awe-inspiring dunk over the head of the Eagle King, Josh Smith. My goodness! Wei-Nan, are you on drugs? Anthony's eyes widened in astonishment. On drugs? Not even that can compare to my extraordinary prowess. Wei-Nan's vertical leap stands at a mere 42 inches, just sufficient to meet the standard of American high school athletes. Yet, with a swift calculation, 42 plus 28 equals 70. His jumping prowess instantaneously ascends to that of an NBA rotation player. While he may not rival those with innate, extraordinary abilities, Wei-Nan's vertical attribute of 70 is indeed remarkable. Josh Smith merely sensed a shadow passing overhead, and in the next moment, he found himself bewildered by the unfolding events. With an explosive physicality, it was imperative to update Wei-Nan's profile immediately. Scouts yearned for something extraordinary, and Wei-Nan promptly delivered. LeBron James cast a penetrating gaze upon Wei-Nan. Compared to the Navi Anthony, this young man's threat level was significantly greater. From Wei-Nan, LeBron perceived a shared ambition akin to his own. The connection between James and Josh Smith, as always, showcased their athletic prowess with unrestrained flair. Step aside. It's time for me to go one-on-one. Anthony was still gesturing, yet Wei-Nan's eyes firmly declined his entreaty. The thrill of wielding enhanced abilities was exhilarating, and the attributes amassed from his relentless training were finally put to productive use. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have utilized attribute points. 3 threat ability 30. Duration, 5 minutes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have utilized attribute points. 3-point shooting ability 10. Duration, 3 minutes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have utilized attribute points. Turnaround fadeaway 60. Duration, 3 minutes. Oh. The exhilaration is palpable. Wei-Nan now resembles a fully powered boss, capable of obliterating any obstacle in his path. Quick, set the screen for me. I'm going to take on LeBron. Wei-Nan roared, and Anthony obediently stepped forward to set a screen. For reasons unknown, Anthony felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from Wei-Nan in that fleeting moment. LeBron's expression grew grave. How could this individual possess an aura so drastically different from just moments ago? It was as if a hidden sword, sheathed and dormant, had now unsheathed itself, revealing its razor-sharp edge. One chooses the softest fruit to squeeze, yet in basketball, one confronts the toughest opponent with unwavering resolve. Wei-Nan initiated his threat with a familiar technique, executing the moves with an ease that left Anthony in astonishment. Wasn't this his signature skill? How could Wei-Nan master it as well? A retreating step followed by a three-pointer. James lunged forward with all his might, the trajectory impeccable, and the ball swished through the net. In this maneuver? Quick. He can also shoot three-pointers. In the transition from offense to defense, Turfel made a swift breakthrough, and Wei-Nan allowed him a step, for he now possessed the merit to execute such a decision. Ultimately, he countered with a resounding block. At this moment, Wei-Nan finally comprehended that a prodigious talent can indeed act with impunity. Seizing the basketball, Wei-Nan executed a pass reminiscent of a quarterback-esque long throw, flawlessly locating Anthony, who was on a fast break. Anthony soared into the air, delivering a powerful dunk. LeBron, with a somewhat awkward shooting stance, managed to score as well. In another face-off, Wei-Nan surprisingly began to play with his back to the basket. No, this was not a wise choice, for LeBron stood at an imposing height of 2 meters. Everyone doubted Wei-Nan, yet he remained undeterred. He pushed against his opponent, deftly maneuvered his feet, and executed a magnificent fadeaway shot. His elegant form, reminiscent of classical guard scoring techniques, produced a shooting arc that was nothing short of exquisite. In that moment, his brilliance shone through. Chapter 19. Embrace defeat. You too. With a graceful posture and precise trajectory, that beautifully executed fadeaway was breathtaking. Goodness, this kid is akin to Jordan. No. I must disagree. This is undeniably Kobe, that impudent youth who covertly learned Jordan-esque techniques and proclaimed he would surpass him. Without Shaquille O'Neal, he is nothing. Nonsense. Save your nauseating rhetoric. Without Kobe, O'Neal could not have secured a championship. Just look at his performance with the Magic, swept in the finals, which is utterly humiliating. Wei-Nan was unaware that his performance had incited a commotion among the spectators regarding Kobe. However, his stylish fadeaway shot was, in itself, an embodiment of captivating classical basketball artistry. Oh my goodness. Wei-Nan, look at the predicament you have caused. That arrogant opponent has succumbed to self-doubt. Anthony, clutching his head, found it utterly astonishing. That was a scoring technique so refined that even he could not master it. Anyone could attempt a fadeaway, but to achieve perfection in it, only Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant are universally acknowledged. A gentle touch, nimble footwork, a robust physique, and extraordinary core strength. All these elements must converge to create a skill as beautiful as a painting. In that fleeting moment, even LeBron was momentarily entranced. This was not merely Wei-Nan, it was undeniably Kobe. Whether the shot would score was up for debate, but it was undeniably stylish. Alas, the ball did indeed go in, and it did so with remarkable precision. The delightful sound of the basketball kissing the net echoed through the air. Why do we seek courts with nets for street ball? It's for this very sound that can leave one utterly mesmerized. Dawn. The chasm between Wei-Nan and himself was only widening. Matt was left dumbfounded. From the first time he encountered Wei-Nan to the climactic battle a week later, Matt watched helplessly as Wei-Nan distanced himself further and further. What he had initially thought to be a mere supporting Chinese point guard had transformed into a celebrated rising star in the training camp. The NBA aspired to reach a global audience, and David Stern had remarked before the media that the inclusion of Chinese players would bolster the NBA's influence worldwide. Though Matt felt a twinge of envy, he recognized that the gap between himself and the prodigies was a stark reality that could not be bridged. Since he could not change the facts, he resolved to accept them. At the very least, his rapport with Wei-Nan remained quite amiable. No one would think he associated with Wei-Nan out of a desire to elevate his own status. Indeed, his judgment and discerning talent was commendable. Having just been made a backdrop by Wei-Nan, LeBron began to relentlessly target Anthony. With a swift move, he tossed the ball high in the air while facing Dan's defensive effort, and Oladipo had already prepared for an alley-oop slam. Tonight, LeBron's team soared like a city of alley-oops, never descending from the sky. Wei-Nan consistently showcased his prodigious talent. His passing, organization, and tempo control were executed with remarkable precision, and each play orchestrated revealed the pivotal role of Wei-Nan's cerebral prowess. Unexpectedly, he delivered an array of distinctive maneuvers that left the scouts on the sidelines in awe. What was anticipated to be a showcase for Cameron and LeBron unexpectedly turned into a stage for Wei-Nan's brilliance. While you have Josh Smith and Olowokandi, my team boasts Bosh and. Observing Anthony being blocked by Olowokandi, Wei-Nan sheepishly shook his head. Truly, you deserve the title of the most frequently blocked superstar in the NBA. Beep, beep, beep. The amateur referee sounded the final whistle, concluding the match. 108-98. Unsurprisingly, the team led by Wei-Nan triumphed, claiming the highest honor of the training camp. Wei-Nan played for 30 minutes, astonishingly racking up 18 points, 16 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. Of those 18 points, 10 were scored in a mere 3 minutes, a peak performance that felt almost supernatural. Wei-Nan could hardly forget the exhilarating sensation of transcending limits, feeling invincible. Meanwhile, LeBron accumulated a comprehensive stat line of 22 points, 8 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, showcasing his remarkable versatility even at the age of 16. Anthony, however, seemed somewhat hindered, despite leading the game with an impressive 26 points. He managed only a meager 2 assists, proving his reputation as a prolific scorer to be well-deserved. Bosh also shone brightly, displaying his nimble physique as a power forward, excelling in defensive support. Despite his slender build, he held his ground effectively. Observing from the sidelines, scouts inadvertently recalled the struggling Kevin Garnett of the Minnesota Timberwolves. This individual bore an 80 resemblance to Garnett, encompassing both physique and style. An exceptional prospect indeed. The scouts watching could hardly contain their excitement, envisioning an unprecedented draft 2 years hence. Congratulations on being named MVP. After the game, LeBron promptly sought out Wei-Nan to extend his congratulations. Simple English words, this phrase was within Wei-Nan's comprehension. Thank you, you were great as well. Ding. Absorbable attribute detected. Jump 5, directly absorbable. Duration, 5 minutes. Absorption condition. A heartfelt hug from a good brother is required. While Wei Nan and LeBron engaged in their clumsy exchange, the system arrived, albeit belatedly. The absorbable attribute granted a direct increase of 5 to his jump. Such a terrifying enhancement was an unprecedented stroke of fortune for Wei Nan. Wei Nan smiled, a rather twisted smile. Indeed, America is his paradise. The land of freedom and opportunity is where Wei Nan truly seeks conquest. LeBron, I am utterly enamored with you. You have captured my heart completely. Wei Nan wore an expression bordering on infatuation as he embraced James tightly in his arms. Wei Nan understood that James had a fondness for brotherly basketball. Lifelong comrades, brothers at heart. The next time we meet, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. Moreover, I shall relentlessly enhance my attributes, draining your vitality while simultaneously overpowering you. Is there anything more exhilarating than this? As James was enveloped in an unexpected fervent embrace, he found himself momentarily at a loss. The robust figure, imbued with an alluring scent of sweat, tightened its grip, as if their bodies were destined to meld together. Brother, your embrace is rather constricting. I can scarcely breathe. James felt compelled to reciprocate Wei Nan's sincerity. Consequently, he intensified his hold, enveloping Wei Nan securely in his arms. True feelings for true feelings. If you remain steadfast, I shall undoubtedly brave any challenge for you. Why are you holding me so tightly? This is quite peculiar. Noticing the increasing pressure, Wei Nan muttered under his breath. Your body is reeking of sweat. It's truly overwhelming. Wei Nan longed to release James from his embrace. Yet the system obstinately withheld the notification of task completion. This predicament was indeed a conundrum, a challenge compounded. Meanwhile, Carmelo Anthony, observing from the sidelines, was seething with rage. Are you forsaking me, certain to throw yourself into another's arms? Just moments ago, we were entwined on the court in a display of affection. Bah, what a disgrace. Truly beneath contempt. Anthony contemplated making a dramatic exit, but his curiosity anchored him in place. I must see just how long you two will cling to one another. Chapter 20, MVP. So, how long do you intend to hold on? James felt utterly conflicted. With everyone around watching, your actions render my position untenable. Please, don't move. Just hold on a bit longer. Can you hear yourself? Is this truly how one speaks? James began to suspect he had chosen the wrong companion. Surely, he couldn't be a deviant. Initially, James had not given it much thought, but suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. When one's mind begins to doubt a situation, it cannot help but plunge into the depths of imagination. The imagery was too vivid to contemplate. Release me. This has gone on long enough. Let go. I can hardly breathe. Just as James was on the verge of exploding, Wei Nan finally relinquished his grip. Well, I must admit, your pectorals are impressive. Do make sure to train them well at home. Wei Nan did not linger, swiftly turning to depart. Ding. Task accomplished. Jump 5. To be frank, such directly absorbable attribute points are indeed reliable. Watching the jump stat rise from 42 to 47, Wei Nan burst into a radiant smile. Entirely indifferent to the curious gazes of those around him and the aggrieved expression on James's face, he turned and left as if devoid of any lingering attachments. What are you doing, Wei Nan? Anthony asked, bewildered. After several days of interaction, it was abundantly clear that Wei Nan was not inclined towards ambiguity. What he possessed was more substantial than himself. Upon waking in the morning, it truly stood as a towering pillar. At the tender age of 16, it seemed he had already endured countless battles, leaving Anthony both terrified and astonished. The consequences of such an encounter would be unimaginable. I haven't done anything. Just sharing some feelings, Wei Nan replied. Does sharing feelings necessitate a tight embrace? No. It is not merely about being close together. Brother, you hurry over. There's an English phrase I can't articulate. This wretched level of English proficiency compelled Wei Nan to resolve to find a foreign girl for some in-depth communication upon his return. Don't get me wrong, I merely wish to learn some English from her. At that moment, Yu Jiao was exhilarated, having exchanged contact information with several scouts from various teams. As Wei Nan delivered an impressive performance, the scouts' gazes towards him began to shift. There was only one player of Asian descent present, and likewise, only one scout of similar appearance on the sidelines. Yu Jiao was cautiously probing these individuals' opinions of Wei Nan, while they too were constructing bridges, contemplating the potential emergence of a new star within the league. Those seated here were no ordinary talents. Resources were limited, and exceptional players were a rarity. Whenever a promising candidate emerged, scouts would vie fiercely for their attention. Yu Jiao had never imagined that his previously unremarkable self would be greeted with such warm smiles from these individuals. All of this stemmed from Wei Nan, and he felt a sense of pride. With this turn of events, Wei Nan was over the moon. Upon hearing Wei Nan's call, Yu Jia jogged over to his side. Translate for me. The embrace signifies a connection of hearts. It is a different level of intimacy. Yu Jia looked puzzled. What are you talking about? An embrace is a connection of hearts? Isn't it meant for advancing further, kissing, touching, and then, you know? Yu Jia had not noticed the earlier embrace between Wei Nan and James, as he had been preoccupied with conversing with others. Intimacy. That indeed sounds appealing. Anthony vowed never to forge a deep connection with Wei Nan for the rest of his life. That notion was utterly terrifying. After the match concluded, the camp leader made another brief appearance. Presenting a glass trophy, Wei Nan was named the camp MVP, surpassing the chosen one, and becoming the most valuable player of the final match. It was a pleasure meeting you. Next time, I shall not be defeated, LeBron declared with conviction. And Wei Nan could not afford to cower. Bring it on. I'll overturn your banana boat. Banana boat? What is that? Ah, the banana boat represents your team. And I shall overturn your banana boat, thus defeating you, the captain. Wei Nan's brain teasers are truly remarkable. This explanation is simply perfect. So it turns out this way. I look forward to our encounter and hope you won't fall behind. James has departed, much like the former Wei Nan, with not a hint of nostalgia. In bidding farewell to James, Anthony also delivered an emotional performance. Are you returning to China? I know you must be going back. If you could join my team, we would undoubtedly sweep through all the prestigious high schools in America. Will you come to the United States for college? Perhaps we might cross paths on the NCAA stage. Syracuse University is my target institution. I have promised the head coach there that I will lead Syracuse to claim the championship in March Madness. Once again, it is a bold declaration befitting the youth. Yet Anthony did not speak in vain. He turned down numerous renowned basketball powerhouses, including UCLA, Duke, North Carolina, and Kentucky. Teams celebrated across the nation. Anthony kept his promise, ascending with Syracuse and helping the Orange team secure their first March Madness championship. That must have been a grand chapter in history. The stage of March Madness is an American spectacle that rivals the intensity of the NBA Finals. Will you come to the United States for college? Perhaps such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Wei Nan has crafted a personal life plan. Remaining with Guangdong Hongyuan and participating in the American Collegiate League are not mutually exclusive. The current CBA is fiercely competitive, with Yao Ming standing as an insurmountable barrier. Following the departure of Wang Zhizhi, both Yao Ming and his formidable shark have glimpsed the possibility of reaching the pinnacle. Beyond Yao Ming, there exists a multitude of exceptional players striving on the CBA stage, overcoming the likes of Liu Yudong, Du Feng, Li Nan, and Zhu Fengyu. These individuals are poised to become the backbone of future men's basketball. It is certain that Wei Nan will participate in a talent selection, thereby joining the NBA League. Arriving in the United States ahead of time to acclimatize is indeed one option. However, the disparity between the two choices is not substantial. Given the current environment of the CBA, Wei Nan is confident in his ability to dominate and to achieve statistics reminiscent of the formidable Yao Ming. If he cannot conquer the CBA, how can he aspire to reign supreme in the NBA? Players like De Ji, Yao Ming, and Yi Jianlian have all been formidable forces within the CBA, facing little to no competition. As for the more recent talents such as Shou Qi and Wang Zhilin, if they have yet to master the CBA, their transition to the NBA will likely be a mere formality. Yet, on the international stage, one must still rely on them, which is a prospect more daunting than despair itself. Wei Nan has the opportunity to choose between two paths, and which path he selects does not solely depend on his personal will. That evening, Matt took the lead, gathering several teammates together. Wei Nan also called Coach Li Chunjiang, indicating that he had an engagement tonight and would only be able to return to the American Basketball Academy tomorrow. Coach Li Chunjiang did not say much in response. The news of Wei Nan becoming the MVP of the training camp had long reached his ears. Li Chunjiang, filled with joy, toasted with 2 glasses of erguo too, eagerly pulling De Ji to proclaim that Guangdong Hongyuan would soon welcome a true backcourt core. This young and earnest coach genuinely hoped for his players to grow stronger. Dinner consisted of a rather uninspiring meal, which Wei Nan found difficult to stomach. What were the basic flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy? It was simply torturous. As for drinking, being underage, he refrained from indulging. When approached by persistent admirers, he waved them off dismissively, believing it was common sense to abstain before the age of 18. Chapter 21. Returned during the farewell dinner for the team, Matt, as the host, naturally sought to enliven the atmosphere at the table. Most of the players attending the training camp came from modest backgrounds. In contrast, Matt's family's circumstances stood out among these young individuals. Anthony devoured his bloody steak with gusto, not finding it remotely difficult to swallow. This was a far more sophisticated meal than a hamburger, something Cameron Anthony rarely enjoyed at home. Despite his exceptional talent and the attention he garnered at school, high school students generally did not earn substantial incomes to improve their living conditions, unlike NBA players who signed lucrative contracts worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. There were many rising stars like Cameron from similar backgrounds, while Matt enjoyed a distinct advantage in this regard. After several years, when these burgeoning stars became renowned, they would certainly feel obliged to grant him an exclusive interview in return for this meal. As for any ulterior motives, if they were willing to come, what did it matter to him? After all, it was merely an interview, nothing for them to lose. But for him, it was an absolute steal. Yet, it seemed Wei Nan was not particularly fond of such extravagant cuisine, as he appeared lost in thought. Matt resolved to find some topics to bridge their connection. Being the MVP of the Adidas training camp, particularly among a gathering of prodigious talent, had made Wei Nan quite significant in Matt's eyes. Wei Nan, are you returning to China? Is the basketball level there quite impressive? Not knowing what else to say, discussing hometowns was undoubtedly a safe topic. When away from home, he also enjoyed sharing stories about his origins. Returning to China? Absolutely. The food here is simply dreadful. The dining experience at the training camp has been rather dismal in recent days, and the hope for an improvement in the meals has proven to be futile. Yu Jia was laboriously attempting to cut a somewhat undercooked steak with a knife and fork when he overheard Wei Nan's comment, nearly causing him to spew the morsel from his mouth. Subsequently, Yu Jia cast a look of reproach towards Wei Nan, for despite their youth, they remained youthful in spirit. After all, it was a kind gesture for someone to treat them to a meal. One would think there should be fewer complaints. Yu Jia, of course, chose to remain silent on this matter, opting to let it pass without translation. Wei Nan continued, stating that the level of basketball in China is mediocre, yet it will undoubtedly improve in the future. Indeed, this response was quite articulate. After speaking, Wei Nan adopted a rather indifferent expression. Observing this, Matt ceased his conversation and shifted his focus to others. The worth of individuals like Carmelo Anthony and Chris Bosh certainly rivals that of Wei Nan. However, Carmelo was preoccupied with his steak, while Bosh, hailing from a well-to-do family, presented himself as a scholarly elitist, leaving Matt somewhat speechless. Recognizing Matt's versatile demeanor, Wei Nan was acutely aware of his thoughts. From the moment Matt approached him upon entering the training camp, it was evident that this young man was somewhat pragmatic. While Matt's approach was not erroneous, he overlooked the fact that geniuses possess their own sense of pride. They only accept peers of equal caliber, and those who ascend through nepotism, like Matt, are simply beneath their notice. To stand alongside a genius, one must first possess equivalent qualifications. The family may have the credentials, but Matt does not. After the gathering concluded, Wei Nan and Yu Jia returned to rest. As for the others, Wei Nan had little interest in their fates. However, noticing Anthony's somewhat lewd expression, it seemed unlikely to bode well. Anthony had initially wanted to engage Wei Nan, but Wei Nan swiftly shoved him to the ground, dismissing him. Early the next morning, Wei Nan and Yu Jia boarded a flight to the American Basketball Academy. This initial journey to America, coupled with the training camp experience, did not yield significant growth for Wei Nan. While American training camps are abundant, those offering formal, systematic training are quite rare. Most resemble this occasion, bearing little distinction from a casual playground. The true crucibles for personal development are the prestigious basketball institutions in the authentic arenas. Upon their return to the American Basketball Academy, Deji had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. "Ah, is that not our MVP? I've heard you've been dominating at the Adidas training camp." It is often said that good news travels slowly, while misfortune spreads rapidly. The wisdom of our ancestors can sometimes be debated. Even before his return, tales of his prowess at the training camp had already reached the American Basketball Academy. That place is truly lacking, a bunch of softies. Gazing at Wei Nan's audacious demeanor, Deji felt somewhat bewildered. In such circumstances, one would expect a more modest approach, attributing success to good fortune and the support of peers. Yet here he was, displaying such bravado. It appears you have integrated remarkably well into America. With this spirit, you are indeed an authentic American. Not only had he assimilated seamlessly, but he had also left an indelible impression on those American prodigies. Reflecting on Wei Nan's actions during the training camp, Yu Jia could only describe it with 4 words: utterly outrageous. What amusing occurrences have transpired? Do share your tales. Deji immediately exhibited a look of intrigue. After listening to Yujia's description, he was left utterly astounded. Really? You have such peculiar tastes? Unconsciously, Deji took a step back. Is such a reaction truly necessary? Your retreating gesture. Are you serious? I was merely behaving normally, without any wrongdoing, I assure you. He paused, then continued. All right, enough said. Coach Lee has gone out of his way to prepare a table of hometown delicacies for you. Tonight, let us indulge in some milk. And we shall not return until we are inebriated. If you wish to discuss food, I can assure you, I am no longer drowsy. Wei Nin has been longing for the taste of his hometown cuisine. For an entire week, he feels as though his palate is becoming dulled. Is Director Lee particularly busy lately? Wei Nin inquired. Of course. Coach Lee took over the Hanyuan team midway, and the pressure he faces is tremendous. Coming to the American Basketball Academy for further training is a hard-won opportunity. Do you think one can simply come here at will? The Chinese Basketball Association has a partnership with the American Basketball Academy, but it does not cater specifically to you. The slots are limited, yet the demand is high. For Li Chunjian to secure this opportunity, he has undoubtedly made significant efforts on various fronts. With resources scarce and capabilities falling short, one must venture abroad and actively seek knowledge. Indeed, coaching a team demands greater effort than that of the players. This is no jest. Just look at the gray hair of those coaches, and you will understand how burdensome this role can be. It is no easy feat. The disparities in the realm of basketball are substantial, with a pronounced difference between domestic coaching philosophies and those here. To seek common ground while preserving differences and absorbing the essence requires a considerable investment of effort. They conversed extensively along the way. Deji felt rather lonely in America. As there are so few Chinese players who can make it here, he often finds himself surrounded by foreigners, and his communication skills are not particularly strong, resulting in limited social interactions. Finally, a junior arrives, and Deji feels compelled to express himself. Later, Wei Nin enjoyed a delightful meal, while Li Chunjian arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, indicating his busy schedule. The next day, Wei Nin did not linger in America and boarded a flight back to his homeland. After several days apart, he wondered if Yi Jianlian had experienced any changes in his attributes. He chuckled to himself. Hey, Yi Jianlian, your brother is coming back to shower you with affection. Chapter 22. Time after more than 10 hours of flight, Wei Nin felt drowsy. This time, they did not have a favorable seat arrangement. Both he and Yu Jiao were crammed into the most basic economy class. It hardly seemed fair. Why should the head coach enjoy the luxury of business class while we are confined to this cramped economy section? Ugh, I can barely stretch my legs. Wei Nin is still young, yet whether standing or reclining, he possesses ample confidence. Why can't this seat be designed to be a bit more spacious? Enough with the complaints. At least we should be reimbursed. What? No reimbursement? Are we expected to pay out of our own pockets? Why did we come to America if not for the flourishing development of Chinese basketball? We willingly left our homes and endured hardships for our motherland. To bleed and sweat for our country, and yet receive such treatment, truly infuriating. Bleed and sweat? That may be a bit of an exaggeration. Yu Jia chose not to engage further with Wei Nan, who soon fell silent. Since one cannot alter life, one must accept life's unyielding nature. Donning an eye mask, Wei Nan gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening once more, he found himself having landed on the bountiful and beautiful land of China from the distant America. Taking a deep breath, he savored the pleasant, sweet aroma. Following the flow of people toward the exit, Wei Nan spotted two tall figures from afar. Yi Jianlian and Zhu Fengyu had been waiting there, holding signs and idly passing the time. Brother Zhu, I'm here. Nangu has returned, Yi Jianlian exclaimed, having spotted Wei Nan and eagerly shaking Zhu Fengyu's arm. Where? Zhu Fengyu quickly removed his sunglasses and followed the direction pointed by Yi Jianlian. Sure enough, a strikingly handsome figure came into view. Wow, this guy has only been gone a few days, and he has become even more handsome. Zhu Fengyu, confident in his own looks, felt somewhat timid in comparison to Wei Nan. Alien, Brother Zhu, I didn't expect both of you to come to pick me up. Wei Nan embraced the two with a grand hug. Hey, don't hold on so tightly. Release me. I am not inclined towards that. Zhu Fengyu recalled some unpleasant images, persistently pushing Wei Nan away. Meanwhile, Alien submissively accepted the embrace, his expression revealing a certain enjoyment. Zhu Gu. To reject a brother's warmth right from the start is rather disheartening. Wei Nan immediately made a face that suggested he was on the verge of tears. All right. Enough of the charade. Is this how you deceive those poor children in America as well? Zhu Fengyu playfully struck Wei Nan's chest. I assure you, I am a simple-hearted, cheerful young man. How could I possibly engage in such antics? Simple-hearted? My dear, even my old self possesses more modesty than you. Zhu Fangyu shot him a scornful glance. Oh, come now, let us not dwell on trivialities. Tell me, have you missed me these past few days? The expression on his face, so flamboyantly effeminate, seemed to invite a playful smack. Yes, I've missed you. Welcome back home. And me. Alien interjected eagerly. Brother Nan, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Without you, I have lost all desire to watch those melodramatic shows. You still watch those dramas? They are filled with foolish, love-struck individuals. Such perfection does not exist in reality. Children of the 80s and 90s have truly been poisoned by those dramas. Accompany me to witness the meteor shower fall upon this earth. Let your tears fall upon my shoulder. You must believe that my love is brave only for you. And you shall see where happiness resides. The rain and clouds gradually disperse, casting a warm embrace. I wish to share the sparkle of your tears. At that moment, Zhu Fangyu's phone rang. Hey, just so you know, I don't watch those dramas. I'm far too grown up for that. Clearly, Wei Nan and Alien were not convinced. What do you two mean by that expression? I truly do not. Wei Nan, you believe me, don't you? I am not an innocent, naive boy. Wei Nan displayed an expression of disbelief. Alien, your brother Zhu would never deceive you. Alien also wore a face full of skepticism. Brother Zhu, it is not shameful to watch Taiwanese dramas. The true shame lies in your lack of courage to even admit to enjoying them. Wei Nan casually tossed his luggage to Zhu Fangyu and did not forget to turn back and add, by the way, what do you think of cilantro? Cilantro? What cilantro? Zhu Fangyu, realizing the context, erupted in anger. Why does no one believe me? Time, like a fleeting white horse, silently flows through one's fingers. The year 2001 in Chinese basketball passed quietly, slipping by unnoticed by all. In the depths of the mountains, lost and unaware of the way back. The returning deer seeks its origin in solitude. Once again, the annual CBA Finals extravaganza unfolds, with the Shanghai men's basketball team facing by. This time, the outcome is drastically different from the previous year. Under the leadership of Yao Ming, Liu Wei, and foreign player Steve Hart, the Shanghai team shattered Bai's 65-game unbeaten home record, securing the first CBA championship in the team's history, and to date, the only one for Shanghai. The unforgettable final 6 seconds. Wei Nan had previously only heard tales of this extraordinary era, but now, he found himself on the sidelines, personally immersed in those unforgettable 6 seconds. In the final moments, Liu Wei executed a sideline throw-in, delivering the ball to Yao Ming. However, the Bai team was well prepared. Under the relentless assault of their opponents, Yao Ming's turnaround jump shot failed to find its mark. Steve Hart seized the opportunity for a final strike, deftly directing the ball into the hoop. As the final whistle echoed through the arena, the score between the Shanghai team and the Bai team stood at 123 to 122. Alien had already leapt in exuberance, and amidst the despondent gaze of the war god Liu Yudong, Yao Ming triumphantly raised his championship trophy high. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, as the NBA season progressed, the playoff landscape gradually became clearer. The reigning champions, the Lakers, continued to demonstrate formidable dominance, with few teams in the West capable of challenging them. The only potential threat to the Lakers lay within the resplendent Princeton offense, as the peak Sacramento Kings experienced firsthand the harsh reality of egregious officiating. Wei Nan watched all the broadcasts of this series with a heavy heart for the Kings. Were it not for the referee's assistance, this waning OK duo would never have surmounted such a formidable obstacle. Once they step into the finals, the Nets, led by Kidd, will pose no real threat. A three-peat. The time for the OK duo's dynasty is inevitably approaching, as Kobe witnesses Shaquille O'Neal ascend to greatness, securing his third Finals MVP trophy. In this moment, jealousy ignites completely, heralding the imminent disintegration of the dynasty. The 2002 draft was a matter of national interest, with Yao Ming successfully being selected as the first overall pick, becoming the first foreign player to achieve this honor in the NBA. An avalanche of skepticism followed, marking the arduous journey that awaited Yao Ming. However, before stepping onto the NBA stage, he and his national team had an important mission. In the 2002 Men's Basketball World Championship, held on American soil, Wei Nan, alongside his national team, once again arrived in the land symbolizing freedom, the United States of America. Chapter 23. Growth at the end of August. The temperature in Indiana is sultry and humid. Wei Nan, accompanied by the national team, arrived in this land that symbolizes freedom and armed conflict. Upon his second visit to the United States, Wei Nan's emotions remained unruffled. Over the past year, He has proudly represented the Guangdong Hongyuan youth team, achieving an impressive record, securing the championship title undefeated, and establishing himself as the new dominator of youth basketball. Wei Nan and Yi Jianlian, the twin stars, resonate throughout the vast expanse of China, emerging as the most captivating new talents since Yao Ming. At just 17 years of age, Wei Nan's inclusion in the national team is attributed to his remarkable performances on the court over the past year. The Chinese team has long grappled with a shortage of guards, a recurring issue that has persisted for many years. The emergence of Wei Nan has instilled a glimmer of hope for improvement among the masses. Despite his youth, the team, after deliberating several times, decided to recruit Wei Nan into the national squad. This decision, however, incited the ire of head coach Wang Fei. Why include Wei Nan? Our roster is already sufficient. He is merely 17 years old, and he is not yet capable of competing in such high-stakes matches. Wang Fei, still shy of 40, possesses a strikingly handsome visage, complemented by a stylish yet composed side part. Though often stern, his demeanor exudes elegance, marking him as one of the most charismatic young coaches in the history of Chinese basketball. Paradoxically, Wang Fei's straightforward nature and candid speech have led to numerous misunderstandings and unnecessary conflicts. When addressing the inclusion of Wei Nan, he expressed his candid opinion, asserting that his name should not be on the national team roster. We must consider various factors. The national team lacks players in both the point guard and power forward positions. With the departure of De Ji, we urgently require someone to step up in the point guard role. And you chose Wei Nan. Are the demands of the youth team and the World Championships the same? He is indeed talented, but he has not yet reached the level required for global competition. Adding Wei Nan only means someone else will be removed from the roster. We're already shorthanded, and this only exacerbates the situation. Can he not compete at the world stage? Are we to assume that Lu Wei is adequate? Were it not for Yao Ming, he wouldn't even qualify for selection. That is the reality. If this world championship yields no results, you shall bear the blame. With that, Wang Fei stormed out. This outburst remained confidential, yet the higher-ups were acutely aware of Wang Fei's dissatisfaction with the current national team composition. What a charade. Was it not you who made ill-advised comments before the media, depriving De Ji of his chance to return to the national team? Otherwise, would we find ourselves in such a precarious position? Keep your voice down. Coach Wang is principled and harbors no ill will towards anyone. Yet the national team undeniably lacks a competent guard. Wei Nan is exceptional, but at just 17, he faces the formidable challenge of the World Championships. Should we falter? We will all share the blame. What are you afraid of? Wang Fei has declared he will take full responsibility for any failure. Our role is merely to assist and perform our duties. Alas, there truly seems to be a dearth of talent. Otherwise, we would not be in this predicament. With Wang Ziji's return seemingly hopeless, the team's strength has been severely diminished, rendering the upcoming World Championship journey far more arduous than anticipated. In Wei Nan's recollections, the Chinese men's basketball team of 2002 endured a profoundly dark period. Despite Yao Ming's ascendance as the first overall pick in the NBA, the golden generation was still maturing, failing to reach the heights necessary to stand alongside him. The absence of their elder brother cast an unwarranted shadow over the hearts of these young players. Brother Nan, I truly envy your selection for the national team, unlike me, who can only come to witness the spectacle. Upon arriving in Indiana, the group was granted a brief respite, during which Wei Nan and Alian found themselves sharing a room. At merely 16 years of age, Alian had not been selected for the national team roster. His presence in the United States was solely to accompany the larger contingent, with no expectation of playing time. It was merely an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Do you truly believe I could take to the field? During the inaugural national team training session, Wang Fei wore a stern expression, as if Wei Nan owed him several million. Wei Nan, bewildered by his inclusion in the national squad, could hardly comprehend the honor bestowed upon him. Although his skills surpassed those of the seasoned veterans at merely 17 years of age, it was improbable that Wang Fei would entrust such a young player in a grand tournament. The other players, having competed in the CBA, were well acquainted with each other's playing styles. For instance, Du Feng and Zhu Fengyu, both on the same team, shared an even deeper familiarity. Furthermore, this national team featured the formidable Liu Yudong, the illustrious Gong Xiaobin, and the exceptionally athletic shooting guard Hu Weidong, with Yao Ming anchoring the interior. The entire system appeared remarkably robust, yet it lacked a powerful point guard and a dynamic power forward. Deba was more suited for the center position, as his mobility at the 4 spot was considerably lacking, and his offensive footwork paled in comparison to that of the legendary Yao Ming. As for Lu Wei and Guo Shiqiang, while they dominated the CBA, they faltered under the pressure of international competition, embodying the classic adage of being fierce in domestic battles yet feeble abroad. For the team, the point guard serves as the brain, responsible for orchestrating plays. Yao Ming is undoubtedly a cornerstone, but one cannot rely on the same strategy for every possession. It would be unreasonable to exhaust him. A point guard unable to navigate half the court is simply inadequate. However, after a year of experience, Wei Nan's attributes have seen significant enhancement. Offensive attributes: mid-range shooting, 58. Long-range shooting, 51. Close-range shooting, 61. Under the basket, 65. Dunking, 58. Low post, 45. Off-ball, 50. Defensive attributes: defensive rebounds, 50. Offensive rebounds, 48. One-on-one defense, 55. Help defense, 58. Steals, 68. Blocks, 52. Pick-and-roll defense, 52. Organizational attributes: vision, 75. Ball handling, 80. Passing, 75. Tactical movement, 73. Analytical ability, 76. Physical attributes: core strength, 55. Coordination, 53. Explosiveness, 50. Vertical leap, 53. Movement speed, 55. Endurance, 70. Injury resistance, 70. The organizational attributes remain commendably exceptional. Even the more modest NBA starting point guards possess comparable overall abilities. Moreover, Wei Nan's defensive and physical attributes have also seen considerable improvement. Now standing at 1.96 meters with a wingspan of 2.13 meters, the 17-year-old Wei Nan has gained only a modest 3 kilograms, yet his muscular development has undergone a remarkable evolution. His physique bears a striking resemblance to that of American point guards, robust and with impressive reach, epitomizing the quintessential American point guard archetype. At 1.96 meters, Wei Nan finds it easier to observe his teammates' movements and spatial dynamics, allowing him to orchestrate plays with increasing confidence, regardless of the circumstances. Being selected for the national team is a profound honor. The sense of serving one's country is indeed a matter of great honor. Naturally, born a Chinese, one remains a Chinese spirit even in death. Setting aside the displeasure of Wang Fei, the teammates of Wei Nan and the national team are quite amicable towards him. The older generation takes care of the younger, and the essence of succession is particularly significant. Meanwhile, Wei Nan has entered a formidable mode, relentlessly amassing attributes, causing everyone to instinctively take a step back upon encountering him. For one can never anticipate how Wei Nan might challenge one's perspective on life in the next moment. Chapter 24. A dismal defeat. Time is of the essence, and the task is daunting. On August 27th, only 3 days remain until the first match of the World Championship. With the groupings announced, a shadow looms over the prospects of the Chinese team. The group stage of the 2002 World Championship is rather intricate, with 16 participating teams divided into 4 groups, each determining the top 3 to advance through a round-robin format. Subsequently, the remaining 12 teams will be split into 2 groups for the second phase of the group matches. In this stage, teams will only face opponents that were not in their initial groups, and based on the results of the first phase, the top 4 will emerge to form the quarterfinals. In Group C, China finds itself alongside Germany, the United States, and Algeria. The draw has not favored them. The host nation, the United States, boasts formidable strength. Even in the absence of their star players, their innate prowess is impressive, making their advancement a certainty. Germany, having secured a bronze in the European Championship, is also robust, led by the exceptional Dirk Nowitzki, possessing formidable combat capabilities. Although China may manage to advance, they will inevitably face life-and-death battles. Any loss would spell the end of their journey among the top 12. Early in the morning, Wei Nan arrives at the basketball court for training, accompanied by Yi Jianlian, Du Feng, and Zhu Fengyu. This quartet forms a close-knit group, all hailing from Guangdong Hongyuan, and their camaraderie allows for seamless communication. Yao Ming and Lu Wei arrive at the training facility together, with Yao's towering height of 226 centimeters making him particularly conspicuous. Wei Nan, you all are here quite early. Yao Ming remarks, adept in social interactions. Compared to the towering yet reticent figure, the adeptly communicative Yao, who has ascended to the position of chairman, undoubtedly excels in engagement. Brother Yao, did you sleep well last night? Wei Nan strode briskly towards Yao Ming. Speak properly, stand still, and refrain from your peculiar antics so early in the morning. Look at what you're saying, I am not a pervert. Wei Nan scratched his head innocently. He chuckled, while everyone present cast him peculiar glances. When he first joined the national team, Wei Nan exhibited remarkable composure. With his handsome visage, well-defined muscles, and courteous demeanor, he made a significant impression and garnered the affection of many teammates. Apart from head coach Wang Fei, Wei Nan was truly beloved, admired by all. However, in the following days, everything took a turn. Wei Nan revealed his terrifying fangs, while Zhu Fengyu and Du Feng frantically provided cover nearby. In an instant, the training camp was engulfed in a state of unease, with restless nights and disturbed slumber. When one opened their eyes, they were greeted by a handsome yet exceedingly lewd visage, rendering even the morning's fervor subdued in fear. Henceforth, a sign was affixed before each door, entry forbidden to Wei Nan and the perverse. Wei Nan is synonymous with abnormality, and abnormality is Wei Nan, indeed. There is no error in that assertion. In a fleeting moment, all 12 members of the national team arrived at the training facility. The defenders included Liu Wei, Guo Shiqiang, Hu Weidong, and Wei Nan. The forwards were Gong Xiaobin, Li Nan, Zhang Qing, Zhu Fengyu, and Du Feng. The centers comprised Liu Yudong, Bader, and Yao Ming. These names are all familiar, yet the absence of Wang Zhizhi significantly diminishes our combat effectiveness by at least 20%. This is not solely due to his extraordinary individual prowess, but also attributable to his leadership within the team, fostering a spirit of unity in the locker room. Wang Fei, holding a tactical board, stood before everyone with a serious demeanor. In just 3 days, the Men's Basketball World Championship will commence, and our first opponent is Germany. Fresh off securing 3rd place in the European Championship, their strength cannot be underestimated, yet we, too, possess a chance for victory. Since our arrival in the United States on August 14th, we have been rigorously training at the high altitude of Denver, and the time to assess our achievements draws near. Give your all. This World Championship demands commendable results. Wang Fei, brimming with confidence, vowed that despite the absence of Wang Zhizhi, he would lead this national team to advance triumphantly into the quarterfinals. As for Wei Nan, Wang Fei swore he would not grant this lad even the slightest opportunity to take the court. The aspirations were beautiful, yet the reality proved to be harsh. On August 29th, at the stroke of midnight Beijing time, the Chinese team, lacking the presence of Wang Zhizhi, faced their first match. In a contest against the formidable German squad, the Chinese team initially seized a leading advantage. Coach Wang Fei deployed a starting lineup consisting of Guo Shiqiang, Yao Ming, Hu Weidong, Li Nan, and Gong Xiaobin. Each of these players possessed remarkable individual prowess, excelling in their solitary endeavors. However, when combined, they appeared disjointed. Relying on Yao's early dominance, the Chinese team frequently penetrated the paint, momentarily establishing a scoring lead. Yet, following Yao's substitution, Bader took his place on the court. After 2 consecutive fouls, Nowitzki capitalized on Bader's defense, leaving the Chinese team utterly ineffective against Germany's offensive maneuvers. The substitutions proved to be rather unfortunate. Without Yao, the team appeared leaderless, exhibiting a lack of coherence both defensively and offensively. The dependency on Yao Ming had been glaringly evident since 2002. Despite Wang Fei's strategic adjustments, the Chinese team's offensive execution faltered significantly. The rhythm of their attack was poorly managed. At times it was sluggish, with the ball stagnating in their possession. Upon crossing half-court, the guards would directly seek the interior without any discernible strategy, resembling automatons, occasionally committing errors. As the second half unfolded, the Chinese team crumbled entirely. Overwhelmed by their opponents, Nowitzki dominated the court while Yao struggled in isolation, leading to a disheartening defeat of 76-88 against Germany in their inaugural match. With this loss in the World Championship, their hopes of advancing to the quarterfinals remained merely theoretical. Given the second round's grouping, it is highly probable that the Chinese team will encounter the formidable Argentinian squad and the exceptionally strong current Russian team. Against these 2 adversaries, the likelihood of victory for the Chinese team stands at a mere 10%. Wei Nan did not receive any playing time, remaining on the bench throughout the game. As Wang Fei completely disregarded him, Wei Nan felt somewhat frustrated. Despite the backcourt being utterly overwhelmed, he was still barred from taking to the court. Wang Fei, to some extent, displayed a lack of judgment. Otherwise, he would not have uttered the words calling De Gea a traitor in front of the media, resulting in the exclusion of a formidable asset from the team. The players who lost the match were equally despondent, their spirits diminished, devoid of any attributes or vigor. Wei Nan, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Wang Fei, you old rascal, you truly do not act like a decent person." Shortly thereafter, the second match commenced. Featuring China pitted against Algeria. The towering Yu Ming dominated the court, scoring an impressive 38 points to lead his team to victory, securing China's passage to the top 12. Wei Nan, as always, sat quietly on the sidelines, dutifully serving water to his brothers and waving a towel, transforming into a steadfast bench warmer, tirelessly cheering for everyone. As expected, after winning the match, his spirits soared and his attributes significantly improved. Ding. Detecting absorbable attributes. 3-point shooting ability 10, can be saved, duration, 3 minutes item, game jersey imbued with Zhu Fangyu's essence. Ding. Detecting absorbable attributes. Hook shot 40, can be saved, duration, 3 minutes item, Yao Ming's original socks. Ding. Detecting absorbable attributes. Strength 2, can be directly absorbed, absorption condition, hold hands with Batel and sing a nursery rhyme. Hiki. All these attributes belong to me. Wei Nan, after a long absence, unveiled a smile that bordered on the grotesque. Chapter 25, The Darkest Hour. Daba hailed from Inner Mongolia, embodying the quintessential image of a Mongolian man. He was robust, possessed a resolute demeanor, and excelled in defense. This portrayal aligned perfectly with the public's perception of the Mongolian ethnicity. And Daba was indeed a paragon among them. Yet, this formidable man, synonymous with toughness, found himself compelled by Wei Nan's threats to engage in an act he would find difficult to utter for the rest of his life. Wei Nan, you promised me. We would hold hands and sing nursery rhymes, and you wouldn't disclose that incident. Bader's eyes were fierce, his towering physique looming over Wei Nan, as if he intended to engulf him whole. Wei Nan remained composed and slowly replied, of course, Beige. In Guangdong Hongyuan, I am affectionately referred to as the honest young lord. You can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Daba let out a sigh of relief, his expression softening slightly. All right then. Just this once. Just this once. Daba's demeanor turned serious as he gradually extended his hand. Simultaneously, Wei Nan reached out with both hands. Their large hands intertwined, and a rare flush appeared on the rugged Daba's face. In this world, there is nothing better than a mother. A mother's child is like a treasure. Embraced in her arms, happiness knows no bounds. In this world, there is nothing better than a mother. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Far from her embrace, where can happiness be found? Daba closed his eyes, unable to bear looking at Wei Nan. How embarrassing. Singing a nursery rhyme hand in hand. For heaven's sake, he had never done anything so humiliating even in kindergarten. He wished he could cover his head with a diaper. As the nursery rhyme concluded, Wei Nan beamed with joy. Ding. Condition met. Hold hands with Bait and sing a nursery rhyme. Power 2. The warmth coursing through him was simply delightful. Unable to contain himself, Wei Nan displayed an expression of pure enjoyment. Bait, what the hell, you freak? Without pausing, Daba turned and ran away. They were right. This kid was indeed a weirdo, and he would certainly keep his distance in the future. Wait, why are you leaving? Watching Daba's retreating figure, Wei Nan made no attempt to stop him. Perhaps his enthusiasm had frightened him off. Nonggu, I just saw Beige leave in a hurry, his face filled with terror. Mumbling something to himself, Alian approached from a distance as he spoke. Who knows, perhaps he was just overwhelmed with joy from winning the match, Wei Nan replied. Overwhelmed with joy. What about the upcoming match against the United States? If we lose, won't that lead to despair? Indeed, Nonggu was once again speaking nonsense. Nonggu, why didn't you get any playing time against Algeria? Did Coach Horn not let you play? Alian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Wei Nan is the strongest point guard on the team, and his basketball prowess speaks for itself. Yet, the head coach refrains from allowing him to take the court. Perhaps he harbors his own convictions. Jianlian is still too young, and the coach's decisions are often immutable, akin to the strategies devised before the game. Altering them during play is considered a grave misstep. Wang Fei has long held reservations about Wei Nan's selection for the national team, making it exceedingly difficult for him to earn playing time in such a crucial match. Without breaking, there can be no establishment. However, for a coach of such stubborn disposition, even in the face of a dismal defeat, he is unlikely to perceive himself as in the wrong. Upon learning of his selection for the national team, Wei Nan exhibited a surprising lack of enthusiasm. He is well aware of Wang Fei and the intricacies of the Chinese basketball system. The 17-year-old aspired to seize opportunities on the international stage, yet many must prepare themselves psychologically for the limited playing time he might receive. Zhu Fangyu and Du Feng have also had discussions with Wei Nan, and the three arrived at a consensus. The likelihood of Wei Nan participating in the upcoming World Championship is quite low. Fearing that the future star of Guangdong might develop self-doubt, which would be detrimental for any athlete, they initially expressed concern. However, after engaging in deeper conversations, the two realized that their worries were unfounded. Wei Nan is utterly indifferent to whether he will take to the court. If he plays, that would be splendid. If not, he can simply regard it as a complimentary trip to the United States. He can indulge his eyes on the stunningly beautiful women, and although he cannot touch, a bit of daydreaming is certainly permissible. On September 1st, American time, at the Conseco Fieldhouse in Indiana, home of the NBA's Indiana Pacers, the stage is set. In the early 21st century, the Pacers were a formidable force in the league, a terrifying presence among the top three in the Eastern Conference. The highly anticipated showdown between the Chinese national team and the American team is about to commence in this bustling arena, where the local audience is exceedingly enthusiastic. Reggie Miller, seated on the bench, along with Jermaine O'Neal, the starting center for the American team, both enjoy considerable popularity in the area. Wei Nan's keen eyes spotted Rudy Tomjanovich in the stands. A familiar name, he was Yao Ming's first mentor upon entering the NBA. A figure who profoundly influenced Yao's entire career. Tomjanovich had come specifically to assess the newly drafted Yao, curious to see how he would perform against the likes of Ben Wallace, Shaquille O'Neal, and Antonio Davis, all formidable centers in the NBA. In the face of a less illustrious American team, the Chinese squad delivered an exceptionally dazzling performance in the first three quarters. By the end of the first quarter, China led the United States by 12 points. As the halftime buzzer sounded, China trailed by merely 1 point. Even in the latter part of the third quarter, China managed to reclaim the lead. The exuberant cheers from the sidelines created an atmosphere that felt akin to a home game for China, as Chinese nationals waved their flags vigorously in support. Since the Dream Team's inception in 1992, the American team, composed predominantly of NBA players, had not lost an international match for a decade. Could it be that the FIBA second-tier Chinese team was poised to create a miracle? The score and the scene made even Wei Nan ponder the possibility of a historic upset. Yet, the weight of reality soon pulled the Chinese team back to earth. Once Yao Ming and Bader found themselves in foul trouble and took a seat on the bench, the Chinese team fell victim to a devastating 21-10 run by the Americans in the final quarter. Coach Wang Fei, once the epitome of elegance, was now beside himself with rage, glaring at his bewildered players on the court. He felt an overwhelming urge to shed his suit and join the fray himself. With Yi Jianlian absent from the roster, the lack of a competent point guard became painfully evident. Despite having achieved the smallest point differential against the Americans, it was clear to even the most naive observer that this American team lacked true fighting spirit. Just look at their roster. The most prominent player was the aging Reggie Miller. Not a single star like Kobe, Iverson, Duncan, or O'Neal was present. The team felt pedestrian, lacking in cohesion, relying instead on individual talent. To Wei Nan, this American team appeared utterly deficient. While he anxiously observed from the sidelines, Wang Fei shared his frustration but stubbornly refrained from allowing Wei Nan to play. Without resolving the underlying issues, a loss seemed inevitable. With a record of 1 victory and 2 defeats, China managed to advance to the top 12. However, the subsequent draw made it exceedingly challenging for them to reach the quarterfinals. As the first round concluded, the second round matchups were immediately determined. China found itself grouped in F group alongside Argentina, the United States, Germany, New Zealand, and Russia. Due to the grouping rules, China would not face the United States or Germany again. In the upcoming 3 matches, they would contend with Argentina, New Zealand, and Russia. The darkest hour for the Chinese men's basketball team in the World Championship was fast approaching. Chapter 26, The Sorrow of the End. China still has a chance. Russia and Argentina are formidable foes, but we have the opportunity to triumph over them. Team members, do not lose hope. Securing victory against New Zealand would place the reins of power firmly in our own hands. Theoretically possible, yet it remains a possibility we must not forsake. Let us seize every opportunity and harbor no regrets. Prior to the commencement of the match, the Chinese media, naturally, would refrain from uttering pessimistic sentiments. Regardless, we shall charge forward with determination. The pre-match bravado often gives way to silence in the aftermath, a scenario that Wei Nan has long since grown accustomed to. On September 3rd, the second round of competition commenced, with China's initial adversary being the formidable Argentinian team, the champions from South America, led by the illustrious Jin Billy. The Argentine squad, representing their golden generation, is robust and formidable. Even the mighty United States would hesitate to claim an assured victory against them. China was unequivocally overwhelmed. Both Liu Wei and Guo Shiqiang found themselves utterly powerless in the face of Jin Billy's prowess. His signature breakthrough techniques elicited nothing but headshakes from Wei Nan. In his current state, competing against a star of Jin Billy's caliber is akin to being utterly outmatched. Opting for strategic conservatism, Wang Fei limited the playing time of his key players, allowing Yao Ming ample time to recuperate. In the second match against Russia, the Chinese team faced further domination by their opponents. The rest gained from the first match proved futile, although Yao Ming delivered a commendable performance amidst relentless pressure. He was ultimately outnumbered. Kirilenko on the international stage is simply formidable. Whenever faced with tall and muscular guards, Chinese point guards inevitably rack up numerous turnovers. The margin of defeat was even greater than against Argentina, leading to substantial scrutiny of Wang Fei's decisions, particularly regarding his conservative utilization of Wei Nan. Meanwhile, Li Chunjian, far from home in China, could only perceive Wang Fei as a fool. Wei Nan's prowess undoubtedly eclipses that of Liu Wei and his ilk. To relegate such a remarkable player to the sidelines is nothing short of a travesty. Were he the head coach, he would undoubtedly position Wei Nan as the cornerstone of the team, partnering with Yao Ming to exponentially enhance their combat effectiveness. Wang Fei, I have noted your maneuvers. While the players may remain oblivious to the intricate details, Li Chunjiang possesses a greater understanding. When he eventually takes the helm of the national team, he will certainly provide Wei Nan with the opportunity to showcase his abilities. He will make Wang Fei realize just how misguided it is to keep Wei Nan off the court. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, even the most stubborn Chinese media have shifted their stance, now deeming qualification a mere theoretical possibility, rather than simply defeating New Zealand to secure a spot. This matter is intrinsically linked to the national team's dignity. At this juncture, its symbolic significance outweighs the mere act of qualification. For New Zealand, this pivotal clash is indeed a matter of life and death. Defeating New Zealand, they have previously triumphed over Russia in the group stage. Their formidable fighting spirit should not be underestimated. Wang Fei and his national team are all in, determined to exert every effort for ultimate glory. On September 5th, the Chinese team's concluding battle must be nothing short of exhilarating. We must seize victory in tonight's match, exhibiting our unique style and perfecting every detail. I believe in you. You shall create a miracle. Creating a miracle, indeed, it is merely a hair's breadth away. Prior to the match, the New Zealand players performed Ori War dance in homage to their formidable adversary, Wei Nan, who observed with amusement at their lackluster display. As the game commenced, perhaps provoked by their opponents, the Chinese team unleashed an almost surreal level of precision shooting in the first quarter, establishing a commanding lead of 22 points. The sharpshooter Li Nan shone brightly, leaving the New Zealand players hesitant to double-team Yao Ming. Throughout the first quarter, New Zealand's center Booker found himself utterly helpless against Yao Ming. Once he secured his position, he was able to score effortlessly over him, thanks to his remarkable height and delicate touch. Veteran Hu Weidong even delighted the audience with a spectacular steal followed by a thunderous dunk. Who could withstand that? Wei Nan found great enjoyment on the bench, relishing the VIP experience as he watched from a close perspective, joining the crowd in their fervent cheers. However, after the first quarter, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and Wei Nan fell into silence. Following an unexpected and substantial lead at the end of the first quarter, the Chinese team initiated a series of substitutions at the outset of the second quarter. Bada replaced Yao Ming, while the youthful forward duo took the place of Hu Weidong and Gong Xiaobin. Liu Wei, who had performed commendably in previous matches, substituted for the starting point guard Guo Shiqiang. Wang Fei aimed to provide rest for the starters, which was understandable given the significant lead. Yet, removing all the primary players left the team devoid of a reliable ball handler, and the opponent's zone defense proved to be a significant challenge for the Chinese players. Hu Weidong rushed in to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately, by the end of the first half, the lead had dwindled to single digits. The second half unfolded as a true nightmare. The New Zealand sharpshooter dominated the court. Phil Jones, a diminutive player who thoroughly dismantled the Chinese defense, scored an astounding 33 points, propelling New Zealand into the quarterfinals and making history. The perennial issues of the Chinese team resurfaced. Player stamina was limited. Backcourt players were repeatedly stripped of the ball, and the rhythm was lost. Yao Ming began to face double teams, and the perimeter failed to provide a response. Under New Zealand's formidable defense, the Chinese team lost their way, ultimately succumbing in this battle for glory. In the face of life and death, it appears that survival took precedence over honor. The defeated Chinese team was enveloped in silence. Failing to reach the quarterfinals, Wang Fei appeared somber before the media, visibly distressed. Coach Wang, with the Chinese team's backcourt lacking depth and Wei Nan not receiving any playing time, could there be underlying issues with the arrangements? Wei Nan has achieved remarkable success domestically, and anyone within the industry is undoubtedly aware of it. Wei Nan possesses remarkable physical attributes at just 17 years of age. He stands at an impressive height of 1.96 meters, boasts an exceptional wingspan, exhibits noteworthy resilience in confrontations, and showcases outstanding passing vision and ball handling skills. Observing those guards who struggle to even traverse half the court, it is evident that Wei Nan represents the more prudent choice. However, doubts linger regarding his capacity to excel on the grand stage of the World Championship. I must prioritize the team's welfare and will not permit an untested player to partake in such a significant event, declared Wang Fei, his words heavy with implication, suggesting Wei Nan's inadequacy for competition. In typical circumstances, a player might succumb to self-doubt. Yet Wei Nan remains unfazed, accepting the possibility of not stepping onto the court, thereby avoiding undue blame. Wang Fei adheres to his convictions, while Wei Nan focuses on playing steadily, which he deems preferable to all else. As for the Asian Games set to take place in Busan, South Korea, in October, Wang Fei will undoubtedly continue as the national team's head coach. Wei Nan, however, expresses no desire to participate, preferring to let others enjoy the experience. Similar to the Chinese team, the formidable American squad also faced disappointment at the World Championship, securing only a sixth-place finish and suffering public embarrassment on home soil. Consequently, the American superstar who declined the national team's call faced severe public backlash. Meanwhile, the once unified Yugoslavia claimed the World Championship, with sharpshooter Peja delivering a commendable performance. Upon returning to China, Wei Nan found himself at a crossroads. Chapter 27. Invitation. After the defeat to South Korea in the Asian Games, sleep eluded him. Being a meticulous individual, he yearned for improvement. Fortunately, he discovered an effective method to alleviate stress: running, shooting, and training tirelessly until exhaustion enveloped him, allowing him to finally rest. If the 2002 World Championship was a nightmare for the Chinese men's basketball team, then the 2002 Busan Asian Games represented their most formidable hell. With no retreat following the World Championship's failure, the Chinese men's basketball team had no choice but to secure first place in the Asian Games, striving to restore the confidence of their ardent fans. From the group stage to the knockout rounds, the Chinese team, fueled by determination, displayed an unyielding spirit. In their opening match, they triumphed over Kuwait by 33 points, followed by a resounding victory against Hong Kong by 74 points. Then an impressive win over Taiwan by 63 points, followed by a crushing defeat of Japan by 45 points, and a 41-point dismantling of the Philippines. They advanced to the finals, dispatching Kazakhstan with a staggering 69-point margin. With unwavering resolve, the Chinese team faced South Korea in the semifinals, narrowly defeating them by a single point. All Chinese fans, including the players themselves, felt that the championship title of the Asian Games was within their grasp. Wei Nan was certainly aware of the narrative's trajectory, yet he had been removed from the national team by Wang Fei, rendering his voice insignificant. Even if Wei Nan were to divulge that the Chinese men's basketball team would succumb to South Korea in the finals, no one would believe him. They would merely consider him insane. However, this match, which everyone presumed to be a foregone conclusion, exuded an exceedingly strange atmosphere. Despite the Chinese men's basketball team dominating their opponents throughout the game, they encountered a devastating series of blunders in the final 30 seconds akin to the misfortunes of the national football team, allowing their adversaries to stage a remarkable comeback. In the aftermath, the media's interpretations and public discourse surrounding the match persisted for an extended period without resolution. Some vehemently criticized the officiating, others believed that the Chinese team, in its prime, had grown overly complacent, while yet others attributed the failure to an insufficient chemical reaction due to the transition between generations within the team. Regardless, the undeniable reality was that the team, centered around Yao Ming, had faltered, leaving a near disgraceful exit for the golden generation of Chinese basketball. Domestic media at the time went so far as to liken the men's basketball team to using a sledgehammer to swat a fly, only to find the blade dulled. Some even bluntly asserted that the Chinese men's basketball team was increasingly resembling the national football team, capable of tormenting one's nerves at any time, in any place, and in ways one could scarcely imagine. Wei Nan came across this news and pondered, where are we even now? Once the true pinnacle has passed, The Chinese men's basketball team will only continue to shatter your perceptions without restraint. Insanity? It has been driven to madness. Wang Fei was discreetly dismissed, and the next head coach for the national team remains uncertain. Several candidates have been recommended from above. Yet Wei Nan is well aware that these individuals are merely being set up to take the blame. As the next international competition approaches, specifically the 2004 Athens Olympics, it has become increasingly unclear who will assume the role of head coach for the national team. Following a series of failures with domestic coaches, everyone's gaze has shifted towards foreign coaches. In his previous life, Wei Nan was a member of the post-90s generation, largely indifferent to the evolution of the national team during that period. However, he was aware that the pinnacle of China's sporting achievements was on the horizon. Following the conclusion of the Asian Games, Yao Ming, weary and fatigued, embarked on his journey in the NBA. While others engaged in training and rest, Yao had spent the past few months with the national team, participating in numerous matches, leaving him devoid of adequate recuperation time. At a towering height of 226 centimeters, even in his youth, his body could not withstand such relentless strain. Wei Nan contemplated urging Yao Ming to partake in fewer matches and to prioritize his NBA career, particularly his health, which he believed to be of utmost importance. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. Serving his country had always been Yao Ming's cherished dream, especially with the 2008 Olympics approaching, where he was willing to risk his career to battle alongside his compatriots on home soil. As for his physical well-being, perhaps, in Yao Ming's heart, it truly held little significance. A pure-hearted giant, Wei Nan felt his role was not to counsel, but rather to assist Yao Ming in shouldering that responsibility. If he could lead the national team to triumph across Asia, what need would there be for Yao Ming? It would be best for him to rest and not to worry about the team. In mid-October, merely 3 days after the conclusion of the Asian Games, Wei Nan was unexpectedly summoned to the office by head coach Zhang Ruocheng and assistant coach Wang Huayu. The youth team competition had already commenced, and the Guangdong Hongyuan team continued to dominate the matches as they always had, with no rivals in sight. Wei Nan has already dominated at this level of competition, averaging an astounding 28 points, 15 assists, along with 3 steals and 3 blocks per game. Such formidable statistics suggest that he can single-handedly dismantle the opponent's entire offense and defense. An undefeated champion, as long as Wei Nan remains in the team. The Guangdong Hongyuan youth team undeniably stands as the foremost in China. Recently, Wei Nan's skills have seen remarkable improvement. He has even mastered the art of the turnaround jumper. Assistant coach Wang Huayu couldn't help but tease Wei Nan upon arrival, remarking, "Isn't it thanks to our 2 head coaches? For a train to run swiftly, it must be led by its engine." Wei Nan finally revealed his true intentions, openly flattering the 2 of you without pretense. "You rascal." Wang Huayu chuckled as he pointed at Wei Nan. "So, boss, big brother, you summoned me today for a purpose, I presume?" Wang Huayu held the title of the boss, and Zhang Ruocheng was his superior, hence the appellation of Big Brother. I have already mentioned that we should refrain from such titles. We operate in a formal establishment, not among petty ruffians. Zhang Ruocheng shot an exasperated glance at Wei Nan. All right. Let us see what thoughts you have." Zhang Ruocheng tossed 2 letters onto the table, gesturing for Wei Nan to open them. Wei Nan cast a subtle glance towards Wang Huayu, who maintained a steadfast gaze, feigning an air of utmost seriousness. How infuriating it is. They are all seasoned rogues, pretending to be grand wolves. Wei Nan felt a wave of unease wash over him. What could be contained within the envelope that prompted both head coaches to summon him to their office with such gravity? It is worth noting that he is currently the star of the youth team. If they aspire to rise in their careers, they will undoubtedly rely on his prowess to help them conquer the challenges ahead. Wei Nan cautiously opened the envelope. It was not difficult to unravel, but the adhesive had sealed the flap securely. Wei Nan did not dare to exert too much force in his curiosity, uncertain of the contents within. If it were several million in bank checks, he would be held responsible for any damage. Moments later, Wei Nan withdrew the papers from the envelope. "What is this?" The envelope contained what appeared to be a document, but it was entirely in English, and Wei Nan did not take the time to read it thoroughly at first. "What is this?" Wei Nan lifted his head to gaze at the 2 individuals. "I heard that ever since you returned from the Adidas training camp in the United States, you have been fervently seeking out foreign instructors to enhance your English skills. Surely, the contents of this document are not beyond your comprehension," Zhang Ruocheng remarked. "Understanding it is certainly within my capabilities," Wei Nan replied. Compared to a year ago, his proficiency in English had seen remarkable improvement. Engaging in conversations with foreigners was no longer a challenge, and deciphering an English document was now a trivial task. An invitation letter? Goodness. What? An NCAA college in the United States has extended an invitation for me to join the team. Chapter 28. The agreement. The arrival of the invitation from an American university was utterly unexpected for Wei Nan. With just over 10 days remaining before the commencement of the NCAA regular season, the rosters of each team had largely been finalized, excluding certain variables. Those players had been training together for nearly 2 months since the beginning of the semester. In contrast to the NBA's personnel structure, the NCAA experiences considerable player turnover. With a 4-year academic program, most prodigious athletes are often selected by the NBA after their first or second year, typically serving as pivotal figures within their teams. It is rare to find a superstar like Duncan who completes a full 4 years of college, had it not been for his desire to fulfill his mother's wishes. Duncan could have entered the NBA 3 years earlier. The departure of core players inevitably leads to a reshuffling of the team. Established powerhouses rely on their heritage, strength, and resources to attract new prodigies, yet achieving cohesion remains a formidable challenge. Basketball is a team sport that requires the synergy of 5 players. Attempting to navigate the thorny path alone will undoubtedly yield adverse effects over time. Receiving an invitation to join the team at this juncture seems rather belated. Wei Nan remained silent as he opened another envelope. The contents were similar, merely extending an invitation for him to join the team, expressing confidence that he could contribute significantly and that together they could achieve greatness. The formulaic communication left Wei Nan deep in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his gaze towards head coach Zhang Ruocheng and assistant coach Wang Huaiyu. "Gentlemen, do you truly wish for me to venture to America?" Wei Nan was somewhat uncertain about the specific thoughts of the two individuals. After all, he currently held a significant position within the youth team. "Do you wish to go to America?" Zhang Ruocheng did not respond directly, but instead posed the question back to Wei Nan. "Do I want to go to America?" "Absolutely." Wei Nan does not conceal his true aspirations. He certainly wishes to go to the United States. The rationale is quite simple. The current intensity of competition and the nature of the matches offer no substantial assistance for his growth. However, Guangdong is the nurturing ground for him. Both his teammates and coaches have provided immense support along Wei Nan's path of development. Perhaps the club views everything merely as a business transaction, yet the essence of humanity never fades from the court. Wei Nan's initial plan was to ascend to the first team of Hongyuan next year, joining forces with Zhu Fengyu, Du Feng, and Wang Shipong to secure a championship in the CBA before opting to enter the NBA draft. He aimed to repay the gratitude owed to his former club while also enhancing his statistics to attain a favorable draft position upon entering the NBA. The plan was splendid. However, an unexpected university invitation disrupted Wei Nan's resolve. Should he embark on a journey to hone his skills on a grander stage? Wei Nan certainly desires it. Then let us proceed. "Oh, in that case, I shall not." Suddenly, Wei Nan lifted his head, his expression reflecting a hint of disbelief. "What is the matter? Did you not hear what I said?" Zhang Ruocheng asked with a smile. "Brother, it's just that happiness has arrived so unexpectedly, Wei Nan scratched his head, taken aback by Zhang Ruocheng's response. Was it not commonly said that the CBA was notorious for binding contracts, reluctant to release players, and would leave one destitute and disgraced if they attempted to negotiate? Why, then, was it that in this instance, the leadership was so accommodating? Was it so strange to think that they would not let him go until he had led the Guangdong Hongyuan team to victory, extracting every ounce of value from him before granting his release? Such sentiments are hardly suitable for open discourse. Nonetheless, this was indeed what Wei Nan harbored in his heart. How presumptuous! What does he take us for? Does he genuinely believe that his prowess on the court renders him irreplaceable? Let me assure you, even in his absence, Guangdong Hongyuan will undoubtedly clinch the CBA championship. Of course, the team is brimming with talent, and the future undoubtedly belongs to Hongyuan. Wei Nan echoed, "All right. Take your invitation letter and leave. As for which school to attend, that is for you to decide." Zhang Ruocheng waved his hand, signaling for the person to depart. "Understood. Understood, my dear brother. I shall take my leave now." Wei Nan, with an air of careful exuberance, gingerly clutched the envelope, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he made his way towards the door. Just as he stepped out of the office, assistant coach Wang Huaiyu hurried after him. In contrast to the more imposing presence of Zhang Ruocheng, the rapport between Wei Nan and Wang Huaiyu was evidently much warmer. "Isn't this the Wei Nan who is off to play in the United States? How do you feel? Are you not exhilarated? Come on, boss. Please spare me the teasing. Wei Nan forced a smile, addressing his elder companion. You sly old fox, withholding hints in the office has left me trembling with anxiety. Even after everything concluded, you emerge with your sardonic remarks, as if you have no regard for my feelings. Did you truly think we wouldn't send you to America? I am fully prepared to sacrifice for Hong Yuan. You, with your silver tongue, he continued. The decision to send you to the United States is not solely in Coach Zhang's hands. Coach Li has also made significant efforts behind the scenes. Coach Li Chuanjiang. How does he factor into this? You are on the verge of being promoted to the first team. Your prowess is unparalleled domestically, which greatly benefits Hong Yuan. However, shallow waters are ill-suited for the growth of a true dragon. Too many players in China have squandered their precious time. Coach Zhang does not wish for you to remain here, as it would only hinder your progress. He consulted the majority of the players, and remarkably, they all support your development in America. Coach Zhang explained the situation to Coach Li, expecting it would take considerable effort, yet to his surprise, Coach Li readily agreed to his proposal without hesitation. I am unaware of the bond you share with Coach Li, but both the youth team and first team coaches have expressed their support for you. The higher-ups have nothing to contest, for your contributions to the youth team are evident. Regardless, once you arrive in America, you must steady your mind. The competition there is 100-fold more brutal than here. Wang Huayu felt a mix of anticipation and concern. He hoped for Wei Nan's success in America, while fearing that he might struggle to adapt and falter. After hearing Wang Huayu's words, Wei Nan was astonished by the tumult surrounding his journey to America, mentioning both Zhang Jinmin and Li Chuanjiang, along with various teammates. Fortunately, the outcome was acceptable, and it seemed that Li Chuanjiang was quite a decent fellow after all. Rest assured, my friend, once in America, unleash your full potential. Wei Nan does not boast. It is merely a university league, and if someone like Anthony can claim victory, there is no reason to believe he is inferior. You should have your own opinions and maintain a low profile. Avoid being excessively conspicuous. Where's the excess? Wang Huayu, you are placing unreasonable demands. I must decline. Later that evening, Wei Nan returned to the dormitory, where Lian was still watching a drama. However, unlike his usual self, Lian did not greet Wei Nan today. Oh, isn't that Xiang Kai? Watching Lian again, Wei Nan teased, but Lian remained silent. What is the matter? Is this not the sunny and cheerful boy who usually beams at the sight of me? Nan Gu, are you planning to go to America? Oh, so that's what it's about. Lian, I'll scout the way for you first. We are brothers, and one day we shall fight side by side on American soil. Really? When have you ever deceived me, Nan Gu? It's a promise. I still want to team up with you to help you grab rebounds. No problem. Nan Gu has agreed. Hee. Nan Gu, you are truly wonderful. The joy of a boy is so simple, and Lian smiled brightly once more at Xiang Kai. Chapter 29. The test. Wei Nan's departure was utterly silent. After bidding farewell to his teammates and briefly encountering Zhu Fengyu and others, he boarded a flight to the United States without even having the chance to partake in a farewell dinner. The urgency of time and the weight of his responsibilities loomed large, as the NCAA tournament was on the horizon, necessitating his swift reunion with the team. After a night of contemplation, Wei Nan made his choice between two universities, opting for the latter, Marquette University. Indeed, Wei Nan did not choose Syracuse University, but instead selected Marquette, the alma mater of Dwayne Wade. Syracuse, boasting the formidable talent of Anthony, was already a powerhouse and a strong contender for the championship title. In a previous life, Anthony was derided as a superstar who had failed to secure a championship. Wei Nan also took the time to investigate Anthony's life history, discovering that the NCAA championship stands as the most illustrious moment in Anthony's professional career. Wei Nan harbored no desire to seek the support of influential figures. Instead, he preferred to join Marquette, a team deemed weaker than Syracuse. Is there anything more exhilarating than overcoming the odds? Moreover, there lies the presence of the esteemed Mr. 9 points, one of the premier shooting guards in the annals of the league's history. If it were Dwayne Wade, surely he could amass an impressive array of attributes. With this thought, a peculiar transformation overtook Wei Nan's expression. His pronounced jawline seemed to prepare for the dread of being commanded. Wisconsin, Milwaukee. The warmth of a prolonged summer and the harshness of winter. As November approached, Milwaukee began to chill, with Wei Nan clad in a coat, his handsome visage strikingly prominent amidst the crowd. Wei Nan arrived at the location of Marquette University, a private Catholic institution. The concept of Catholicism eluded him, as he was a staunch supporter of socialism. While casually strolling through the campus, his tall stature and handsome features quickly attracted the attention of female students on the prowl. "Hello, handsome, would you join me for a drink?" Came a rather crude pickup line. "Look at that pockmarked face of yours. Go away." "What? I don't speak English very well. I'm sorry." Wayne feigned ignorance and smiled as he walked away. It has been proven that being handsome truly allows one to have their way. Lo and behold, another opportunity presented itself. "Handsome, you are remarkable. May I ask you out on a date?" The invitation was delivered with a more direct and alluring gaze, a seductive lick of the lips, and a playful demeanor, all adorned in exquisite attire. Ahem, it would indeed be an honor to date such a beautiful woman. However, I am still a minor. Perhaps you could wait a few more months for me to mature a bit more. In the presence of such a voluptuous and enchanting creature, Wayne found himself unusually chatty. "Minor? Oh, how delightful. But your expression and tone make even a pervert like me think you are one too. Engaging in relations with a minor can lead to prosecution and imprisonment." Wait. Please remove your hand. Do not roam over my abs like that. Just hold on a little longer. Once I turn 18, I promise you won't be able to get out of bed. American women are indeed bold, flirting openly in public as if the streets were their own home. 18? Huh. At this, the alluring woman chuckled. "No. In Wisconsin, one can engage in sexual relations at 16. Wayne was momentarily taken aback. Not 18, but 16? Goodness, does that mean I am to face the repercussions today? Ultimately, Wayne excused himself, citing personal constraints and the occasional inconvenient days of the month, as he departed under the woman's forlorn gaze. Nevertheless, they exchanged contact information, ensuring clarity. "Truly, I am a man of unwavering resolve, capable of mastering my desires. I am invincible." In no time, Wayne arrived at his destination, the office of Coach Tom Collins of Marquette. Tom Collins, a quintessential Caucasian coach, emphasizes teamwork among players, excels at uncovering the potential of newcomers, and adeptly harmonizes the talents on the court, igniting within them a greater vigor. Wayne's initial impression of Colin was somewhat hasty, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He did not exude overwhelming authority. Rather, he appeared amiable. "Wayne, I am delighted that you chose Marquette. Your presence will undoubtedly strengthen the team." Upon their first encounter, Colin found Wayne to be quite impressive. A courteous young man, he entered with decorum, refraining from disturbing Colin as he worked, instead patiently waiting quietly until he was finished. As a composed playmaker, Colin was already convinced of Wayne's commendable reputation based on this poise alone. "Coach, it is an honor to join Marquette. Playing under your guidance is a tremendous privilege." Flattery is a universal skill, beneficial in any setting. Colin's expression softened further. This striking young man, with his innate talent, would undoubtedly excel in defense on the court. "Later, I will introduce you to your teammates. Tonight, I will organize an intra-squad training session to showcase everyone's skills and allow you to demonstrate yours." Eager for the team assessment, Colin could hardly wait to witness what this young talent from across the ocean would bring to the game. Wayne had not anticipated that shortly after disembarking from the plane, he would be required to participate in a practice match that very evening. Was this not an undue burden? Yet, observing Colin's eager expression, Wayne understood that the circumstances were immutable. Thus, he resolved to deliver an exemplary performance during the forthcoming game. After bidding farewell to Coach Colin, Wayne, guided by a kind-hearted student, made his way to the student dormitory. The student wished to enter, but Wayne would not acquiesce. He resided in a double room, yet his roommate seemed to be absent. After locating his bed and arranging his bedding, he began to contemplate his strategy for the evening's practice match. This year, Marquette University welcomed 2 freshmen, making a total of 3 newcomers, including Wayne. Among them was Robert Jackson, a center transferring from the University of Mississippi, and Steve Novak, a small forward standing at 2.08 meters. The Marquette team lacked notable players, as Dwayne Wade, Dina, and Merritt were the only ones with any semblance of competitive ability, while the rest were rather unremarkable. Consequently, there were 6 players vying for 5 starting positions. Both Dina and Wade played as point guards, their roles overlapping somewhat, primarily focused on offense, with less emphasis on traditional playmaking. Merritt, Jackson, and Novak were undoubtedly the frontcourt partners. Would Colin consider relegating one of them to the bench? Or might he opt to have Wayne serve as a substitute, stepping in for Dina to partner with Wade? With 6 players competing for 5 spots, myriad combinations were possible. Yet, Wade was indispensable, and Jackson, who had been acquired at considerable expense from another school, would likely secure a position as well. This left a scenario of 4 players contending for 3 spots. What style of play did Colin prefer? Swift transitions or a more methodical approach? Given the prevailing trends among coaches during this period, it was probable that most would favor the latter. If that were the case, Wei Nan's chances of starting would significantly increase. The outcome of this evening's practice match would undoubtedly become the focal point of competition among the players. Wei Nan arrived at the training facility at 7 p.m. The head coach, Colin, had scheduled the assembly for 7:30, so Wei Nan came half an hour early. Wishing to familiarize himself with Marquette's hoop in preparation for the impending critical assessment, the other players had arrived over a month prior, their familiarity with one another far exceeding his own, as he remained an unfamiliar presence among them. By 7 p.m., the training hall was ablaze with light, the sound of basketballs meeting the polished floor resounding continuously, accompanied by the shouts of men and the excited shrieks of a group of young women. Were they in the midst of a game? Wei Nan's initial reaction was to believe that there were individuals competing within the arena. Otherwise, from where could such exuberant cheers and shouts possibly emanate? Wei Nan was filled with curiosity as he stepped into the training facility, immediately sensing the stark contrast in temperature compared to the outdoors. An atmosphere infused with joy, fervor, and sweat enveloped the space, where a group of guys, dressed lightly and brimming with excitement, congregated by the basketball court, their exuberant cheers echoing throughout. On the court, a familiar figure was performing an impressive dunk. Was that a Eurostep? After deftly maneuvering past his opponent, he executed a powerful slam, dominating the rim with sheer force. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, yet exuded strength, leaving a profound impact. Dwayne Wade. Indeed, the young man clad in the number 3 jersey, with prominent cheekbones, a shaved head, and a physique brimming with muscle, was none other than the marquee star of the Marquette Golden Eagles, the Flash, Dwayne Wade. This fellow certainly had a flair for showmanship. Observing Wade as he spread his arms wide, reveling in the cheers from the audience, Wei Nan found himself intrigued, keenly watching from the sidelines. The scrimmage was about to commence, yet Wade still had time to showcase his acrobatics, exuding confidence for the forthcoming match. Wade's opponent was remarkably outmatched, merely serving as a foil for Wade's display of skill. With a flurry of impressive moves, the crowd of girls erupted in excitement, at least 5 of them reaching a euphoric peak with each dunk. For this display of bravado, I would rate it a solid 9. After yet another thunderous dunk, Wade glanced at his watch and waved his hand, signaling that the performance had come to an end. All right, everyone, time's up. This exhibition is over. With 15 minutes remaining until the scheduled scrimmage, Wade concluded this display devoid of technical merit. Ding. Absorbable attribute detected. Eurostep 40, valid for 24 hours. Duration, 3 minutes absorption condition. High five with Dwayne Wade. Is it time to engage? Wei Nan turned his gaze towards Wade, and indeed, new attribute values had emerged on Wade's figure. Initially intending to lead a humble existence, Wei Nan found himself compelled to act with great fanfare, as the system left him no choice. However, what could this affectionate high five truly signify? System, a hint would be most welcome. Wei Nan's initial thoughts seemed somewhat skewed. Could it be that he intends to impose his will upon others, only to celebrate the aftermath with applause? If that were the case, Wei Nan would certainly opt to forego such an endeavor. After all, the attributes that exist for merely 24 hours hold little value for attachment. His own physical form still possesses utility. He cannot allow this individual to gain an advantage. Absolutely not. Applause is merely applause, devoid of any ulterior motives. Is that truly the case? Wei Nan pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to step forward. Marvelous. Truly befitting of Marquette's esteemed leader. Your dunk has left me utterly astonished. With a smile gracing his lips, Wei Nan emerged from the crowd, his hands fervently applauding while uttering words of praise for Wade. Who possesses such eloquence? At the sound of the compliments, Wade turned to see a strikingly handsome, tall young man with dark hair and a fair complexion. He was unfamiliar, somewhat enigmatic. Wade swore that he would never surround himself with friends of such allure. The threat they posed was undeniably significant. Women are often captivated by looks, and American women, even more so. Wade remained particularly wary of such exceptionally handsome individuals. Thank you for the compliment. Are you a student at our school? Wade inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, Wei Nan replied. Are you a local? Wei Nan spoke fluent English, imbued with a strong regional accent. Undoubtedly a reflection of having lived in the United States from a young age. Otherwise, how could one articulate so authentically? Wei Nan was perplexed by Wade's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have retorted, "It is you who has an accent, and your entire family shares it." Wei Nan, a professional English teacher, surely possesses no accent. As a freshman, Wei Nan is delighted to meet the most renowned basketball player of Marquette University, Dwayne Wade. "I am indeed your admirer." Wei Nan wore an expression of admiration, as if he intended to completely absorb Dwayne Wade's essence. "But I'm not a basketball player. I'm merely a student." The once proud king displayed unexpected humility. Is this truly the Wade from his memories? Regardless, let us applaud your greatness. With that, Wei Nan raised his right hand, poised for a high five, his face radiating anticipation. "All right, we should proceed." With a resounding clap, their hands met with a sharp sound. What happened next? Wade attempted to lower his arm, but Wei Nan continued to gaze at him with fervor, his right hand still aloft, showing no sign of letting it drop. "What is this? Do you wish to high-five again?" Wade's expression shifted to one of confusion. What did this person mean? "No. Dwayne, your greatness extends far beyond mere moments. Come, let us joyfully celebrate you." Wade found himself at a loss, feeling as though he were being led by Wei Nan's enthusiasm. "You clap once, I clap once. A child folds paper airplanes. You clap twice, I clap twice. 2 children braid their hair. You clap thrice, I clap thrice. 3 children munch on cookies. You clap 4 times, I clap 4 times. 4 children practice writing. You clap 5 times, I clap 5 times. 5 children beat the drums. You clap 6 times. I clap 6 times. 6 children eat pomegranates. You clap 7 times, I clap 7 times. 7 children hold a rooster. You clap 8 times, I clap 8 times. 8 children blow trumpets. You clap 9 times, I clap 9 times. 9 children bounce balls. You clap 10 times, I clap 10 times. 10 children swim in pools. Wait, who on earth are you? Wade felt on the verge of losing his composure, bewildered by the absurdity of clapping and singing simultaneously. This is insane. Yet, to his own dismay, he found himself unwittingly joining in the song. "Bro, what is it that you truly desire?" Wade halted this misguided interaction, his face clearly reflecting his frustration. "You better provide a reasonable explanation, or we will have unfinished business." "Do you think me a fool?" Ding. Condition met. High five with Dwayne Wade, the embodiment of love. Eurostep 40, valid for 24 hours. Duration, 3 minutes. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Wei Nan slowly lowered his hands. "What did I wish to achieve? Naturally, I aim to absorb all your attributes. Upon meeting you, Dwayne, I feel an undeniable connection." Wei Nan's expression was serious, and Wade almost believed him. At this moment, Wade perceived Wei Nan as somewhat eccentric, unfit for companionship, let alone collaboration on the court. Where are the others? "Wei Nan, how has your interaction with Dwayne been? In the coming year, you both will be brothers fighting side by side on the basketball court." At some point, Colin entered the training facility, and upon observing the engaging exchange between the two, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Basketball is a team sport, and harmony within the team is of utmost importance. Seeing a cordial rapport between the core players and newcomers brought Colin immense joy. "What? You are actually my teammate." Wade was taken aback. Goodness, what a bizarre turn of events. Chapter 31. He has changed. This truly was a dismal day. New teammates were set to report today, a fact Colin had mentioned to Wade early in the morning. As a seasoned veteran and a pivotal player in the team, Wade's first thought was, this must be an exceptional individual. Anyone specially recruited by the school at this juncture must possess considerable talent. Wade was certain of that. Marquette, having lost several capable seniors, was in dire need of fresh blood. Robert Jackson and Steve Novak were both forwards, and although there were a few backup forwards within the team, their playing time was limited. Still, they could hold their own for a few crucial minutes in critical moments. Alongside Merritt, who was already part of the team, the new season's Marquette Eagles would not need to worry about their forward players. However, in the backcourt, there were only Dwayne and Wade, and it was unreasonable to expect them to carry the entire season without rest. Even workhorses need a break. Thus, regarding the impending arrival of Wei Nan, the formidable point guard Colin had spoken of, Wade was filled with anticipation. Yet, the stark contrast between reality and expectation deeply pierced Wade's tender heart. Was this truly the calm and composed point guard the coach had described? He appeared rather unreliable. For the first time, Wade found himself questioning Colin's words. Aside from his handsome appearance, how did Wei Nan resemble Colin's description in any way? Wade harbored profound doubts about the team's future. "Young men, I am delighted that you could arrive punctually at 7:30. Tonight, we will welcome a new teammate. Hailing from China, a player of extraordinary talent. I firmly believe he will bring significant contributions to our team. What assistance do you offer, teaching us how to applaud? Wade inwardly scoffed. Recalling the recent events, he was utterly convinced that Wei Nin was toying with him, despite knowing him well and being teammates. The words spoken were utterly mortifying, especially with Wade's seemingly delighted expression. That little rascal, he hoped Wei really was as the coach described. Otherwise, Wade vowed that he would ensure Wei Nan faced the consequences. While Wade's inner turmoil was opaque to Wei Nan, he was indifferent to it. Life stretched ahead, and this was merely the beginning. If Wade could not withstand this minor pressure, how could he possibly lead them to triumph over Snow City and vanquish the self-satisfied Carmelo Anthony? As for the invitation from Syracuse University, Wei Nan had long since dismissed it. There was no doubt that Anthony was merely seeking to latch onto his coattails. Wei Nan, come here and greet everyone. Colin beckoned to Wei Nan from the ranks. Wei Nan, as always, wore a gentle smile that, combined with his handsome appearance, effortlessly garnered a wave of goodwill. Deceptive. All of it is deceitful. Do not be fooled by this lad. Skilled at leveraging his looks to win over others, this newcomer is truly remarkable. Hello everyone. I am Wei Nan, hailing from the great nation of China. I am thrilled to embark on this journey with you all in the days to come. Let us strive together to seize that coveted championship trophy. As he spoke, Wei Nan became increasingly animated, igniting excitement among the players on the sidelines. This lad is impressive, brimming with passion. Dina appreciates such players. A lifeless demeanor would surely disrupt the team's atmosphere. From China? Sharing the same homeland as Yao Ming? That is indeed something to anticipate. As the first overall pick in 2002, Yao Ming remains quite influential in the realm of American basketball. The first Asian to be the top NBA draft pick, the first of the yellow race, and also the tallest among them, Yao Ming possesses an array of accolades. Novak had followed Yao Ming's career, and it stands to reason that Wei Nan, sharing the same origin, would hold promise as well. He appears rather tall, perhaps a towering point guard. I am eager to collaborate with him. Merritt, a commendable individual, as a seasoned junior, does not shy away from the infusion of youthful talent. After all, Wei Nan expressed his utmost desire, the NCAA's March Madness Championship. Only Jackson remained silent. Having just transferred from the University of Mississippi, he observed everything with a skeptical eye. Teammates? Perhaps next month, someone may leave the team. Who knows if they will make it to the end? Apart from Wade, Jackson seems to have the least reaction to Wei Nan's arrival. Once he had finished speaking, Wei Nan began to gauge the reactions of each player. They appear to be amiable. College students generally harbor no ill intentions. They all seem quite friendly. As if the words "come deceive me" were inscribed upon their faces. That Robert Jackson seems a bit pretentious. I'll make sure to give him a taste of humility, so he understands who truly leads this team. After introducing himself, Wei Nan modestly rejoined the ranks of the team, standing confidently beside Wade, who awkwardly took a half-step back. Seriously, this is our first meeting, and you're already acting this way? How will we navigate the days ahead? Wei Nan has begun to worry whether Wade can withstand the pressure. It's for his own good, really. I am helping him acclimate to the stress in advance, so that he may ultimately understand my heartfelt intentions. Wei Nan endeavored to persuade himself, resolutely refusing to allow his conscience to interfere, knowing it could harm both himself and others. Following a brief introduction of Wei Nan, Colin swiftly organized player groupings, collaborating with assistant coach Tim Buckley to orchestrate this innovative intra-team training match. Wei Nan was grouped with Wade and Jackson to face the formidable combination of Dina, Merritt, and Novak. The other two players, Todd Townsend and Terry Sanders, were also present, both being among the limited few on the bench capable of taking to the court. It is a pleasure to meet you, Wei Nan, he said. Although Jackson held little regard for Wei Nan, he still extended a courteous greeting out of respect for his position. Strictly speaking, he too was a newcomer, having recently joined the team like Wei Nan. Wade remained silent, his gaze fixed warily upon Wei Nan. This fellow is no good. I must not allow myself to be deceived by him again, Wade told himself, determined that the absurd incidents of the past would not repeat themselves. Dwayne, are you wary of me? Wei Nan feigned ignorance, furrowing his brows in apparent confusion. Of course not. I am fully prepared to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle, he retorted, a hint of mischief in his tone. However, should you falter and embarrass yourself later, I shall be the first to mock you. I see. Wei Nan relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. Let us stand shoulder to shoulder in battle, vanquish our adversaries, and seize victory. Wei Nan extended his arm, raising his left hand. Give me 5. Come on. Wade inwardly cursed. Feeling exasperated, Yet despite his reluctance, he complied and exchanged a high five with Wei Nan, considering it a pre-game morale boost. With the sound of the whistle, the first intra-team scrimmage commenced. Jackson, undoubtedly worth the hefty sum Colin had invested to acquire him, showcased his remarkable leaping ability, leaving Merritt far behind. Wei Nan seized the first wave of offensive possession, and at the very moment his palm made contact with the basketball, Wade could distinctly sense it. Wei Nan. His gaze has transformed. Chapter 32. A perfect opening. With a single whistle, the battle commences. As Wei Nan advanced with the ball, he seemed to shed his usual jovial demeanor, his gaze intensely focused, leaving Wade beside him filled with curiosity. I must see if this fellow is merely putting on an act. A point guard standing at 197 meters is a rare sight in the NCAA arena. The collegiate league differs greatly from the NBA. Each team and position typically features players of similar stature and physique. Many teams either cluster around shorter players or are packed with forwards, making the search for a 210-meter center an arduous task. Most teams' point guards are indeed above 190 meters. This is the reality of the NCAA. Even if one delivers statistics reminiscent of Jordan S. upon entering the NBA, they might easily fade into the crowd. The rules, the court, and the level of competition are all profoundly different. Wei Nan's defensive counterpart is Travis Diener. Standing before Wei Nan, the 183-meter Diener appears almost childlike, utterly incapable of impeding the formidable opponent before him. Wei Nan forcefully penetrated the paint, as Novak and Merritt swiftly converged for defense. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Wei found Jackson nestled between the two defenders. Without hesitation, Jackson soared for a thunderous dunk. So easy, too effortless. Dina aimed to reclaim his dignity, leveraging his speed to attempt a quick bypass of Wei Nan. He managed to pass, but the ball remained behind. With an impressive wingspan of 215 meters, Wei intercepted the ball just as Dina dribbled, seamlessly transitioning into a long pass to Wade, who had been waiting patiently. A graceful dunk ensued, Wade merely warming up. Good. This fellow is a born commander. On the sidelines, Colin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The scrimmage had only just begun, yet Wei Nan had already delivered 2 assists and 1 steal, dominating both offense and defense while orchestrating the dynamics among players with remarkable finesse. Dina struggled to contain Wei, whose physical advantage was glaringly apparent. Once again, Wei stole the ball, advancing rapidly to find Wade at the far end. Wade executed a lightning-fast drive into the paint, scoring off the backboard. 6-0. Within the first minute, Wei Nan's team had established an undeniable superiority. The onslaught was relentless, as Jackson remained airborne, while Wade executed numerous fast breaks, benefited by Wei's impeccable passes, each landing perfectly, allowing Wade to play with great ease. With exquisite rhythm, Wade delivered 10 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks in a mere 20 minutes, scoring only 6 points offensively. Emphasizing his strengths while compensating for his shortcomings, Wei Nan needed to showcase his talents to the fullest. Over. Colin halted the scrimmage from the sidelines. Dina's team faced a thorough defeat, rendering the contest devoid of intrigue. Meanwhile, Wei Nan demonstrated his worth. Even in collaboration with unfamiliar teammates, he exhibited his distinctive traits, showcasing exceptional court awareness and leadership capabilities. A true talent. Colin beamed with delight, having heard of Wei Nan's stellar performance at the Adidas training camp, where he outshone the rumored chosen one to become the MVP. Colin had approached him with a sense of cautious optimism. Little did he know, the outcome would be immensely rewarding. Wei Nan's presence perfectly filled the void of a court commander at Marquette University. With such remarkable innate talent, Wei Nan is destined to emerge as a formidable dark horse in the NCAA arena, shining brightly alongside Dwayne Wade during the thrilling March Madness. Bro, you are simply amazing. Our alley-oop synergy will undoubtedly become a hallmark of Marquette. After the scrimmage, Jackson immediately expressed great interest in Wei Nan. How could one resist the allure of effortlessly slicing through defenses? Indeed, his earlier passes were nothing short of exceptional. Wade felt a twinge of reluctance, yet he still offered a few compliments. No, Dwayne, is it merely outstanding? It appears I must strive even harder. Wei Nan directly wrapped his arm around Wade's shoulder. Wade offered no resistance, finding Wei Nan's casual demeanor rather agreeable. Perhaps he was not intentionally toying with me before, rather, he was merely expressing goodwill? Wade engaged in a self-affirming dialogue in his mind. Ding. Absorbable attribute detected. Breakthrough ability 40. Can be saved. Duration, 3 minutes absorption condition. Affectionate gestures towards Dwayne Wade. Just as Wei Nan and Wade were enjoying their conversation, the system inopportunely interrupted Wei Nan's delightful experience. Affectionate gestures? Goodness. Is it as I imagined? System. You are indeed quite peculiar. Wei Nan is aware that Rudiger, the formidable defender from Germany, has a penchant for teasing others. This high-kicking comic figure seems somewhat lacking in intellect, and Wei Nan has no desire to stoop to such levels. However, under the same roof, one must reluctantly acquiesce. Wei Nan closed his eyes, his right hand moved to an indescribable location, and then his fingers came together, gradually applying pressure. It was somewhat firm. Yet he had not quite reached the crucial point. Therefore, Wei Nan adjusted his direction. This time he hit the mark. Wei Nan suddenly exerted himself. Damn it. Wei Nan, what are you doing? Amidst Wade's furious outburst, Wei Nan appeared utterly entranced. That feels delightful. In the tumultuous yet passionate relationship between Wei Nan and Wade. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the day of the NCAA regular season opener arrived. November 15th marked over 20 days since Wei Nan had joined the team. Wei Nan is diligently preparing for the competition, striving to integrate himself into the team while familiarizing himself with each player's style and physical condition. He aims to make varied decisions based on differing circumstances, aspiring to achieve perfection on the court. With his meticulous attitude and extraordinary talent in directing play, Wei Nan quickly garnered the admiration of head coach Colin. A starting position. It is imperative to secure a starting role. The delightful dilemma compelled Colin to make a decision. Wei Nan and Wade's starting partnership necessitates the inclusion of Jackson, while Novak, Merritt, and Diner must be narrowed down to two. Whosoever is in better form shall take the court. Colin, having resolved his concerns and established a general framework, now faces Marquette Golden Eagles' first adversary in the NCAA regular season, Villanova University. The trio from Villanova springs to the minds of most fans, undoubtedly recalling the indomitable heart, DiVincenzo, and the prodigious Brunson, who shone brightly with the New York Knicks. These three athletes were formidable in the NCAA, clinching the championship and earning their place in the Villanova Hall of Fame. However, that is a tale for another time. Presently, Villanova represents a challenge that Marquette can deftly navigate. On November 15th, at Marquette's home ground, the Golden Eagles proclaimed their determination for the new season with an impeccable performance, triumphing 90-72. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Wei Nan unleashed a powerful display alongside Wade, delivering a breathtaking exhibition of dunks. With a comprehensive stat line of 12 points, 15 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block, all without a single turnover, Wei Nan orchestrated the game with masterful control. As Marquette Golden Eagles opened the season with an awe-inspiring chapter. Chapter 33, New Year, New Horizons. Their consecutive victories are merely a clever ruse within the CUSA League. As the new year approached, Marquette remained undefeated, standing as the sole team in the CUSA with a perfect record. Even esteemed powerhouses like Louisville and Memphis fell under Marquette's relentless prowess. The backcourt duo of Dwayne Wade and Wei Nan gradually earned acclaim across the nation. In December, Wei Nan averaged 12, 8 points, 13, 2 assists, 2, 3 steals, and 1, 2 blocks, committing a mere 2 turnovers per game, which is quite acceptable given Marquette typically plays around 30 minutes, with Wei Nan averaging just 27, 8 minutes on the court. To deliver such impressive numbers in limited time underscores Wei Nan's extraordinary command over the game. Wade, primarily a scoring force, dominated with an impressive average of 25, 8 points, showcasing his unassailable drives. Kind-hearted journalists even dubbed them the premier backcourt duo in collegiate basketball. However, TJ Ford and others were less than pleased, asserting in interviews that they would confront the duo in the madness of March, determined to give them a run for their money. On December 31st, the final day of 2002 and the eve of 2003, Dwayne Wade inquired, "Wei Nan, would you like to join me for dinner at my home tonight?" After enduring relentless challenges from Wei Nan, Wade had come to accept reality. Since change was unattainable, he resolved to savor the hard-won joy. Dinner at your place? No thanks. Is that even food for humans? Wei Nan not only expressed disdain through his words, but also through his piercing gaze. A mere sprinkle of sauce atop a loaf, followed by a haphazard assortment of ingredients, resulted in a lackluster pancake. The grilled meat was utterly devoid of flavor, lacking even the basic art of marination. It was nothing short of bland, reminiscent of a meal fit for the most unrefined palate. My temper flared. How frustrating. Wade, visibly displeased, grumbled while treating me to a meal. If you're going to complain, then perhaps you should just abstain from joining. Very well, return to cherishing life with your wife, should you find yourselves parting ways. Do inform me. I would gladly attend your divorce celebration. Wei Nan has visited Wade's home several times, where he has encountered Wade's charming young wife, and his delightful eldest son, Zaire. What impressions did he have after their meetings? Wei Nan pondered for a moment, contemplating whether all individuals of African descent are alike. Wei Nan inquired of Wade about the timing of his second child's birth, insisting that if it were to be a son, he would take it upon himself to train the child, assuring Wade that there would be no issues regarding sexual orientation. Wade, taken aback and bewildered, could only surmise that Wei Nan was not in his right mind. He secretly vowed that if he were to have a second child, it must indeed be a daughter. The absurdity of the conversation escalated, prompting Wade to leave, fearing that his frustration might lead to an untimely demise. Observing Wade's simmering anger, Wei Nan remained perplexed, questioning why Wade was upset over what he believed to be mere truth. After Wade departed, Wei Nan turned on the television to watch an NBA game. On December 31st, the Rockets faced the Bucks, triumphing with a significant victory in their last game of 2002. The Rockets' rising star, the first overall pick Yao Ming, played for 27 minutes, delivering a commendable performance with 16 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block. Familiar faces and team names flooded his memories, igniting a wave of nostalgia. How many Chinese fans began to follow the NBA because of Yao Ming? In those times of dominant shooting guards and the formidable Shaquille O'Neal roaming freely in Los Angeles, the Wolf King in the Northern Cold lay in wait, leading his pack for a day when they would roar across the league. Antonio's San Antonio Spurs surged against the current, while the Stone Buddha marked 2 decades of brilliance in the Holy City. At the dawn of the century, the stars shone brightly. Established superstars continued to advance, while fresh talent began to emerge, radiating their own brilliance. Yet, none of this was the reason Chinese fans turned their attention to the NBA. Perhaps, after following the NBA, one might grow fond of these dazzling figures. But the gateway into the NBA was paved by Yao Ming, the sole team that captured my heart, the Houston Rockets. I may admire Kobe or idolize Tracy McGrady, but when the two collide, everyone finds themselves irresistibly cheering for the Rockets. The bond of patriotism, thicker than blood. That unique connection for the descendants of Yin and Huang was forged the moment Yao Ming stepped onto the court. In his rookie year, Yao's circumstances were far from what one might envision. The NBA league operates under an unwritten rule. Veteran players often bully newcomers, a phenomenon that pervades the locker rooms of every team. Even a luminary like LeBron James must show deference to Ricky Davis on the court. It is worth noting that LeBron is a prodigious talent, an extraordinary anomaly in a century. Yet, he is not exempt from the usual hazing, let alone Yao Ming, who plays in the NBA with his yellow skin. Kevin Cato, a player whose career averaged a mere 5 points, adopted a markedly discriminatory attitude towards Yao during his rookie season, resting his leg on Yao's and demanding that Yao tie his shoelaces. This was not mere jest. It was a blatant act of humiliation. However, as a rookie with no voice or standing within the team, Yao had no choice but to endure this treatment, much like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Had time progressed further, Cato would have found himself unworthy even of the privilege to carry Yao's shoes, due to language barriers. When Yao spoke, his words were often misinterpreted by sensitive teammates, leading to near-violent confrontations. The most arduous times have been endured, and now Yao is on a trajectory of continuous improvement. Compared to the initial games, Yao has yet to acclimate fully to the physicality of the NBA, revealing significant deficiencies in both finishing and contact situations. Once he overcomes these challenges, he will no longer be distant from being recognized as one of the premier centers in the Western Conference. Unfortunately, during Yao's final game, Wei Nan was unable to attend, and although Marquette was in Milwaukee, heavy snow had rendered travel nearly impossible by the end of December. There is a pressing need to hasten one's pace. One cannot afford to lag too far behind. Currently, Wei Nan appears to pale in comparison to the entering Yao Ming, as their disparities are stark in numerous aspects. Yao's mid-range shooting and footwork beneath the basket far surpass Wei Nan's capabilities. The 2000 draft's first overall pick was merely a muscular jumper, while the 2001 first pick was infamous for being a colossal disappointment prior to Bennett. However, the first overall selections in 2002 and 2003 embodied genuine strength and skill. Aside from the Los Angeles Lakers, boasting the unstoppable Shaquille O'Neal, every team participated in Yao's private workouts, organized specifically by Stern. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Yao missed the NBA's official tryout day, prompting Stern to orchestrate a unique showcase for him. At the time, the team most likely to secure the first pick was not the Rockets, with only an 8-9 chance. It seemed fated that Yao would ultimately be brought to Houston by Francis, who does not aspire to be the first overall pick. The super high schooler Amare Stoudemire seethed with envy, yet there was little he could do, for it was indeed an era dominated by the center position. And Yao's presence was an undeniable asset to any team. Weinan also aspires to become the top scorer. Yet he is acutely aware of the fierce competition during this era of exceptional talent. Simply securing a position in the NBA would be a remarkable achievement. Who, after all, still concerns themselves with secondary pursuits? On this grand global stage, countless players strive relentlessly to gain entry into the NBA, seeking fortune, luxury cars, and ultimately, to marry the affluent and beautiful. Weinan's aspirations are modest. His future merely encompasses the vastness of the stars and the sea. Chapter 34, The League's Vanguard. An eager assault. Since Weinan joined the team, Colin has finally experienced a semblance of a personal life. He is not old, at least in Colin's perspective. He harbors a fervent desire to rejuvenate his glory. Ever since he took the helm of the Marquette Golden Eagles, Colin has grown increasingly gaunt, tirelessly attending to the team's affairs. Whether it involves recruiting players or devising strategies for these young talents, everything falls upon Colin's shoulders. Marquette is not a traditional powerhouse, and securing exceptionally gifted players seems akin to chasing phantoms. Yet, for the sake of the team's performance, Colin must focus on those who can enhance their competitive edge. Therefore, he traverses various states, particularly in Wisconsin, Illinois, and Michigan, seeking immediate talent. However, the results have been lackluster. Renowned players are disinclined to settle here. Deterred by the frigid climate that renders movement nearly impossible during the harsh winter, a situation that could easily lead to illness. The recruitment of Dwayne Wade proved to be a convoluted endeavor. Had it not been for Wade's dismal performance and the inability of several prestigious basketball programs to accommodate him, he would not have arrived at Marquette and become a pivotal player here. Yet, all the adverse circumstances began to shift with Weinan's arrival at the team. No more confusion at the point guard position, no more uncertainty about what to do, unable to leverage the advantages on the wings, merely trailing behind teammates? No. All these intolerable issues were resolved by Weinan. The dazzling alley-oop collaborations and the swift transitions between offense and defense transformed Marquette University, erasing last year's dismal performance into a city of high-flying alley-oops, recognized nationwide for its frenetic pace and flamboyant style. Jackson, Novak, and Dwayne Wade, these three are brimming with talent and possess remarkable leaping ability. Dina, with her lightning-fast speed, executes transitions like a sports car. Undefeated since the commencement of the NCAA regular season, the Marquette Golden Eagles have swept through the CUSA League with an impeccable record, standing tall among their peers. The architect of this transformation is none other than Colin, who, with a spirit of experimentation, recruited Wei Nan from China. Brother Nan, how are we playing today? With the holidays upon us, my bones feel like they are about to fall apart. Jackson exclaimed as he entered the gym, his gaze incessantly searching for Wei Nan, his initial indifference replaced by eagerness. There is no denying it. Wei Nan has become the team's cornerstone. Jackson averages 17.8 points per game, with 10 of those directly attributable to Wei Nan's contributions. There is nothing more exhilarating than having everything laid out for him without excessive effort. If it weren't for his modesty, Jackson might have knelt in reverence. Stop shouting. Are you truly falling apart? It looks to me like you're just playing around on a woman's belly. Dwayne Wade jested. Dwayne, you cannot slander me. I am not one to indulge in the company of women, as you well know. Jackson scratched his head in confusion. How is Wade here? Wasn't he supposed to return to spend time with his son? Had I known he was present, I would have refrained from addressing Nan directly. After all, Wade is the true leader of this team. You claim to shun the company of women? I unequivocally have no sons. Alas, what a venomous curse. Weinan immediately rushed forward to cover Wade's mouth. It's not as simple as your son not having a little chicken. He has completely transitioned. And even those 2 eggs are gone. This statement was unrestrained. I still need to train your son. Without a little chicken, how am I supposed to train him? Wade, muffled by Weinan's hand, could only emit a series of whimpers. Let go. I command you to release me. Wade exclaimed, a look of annoyance on his face. What is that strange odor from your hand? Have you been rolling in filth? He pushed Weinan away, his expression filled with resentment. I merely adjusted my position. Weinan chuckled innocently. Wade vowed that were it not for the team, he would genuinely relish the opportunity to engage in a bout with Weinan in the octagon. Gentlemen, did you enjoy the new year? Colin and assistant coach Tim Buckley entered the room. In 2003, we must remain ever ready. March Madness is swiftly approaching. Observing the neatly lined up individuals, Colin commenced his address. Following the speech, they proceeded to physical training, tactical guidance, and enhancement of weaknesses. The entire regimen left Wei Nan utterly exhausted, sprawled on the floor, devoid of words. Beside Wei Nan lay Wade, sprawled in a large lettered formation, with Jackson adjacent to him, and Merritt next in line. In succession, the entire Marquette team was utterly exhausted, collapsed upon the floor. Dwayne, did that old man Colin always push you to such extremes? Breathless, Wei Nan inquired, what nonsense is this? Last season was so gentle, yet this season the training intensity has doubled. Perhaps it was the glimmer of championship hopes that spurred Colin to push them to their limits. As long as they survived the grueling regimen, the training would persist until death, if necessary. This thought brought to mind the relentless trainers in the NBA, such as Tom Thibodeau and Pat Riley. Riley is a cold-hearted individual. He never concerns himself with the physical condition of his players. As long as you are with the Heat, expect to undergo rigorous training that extracts every ounce of your potential. Endure, and you may showcase your talents, subsequently fetching a handsome price. Unable to withstand the pressure? Apologies. But the NBA is not the place for you. As for Thibodeau, does he need a break? Very well, I know you don't require rest. So you shall play for 48 minutes. The notion of the Magnificent Seven is merely child's play for Thibodeau. Is Colin perhaps following a similar trend? Wei Nan felt a tremor in his heart. Could it be? He was still but a child. Was it truly necessary to risk his life in such a manner? Wei Nan felt a sense of trepidation within, yet fortunately, Colin was not as extreme as he had feared. After completing his final 300 mid-range shots, Wei Nan joyfully shouldered his backpack and returned to the dormitory. 3 months swiftly passed. On March 13th, the last game of the NCAA regular season took place. Marquette hosted its final opponent of the regular season, demonstrating an overwhelming dominance as expected. Marquette emerged as the champion of the CUSA League, boasting an impressive record of 30 wins and 3 losses, successfully advancing to the NCAA's March Madness. The CUSA League saw 4 teams qualify: Louisville, the University of Memphis, Cincinnati, and Marquette. These 4 teams would represent the league on the national collegiate stage, engaging in fierce competition during March Madness, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Wei Nan, who had exhibited remarkable performance throughout the season, rightfully earned his place among the All-American first team. Among the previously selected Marquette players was the junior, Dwayne Wade. While Wade took 3 years to achieve what Wei Nan accomplished in just 1, another member of the All-American first team was Wei Nan's good friend, Carmelo Anthony from Syracuse University. Sharing the spotlight with such extraordinary talent, the relatively lesser-known Wei Nan gradually captured the attention of scouts. Another Chinese prodigy? Yao Ming had already made a commendable mark in the NBA, and scouts were naturally keenly interested in the current wave of Chinese players. The forthcoming March Madness would serve as a crucial platform for Wei Nan's aspirations to enter the NBA. Chapter 35. Groupings and Formidable Opponents. March Madness commences on March 20th. Following the conclusion of Marquette University's regular season on March 13th. With only 1 week for preparation, everyone entered a state of readiness, as time was of the essence. Indeed. Readiness. It was more than merely a game. Under the scrutiny of the public eye, all participants would bear immense pressure, striving to navigate the brutal rules of a single elimination format. Do not assume you are safe. The occurrence of upsets during March Madness is frequent, with shocking moments of miraculous victories. The number 3 seed may be eliminated, the number 2 seed could exit in the first round, and the number 1 seed may not even reach the regional finals. While strength is a fundamental truth, at times, Lady Luck favors those underdogs who strive relentlessly. In this world, effort yields rewards. Without it, even the threshold of March Madness proves difficult to cross. How will the 64 teams participating in March Madness make their selections? It is quite straightforward. The initial selection of 32 teams consists of the champions of the regular season from 32 different conferences. Marquette University, as the champion of the CUSA Conference, is exempt from the second round of selection and will directly participate in the first round. Subsequently, the committee will choose 36 additional teams, which are referred to as at-large teams. These teams are selected and voted upon by the NCAA Selection Committee, based on criteria excluding those teams that automatically qualify. It is noteworthy that there is no fixed standard for selection. Rather, the committee considers various factors such as team rankings, geographical locations, and overall strength. This selection process garners nationwide attention and is broadcast live on television, known as Selection Sunday. Once all 64 teams are confirmed, the committee will rank them accordingly. Today marks the nationwide broadcast for the seeding and arrangement of these 64 teams. Hurry, don't dawdle. The live broadcast is about to commence, and I have no time to waste with you. I wonder which region Marquette will be placed in and what seed ranking we will receive. Fear not, with our prowess, we are undoubtedly a number 1 seed. Regardless of the region, do not boast excessively. This year, several schools display formidable strength. The players gather, engaged in fervent discussions regarding the impending broadcast. Waynon, do you think we will secure a number 1 seed? Wade quietly inquired of Waynon. Despite Waynon's repeated dominance over him, Wade remains infatuated as if it were his first love. It's hard to say. Waynon has conducted research on other prestigious institutions, noting that the leading teams in the top-ranking leagues possess formidable prowess. To emerge as the number 1 seed among such a multitude of teams is an arduous challenge. Furthermore, it is particularly daunting for a team like Marquette, which does not belong to the traditional powerhouses, as the evaluators are likely to overlook them during the selection process. Enough of the commotion, let us quietly watch the live broadcast. Colin's excitement was palpable. He eagerly anticipated the performance of Marquette this year. It could be their most promising year to clinch the championship. The stability of Marquette's advancement hinges crucially on the grouping situation. Here it comes. The division list along with the arrangement of the seeded teams. Soon, it was Marquette University's turn. Yet, the outcome surprised everyone. In the Central West Division, the 3rd seed, Marquette University. On what grounds? Why are we merely the 3rd seed? The CUSA League has truly fallen from grace. We are the champions of the conference. Curse the NCAA Selection Committee. This is unjust, and I shall file a complaint. Discontented murmurs echoed around, as the players expressed their profound dissatisfaction with Marquette University's placement. Yet, this was beyond their control. Waynon focuses primarily on the teams in the Midwestern region, as there will be no opportunity for confrontation with other regions before reaching the Final Four. For Marquette University to ascend to the pinnacle, they must carve a path through the Midwestern region and secure a place among the Final Four. After analyzing the situation in the Midwestern region, both coaches and players displayed grave expressions. This battle will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Colin furrowed his brow, intently observing the teams in the Midwestern region that pose a significant threat to Marquette University. The number 1 seed in the Midwestern region is the University of Kentucky Wildcats, one of the founding teams of the Southeastern Conference, a premier league among the NCAA's top 5 divisions. The University of Alabama Crimson Tide, the University of Florida Gators, and the University of Georgia Bulldogs. All storied programs converge here, and Kentucky has produced numerous illustrious superstars. Setting aside the legendary figures of yesteryear, such as John Wall, Pat Riley, Karl Anthony Towns, and Anthony Davis, these players emerged from this team and achieved remarkable success in the NBA. Among them, Wall, Towns, and Anthony entered the league as first overall picks, a testament to their exceptional talent. This year, the University of Kentucky has successfully claimed the top spot in the Southeastern Conference, dominating over many formidable teams, and their roster is exceptionally well-rounded. The number 2 seed in the Midwestern region is the Duke Blue Devils. Such a familiar name. The Blue Devils, led by Coach K, rank among the elite teams in the nation. This powerhouse from the Atlantic Coast Conference has its sights firmly set on breaking through in the Midwest, aiming for the championship trophy. The 2nd and 3rd seeds from the same region will be placed in the same group. And as long as the Blue Devils and Marquette do not face elimination, they will inevitably meet on the path ahead, engaging in a fierce and bloody contest. The number 4 seed in the Midwestern region is the University of Pittsburgh. A formidable team from the Big East Conference, they have emerged as this year's strongest dark horse. With a tenacious defense and indomitable spirit, they have forged a path through the fiercely competitive Big East Conference, earning their qualification for the NCAA March Madness. Coincidentally, Syracuse University is the champion of the Big East Conference, yet their seed ranking is lower than that of Pittsburgh. The number 3 seed from the Eastern region has raised doubts even in Waynon's mind, questioning whether Syracuse has somehow offended the tournament organizers, as this arrangement seems utterly absurd. The Midwestern region is teeming with hidden talents, and even we must exercise utmost caution. The top 2 seeds are undoubtedly deserving of their rankings. To break through the fray, we need to undertake more preparations. Tactical adjustments are crucial, as is the competitive form of the players. They must be informed that for the past week, they are forbidden from indulging in nocturnal revelries. Their focus must be entirely dedicated to the court. In the instant the division arrangements were determined, every team operated like a well-oiled machine. The clash of titans ignited a fire within me, Waynon. I felt as though I would spontaneously combust. Children are naturally competitive, and Wade is no exception. Stifled, I yearn to retaliate. Your delicate spouse might just burn brighter than you. No, Waynon, You know that's not what I meant. Enough of this. Let us focus on training instead of wasting time. Bend your knees, position your arms, secure the basketball, and prepare for a flawless jump shot. 1,000 shots a day. Wei Nan must hasten, for time waits for no one. Your shooting percentage leaves much to be desired, though your form is rather impressive. You know nothing. Playing basketball must be stylish. Without style, what purpose does the game serve? Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball is truly delightful. Chapter 36. Consecutive victories. The tense atmosphere lingered as Marquette's Golden Eagles prepared for their inaugural match. Colin, however, did not expend excessive energy on this encounter. The St. Cross Legion, a number 1 seed from a minor league, bore a formidable emblem reminiscent of the cavalry from Age of Empires, which Wei Nan admired greatly. The 14th seed from the Central Western Division possessed talent, albeit limited, with a mindset to avoid an upset. Colin merely emphasized the importance of maintaining their style and not becoming complacent. As for the rest, Colin was uncertain about the specific areas where the Marquette Golden Eagles should exercise caution. If the team performed adequately, they were expected to secure victory in this matchup of disparate strengths. The venue for the initial confrontation was also set: Indianapolis, the capital of Indiana. This historic city, like many in America, had once witnessed a severe color conflict. As for the outcome, D. March 20th. Just one day remained until the commencement of the thrilling March Madness. Wei Nan received a call from Yao Ming. As for others, Wei Nan did not bother to leave his contact number for Yi Jianlian. This was an international long-distance call. Indeed, Wei Nan usually refrained from answering even landline calls, let alone mobile phone calls. The costs were simply exorbitant. Wei Nan spends most of his time living frugally. Despite the assistance from the Hongyuan youth team and the financial rewards from Marquette University, the boy is at an age where he is growing rapidly, and his substantial appetite incurs considerable expenses. Social niceties? Frequently dining at Wade's place could be considered one, although Wade has become somewhat stingy after the birth of his child. Even restricting Wei Nan's access to his son, the bond of brotherhood remains strong, and Wade's charming wife treats Wei Nan with kindness. Their conversations are quite straightforward, revolving around encouragement to perform well, maintaining a calm demeanor, and avoiding the pitfalls he encountered during his own debut. In a foreign land, life is not easy. He must believe in his own excellence. Of course, I will be watching. The viewership for Crazy 3 is exceptionally high, with encouragement from his elder brother. Wei Nan must strive to deliver a remarkable performance in his debut. Indeed, the ratings for Crazy 3 are truly impressive. Wei Nan aspired to showcase his abilities and pave his way to the NBA. In the realm of basketball, merit reigns supreme. Even those NBA owners harboring racial biases would endure their discomfort and greet you with a smile when your potential for profitability is immense. Meanwhile, Anthony received an unexpected phone call. Hello, who is this? It was an unfamiliar number. Carmelo, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice on the line left Anthony momentarily stunned. Wait, how do you have my number? Did I give it to you? Initially taken aback, Anthony then erupted in anger. Wei Nan, I know it's you. You scoundrel. How dare you call me? We agreed to fight together at the training camp, yet you sneakily ran off to Marquette. You treacherous little rat. Anthony was furious. Upon learning from the head coach that their invitation had been declined, he lamented, Wei Nan is an exceptional player. He should be in America, where he truly belongs. Subconsciously, Anthony believed that Wei Nan remained in China, akin to Yao Ming, dominating the so-called CBA league before making a grand entrance into the NBA, astonishing the entire nation. However, the coach's response ignited his fury. No, Carmelo, he indeed came to America, but not to Syracuse University. What? He came to America? Anthony later discovered that Wei Nan had declined the invitation from Syracuse and instead opted to join the Marquette Golden Eagles, choosing to embark on his American journey from there. Marquette? Who's there? Anthony swiftly researched the team and kept a close eye on Wei Nan's performance on the court. The more he observed, the more his discontent grew. Damn it. Such a simple alley-oop dunk. That should have been my moment. As the regular season progressed, Marquette's audacious dunking style gained notoriety across the United States, gradually making a name for itself in the northeastern states. Jealousy breeds discontent, and Anthony was no exception. He yearned to rush to Milwaukee and confront that duo, unleashing his fury upon them. Oh, so you didn't choose me, did you? When we meet again, I will surely make you regret your decision. Anthony vowed not to show Wei Nan any mercy. He would lead Syracuse University to mercilessly eliminate Marquette. Hey, young man, quiet down. Although you have your grievances towards me. Carmelo, good luck in the game the day after tomorrow. I will be watching intently, cheering you on. Though you may curse me and hold a grudge, it's all right. A true brother will always stand by your side. No, if you put it that way, Faced with Wei Nan's unconventional approach, the young Anthony was no match for him. Realizing that he had underestimated Wei Nan's intentions, this time, he could not blame Wei Nan. Well, good luck in the competition. After hanging up the phone, Anthony felt a significant portion of his resentment towards Wei Nan dissipate. It was akin to a pair of quarreling lovers. Since Wei Nan had taken the initiative to apologize, any continued obstinacy on Anthony's part would only reflect poorly on him. Following his conversation with Wei Nan, another call came through. Hello, Cameron. Best of luck for tomorrow's match. To his astonishment, the caller was none other than LeBron James. In the past, Anthony would have been elated. After all, having more friends in the industry is never a disadvantage, especially when one is conversing with a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy like LeBron James. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his perspective had entirely shifted after his encounter with Wei Nan. What am I in comparison to you, the chosen one? You were hailed as the strongest high school player in the nation, the most popular figure. Where does that leave me? His competitive spirit, which had been dormant since the age of 18, had gradually been ignited by Wei Nan. Consequently, even when faced with LeBron, Anthony felt a twinge of embarrassment. He certainly couldn't confide in him. You know, Wei Nan often uses you as a benchmark to challenge me. That mischievous scoundrel, how infuriating. Meanwhile, LeBron would likely be perplexed, unable to fathom how his once steadfast ally had seemingly turned against him. Oh, LeBron, I truly appreciate you. I watch every one of your games and take immense pride in your performances on the court. This is the American way of expressing politeness. In China, such exchanges are brief and straightforward. Prolonged formalities can lead to a sense of distance. However, in America, such politeness is genuinely persistent. You must reciprocate compliments, and the praise must not be repetitive. While it is often said that Chinese people are courteous, Wei Nan believes that Americans exhibit a different, albeit somewhat insincere, brand of politeness. The following day at the Indiana Pacers' home ground, Conseco Fieldhouse, a sea of fans filled the seats, gathering from far and wide to witness this legendary moment. The matchup between the Marquette Golden Eagles and the St. Croix was scheduled for the afternoon. Just concluded was the game between the University of Missouri and the University of Illinois, where the 6th-seeded University of Missouri narrowly triumphed over the 11th-seeded University of Illinois, almost facing an upset. Should the Marquette Golden Eagles prevail against St. Croix, their next opponent would be the formidable 6th-seeded University of Missouri, a team that should not be underestimated, presenting some challenges, yet not insurmountable. The coaching staff of the Marquette Golden Eagles attentively observed this match, while Wei Nan and his compatriots watched the live broadcast from backstage. Not too shabby, this team isn't particularly strong. The 6th seed nearly fell to the 11th seed. How formidable can they truly be? Wei Nan did not express much concern. At present, their focus must be directed towards the match against Street Cross. The buzzing sound resonated, and the players of St. Croix hung their heads in despair. The score stood at 86-65. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The Marquette Golden Eagles, akin to a formidable overlord, dominated the court from the very first minute, leaving them bereft of any hope. In the final 5 minutes, the opponents signaled the conclusion of the contest. Otherwise, the suffocating and terrifying onslaught would have left St. Croix with no conceivable means of breakthrough. Wei Nan remarkably played for 35 minutes, surpassing his usual time on the court during the regular season. He achieved a comprehensive performance with 13 points, 16 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, all without committing a single turnover. His individual prowess propelled Marquette's team to deliver a near-exhibition-style performance in this exhilarating march. The cheers from the sidelines seemed capable of overturning the entire arena. The fluidity of the ball movement and the seamless synergy between players stemmed from that yellow-skinned, basketball-clutching, unhurried 11th player who appeared to command everything on the court. Wei Nan wears the number 11 at Marquette, a tribute to his predecessor, akin to Yao Ming. On the sidelines, the head coach of the University of Missouri furrows his brow, his clenched fist remaining unyielding, his gaze intensely fixed on Wei Nan, brimming with desire. What is this thing staring at me? The sixth sense of a person. When under the scrutiny of others, most people experience a chilling sensation along their spine. Wei Nan, having lived 2 lifetimes, possesses an acute sensitivity in this regard, much like his ability to instantly identify his teammates' open positions on the court. His remarkably keen perception led him to turn and behold a strikingly familiar figure, Quinn Snyder. Indeed, This was the very man who would later take the helm of the Jazz, guiding Donovan Mitchell and the less astute Rudy Gobert to resounding success. Among the players at the University of Missouri, none commanded Wayne Nan's attention except Snyder. A passionate individual whose strikingly Western appearance rivaled that of classic actors and was truly deserving of notice. The true core of Marquette was not Dwayne Wade, but rather Wayne Nan. Snyder was acutely aware of this. While Wade, as the finishing point, was formidable, the true menace lay in Wayne Nan, who orchestrated the team with the acumen of a seasoned general. This was Snyder's assessment of Wayne Nan. Wade, at best, served as the vanguard, the sharpest card in Wayne Nan's hand, charging into battle on his behalf. Proud as Wade was, this renowned superstar willingly played the supporting role for Wayne Nan, prompting Snyder to surreptitiously elevate Wayne Nan's stature further. What Snyder failed to grasp was that Wade's willingness to relinquish control of the ball to Wayne Nan stemmed from his own desire for ease. In their inaugural clash, Wade tirelessly ran the floor, amassing a game-high 25 points in just 30 minutes of play, 5 minutes less than Wayne Nan. They could not allow Wayne Nan to replicate such a performance. Snyder had meticulously devised a strategy aimed specifically at him. As the first round concluded, the 32 teams across the 4 divisions had emerged. Would a miraculous turnaround occur? Could the underdogs create a stunning spectacle in the opening round? Interestingly, miracles are common, but this year proved to be an exception. Indeed, the top 5 seeds in each of the 4 divisions did not face any upsets. As for the 6th, 7th, and 8th seeds, their inherent limitations meant that the differences in skill against their opponents were negligible, rendering any potential upsets negligible as well. It was akin to the NBA playoffs, where the 4th and 5th-ranked teams engaged in fierce competition. Regardless of the outcome, it remained within acceptable parameters. The arduous nature of these matchups was something many found hard to accept, particularly for those lower-ranked teams. There will always be individuals yearning to create miracles, seeking to rise above their ordinary status. When they falter, they are more inclined to watch others, hoping for a reversal of fortune from the role of the underdog. Yet, the reality remains harsh. Even the underdogs seldom experience their own springtime. And for those fortunate enough to enjoy such a season, who would truly regard them as mere mortals? The Sweet 16 approaches. The teams, having already been divided into groups, will reconvene in 2 days at the same arena, ready to stir the waters once more among the Elite 32. Colin strategized and, alongside assistant coach Barkley, meticulously devised the tactical arrangements for the upcoming match. After much deliberation, they arrived at a singular conclusion: entrust the ball to Wayne Nan. Indeed, in the present scenario of Marquette, Wayne Nan had emerged as the most dependable player. Handing the ball to Wayne Nan, Colin and Barkley exchanged glances, realizing it was their only option. But what if Wayne Nan became the target of the opposing team? Barkley inquired. That's easily resolved. They had overlooked that within their ranks, there was another player of explosive caliber. Targeting Wayne Nan? Did they truly consider Wade to be inconsequential? As anticipated, in the clash against the University of Missouri, Snyder paid a hefty price for attempting to double-team Wayne Nan. Dwayne, they are double-teaming me, but it's all right. I will pass the basketball out and break through in the best possible way. Wade nodded emphatically, unwavering in his trust in Wayne Nan. Snyder deployed 2 players to double-team Wayne Nan, and in the instant the double-team materialized, Wayne Nan executed a pass through the narrow gap between them. Wade received the ball, facing the hoop directly. Boom! Jackson and Novak had cleared a pathway for him, and Wade hit the gas, soaring into the air. Snyder slumped on the bench, realizing that despite his diligent efforts to double-team Wayne Nan, the results were far from satisfactory. What if they didn't double-team? An even more distressing scenario unfolded. Wayne Nan is remarkably towering in the number 1 position. What circumstances allow such a player to grace the NCAA courts? Asking forwards to defend against Wayne Nan? Colin is no fool. He can orchestrate screens, and Wayne Nan possesses a keen ability to exploit gaps. You may close in, yet by the time you do, the ball has already been delivered, rendering your pursuit futile. Wayne Nan adapted his strategy, altering his gameplay, which is quite a headache. Boom! This time, it was not Wade who made the dunk. Wayne Nan soared high, completing a breathtaking slam over their 183-meter-tall point guard. The final straw for Snyder arrived, leading him to concede. Marquette surged forward, securing another resounding victory against their opponent, advancing to the next round. In 5 days, they would face the formidable Duke Blue Devils, led by the legendary Coach K, the number 2 seed from the Midwest, a daunting prospect indeed. Chapter 37, Duke Blue Devils, March 27, 2003. A highly anticipated NCAA showdown is about to commence. Marquette? No. they cannot defeat Duke. They are accompanied by a cadre of truly fervent individuals who understand how to secure victory. Charles, I concur with your assessment. Coach K is a genuine leader. He will guide his players to triumph. The veteran Kenny Smith wholeheartedly agreed with Barkley's sentiments. Dissenting voices proliferated, with the general consensus believing Duke would advance to the regional finals, set to meet another powerhouse from the Midwest, Kentucky, on March 29th. At this moment, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, at the Target Center, one is greeted by the exaggerated Blue Devil emblem. The arena holds 444 spectators, all seats occupied, clad in blue and white stripes. They raise the iconic Blue Devil insignia, transforming the venue into their own Cameron Indoor Stadium, roaring in defiance to proclaim their absolute sovereignty. This is Duke, the hallowed ground of the NCAA's elite. Regardless of who enters, they will be engulfed in the bloody feast of the Blue Devils. These fervently enthusiastic individuals are affectionately dubbed the Cameron Crazies. A terrifying atmosphere and immense pressure enveloped the Marquette players as they stepped into Cameron Indoor Stadium, an invisible force relentlessly bearing down upon them. Some psychologically fragile freshmen felt their calves quivering in fear. Novak exclaimed, "This is insane. I have never witnessed such a scene." Having battled through middle school and high school, these prodigies had never encountered such an environment. The expressions that seemed ready to devour you whole were not mere rehearsals. This was a genuine battlefield, smokeless yet lethal at every turn. This embodies the purest essence of victory and defeat, the most unadulterated belief in basketball. This is precisely why the NCAA enjoys such widespread acclaim across the nation. In stark contrast to the commercial nature of the NBA, the college league is terrifyingly pure. It is this very purity that draws countless basketball enthusiasts. Look at the fervor akin to that of fanatic fans. Any ordinary person would feel intimidated. They possess the most ardent supporters, a fact well known. Fear not, for Marquette is equally formidable. Colin pointed towards the stands, where numerous students from Marquette were similarly roaring and bellowing, matching the fervor of those frenzied individuals. This is a battlefield. Reinforcements? We have those as well. Moreover, engaging in discussions of decorum with these ruffians? As long as your fists are formidable enough, they can only seed an impotent rage. Wayne believed that. Regardless of the location, fans and critics were essentially the same. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that attending a live game was precisely about the thrill of mocking in person. Those who could not be present resorted to keyboard warfare, hurling insults in the chat rooms. Did we possess enough strength to triumph over our opponents? I certainly did not believe we could vanquish them. Novak had been somewhat despondent, which greatly displeased Wei Nan. From a superficial perspective, the possibility of Marquette University securing victory was not entirely absent. To falter before the battle was a grave tactical error. Damn it, do you wish to retreat to fishing? Show some backbone. If you're unwilling to fight, return to your mother's embrace. At that moment, leniency towards teammates was not an option. He needed to be roused with harsh words. Was Duke truly formidable? Rest assured, tonight I shall dismantle their defenses. As the leader of the team, Wade also stepped forward. You all know I didn't mean it that way. I too wish to battle alongside everyone. Novak, realizing his behavior was inappropriate, immediately began to apologize. Meanwhile, Wayne had meticulously studied Duke University's roster prior to the game. They were not as formidable as the legend suggested. Following the disbandment of Duke's championship foundation, the current Blue Devils had lost their once fearsome prowess. The departure of sharpshooter Duhan, inside powerhouse Boozer, and perimeter defender Battier had significantly weakened Duke's strength. This year's recruits were indeed talented, yet they paled in comparison to their predecessors. Reddick, a shooting guard lacking in physicality, had no defense or speed, without even needing Wade to intervene. Wayne could easily dismantle him. Shelton Williams, a defensive stalwart destined for a high draft pick in the future, stood at a towering 6'8" barefoot. The paint was his domain, and opponents had to pay a toll to enter. This type of player could leap, seize rebounds, and provide help defense. Wayne acknowledged the challenge posed by his adversary, yet his true competition was himself. He relished the opportunity to confront this physique-oriented player. The final freshman from Duke was Shavlik Randolph. Born into a basketball lineage, Randolph had dominated high school basketball in North Carolina, ranking among the top 10 nationwide, and was once regarded as a first-round NBA prospect. Unfortunately, he lacked a durable physique, and coupled with his sluggish speed, even with his strong physicality, he was of little use if he couldn't make it onto the court. Without needing Jackson to intervene, Merritt could easily handle this once prominent rookie. Aside from these three, The most noteworthy was the bald man who would later win a championship alongside LeBron James, Dwayne Jones, with formidable defense and explosive physical prowess. Combined with a well-honed collegiate career, Dwayne Jones stands as the most challenging element for Marquette University. However, in Waynan's perspective, Dwayne Jones is merely a rough, aggressive player. While he may dominate against weaker opponents in college, in the NBA, aside from his tenacious defense, his offensive threat is virtually non-existent. It is anticipated that tonight, Wade's adversary will be this defensively adept swingman. Can we genuinely expect Redick to guard Wade? Such a notion seems rather implausible. Then there is Chris Duhon, a diminutive guard from a bygone era who should have flourished but has gradually faded into mediocrity, merely a dispensable role player in the NBA. Yet another small guard. Waynan chuckled, for he relishes such players. Colin was undeterred by the surrounding clamor, smiling as he shook hands with Mike Krzyzewski, the esteemed coach of Duke University, prior to the game. They exchanged playful banter about Duke's formidable strength this year and its potential to claim the pinnacle of the NCAA. The Chinese player you've recruited is remarkable. His style reminds me of Kid. You flatter me. Waynan is just an ordinary player, unworthy of such praise. And Dwayne, I truly envy you for acquiring such a talent. Haha, Wade wanted to go to Duke too, but was he turned down? The two coaches, each with their own thoughts, nonetheless shared a common goal: to lead their teams into the next round, to triumph over their opponents, mercilessly crushing them. Chapter 38. Who tramples whom? The starting lineups. Duke Blue Devils: Daniel Ewing, Chris Duhon, Redick, Dwayne Jones, and Sheldon Williams. Shavlik did not earn a starting opportunity. Instead, Redick and Williams took the court together, forming a somewhat unconventional starting five. Ewing stands at 190 centimeters, Duhon at 185 centimeters, Redick at 193 centimeters. Complemented by the 198 centimeters Dwayne Jones and the 202 centimeters Sheldon Williams. A purely small lineup, 3 guards, or rather, 4 guards alongside a relatively short big man. Even in the era of small ball, such a configuration is exceedingly rare. Yet Coach K, constrained by limited resources, had no choice but to deploy this starting system. This explains why Duke has struggled to reach the pinnacle of the Atlantic Coast Conference this year. The combined strength of Wake Forest and Maryland surpasses that of Duke. At times, it is challenging to define Coach K's tactical framework. Perhaps he possesses no unique strategic arrangements of his own. Rather, he adapts to the existing personnel configuration, fielding the most suitable players. An unwavering principle indeed, often referred to as the tyrant of the university. Coach K's ability to achieve such glory in the NCAA is attributed to this pivotal factor, sacrificing height for improved defensive switches and speed. Coach K never confines himself to reality. He constantly strives to optimize his players' performance. Upon glancing at Duke's starting lineup, Waynan was instantly invigorated. What on earth is this? Am I not merely toying with this group of diminutive players? Just look at their quintet. The shortest among them is Dwayne Wade. Each of their interior players towers above 2.05 meters, and even the small forward Novak stands at an impressive height of 2.08 meters. They possess remarkable physical prowess, formidable defensive capabilities, and an unstoppable flash, complemented by my own steadfast presence. Waynan harbored profound skepticism towards the media individuals, perceiving their exuberant praise of Duke as utterly unfounded. How deeply must one look down upon them to believe that such a Duke could overpower them? As the game commenced with a jump ball, Jackson glanced at Williams, who was a half-head shorter than him, and leaped high into the air. Securing the first possession for Marquette, Wade seized the ball and passed it to Waynan. Waynan, unfazed, began dribbling from the backcourt, wholly unaffected by the fervent presence of Cameron on the sidelines. Unlike the NBA, the NCAA adheres to its own distinctive set of rules. Firstly, players may select their jersey numbers from a specific range: 0 to 5, 00, 10 to 15, 20 to 25, 30 to 35, 40 to 45, and 50 to 55. Note that only one of 0 or 00 may be used. Secondly, the game is divided into 2 halves, each lasting 20 minutes, with a 15-minute intermission. In NCAA Division I men's games, halftime may extend to 20 minutes. Should overtime be required, each period lasts for 5 minutes, with a 1-minute break in between. Thirdly, the offensive team has 35 seconds to execute their play, and they must advance the ball past half-court within 10 seconds following a baseline throw-in. Fourthly, when a team accumulates 7 ordinary fouls in a half, each subsequent foul, including the 7th, grants the opposing team a 1-1 free throw opportunity. If the first shot is successful, they are awarded a second attempt. Ordinary fouls exclude intentional fouls, flagrant fouls, and personal fouls committed while obstructing a shooting motion. Fifthly, upon reaching 10 ordinary fouls, each additional foul, including the 10th, allows the opposing team 2 free throw attempts, with a 10-second half-court violation and a 35-second shot clock. The pace of NCAA games is inherently deliberate. Wei Nan, having abandoned his previous rapid style, intriguingly opted for a slower tempo. Steady. The strategy for the first round, the pick and roll. The basketball philosophy of 2003 emphasized half-court play, with proximity to the basket significantly enhancing scoring opportunities. Charging into the paint. Engaging in a gritty battle, where every collision resonates more intensely than the thrill of launching three-pointers from beyond the arc. The officiating was somewhat lenient, and following the pick and roll, Duke's defensive intensity was palpable, with J.J. Redick practically adhering to Wei Nan's side. A yellow-skinned player? How rare. Redick's expression bore a hint of disdain. Wei Nan was not one to indulge, delivering a sharp elbow into Redick's side. It was rather subtle, even as Redick grimaced in pain, clutching his waist. The referee did not blow the whistle. Fair-skinned, truly of little use. After speaking, Wei Nan exchanged a knowing glance with Wade, who understood immediately. Utilizing Novak's screen, he swiftly darted into the paint, while Wei Nan lofted the basketball high into the air. Williams exerted every ounce of strength, his long arms reaching out in an attempt to intercept this alley-oop connection. Higher. Just a bit higher. Damn it, I can't reach it. Williams realized the ball was slipping further from his fingertips. Wade received the pass comfortably, perfectly clearing the defender's outstretched arms, and seamlessly delivered it into Wade's hands. Wade did not hold back, ferociously slamming the basketball into the hoop. Boom. Marquette University, with a straightforward yet explosively effective opening, ignited the already vibrant arena even further. Who is that? Does Marquette University have such a figure? Quite handsome, yet why is he a player with yellow skin? Damn, looks are justice, regardless of his skin color. I yearn to engage with him deeply. I must acquire that handsome young man's contact information within 10 seconds. In an instant, many female fans in attendance switched their allegiance, inciting a wave of discontent among the male spectators, who clamored to show that yellow monkey a thing or two. Wei Nan urged him to close his rear, then swiftly intercepted Redick, assisting Jackson in executing a thunderous dunk. Jackson, not one to shy away, gestured for silence towards the spectators, subsequently giving a thumbs-up directed at Su Xiao. Ignore that fool, my good brother. Currently, racial discrimination remains quite pronounced in America. In Texas, near the Dallas area. Aside from white individuals, black players often face harsh treatment. How can one reverse such a scenario? A straightforward approach. Strike first before being struck. For a clock. Marquette University seized the initiative. Du Hong aimed to penetrate the defense but found himself confronted by towering opponents. His only athletic ally, Dante Jones, was engulfed by the crowd. And Du Hong, overshadowed by Wei Nan, struggled to locate a teammate. Another interception. A rapid transition from defense to offense unfolded at that moment. Duke's size advantage failed to manifest. Instead, Dinah and Wade charged toward the Duke's basket from either side. Who to pass to? The answer was obvious. A quarterback's touchdown. Wade soared, executing a ferocious dunk that sent the Marquette fans into a frenzy. 6 o'clock. Coach K quickly called a timeout. This was entirely different from the initial expectations. The player he had noted was already wreaking havoc. Within the first minute, Marquette dominated the court, leaving Duke reeling. Chapter 39. A brutal assault. Advancement. Stop double-teaming the number 11 player, Dante. I need you to guard him closely, restrict his comfort in passing. Coach K emphatically struck the tactical board, deploying the team's finest defensive specialist to contain Wei Nan, determined to make an impact. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Dante Jones held the ball on the perimeter, with Wade defending. As a versatile shooting guard, Wade excelled in both offense and defense. Dante's attempts to force his way inside were akin to a dreamer chasing illusions. After a series of screens, Dante finally managed a challenging drive to the basket, but Wei Nan was well prepared. With swift footwork and seamless coordination with his teammates, he effectively halted Dante's advance at the paint's edge. Although Dante Jones possessed explosive athleticism and was an exceptional finisher, he struggled as a facilitator. Averaging 17 points per game, he recorded a dismal 0.9 assists. Under Marquette University's staunch zone defense, a glaring turnover occurred, and the ball landed in Wei Nan's hands. Wei Nan was momentarily taken aback. Such a fortunate opportunity existed? Without a hint of hesitation, he passed the ball to Wade, who, instead of distributing it further, executed a swift solo drive, boldly challenging the diminutive defender as he ascended for a layup. Beep, beep, beep. The ball found its mark, and the whistle blew. With a height disadvantage, the Duke Blue Devils appeared utterly ineffective in their transition strategies and interior defense. Splendid. Wei Nan and Wade exchanged a high five. Buddy. That layup was impressive. You too. Your steal was remarkably sharp. Wei Nan was left in disbelief. Wasn't this ball handed to me by the opponent? Wade took a deep breath and made the additional free throw. 9-0. An unimaginable start. Marquette University showcased extraordinary momentum against the formidable Duke. While Coach K was visibly agitated on the sidelines, hopping in frustration. Pathetic defense. Abysmal offense. A bunch of inept players who only know how to frolic on the court. Did you perish last night in the embrace of a woman's belly? Coach K unleashed a torrent of criticism upon his players without hesitation. The lethargic rhythm of their offense, coupled with the supposed advantage of a small lineup, proved utterly ineffective. Duke abandoned their most proficient strategy, becoming completely ensnared in their opponent's tempo. Get your act together. Zone defense? Shoot boldly, my disciples, we shall not concede easily. Even in the early 21st century, when shooting was not their forte, Coach K had to devise a strategy to counter the troublesome zone defense under the pressure from the opponent's lineup. Williams was left to fend for himself in the paint, with Jackson's abilities surpassing his, and the perimeter offered no support. What a predicament. To seize victory, everything must be overturned, breathing new life into Duke. Shoot boldly. Give it your all. Coach K roared as the game resumed. The Duke players seemed to awaken from their stupor, their footwork becoming increasingly agile. For players under 2 meters tall, when fully mobilized, could indeed be quite formidable. However, they still struggled to penetrate the impenetrable wall set up by Colin. With 35 seconds on the shot clock, in the final 2 seconds, Ewing launched a shot from beyond the arc, sinking it with precision. Coach K's furious shout from the sidelines bore fruit in that moment. Colin frowned, dissatisfied with the outcome. Allowing the opponent to score a three-pointer in the final seconds felt like a narrow escape. Transitioning from offense to defense, the game continued. Wei Nan skillfully controlled the ball while Jackson set a screen. After the screen was executed, Wei Nan effortlessly tossed the ball into the air, presenting an insurmountable challenge. For the current roster of Duke, they are simply unable to counter Marquette's alley-oop connection. Novak, Jackson, and Wade together can completely dismantle Duke's defense. 11-3. Marquette University continues to maintain its lead. The Blue Devils, imitating their opponents, found success from beyond the arc as Ewing struck again, scoring once more. 11-6. Duke is closing the gap in a novel manner, relying on their shooting touch. Wayne smiled. Did he truly believe he possessed the skill to achieve peak brilliance? Just watch whether I can accomplish it. A suspended ball. A life suspension. Wei Nan's assists were exhilarating. Simply tossing the ball into the air left Duke with no means to thwart Marquette's scoring. Wade even squandered an opportunity, committing a turnover when double-teamed, granting Duke a favorable fast-break chance. The small ball lineup showcased its advantages splendidly. The swift counterattacks resembled 3 miniature supercars, zipping rapidly into the front court. Duhong assisted Ewing, while Wei Nan retreated defensively early, thinking of forcing his way through. A thunderous block. Wei Nan's long arms decisively thwarted Ewing's layup. Roaring with intensity, come at me again. Regardless of the circumstances, establishing dominance was paramount. Observing the frustrated expressions of Duke's fans brought an inner satisfaction to Wei Nan. He relished their disdain, knowing they couldn't best him. Who cannot defend and counter? Can 3 mini supercars withstand 3 massive trucks? With reckless abandon, no one from Duke could impede Marquette's penetration into the paint. Jackson soared high. At 2.08 meters, he was the undeniable apex of the arena. Boom. The rim was finally shaken, albeit belatedly. Wei Nan raised his hands to the heavens, startling Wade in an instant. That celebratory gesture appears rather impressive. 18-8. Marquette has already stretched the lead to double digits. In the ensuing moments, both teams exchanged blows. Dina executed a rapid breakthrough, while Wei Nan glided along the baseline. Upon receiving the ball, he pivoted and unleashed a thunderous dunk. Coach K observed, his heart aflame with envy. What sheer fortune for Marquette to have an individual of such caliber seemingly plucked from obscurity. As the first half concluded, Wei Nan's performance was nothing short of flawless. 6 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. All 6 points stemmed from explosive drives to the hoop, as Duke's rim protection proved woefully inadequate, allowing Wei Nan to wreak havoc in the paint without restraint. An exceptional display, young men. Let us conquer those Cameron crazies. 48-13. 32. With such a commanding lead, Colin had every reason to believe that victory was destined for Marquette. As the teams resumed play after halftime, they showcased entirely different scoring methodologies. Marquette secured 38 points in the paint, employing the most quintessential principles of vintage basketball to carve a path through the heart of Duke University. Meanwhile, Duke could only seek opportunities from beyond the arc, as the prospect of overturning the tide was far from simple. Williams found himself in a state of frustration. Isolated and overwhelmed, the interior of his domain lay in tatters, ravaged by the opposing team. "Coach, please, alter this predicament," Williams quietly lamented to Coach K. Coach K remained silent, mentally strategizing. Duke's performance in the first half had been exceedingly arduous. The disparity in size and athleticism allowed Marquette to relentlessly assault their basket. Yet, Coach K had not revealed all his cards. Shafrik, a towering force who had dominated in high school, was the hidden ace up his sleeve. In the second half, Duke's starting five underwent a transformation. 2 guards and 3 forwards emerged. Reddick and Ewing were substituted for the 6 feet 10 inches Shafrik and the 6 feet 11 inches Sanders, liberating Williams and rendering Duke's lineup more formidable in stature. However, both players harbored critical flaws. They were painfully slow. Moreover, Shafrik was a freshman, having seen limited court time since the onset of the season. Sanders was simply sluggish, often exemplifying a player who could be easily bypassed in defensive switches. There was no choice. As the team faced a decisive moment, clinging to a small ball lineup would leave Duke with scant opportunities. Oh, a change in strategy? Wayne cast a glance at the newly entered Shafrik and Sanders, signaling for a one-on-one following a pick. Without the need for assistance, Wayne unleashed his speed, effortlessly overwhelming both opponents. Coach Old K's unexpected strategy not only failed to yield results but instead became a burden that the team struggled to cast off. Boom. With a thunderous dunk following a steal, the point gap widened to precisely 30. Coach Old K slumped on the bench, while the Duke fans on the sidelines had lost the exuberance they once had at the beginning. An overwhelming victory. The Elite Eight, Marquette has arrived. Chapter 40. Against Garnett, I can hardly contain my eagerness to engage in battle with the next opponent. These were the words Wayne spoke in front of reporters after Marquette eliminated the Duke Blue Devils. One battle to achieve fame and recognition across the land? Wayne's illustrious name has firmly entered the gaze of major management figures following his confrontation with Duke, with a staggering 16 points and 18 assists. Can there be a more terrifying double-double? How young is he? This already marks the pinnacle of achievement for an exceptional point guard. Not to mention that Wayne also contributed 6 rebounds, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. His formidable and comprehensive skills evoke the image of a new star gracefully ascending the NCAA stage. Let us reach out to Chris. We should attend Marquette's next game to analyze this player's prospects in the NBA. Our team is in need of a shooting guard. Let us connect with Marquette's coaching staff and observe his abilities. Yao, is that your little brother? He shares your skin tone, hair, and eyes. Even among the Houston Rockets, Yao Ming's teammates have noticed Wayne's presence. Indeed, he is remarkable. He can undoubtedly carve out a place in the NBA. And I eagerly anticipate his arrival. Yao Ming himself did not foresee Wayne in achieving such feats at Marquette. Is this the relentless force that dominated China's CBA Youth League for 3 years? Yao Ming cannot help but envision the exhilarating scene of Wayne and passing him the ball on the international stage. Lu Wei, let him be a substitute. Wow, Wayne. We triumphed over Duke. Dawn. That was Duke. Indeed. Dwayne Wade could scarcely dream that one day he would conquer such a formidable opponent on the NCAA's March Madness stage. As you can see, we have advanced. Wayne maintained his composure. No team from the Midwest posed a significant threat to Marquette, making their advancement out of the division relatively effortless. The true challenge lay in reaching the Final Four, where a formidable powerhouse dominated the standings across various divisions. A team capable of defeating Duke by over 20 points is undeniably impressive. Consider their peculiar lineup. Even in Wayne's absence, Wade alone could overwhelm any opponent. The Elite Eight. Marquette has secured the first spot. The other Midwest berth will be contested between the universities of Kentucky and Wisconsin. Wisconsin boasts a commendable roster, featuring talents such as Devin Harris, Orlando Tucker, and Kirk Penny. Under the guidance of Coach Bo, they have triumphed over numerous adversaries, advancing to the Sweet 16. However, it proves futile. While Wisconsin is formidable, their opponent, Kentucky, is even more terrifying. With players like Bogans, Fitch, Hayes, and Daniels, Kentucky, a traditional powerhouse, has never lacked for exceptionally gifted athletes. The match between the two teams was competitive, in stark contrast to the early loss of suspense witnessed in the Marquette-Duke game. In the final 2 minutes, Wisconsin's players clearly showed signs of fatigue, allowing Kentucky to seize the opportunity and extend their lead to over 5 points. Within the NCAA framework, a 5-point margin is substantial. As long as Kentucky avoids errors and manages the clock, they are poised to secure victory. What appeared to be a tightly contested duel saw Kentucky maintaining a lead throughout, with Wisconsin perpetually in pursuit. The Wisconsin players were on the verge of tears. Damn it. Marquette, you must avenge us. As representatives of their state universities, they are rivals by day, yet brothers in arms during the madness of March. On March 29th, just 2 days hence, the final battle of the Midwest will commence at the Target Center, home of the Timberwolves. Wayne encountered an old acquaintance, the Wolf King, Kevin Garnett. In his youth, Garnett was a formidable defensive powerhouse, renowned for his extensive coverage area, exceptional skills, and speed that rivaled that of forwards. He established a fearsome no-fly zone during his tenure with the Timberwolves. As for the consecutive first-round exits in the playoffs, Garnett cannot be held accountable. Minnesota's frigid climate deterred many stars from considering it a viable destination. Even with the formation of the current trio, the other 2 members are aging veterans, rendering the recruitment of peak players entirely implausible. Unless, of course, one possesses the exceptional acumen to select players, akin to the balanced roster of Hwazi and Towns in the future. But what of the supporting cast? One must be willing to invest. Achieving success necessitates financial commitment. Regardless of its efficacy, just make the investment. Ding. Absorbable attribute detected. Blockability 60 duration. 5 minutes existence time. 24 hours absorption condition. Do you wish to duel with the Wolf King? As Wayne shifted his gaze towards Garnett, indeed. An attribute value search forth. Blockability 60. Astonishing. Should Wayne absorb and utilize this, he would undoubtedly transform into a blocking maestro, relishing the experience. A duel? Let it be a duel. Wayne swiftly approached Garnett, his familiar amiable smile in place. Wade tensed up, feeling a sense of foreboding. Oh no. This kid is about to do something reckless. Hey, Kevin, you are a legend of the Timberwolves. I've idolized you since childhood. Before Garnett could react, Wayne enveloped him in an embrace. Wow, this young man from China is a bit overly enthusiastic. Fortunately, Garnett, being his extroverted self, did not dwell on it. I have been following your career closely. Would you be interested in joining our team as a point guard? Recruiting me? You're not playing by the usual rules. Let us discuss it later, Kevin. I want to do something with you, and I hope you will agree. Of course, I won't put you in a difficult position. You know you are my idol. Garnett, gazing into Wayne Nan's hopeful eyes, found it hard to refuse. All right, of course. You are the Iron Wolf King. My favorite part of you is your fierce roar on the court. Come on. I want to roar with you, the kind that rends the heart. With that, Wayne Nan let out a howl. Garnett thought to himself, is this a bit off? That's not roaring. That's a wolf howl. To ask me to do this in front of so many people, You promised me, Kevin. Well, a howl is a howl. As long as you don't bark like a dog, it's fine. In the Timberwolves' home court, howling like a wolf isn't too out of place. Just as Garnett opened his mouth, Wayne swiftly inserted his middle finger inside. Ugh. Garnett was bewildered. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to choke me? You're insane. Ding. Absorption conditions met. Blockability 60 duration. 5 minutes persistence. 24 hours evaluation. Your fencing has truly opened my eyes. Wayne Nan, brimming with delight, paid no heed to the system's newly added critiques. The competition was about to commence. It was as if someone had fortuitously provided a pillow to ease his drowsiness. Thank you, Kevin. You are a lifelong brother, he exclaimed, oblivious to the murderous glare Kevin cast his way as he scampered off to warm up. Wade observed the entire scene beside him. That prominently extended middle finger seemed destined for no other purpose. Contemplating this, Wade felt a tightening sensation. Chapter 41. A Feast of Hot Pot. A resounding advancement. Garnett retched on the sidelines, overwhelmed by an urge to charge at Wayne Nan and deliver a beating. But he refrained, considering the repercussions. Wally Szczerbiak, the Timberwolves' second-in-command, a Caucasian forward, stood beside Garnett, utterly bewildered. Kevin, do you have a grudge against this kid? Szczerbiak inquired. Grudge? This is the first time I've ever met this kid. Garnett scoffed. He had no interest in college leagues. Those were mere pleasantries. And he had no acquaintance with Wayne Nan, Marquette? He had only heard of it. Are you kidding me? It's your first meeting, yet you two embrace like brothers? Even howling like wolves together. Szczerbiak retorted, incredulous. Really, why would I lie to you? Garnett replied earnestly. Dawn. Serbiak was left speechless. He had never encountered such an individual, so familiar, more handsome than himself, and most impressively, engaging in an act of deep-throating with his middle finger. This display was nothing short of astonishing. I hope he doesn't come to the NBA, or I will tear him apart. Young Garnett was no pushover. He was not one to shy away from a fight, though he had never dared to challenge anyone. Of course, aside from that, Garnett was imbued with audacity. In the pre-match rally for the Elite Eight, Colin had little to say, merely sipping on some bland chicken soup without salt, utterly unpalatable. Wade, however, was brimming with excitement. It was his first time reaching this stage, and he was determined to bring home some glory. The starting lineups were as expected for Kentucky. With Bogans partnering with Fitch on the perimeter, Hayes at the small forward position, Daniels at power forward, and Estill at center. At first glance, their strength was formidable. But upon reflection, Wayne pondered, who would score? Bogans and Fitch were Kentucky's premier scoring options, which was crucial, with Bogans averaging 15.7 points and Fitch 12.3. Together they accounted for nearly a third of Kentucky's total score. Wade chose to mark Bogans, while Wayne opted for Fitch, effectively neutralizing both. As for Estill, he was indeed a capable player, the linchpin of Kentucky's interior, yet his speed was undeniably lacking. Moreover, today he would face Marquette's most reliable interior player, Jackson. Colin also deployed a combination of Dina, Waynon, Wade, Novak, and Jackson against Kentucky's lineup. Daniels found himself at a distinct disadvantage when matched up with Novak, whose physical attributes surpassed even those of Hayes. As for Hayes, the tenacious forward from his college days, he sadly lacked in height. Much like during his time with the Rockets, he was deficient in every aspect apart from sheer athletic talent. If we are to compare vertical leaps, Jackson was in for a treat. Was this not a dish served on a silver platter? The whistle blew, and the game commenced. Jackson outmuscled Estill as Waynon advanced the ball. Interestingly, Dina, not a point guard, took a back seat while the more imposing Waynon orchestrated the play. Seabeck was intrigued. Towering point guards are not unheard of, with the most iconic example being the legendary Magic Johnson of the Lakers. Standing tall allows one to survey the court with unparalleled vision, a principle equally applicable in basketball. Despite the formidable presence of 191-meter-tall Fitch, who pressed closely against Waynon, the latter skillfully leveraged his height and wingspan to pinpoint the leaping Jackson in the paint. Boom. Marquette's flying squad wasted no time revealing their sharp fangs. In a swift transition, Fitch attempted to overpower the shorter Dina, only for Waynon to emerge with a resounding swat, sending the ball careening out of bounds. Ding. Successfully activated attribute, blocking ability 60 duration, 5 minutes. In that moment, Waynon felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him. Anyone daring enough to challenge him would find themselves overwhelmed. Hayes, undeterred, was determined to assert himself against Waynon and attempted a forceful shot, only to be met with a commanding block. Waynon even forcefully slammed Hayes onto the floor. No. Come on, guys, keep it going. Waynon felt exhilarated. Was this not merely a means to inflate his own statistics? Unfortunately, Wade did not grant Waynon another opportunity to flaunt his prowess. Seizing the basketball after it had been blocked, he dashed to the opposing half of the court and executed a lightning-fast strike. 4-0. Marquette seized the initiative. Could Kentucky devise a strategy to halt this relentless Marquette team? The answer, undoubtedly, was in the negative. Estill aggressively penetrated the paint, but Waynon, having provided support, executed a towering block, capturing Estill's shot with ease. Without pause, he initiated a long pass. Dina reveled in the moment. At 183 centimeters, he too harbored dreams of dunking. Boom. The arena erupted into fervor, with Marquette fans in a frenzy. Was this truly the same Marquette that once lulled spectators into slumber? Even in an NBA match, such excitement seemed unparalleled. This young man possessed remarkable talent. On the sidelines, Garnett and Seabeck exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. The passing was commendable, and the blocking skills were formidable, rivaling those of anyone present. Could his defensive range be so extensive? Wasn't it commonly said that players of Asian descent had sluggish foot speed? Garnett pondered in confusion. In college leagues, aren't all teams relatively similar in skill? Seabeck elucidated. Aside from a few standout players, the overall level of play across teams is quite comparable. Just then, Waynon executed another block, with Henrich becoming the latest victim. Bogans, a player in an awkward dual guard role, struggled with organization. He rarely drove to the basket and lacked precision from beyond the arc, despite Bogan's efforts to elevate his shot's arc. At that moment, Wei Nanchuang loomed like a mountain, overshadowing him completely. Thud. To hell with your basketball dreams. Back to where you came from. In just 2 minutes. He recorded 4 blocks, and Wei Nanchuang had gone utterly berserk. Colin also felt perplexed. Tonight, Wei Nanchuang appeared transformed, both a master of assists and a blocking savant. With such a performance, how could Marquette possibly lose? A 5-minute nightmare ensued. Kentucky's players felt as though they were being held underwater, unable to breathe for 5 interminable minutes. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle sounded, allowing the Kentucky players to exhale deeply. Finally, it was over. I never want to face that demon again. This was Bogan's immediate reaction upon hearing the whistle. There was no denying it. In this match, Kentucky's second player had been utterly outmatched by Wei Nanchuang, who amassed a staggering 8 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, 6 blocks, and 3 steals. Although Wei Nanchuang had committed 2 turnovers under pressure, they paled in comparison to his contributions. A resounding victory. Following their triumph over Duke, Marquette once again overwhelmed the number 1 seed in the Midwest region, advancing to the Final Four. No one anticipated that, amidst a gathering of formidable teams in the Midwest, this particular squad would emerge victorious, standing at the pinnacle of the exhilarating March Madness. Meanwhile, in another division, the Elite Eight of the Eastern Conference witnessed a rare occurrence where the top seed, Oklahoma, could muster only 47 points, defeated by a team equally underestimated, Syracuse University. Speculation abounds as 2 dark horses advance to the Final Four. Who among them will dare to challenge the ancient champions and seize the coveted title? Wayne has meticulously packed his belongings, preparing to accompany his teammates to their next destination, the ultimate battleground for the Final Four. Chapter 42, The Final Confrontation. Syracuse University versus Texas, Marquette versus Kansas. The media overwhelmingly favors the 2 teams hailing from the Big 12 Conference. Texas, led by their star player, T.J. Ford, the fastest man on the court. T.J. Ford, a prodigious point guard who shone brilliantly during his collegiate years. In his freshman year at the University of Texas, Ford not only led his team in steals and average playing time, but also became the first freshman in NCAA history to claim the national assist title, averaging 8.27 assists per game. This year, in his sophomore season, T.J. Ford has reached even more terrifying heights. He ranks second nationally in assists, averaging 7.7, while also being the leading scorer, playmaker, and thief for the Longhorns. He has propelled the University of Texas to the NCAA Final Four for the first time since 1947 and has been named the South Region MVP. As the season concludes, Ford has been unanimously selected for the first-team All-American roster and has garnered the highly prestigious Naismith College Player of the Year award as well as the John R. Wooden Award. Furthermore, he has been recognized as the Player of the Year by Sports Illustrated, Sporting News, and CBS Sports. The term genius scarcely suffices to encapsulate T.J. Ford's prowess on the court. Cameron, that fellow is no match for T.J. The Longhorns will sweep aside all challengers and seize the championship. Such sentiments are rampant, and even the Longhorns themselves feel confident about reaching the final showdown. Just look at their lineup. Compared to the dark horse Syracuse University, they are utterly dominant. If we can overcome Kansas, we will then face Texas, my goodness. This is akin to a hellish ordeal. Are you so certain that Texas will triumph over Syracuse? Wayne inquired of Wade, can Syracuse University prevail? Wade waved his hand dismissively. Come on, don't jest with me. Let's make a wager. What if Syracuse triumphs? Wayne cast a mischievous glance at Wade. Impossible. Snow City cannot win. A bet is a bet. Do you think I am afraid of you? Wade's tone was utterly unyielding. Was this kid not joking? Could it be that Snow City truly had a chance of victory? Though he feigned calmness on the surface, Wade's heart was, in truth, in a state of turmoil. Wei Nan is not a fool. On the contrary, he never engages in ventures without certainty. Over the course of more than 6 months, Wade has never witnessed Wei Nan suffer a loss. However, the formidable roster of Texas instilled immense confidence in Wade. Syracuse? What a dismal team. Yet they dare to confront the Longhorns? There is no reason for defeat. He must take this gamble. The terms were simple. Whoever loses must fulfill a request from the other, no matter what it entails, provided it does not transgress moral or legal boundaries. Though the wager appeared straightforward, Wade detected the undercurrents of conspiracy. Yet, with the arrow knocked, it must be released. The bravado he had boasted must be upheld, even if it required tears. All right, this time you shall suffer a resounding defeat. Wade sneered. Huh, the young man is quite confident, he thought. Soon enough, you will learn how to write the words The Perils of Society. On April 5, 2003, the Final Four commenced. The streets were deserted. In New Orleans, at the Hornets' home court, full attendance had become the norm. Longhorn fans had overtaken the arena, eagerly anticipating a post-game frenzy. As the buzzer sounded, chaos erupted within the stadium. Yet, the jubilant cheers did not belong to the Longhorn supporters, but rather to the few who stood by Syracuse University. OMG! Syracuse University has truly triumphed. When Wade received this news, he was left utterly stunned. Incompetents, all of them. Texas is filled with cowards. He could never have anticipated that Syracuse would persevere against the formidable Longhorns led by TJ Ford. Quick, let me see the stats. As Wade beheld the glaring figure of 33 points on the scoreboard, everything became clear. What natural talent, what boundless potential. Syracuse's core, freshman Carmelo Anthony, had astonishingly scored 33 points in the Final Four matchup, setting a record? Indeed, Anthony established the highest single-game scoring record for a freshman during March Madness. TJ Ford is indeed remarkable, yet tonight he lacked his usual brilliance, managing only a meager 12 points and a mere 6 assists. Even superstars exhibit disparities. This illustrates the distinction between NBA icons and ordinary players. So what if one is exceptional? I alone can demonstrate to you the true essence of terror. Dwayne, your judgment is decidedly lacking. Wayne chuckled with amusement. Observing Wade's exasperated demeanor, he declared that everything was well within his control. I will never concede defeat. TJ Ford is utterly incompetent, and that is simply disgraceful. I shall remain indifferent and prepare diligently. That matter is not far off. Anxious. Wade instinctively tightened at Wei Nan's words. Wei Nan, you wouldn't. Heh. The devilish, lewd grin was disturbingly grotesque. On the eve of the match against Kansas, Marquette's locker room was graced by an uninvited guest. Carmelo Anthony had audaciously infiltrated the enemy camp. Truly, he embodied the spirit of audacity. Hey, who the hell are you? Is this a place you can just waltz into? Get out of here. Wade could not muster a pleasant expression towards the man who had cost him his wager. Dwayne Wade? A mere waste. You are unworthy of Wei Nan. Before I could utter a word, you dare to flaunt your bravado before me? How could Carmelo possibly treat you with respect? Wade, enraged, was about to call upon his brothers for a robust confrontation with Anthony. Enough. The game is about to commence. If you have nothing to do, you should take your leave. Wei Nan has also begun to take decisive action. Although our private relationship is amicable, we must distinguish between personal and professional matters. This is a pivotal moment, and Wei Nan is discerning enough to recognize that. Wei Nan, you are indeed a man of unyielding resolve. In the face of Dwayne Wade and Anthony's formidable onslaught, Anthony appeared to falter when confronted with Wei Nan. Press on. I hope we shall meet on the grand stage in the end. Anthony, with a flair for the dramatic, departed swiftly without affording Wade an opportunity to retaliate. With his departure, who are you angry for? Observing the visibly irate Wade, Wei Nan found himself at a loss for words. Are young men truly so impulsive? It is frustrating. If we can triumph over Kansas, I shall ensure he is put in his place during the finals. Very well, it is settled. Not only you, but I too will ensure he is dealt with. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening in New Orleans turned notably frigid. It was not merely the chill in the air that was palpable, but also the icy demeanor of the crowd, contrasting sharply with the expected fervor of March Madness. Remarkably, two dark horses have soared against the odds. The expressions of the Kansas players, filled with discontent, linger alongside the image of Wade leaping into Wei Nan's embrace. This team, which had never before tasted the thrill of the ultimate showdown, achieved a remarkable turnaround, successfully reaching the finals to face off against Syracuse. Chapter 43, The Declaration of Battle. Syracuse University versus Marquette University. Upon viewing the matchup for the finals of March Madness, numerous fans have expressed similar inquiries. Are these two teams truly formidable? No one can ascertain their origins, for March Madness is a national event, and any school reaching this stage is well known. Yet, questions persist. Do they possess the requisite strength to stand upon this venerable stage of honor? Much like the NBA, where spectators anticipate a clash between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Boston Celtics, rather than the Cleveland Cavaliers facing the wretched San Antonio Spurs. I approached with a skeptical mindset, as one must when confronted with the grandeur of the finals. In an impromptu interview, a neutral fan remarked, "Which team do you favor for the championship?" Which team? Whichever, really. My preferred team has already been eliminated. Most shared this sentiment, save for the ardent supporters of the two teams. Once more, in New Orleans, within that very arena, the climactic battle of March Madness unfolds. The two dark horses, Marquette University and Syracuse University, are set to engage in a fierce contest. No one believed in our potential, yet we forged a path through blood and sweat. We stand here as masters of our own destiny. This time, Colin has clearly come prepared. Motivational mantras are essential, for aside from illicit substances, they are the most effective means of elevating a player's performance. Wei Nan was positioned in the center of the venue, surrounded by a circle of onlookers, all quietly anticipating the words of this handsome man. Wei Nan cast a glance at Wade, whose heavy gaze bore a flicker of hope. This was an uncharted territory for him, a dream he had long yearned to fulfill. Now, with the dream within reach, Wade's heart was a tumultuous blend of gravity and exhilaration. Looking at the assembled crowd, Wei Nan began to speak slowly. The two most significant days in one's life are the day you are born and the day you discover the purpose of your existence. I believe our team is destined for greatness, for the championship. Despite the arduous path that lies ahead, I am confident in our capabilities. Although this is our maiden journey to the finals, we must embrace the conviction that when we step onto the court tonight, victory shall be ours. With a fervent roar, Wei Nan made his declaration. The players were ignited with passion, and Wade trembled with excitement upon hearing his words. Indeed, let us tremble with anticipation for the grand stage. As the match approached, there were few grand proclamations. Everyone sensed the weighty atmosphere. On the sidelines sat numerous celebrities, including illustrious superstars renowned in the NBA. Kobe Bryant occupied a front row seat, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Nan, the Chinese guard, who had left a profound impression on him during the Adidas training camp, appeared more mature than he did over a year ago. Kobe, do you know him? Beside him sat his wife, Vanessa. At that moment, Vanessa displayed none of the later signs of excess. In her 20s, with a striking visage and alluring figure, complemented by captivating eyes, she was the epitome of beauty. Not very well, but this fellow seems quite intriguing. Kobe chuckled at the peculiar manner of their interaction. Intriguing? I don't see it. He is undeniably handsome, Vanessa remarked, her adventurous spirit piqued by Wei Nan, the Chinese player. As the game time drew near, a palpable tension began to permeate the arena. Fans from Syracuse and Marquette exchanged barbs, and had it not been for the security personnel, a brawl would have surely erupted. Remember, basketball can never be purely about the sport, for it is intertwined with countless emotions and desires. The revelry and despair of the betting enthusiasts, the oaths and hopelessness of diehard fans, the relentless provocations of the troublemakers, all were vividly manifested in this compact arena. Wei Nan, I have longed for a match against you. In Anthony's eyes, there exists only Wei Nan. From their very first encounter, they were inseparable teammates, united in their battle against the prodigious LeBron James. Wei Nan seized the spotlight, emerging as the most valuable player of the training camp. Anthony felt a surge of happiness for his dear friend. Yet he could not suppress his own competitive spirit. He aspired to join forces with Wei Nan, to showcase their worth on the grand stage of the NCAA. He yearned to prove to Wei Nan that he was indeed the superior athlete. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Wei Nan declined the invitation from Syracuse University and instead became a part of Marquette. Thus, they transformed into rivals. Like many basketball brothers before them, their paths diverged, perhaps marking the ultimate conclusion of their camaraderie. Come, let me see how much you have grown. As their eyes met, a spark ignited, and the fierce competition began. With the sound of the whistle, the decisive battle commenced. Craig outmaneuvered Jackson, securing the first possession for Syracuse. Jim Boeheim, the legendary coach of Syracuse University, is also a steadfast warrior against cancer. Under his guidance, the seemingly underwhelming Syracuse team triumphed over formidable opponents, emerging as Marquette's adversary in the final showdown. A master of zone defense, Syracuse, with Anthony on their roster, possessed an exceptional prowess on both ends of the court. Tonight, he had devised an astutely balanced lineup. The point guard, Gree, a diminutive yet lightning-fast player, brought explosive energy. The shooting guard, Duaney, standing at 6 feet 6 inches, showcased solid defensive capabilities despite his slender frame. Naturally, the small forward position was held by Anthony, the ultimate weapon of Syracuse. At power forward, Hakeem matched Jackson in strength and skill. Meanwhile, center Craig towered at 7 feet 0 inches, presenting an insurmountable obstacle. This would undoubtedly be a challenging contest. As Dinah remained off the court, Colin opted for a 3-forward system to contain Anthony. Novak, Merritt, and Jackson all took the floor, with Wei Nan positioned as the point guard and Wade guarding Duaney, while Marquette held a significant advantage in the backcourt. Anthony was determined to carve a path through the fierce front line. A double team. Colin abandoned conventional tactics, opting for a dual defense against Anthony during his first offensive possession. Wade and Merritt applied intense physical pressure, exploiting Anthony's vulnerability in passing, while Marquette intentionally left the less threatening Duaney unguarded. A pass? Wayne emerged unexpectedly. Fully aware of Anthony's tendencies, this shot was bound to result in a mistake. Wayne took the initiative, opting not to pass this time. Instead, he boldly drove towards the basket, challenging the formidable 183 centimeters tall Gree with a strong layup. Beep, beep, beep. Gree was unable to thwart the attempt and was left with no choice but to foul. A classic 2-1. Wayne took a deep breath. Every point in the finals was of utmost importance. The vivid memory of losing a match due to a missed free throw lingered in his mind. He allowed himself to make mistakes, but on such a critical stage, he would not permit such occurrences. With a resolute gaze, he remained undeterred by the distractions from Syracuse University fans and calmly sank the free throw. 3 o'clock. Making an assertive start, the decisive battle had only just begun. Chapter 44. Seizing victory in hand. Double team. Marquette showed no hesitation. Faced with the unstoppable force of Carmelo Anthony, Colin could not conceive a better solution. Anthony was taken aback, unable to anticipate that Marquette would opt for a double team right from the outset. Such disregard for sportsmanship. Who reveals their strategy from the very beginning? Shouldn't the trump card be reserved for the most critical moments? Wayne smiled faintly, his resolve slightly hardening. This was merely the beginning. He was still gauging the referee's standards for fouls. Should the actions intensify, Wayne would immediately escalate the pressure on Anthony. The double team from Novak and Wade had its limitations. After all, Wade stood at a mere 193 meters, rendering their defensive efforts less effective than those of a forward towering around 2 meters. Damn it, Wayne, your entire team is worthless. Anthony, eager to assert himself, felt the urgency to prove his worth, particularly in front of Wayne. Is it because you didn't choose me back then? I had to plead with the head coach to secure an overseas slot, and you're aware of my decision to select Marquette over Syracuse. Isn't that a slap in the face? Anthony's displeasure was palpable. You want to double team me? I'll show you what I'm capable of. He increased his offensive tempo, making a swift lateral move before the double team could fully materialize, his form striking and his shot decisive. Swish. The offensive kaleidoscope revealed his innate talent, as he managed to score even under challenging circumstances. What good is that? Can you maintain this level? As Wayne passed by Anthony, he initiated a verbal assault. Watch closely. I will demonstrate this for you. They exchanged a knowing smile, and Wayne dropped the pretense. Charging toward the basket with the aid of a screen, Craig immediately shifted to provide help defense. Wayne delivered a pass under his arm, finding Jackson behind him. Jackson soared for a thunderous dunk. Hakeem attempted to block from behind, but his hand collided squarely with Jackson's face. Beep. The whistle sounded again. Jackson converted the additional free throw, bringing the score to 6-2. The game had only just commenced, and although Syracuse found themselves trailing, they were not overly anxious. Anthony called for the ball on his left, but Wayne applied relentless pressure on the ball handler. Grilly sought a screen, betting on Anthony's slight frame, which failed to completely shield Wayne from his pursuit. Wayne maneuvered past to Annie, closely adhering to Gree, denying him any opportunity for an easy pass. Wayne would rather endure a blow from Gree than allow Anthony to seize a favorable offensive opportunity. Wade executed a perfectly timed steal, and in an instant, the two converged upon Gree, causing him to falter. Wayne seized the moment, executing a precise cut and falling to the ground. A floor ball. Without hesitation, Wayne and Wade lunged towards the basketball. Gree was a fraction too slow, and Wayne secured the ball in his embrace. It seemed as though Anthony had anticipated Gree's imminent fumble as he swiftly approached and tightly gripped the basketball, engaging in a tug-of-war with Wayne beneath him. A jump ball. The referee promptly made a ruling, and Anthony and Wayne prepared to leap. The momentum was commendable, showing notable improvement from before. Wayne patted Anthony's backside. Hey, could you refrain from touching there? Anthony protested, clearly displeased. Haven't you had enough during training camp? What's the matter? Are you a tiger that cannot be touched? Wayne would not indulge Anthony. Very well, you shall undoubtedly lose the upcoming jump ball. Ha. Wayne sneered. Stop pretending. Does your leap even serve a purpose? Anthony's jump was indeed lackluster, and his wingspan did not stand out among the ranks of superstars. His static talent paled in comparison to Wayne's. The referee raised the basketball between the two, and neither side yielded, their focus unwavering, their gazes unflinching. Jump. Wayne exerted every ounce of his strength, determined to take the initiative, attempting to leap over Anthony, or at the very least, to present him with a greater challenge. The two players almost made contact with the ball simultaneously. Anthony was the first to touch the basketball, but Wei Nan, leveraging his long arms, deftly flicked the ball away from beneath. Wade, with remarkable quickness, snatched the basketball directly from atop Hakeem's head. Wei Nan did not hesitate, sprinting towards the front court. Anthony immediately followed suit, his complete focus on Wei Nan, for he understood him well. This individual would undoubtedly seize every scoring opportunity available. With eyes wide open and ears attuned to the surroundings, this is Wei Nan, the very opponent that Anthony relishes facing. Wade, without a moment's pause, hurled the basketball forward. Behind him, Anthony surged with fierce determination, while Wei Nan displayed no hint of trepidation, soaring to execute a thunderous dunk after receiving the pass. Indeed, Wei Nan did not opt for a cautious layup. Instead, he leaped high, slamming the ball into the hoop. 8-2. Upon landing, Wei Nan let out a roar, pivoting to collide forcefully with Anthony. Impressive? Let us see how impressive you really are. The trash talk erupted. Step aside. I will surely reclaim my ground in the next play. Anthony shoved Wei Nan aside, his gaze filled with animosity. Off the court, they were good brothers. But on the court, one must confront challenges head-on, with resolve. Clear out. A screen from Gree. Anthony's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to engage Wei Nan in a one-on-one duel. Gree understood the cue, positioning Wei Nan directly in front of Anthony. Wei Nan did not turn his head. Instead, he signaled a one to Colin on the bench. Novak intended to double-team, but Wade swiftly pulled him aside, choosing, at least for this moment, to place his trust in Wei Nan. Wade gazed at the intensely focused Wei Nan, deciding to believe in his teammate. Colin furrowed his brow, perceiving the unspoken thoughts of both Wade and Wei Nan. Just one possession? Very well. Colin immediately shouted from the sidelines, instructing Novak to maintain his position and be ready to set screens and grab rebounds. Trusting his player, Colin decided to take a gamble on this grand stage, wondering if Wei Nan could indeed defend Anthony one-on-one. Come on, coward, come and take me on. Wei Nan's gaze was sharp, and his expression was fierce. In this moment, the two were no longer the close brothers off the court. They were destined to determine a victor. Anthony raised his hand, signaling a triple threat, while Wei Nan instinctively lowered his center of gravity, fully aware of the impending challenge. As Anthony prepared to shoot, Wei Nan persistently obstructed him with his right hand, recognizing that the moment for a decisive strike had not yet arrived. Post up, Anthony utilized his robust physique to engage in a relentless contest, while Wei Nan firmly anchored himself, attempting to dislodge the ball with his long reach. However, Anthony's strength and dribbling prowess made it exceedingly difficult for Wei Nan to pose a threat from this angle. A turnaround jumper. Wei Nan has made his move. A slice. Although the execution was not flawless, it considerably complicated Anthony's shooting. Duong. The basketball grazed the rim and emerged from the net. In this moment, Wei Nan succeeded. There was no elation, no brash taunts hurled at Anthony. Wei Nan's focus remained steadfastly on the ball. Jackson did not disappoint, effectively blocking the taller Craig behind him and securing the defensive rebound. Observing this, Wei Nan finally exhaled in relief. Defense is not the ultimate goal. The critical result lies in the transition of possession, seizing control of the basketball for oneself. Failing to secure the defensive rebound could grant the opposing team a chance for a second offensive play. The battle must continue unabated until the final whistle. There can be no slackening of effort. At halftime, everyone returned to the locker room, panting heavily. The referees were particularly vigilant tonight, and the intensity of the competition had taken a significant toll on the players. Jackson was breathless, having endured relentless pressure from Craig, a 2.13-meter behemoth of a center. Merely contending physically consumed a considerable amount of energy. Novak fared even worse, as Anthony relentlessly overpowered him. Despite Wade's assistance on defense, Novak often found himself single-handedly facing off against the formidable Melo. Anthony's physicality was overwhelming. Although Novak possessed commendable athleticism, he was still at a significant disadvantage in comparison. The starters had all suffered varying degrees of fatigue, and both teams were in the same boat. The team that could endure until the end would emerge victorious. 35-32. With such intense competition, scoring remained low. Colin attempted to rest his starters for a brief period in the second half, only to see the opposing team take the lead within mere minutes, prompting him to promptly reinsert his key players. At this juncture, the contest hinged on the prowess of the starting five. The substitutes were unable to adapt to this level of intensity, whether from Syracuse or Marquette. The margin for victory was slim, necessitating the relentless exertion of the starters until the final moment. 50-50. Just 7 minutes remained in the game. Both teams were back at square one in this brutal contest, a merciless struggle on the ultimate stage of NCAA's March Madness, once again showcasing a classic face-off. The clash of muscle against muscle, the battle of wills. The audience held their breath, eager to discover who would emerge as the victor. Meanwhile, neutral fans who had initially dismissed both teams found their palms slick with sweat, their eyes involuntarily drawn to the fierce competition unfolding on the court. Not interested in Marquette versus Syracuse? Anthony's kaleidoscopic offensive style, with its vintage flair, captivated countless spectators. Wade, swift as lightning, executed a breathtaking fast break. Weinan commanded the entire scene, rallying the strength of all to confront the challenges posed by Snow City. The role players exhibited remarkable performances, exerting every ounce of their energy, gritting their teeth to endure. Colin and Jim tacitly utilized timeouts to aid their players in regaining stamina, seizing every precious moment, striving to tilt the balance of victory in their favor. Weinan, can we triumph in this match? Wade, equally exhausted, had sacrificed intimacy with his beloved wife for several days in anticipation of this evening. Nevertheless, the intensity of the contest left him breathless. Of course, we shall prevail. Weinan took a deep breath, resolved to unveil his trump card. In these final moments, failure was not an option. Ding. Attribute value successfully utilized. Hook hand 40 duration, 3 minutes. With limited attribute values at his disposal and a brief duration of merely 3 minutes, which could not be reused, he must strive to maximize the effectiveness of this fleeting time. Scoring was imperative. Weinan has harnessed the attribute values extracted from Yao Ming, enhancing his hook shot by 40. Transforming into a master of the hook shot, Weinan embarks on a relentless quest for one-on-one dominance. There is no need for screens. Simply entrust the ball to me, as I seek to position myself deeper. Weinan spoke to Wade, who understood the cue and began to weave through the interior, drawing in the defense. Confronted by Gree, Weinan maneuvered to the vicinity of the paint, executed a graceful turnaround hook shot, and scored. 54-52. The lead exchanged hands once more, with Marquette claiming a slender advantage again. Anthony's mid-range shot also found its mark. Weinan, emulating the style of his opponent, persistently overpowered Grilly, who found himself utterly helpless and could only surrender with a gesture of resignation. Scoring an astonishing 8 consecutive points, the score soared to 62-58. Jim, left with no alternative, was compelled to call for yet another timeout. It was perplexing. How had the adversary so abruptly altered their strategy? Weinan executed a series of hook shots in a low-post isolation, a strategy that Jim had not anticipated. With 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, trailing by 4 points, the situation appeared precarious. They needed to double-team Weinan, preventing him from easily accessing the paint. Gree switched defensive assignments. With Duani now tasked with guarding Weinan, Jim diligently orchestrated the next defensive strategy, while Colin, seeming rather nonchalant, inquired, Weinan, shall we continue the isolation in the next play? Absolutely. This time, not near the paint. I intend to penetrate the defense and force my way inside. Ding. Attribute usage successful. Breakthrough ability 40 duration, 3 minutes. With Wade's attribute enhancement, in the final 3 minutes, Weinan aimed to surge towards the finish line, determined to dismantle the Snow City defense entirely. True to form, Anthony displayed remarkable composure. Colin continued to double-team. Yet Anthony had faith in his abilities and opted against passing. He took a contested three-pointer, and miraculously, it found its mark. 62-61. The suspense lingered, as both teams unleashed their full potential. As Weinan pressed forward, the atmosphere in Snow City grew tense, with everyone on edge. In the final quarter, Weinan had become a significant threat to Snow City. Not only could he assist his teammates, but the scoring mode he activated instilled both unfamiliarity and fear. Kobe, would he opt for a pass? On the sidelines, Vanessa inquired with keen interest. No, that kid would never pass. Kobe saw his own reflection in Weinan, a relentless confidence that sought to seize control of the game. Gazing at Duani before him, Weinan accelerated after bending low. He could go even faster. Everyone's reactions lagged a beat. Weinan drove to the basket and executed a thunderous dunk. 64-61. Weinan, you rascal. Wade opened his mouth, ready to say something, but the words caught in his throat. This breakthrough was truly astonishing. A player of Asian descent, he had been on the court for 35 minutes. Jim could hardly believe it. As the game neared its conclusion, Weinan had scarcely received any respite. Yet, how could he still break through? And even faster than before. Regaining composure amidst the shock, Anthony held the ball, isolating for another one-on-one. With 5 seconds left, he took a shot, but it clanged off the rim. And Wei Nan secured the defensive rebound. "Stay steady. We're in the lead. There's no need to panic," Wei Nan shouted, with time running out and holding a 3-point lead. The success rate was of utmost importance at this moment. Scoring would be tantamount to sealing the victory. Wei Nan remained at the arc, controlling the ball, while Jackson set a screen, leaving Greg trembling with hesitation. An insurmountable challenge, for Wei Nan's ability to dictate the play was unparalleled once he stepped beyond the paint. An inevitable alley-oop awaited, ready to shatter the rim. Steady now, it was a test of composure. Time ticked away, each bounce of the basketball resonating like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Bend low or break through. With mere seconds left on the shot clock, Wei Nan transformed into a radiant arc, soaring like an eagle, fearlessly charging forward. Anthony came barreling in, akin to a Hummer racing towards Wei Nan. Craig was ensnared behind Jackson, and the others could not reach the paint in time. Anthony approached, determined to thwart the shot and salvage a final chance for Snow City. Bang! The two collided, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and with all his might, Wei Nan hurled the ball towards the hoop. Off the backboard. The ball found its mark. 66-61. Anthony clutched his head, incredulous at the turn of events. "You cannot do it. You cannot. Victory belongs to us. Victory shall surely be ours." Wei Nan roared with fury, while Anthony dejectedly lowered his head as the final whistle blew. The victory that belonged to Marquette was firmly grasped by Wei Nan. Chapter 45. The road is endless. We've won the championship, Wade exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air. Sprinting across the court, fist raised in triumph. Tears? This young man was already on the verge of tears before the game had even concluded. Was there a moment more deserving of tears than this? "We did it, Wei Nan, we did it." Wade rushed towards Wei Nan, enveloping him in a tight embrace, shouting joyfully. With tears streaming down his face, Wei Nan attempted to push Wade away, wishing to avoid the mingling of their tears and snot, but to his surprise, Wade only held on tighter. There was no other choice but to let him be. Casting his gaze towards the opposite end of the court, Wei Nan noticed Anthony, equally in tears. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not intertwine. The elation of tears and the anguish of tears remain distinct. Wade's tears were those of ecstatic victory, while Anthony's were those of painful defeat. Collapsing onto the floor, Anthony buried his face in his hands, weeping bitterly. At just 18, he had fallen on the grand stage of the finals, facing the trophy he had yearned for, the very goal he had striven for day and night. Effort is indeed valuable, yet the outcomes are seldom smooth. The contest between process and result is one that no one can definitively answer. 1,000 readers have 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Wei Nan has always believed that in competitive sports, no one cares about your journey. They only care about the ultimate outcome. Can a superstar without a championship be deemed a failure? In the long passage of life, the journey often holds more significance than the result. All right, stop hugging me. Once Wade's emotions had calmed, Wei Nan finally pushed him away and strode over to Anthony, who was still sobbing, his face etched with resentment. "So, how does it feel to taste defeat?" Wei Nan lifted Anthony and embraced him. "You damn guy," Anthony muttered softly, as if both complaining and congratulating. "Don't give up. Our journey is still long. Let us set a small goal, defeat me in the NBA, and earn your chance for revenge." It felt like comforting a child. And Wei Nan thought it was quite challenging. After a while, Anthony managed to stabilize his emotions and looked earnestly at Wei Nan. "I will definitely. Once I reach the NBA, I will not lose again." "Indeed, you won't lose again, for you shall never win," Wei Nan retorted. At the awards ceremony, Wei Nan and Wade proudly lifted the championship trophy that rightfully belonged to them. It was heavy, likely made of iron. After the appraisal, Wei Nan faced an interview. Dismissing the male journalist with a couple of sentences, he was eager to return and celebrate with his teammates. As soon as he entered the locker room, a bucket of cold water was poured over him from above. "Damn it. Which little rascal splashed water? Step forward and see if I want to deal with you." Wade laughed heartily, merrily carrying the bucket. "You think you're invincible? Watch how I catch you." No. I was wrong. Let go, Wei Nan. Please." Amid Wade's piercing screams, the celebration party turned out to be even more outrageous than anticipated. Later, Wei Nan and Anthony agreed to meet on a dimly lit path. "Carmelo, could we refrain from coming out at night next time? You have your skin as camouflage, while I am completely exposed in the enemy's line of sight." Looking around at the eerie stillness, Wei Nan felt a twinge of panic. He feared that a shapeshifter might leap from the shadows, or that someone with heavy weaponry might ambush them. This was not mere alarmism. How many students disappeared each year at Marquette? As for their whereabouts, you could ask God in heaven. Are you scared? Of course, how could I not be? You have so many talents here, and I'm still young. I certainly do not wish to meet an untimely end. Speak quickly, and let it out. Wei Nan was unwilling to procrastinate, for each passing second brought with it an increase in peril. Wei Nan, I still wish to remain in university for another year, he expressed. Anthony, undeterred by Wei Nan's somewhat abrasive demeanor, recalled having encountered far worse during their time in the training camp. What? Are you jesting? The third overall pick of 2003, one of the most significant figures of the Platinum generation, and you tell me you wish to play in university for another year? Wei Nan was momentarily taken aback. I was unable to fulfill my aspirations. I yearned to lead Snow City University to seize the championship trophy. I desired to prove my worth. Anthony spoke with utmost sincerity. This reasoning was indeed acceptable. In his past life, Anthony's plan was not to enter the draft within a year, yet he accomplished a grand slam in his inaugural year. And only after achieving this feat without regret did he choose to participate in the draft. Coincidentally, LeBron was at the pinnacle of his career, and the first overall pick slipped through Anthony's fingers. The Pistons, in their folly, opted not to select Anthony with the second pick, instead choosing a superfluous center with their valuable selection. Astonishingly, Anthony fell to the third pick. However, if Anthony had chosen to enter the draft in 2004, would he undoubtedly have become the first overall pick? Like LeBron, the superlative high school player, Dwight Howard had already begun to make his mark, while another exceptional big man, Emeka Okafor, was also a coveted prospect. Shaquille O'Neal was gradually aging, yet the era of dominant big men had not come to an end. The Rockets secured Yao Ming with the first pick, and his performance illuminated the significance of elite centers to many. The times were evolving, yet the stage still belonged to the Giants. I am pleased that you can perceive it this way, for your decision will elevate my draft position, allowing me to garner greater financial rewards and increased attention. You intend to enter this year's draft? Anthony inquired, astonished. Why not? Wei Nan has no regrets, at least in the realm of academia, for he has attained the highest honor. To reach even greater heights, he must ascend to a more elevated stage. How astonishing! Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Anthony appeared somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that Wei Nan would choose to compete for another year, yet reality seemed to suggest otherwise. What significance remains in the collegiate league without Wei Nan? In an instant, Anthony's spirits began to wane. Wei Nan also sensed the transformation in Anthony. Cameron, in our hometown, once remarked, one must seize fame while it is ripe. The realm of basketball inherently belongs to the youth. At the age of 18, what a splendid time it is. Once you reach 30, or even 35, will you still possess the ability to soar and evade as you do now? You have already dominated the NCAA, believe me. You are extraordinary and need not prove yourself further. I yearn for the day we encounter one another in the NBA, to forge together the legendary saga that is rightfully ours. Legend, a legacy we must create together. Wei Nan genuinely hopes that Anthony will not squander another year. Much like that foolish individual who can spin in place, too many youthful opportunities have been wasted. Anthony fell silent, clearly wrestling with his internal conflict. Wei Nan, to be candid, your words resonate deeply with me. At this moment, the decision to remain for another year seems far from ideal. Reflect carefully, your capabilities are beyond question. Wei Nan patted Anthony on the shoulder, realizing that his younger companion was grappling with some troubling thoughts. It was his duty to guide him back to the right path. The promise they made to enter the NBA together cast their shadows longer under the glow of the street lamps, much like the road ahead, which seemed endless. Chapter 46. Declaration. The Marquette Parade was a frenzied and vibrant affair. Seated on an open-top bus, they were surrounded by women flaunting their curves and captivatingly glancing in their direction. What on earth was this? It was utterly absurd. Gazing at the scant piece of fabric in his hand, a delicate pink item with intricate cutouts, Wei Nan swiftly tossed it to Wade beside him. Well, which lovely lady is professing her affection for me? Come queue up at my door tonight. Wade momentarily forgot about his beloved wife and even his chubby little one. What was the intention behind this? Was it not simply to savor the delights of various blossoms? Wei Nan has reached adulthood, and in contrast to the restrained years of his youth, he is now capable of wielding formidable prowess on the court. Mediocre opponents hold no allure for him. He seeks rivals of the caliber of Anne Hathaway, or, if fate permits, the youthful charm of Aunt Jenny. In the worst-case scenario, he could forge connections with the younger daughters of the Kardashian clan, cultivating rapport with their elder sister before unleashing a flurry of skill like a dragon emerging from the depths, breaking through the tight defenses. Wei Nan carves a bloody path with sheer determination. The world seems absurd, with the mouse serving as a groomsman to the cat. The fervor of women has truly broadened Wei Nan's horizons. Is this not the quintessential narrative where a goddess stands before you while a sycophant lingers nearby? The Dragon King, it appears, is none other than myself. Upon returning to campus after the revelry, Wei Nan finds a long queue awaiting him at the entrance of his dormitory. The most dashing man at Marquette, the most flamboyant commander on the basketball court, a formidable figure whose statistics fill the score sheets. Most significantly, he has heard from Wade that his endowment is as robust as that of a bull. What a rare specimen of manhood. Those eyes, fierce and predatory, seem to yearn to devour Wei Nan whole. What on earth is happening? Wei Nan felt an overwhelming chill, as if the very air was thick with a malevolent presence, sending goosebumps cascading over his skin. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. The roots attract attention, more so than the destruction of the forest. Wei Nan fled in a hurry and took refuge at Wade's home for a night. Wei Nan, what brings you here? Wade exclaimed, his heart racing. Surely, this lad was not here to lodge a complaint. Tonight, he was the most dashing figure at the bar, and if his beloved wife were to find out, it would be a scandal, especially with their hefty son in tow. Oh, nothing much, just missed you. Let us have a little fun tonight, Wei Nan bantered. But Wade did not believe a word of it. The night passed quietly, enveloped in the soft murmurs of Wade and his cherished wife. April in Milwaukee still carried a hint of chill, and as Wei Nan completed his studies, he prepared to return to Hongyuan to report back and gear up for the NBA. Are you really leaving, Wei Nan? Wade felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance at the news of Wei Nan's departure. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. My roots do not lie here. I must return to set everything in order. Wei Nan embraced Wade, taking with him a few belongings as he set off on his journey home. In contrast to the slightly chilly Milwaukee, Guangdong in April was already beginning to feel quite warm. Clad in a stylish white jumpsuit and sporting a pair of unrecognizable sunglasses, Wei Nan returned home with honor. Here he comes. It's Nangu. Nangu is back. This time, it was Zhu Fangyu and Yi Jianlian who came to greet him at the airport. Such is the undeniable bond of true friendship. Brothers, did you miss me? Wei Nan enveloped the two in a grand embrace, a moment brimming with affection, which was instantly captured by the reporters lurking nearby. Goodness, Wei Nan. Have you been on a diet? How have you transformed into such a robust figure? As he felt the pressure against his chest, Zhu Fangyu found himself momentarily stunned. At merely 18 years of age, how could one exceed expectations so dramatically? A trip to America could indeed yield such remarkable progress. For the first time, Zhu Fangyu entertained the thought of venturing to the United States. Brother Nan, your embrace is a bit suffocating, sob sob. Even Yi Jianlian noted Wei Nan's newfound strength. Ha, let's head back for a drink or two. I want to see if you've truly become a barrel of laughs. Are you afraid? Drink as much as you wish. Tonight, I shall ensure you are thoroughly incapacitated, Zhu Fangyu boasted, only to find himself laid low by Wei Nan that very evening, rendered unconscious. With such fighting spirit, how could he still claim the title of general manager? Zhu Fangyu was carried back by Yi Jianlian, Du Feng, and Wang Shipong, while Wei Nan did not accompany them, having arranged to meet with the team's assistant coach, Wang Huayu, later at the Hongyuan dormitory. Welcome home, Wei Kid. Wang Huayu was even more enthusiastic, offering an immediate embrace. Coach Wang, it's been a while. How was your time in America? Winning the NCAA championship makes you the first in Chinese basketball. Wang Huayu patted Wei Nan's chest, his words filled with pride. It's all just fleeting glory. Winning a championship is merely a matter of time. Wei Nan is anything but modest. To put it plainly, he intends to study for another year, or perhaps. Wang Huayu is no fool. Wei Nan's return undoubtedly has a purpose. The phone conversation was insufficient to convey everything, yet Wang Huayu can grasp some of Wei Nan's intentions. He has decided against further studies, as he wishes to participate in this year's NBA draft. Wei Nan spoke earnestly. Have you made your decision? Yes, I have. Receiving Wei Nan's affirmative response, Wang Huayu nodded. If you have any concerns, please voice them openly. Hongyuan is an open-minded team, and both Coach Zhang and Coach Li hold great expectations for your future. We are committed to assisting you in any way we can. With such candid words spoken, Wei Nan decided to be forthright. I wish to know whether the team or the Blue Shoes will prevent me from participating in the draft. This was Wei Nan's greatest concern. The experiences of Yao Ming in the NBA draft and the treatment endured by De Ji serve as stark reminders of the club's avarice and the shamelessness of the Blue Shoes. To counter this, Yao Ming signed an agreement ensuring that he would not be barred from the draft due to the team's influence, even agreeing to forfeit 5% of his salary. The cost of this arrangement was such that Yao Ming would rather retire from the CBA than endure further exploitation. Had it not been for the overwhelming pressure of public opinion, and had Yao Ming's talent not been exceptional, his fate would likely not have diverged much from that of Deji. These individuals behave like parasites, voraciously draining every last ounce of your vitality. Wei Nan harbored little affection for the Blue Shoes. If provoked, he would withdraw from the team, declaring his unwillingness to participate further, and firmly stating that they should not expect his return. He could easily disregard the malice shown by the Blue Shoes. However, one must ultimately embrace gratitude. Hong Yuan has treated him exceptionally well, with both the assistant coach and the head coach consistently offering their support. Wei Nan, wishing to avoid placing the club in a difficult position, did not want to create conflict. He must always remember that he is a player of Hong Yuan and serves the Chinese national basketball team. As long as he remains true to himself, the fans, and his country, that is sufficient. Wang Huayu stated earnestly. As for other matters, those are not for him to ponder. I, along with Wang and Li, will arrange everything for him, enabling him to pursue his dreams and showcase the prowess of Chinese basketball on a grander stage. Never forget that behind you stands a multitude of fans and those of us filled with hope. Chapter 47. Strong support. The Guangdong Hongyuan Youth Training Camp is situated in the renowned city of Dongguan, known for its diverse culinary offerings. However, it is not merely a city of gastronomy. It is steeped in a rich basketball culture. Basketball enthusiasts range from young children to elderly individuals, and numerous basketball courts are scattered throughout Guangdong, with many people actively participating in the sport. This vibrant basketball atmosphere is the fundamental reason for the success of the Hongyuan Youth Training Camp. Imagine such a profound basketball culture. Does it not attract exceptional talents from across the nation? Moreover, the founder of the Guangdong Hongyuan team is himself a basketball aficionado, having invested significantly in the sport. With opportunities to play and earn, and given the region's robust economy, families are eager for their children to engage in basketball. Recognizing this, Guangdong Hongyuan has not hesitated to invest resources, attracting local talent while also scouting for promising youth from across the country, thus establishing the Hongyuan Youth Training Camp's dominance on a national scale. Zhu Fengyu, Wang Shipeng, and Du Feng. The first batch of youth training players produced 3 promising talents worthy of national team selection, while the second batch included heavyweights like Yi Jianlian and Wei Nan, capable of shouldering the core responsibilities of the team. This is a formidable basketball force, with its influence stretching from the youth training camp to the first team, holding a significant place in the annals of Chinese basketball history. Wei Nan must pursue the NBA. His future does not lie within the domestic sphere, as Hong Yuan can no longer fulfill his aspirations. Are not the examples of Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi sufficient to awaken us? Everything we do is for the advancement of Chinese basketball, and Wei Nan will undoubtedly become a pivotal player for the Chinese men's national team for many years to come. During a management meeting at Hongyuan, 2 head coaches fervently argued, striving to pave the way for Wei Nan. In the confines of our domestic sphere, basketball pales in comparison to that of the United States. The most capable young talents achieving entry into the NBA is the ultimate goal. I have always advocated for players to seek opportunities abroad, as it offers a far superior environment for personal growth than what is available domestically. Therefore, let us publicly announce Wei Nan's decision to enter the NBA draft. We must generate momentum for him, showcasing all his virtues to the scouts. You should discuss the specifics to ensure that Wei Nan secures a better position in the draft. The speaker was Chen Lin, the founder of Hongyuan. Seated at the head of the long table, known affectionately as Uncle Lin within the circle, this venerable figure has dedicated much of his life to the sport of basketball. Not only founding the illustrious Guangdong Hongyuan Club, which boasts 8 championships, but also nurturing a cadre of exceptionally skilled players for Chinese basketball. More importantly, he is one of the key figures in promoting the professionalization of basketball in China. If Guangdong Hongyuan Group represents Mr. Chen's greatest achievement in life, then basketball is the everlasting passion he cannot forsake. Treating players as his own, Uncle Lin is always willing to invest in and cultivate those with basketball talent. From a closed system to one of openness, he has contributed immensely to the cause of Chinese basketball. He is truly an elder who embodies a profound love for the sport and deserves utmost respect. Father, we should announce Wei Nan's participation in the NBA draft now. But the higher-ups, Chen Haitao, his son, hesitated to finish his thought. What about the higher-ups? This is our club's own player. Can I not decide his future? Uncle Lin responded. One must act with conscience. We cannot emulate Shanghai's cold-heartedness, feasting on the flesh and blood of others. You must understand. Wei Nan's success will undoubtedly propel Chinese basketball to great heights. We are all fish in the same pond. Expanding that pond means more room for us to swim. Uncle Lin has a far-reaching vision. Under a private model, Hong Yuan indeed has the authority to determine Wei Nan's fate. As for matters beyond that, they will depend on Wei Nan's own choices. At this very moment, strolling through the streets of Hong Yuan, basketball enthusiasts greeted Wei Nan with enthusiasm. While selfies were not possible due to the poor quality of mobile cameras at the time, the excitement was palpable. Nan Ge, are you certain you want to enter this year's NBA draft? The club acted swiftly, announcing the news to the media after deliberating on the general framework. Basketball enthusiasts across the nation once again found themselves in a state of excitement. In 2002, the first foreign top draft pick entered the NBA, drawing the attention of Chinese basketball fans to this premier global league. The unique basketball matches, intense competitions, the four legendary shooting guards, and iconic superstars captivated the interest of fans in China. Undoubtedly, the most watched figure remains the enduring giant who graced the courts of Houston, Yao Ming. All of this has made it evident that a significant gap still exists between Chinese basketball and the world as elite. There is a hopeful anticipation for an increasing number of Chinese players to join the league, with aspirations for the growth and strength of Chinese basketball. This reflects the genuine sentiments of the earnest Chinese fans. Within a mere year, news of Chinese players participating in the NBA draft has once again sparked widespread attention across the country. Indeed, this summer, I shall make my entrance into the NBA. Wei Nan's gaze was intense as he eagerly anticipated the prospect of competing alongside those formidable adversaries. Brother Nan, do your best. Although Yi Jianlian was not particularly articulate, he felt an undeniable sense of loss upon learning that Wei Nan would be departing from the Guangdong Southern Tigers. He had hoped that upon Wei Nan's return from the NCAA, they would once again join forces on the first team, battling side by side. Alas, that dream was dashed. And Yi's emotions were laid bare through his words and expressions. I will wait for you in the NBA. China is vast, yet basketball is a small world. Greater honors await us ahead. This land will undoubtedly flourish under our leadership. Brother Nan, I will definitely make it to the NBA and fight alongside you once more. Yi Jianlian came to a realization. Since he could not play with Wei Nan on the CBA stage, he would pursue the NBA instead. One day, he would follow in Wei Nan's footsteps and evolve into an even more exceptional player. By the way, watch fewer Taiwanese dramas and immerse yourself in English. My English teacher is outstanding and can teach you everything. After organizing matters back home, Wei Nan set off for the United States, where he would undergo specialized training and attend various tryouts from different teams. This endeavor was no trivial task and required a significant investment of energy. Meanwhile, upon learning that Wei Nan would participate in this year's NBA draft, the Blue Shoes promptly dispatched a team to Dongguan to negotiate with the senior management of the Guangdong Southern Tigers. Wei Nan was aware of the matter, yet he did not pay it much heed. Whether it was the players of the Honyuan team or the higher-ups, all expressed their unwavering support for his participation in the NBA draft. With such backing, Wei Nan felt a profound sense of contentment. As for the opinions of the Blue Shoes, were they truly of any significance? Chapter 48, The Tryouts. Separation is an enduring sentiment that is difficult for the Chinese to relinquish. Wei Nan has departed, and unlike his initial quiet journey to Marquette University, this time, his exit is marked by great fanfare. Another prodigious talent, an NCAA champion, the future pillar of the Chinese men's basketball backcourt. The young athlete Wei Nan has come of age, dominating the youth league with statistics that rival those of Yao Ming. Will he be successfully selected? Speculations abound regarding Wei Nan's potential placement in the lottery picks, with the prototype of a tall, skilled point guard. Could Wei Nan's ceiling be likened to that of Magic Johnson? Such reports proliferate, discussing the prospects of Wei Nan's path to the NBA and whether it will be smooth sailing. Having observed this young man's NCAA games, I can attest to his remarkable intelligence on the court. While he may not achieve the high draft position of Yao Ming, securing a spot in the first round should be well within reach. Could it be otherwise? His Marquette teammate Dwayne Wade is certainly a hot prospect, and his past adversary, Carmelo Anthony, is also among the top 3 picks. There is no reason for Wei Nan not to enter the lottery. While his dynamic talent may still require refinement and his offensive capabilities are yet to be fully developed, his mature playing style is astonishing for an 18-year-old. There is undeniable potential, but it remains to be seen if a team is willing to take a chance on him. Objective discussions among discerning fans, including an analysis from the Sports Weekly, have highlighted both the advantages and disadvantages of Wei Nan entering the NBA. While he may not be chosen in the lottery, there is no doubt of his capability to join the league. Upon the announcement of Wei Nan's intent to enter the NBA draft, teams across the United States began dispatching scouts to evaluate his immediate impact and future prospects. Guangdong Hanyuan has elevated Wei Nan's profile significantly, showcasing his numerous strengths and potential. Marquette's head coach, Colin, has also been instrumental in this endeavor. As the mentor of his beloved disciple, who led Marquette to its first-ever NCAA championship, Colin is eager to pave the way for Wei Nan. He is exceptional. He is the orchestrator on the court. Trust me, his potential is boundless, and he can elevate the team to new heights. Upon hearing the news of Wei Nan's draft participation, the most delighted were Carmelo Anthony and Dwayne Wade. Will I have the chance to fight alongside Wei Nan? Their immediate reaction was to envision teaming up with him. How many could resist such a tantalizing opportunity? They hope that the team that selects them possesses the foresight to also choose Wei Nan. Unlike coaches and clubs, players participating in the NBA draft refrain from speaking kindly about one another. To put it bluntly, they are rivals. Only a limited number of individuals are selected to join the NBA each year, and each additional player means one less opportunity for others. Furthermore, a disparity in draft positions exists among the exceptionally talented athletes vying for a spot in the league. A higher draft position signifies a brighter future and greater regard from teams. Generally speaking, the majority of successful players emerge from high draft picks. Rare are those like Nikola Jokic, who, having been selected in the second round, has garnered 3 MVP trophies. Hence, all players exert their utmost efforts in hopes of securing a more advantageous opportunity in the draft. Wei Nan was no different. He refrained from contacting Wade and Anthony, dismissing all unnecessary invitations. Alone, accompanied only by his assistant Yu Jia, he journeyed to the United States for a trial. The experience proved to be less than ideal. The costs were exorbitant. The expenses of traveling between cities, hotel accommodations, and various miscellaneous items accumulated, making it challenging to manage without tens of thousands of dollars. Where would the funds come from? Naturally, from club sponsorship. With a grand gesture, Uncle Lin assured that all of Wei Nan's expenditures in the United States would be covered by them. Wei Nan did not disappoint Uncle Lin. He pledged to generously contribute 10% of his rookie contract earnings to the club. This act stands in stark contrast to Yao Ming's coerced salary contributions. Wei Nan's offering is entirely voluntary. Given the significant support he has received, even a dog would understand the importance of gratitude, let alone the flesh and blood Wei Nan. He is destined for success. Uncle Lin holds great expectations for Wei Nan, who, despite his youth, demonstrates a remarkable understanding of human relationships, a rare quality indeed. In 2003, salaries were generally modest. Even the most elite star in the league, Kevin Garnett of the Minnesota Timberwolves, earned merely $25.2 million last season. After taxes, he took home around $10 million. Most all-star players earned similarly, with salaries hovering around $10 million, leaving them with just a few $100,000 after taxes. Yao Ming, as the first overall pick in 2002, had a rookie salary of only $3.86 million in his inaugural year, but fortunately, Texas has no state income tax, allowing him to retain a substantial amount. Assuming Wei Nan is selected in the first round, he might receive a salary of approximately $2 million, which, after taxes, would net him around $1 million. 10% of that amounts to $100,000. In 2003, $100,000 could procure a splendid residence in a first or second-tier city. His willingness to give is indicative of his character. He is not a person driven solely by greed. His first opportunity lies with the Milwaukee Bucks, who have extended a training invitation to him. The management displays sincerity, offering to create a dedicated training venue for him, as they urgently require a guard. Prior to his arrival in America, Yu Jia made thorough preparations, analyzing which teams could potentially become Wei Nan's future home and identifying those that do not require a player of his caliber, thereby increasing the likelihood of being selected in the draft. The Bucks, a franchise with a respectable history, achieved their best results in recent years during the 2000 to 2001 season, when they advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals under the leadership of Ray Allen, the Big Dog Robinson, and the Extraterrestrial Castle, narrowly losing in a 7-game series against the 76ers, who featured Allen Iverson. However, aside from that, the Bucks have often faced early exits in the playoffs, lacking notable achievements. Clearly, Such results are unsatisfactory for the team, which may prompt Ray Allen to depart during the offseason, heralding a period of rebuilding for the franchise. Michael Redd is poised to become the team's primary scorer, making the acquisition of a point guard a pressing need. Are they considering T.J. Ford? Wayne inquired. Indeed. T.J. Ford was initially their preferred target, but after witnessing your performance on the NCAA stage, they have developed a significant interest in you as well. The Bucks possess a favorable draft position this year, likely within the top 10. The 2003 class boasts an abundance of exceptional players to choose from. Securing a remarkable point guard within the top 10 is highly attainable. Although Wayne is still growing, his position is firmly established as a point guard. Modeled after the legendary Magic Johnson of the Los Angeles Lakers, it is evident from this comparison that, buoyed by his impressive performances during March Madness, many hold optimistic views regarding Wayne's future. A tall and skilled point guard, he is assuredly destined for success. Now, let us head to Milwaukee for our inaugural battle. Chapter 49. The first time the weather in Milwaukee has begun to clear, a stark contrast to the heavy snowfall that once paralyzed the city just months ago. In May, a hint of warmth can be felt. Life is unpredictable. Just a month ago, Wayne was immersed in the NCAA tournament, and now he is preparing to step into the NBA. Prior to his individual training session in Milwaukee, Wayne visited Marquette, where he encountered Dwayne Wade. Wayne, it's been a while, Wade exclaimed, enveloping Wayne in a hearty embrace. The simplicity of a man-to-man meeting is captured in such a gesture, where a hug suffices. Dwayne, have your cheeks grown again? Your little wife must be enduring quite a bit from you. Wayne chuckled mischievously. Hey, do not slander me. I have recently shed quite a few pounds. Wade's expression bore a hint of grievance. All right, I tire of this banter. So, have you received any invitations from teams lately? Returning to the matter at hand, it is paramount for both of them to enter the NBA. The Pistons, the Nuggets, the Raptors, the Heat, the Clippers, the Bulls. There are quite a few that have extended invitations for tryouts. As Wayne had anticipated, even teams that would not choose Wade still showed him due respect. The Raptors. The Clippers? These teams are unlikely to select a shorter guard. Wayne jested. Close your mouth. You're absolutely right, Wayne. Which is precisely why I have no desire to train in those places. However, my agent, Henry Thomas, has arranged everything for me. Gaining exposure is something we ought to pursue at our age. Wayne, I hear you still haven't found an agent. What do you think? Henry Thomas is a good person. He can certainly meet all your needs. Before coming to America, Wayne had not given much thought to finding an agent. Yet, upon hearing Wade's mention, he began to contemplate whether he should engage a professional team to manage his affairs. One's energy is limited, and in 2003, in this era that still adhered to rules, players were unable to discuss trade regulations with teams prior to the commencement of the transfer period. At such times, agents become crucial figures. To a certain extent, players exist as both products and their developers. Agents serve as product operators, striving to secure greater rights for players whenever possible while cultivating a better personal image off the court. Henry Thomas is regarded as one of the most renowned agents in the league, with unparalleled business acumen and a friendly demeanor towards players, avoiding any inexplicable actions or operations. In his previous life, Wade held a deep admiration for his agent, even missing several games following his passing and publicly sharing a heartfelt monologue on social media. This demonstrates that Henry Thomas is at least trustworthy in character. Dwayne, your suggestion intrigues me. Perhaps we should discuss the matter of agents. During their conversation, Yujia listened quietly from the side. Finding an agent? Yujia's mind immediately drifted to Yao Ming's team. Did Wayne have any plans to sign with Yao Ming's management team? Never mind, that is his personal affair. This young man possesses his own opinions and would not engage in actions detrimental to himself. How splendid. I will promptly reach out to Hank. A friendly reference to Henry Thomas, he will undoubtedly welcome your arrival. Wade is elated, although he cannot play alongside Wayne in the immediate future. Signing with the same agency as Wayne brings him great joy. Renowned agents often represent multiple elite players within a single camp, and it has become customary in the league for them to negotiate privately about forming alliances. Perhaps Hank can discreetly facilitate this, allowing Wade to once again battle alongside Wayne. At this moment, Wade is already envisioning the splendid scenes of alley-oops with Wayne. By the way, how is that old fellow Colin faring lately? Wayne turned and inquired. Not in the best of spirits, experiencing both pain and joy, I suppose. Indeed, the head coach of Marquette University has been both elated and troubled lately. The source of his happiness is quite straightforward. Marquette University has, for the first time in history, clinched the championship of NCAA March Madness. Even the president has personally decreed a 3-day celebration for the school. Everyone is immersed in joyous euphoria. Even that scoundrel, Dina, has been on cloud 9, having bedded more women in a month than he did in his entire 18 years. It is only natural, as one of the champions. They are all treated like royalty. The ladies are delighted, eager to share a bed with a victor, a phenomenon not unusual in any nation. Wayne deeply understands this sentiment. In his past life, he found the groveling of certain feminists towards the wealthy utterly nauseating. They do not respect women. So why do they not see you fighting back? They treat everyone with the same lack of respect. He is no different. Looking at such outrageous remarks, Wayne felt an overwhelming urge to silence her with a punch. It is fortunate that a harmonious society has saved these fools. Had they existed in the 80s or 90s, their disappearance would have gone unnoticed. Marquette has lost its finest players. Both Wayne and Dwayne are leaving, and they have chosen to depart together. Colin lamented loudly in the office. His long-cherished dream of a back-to-back NCAA championship seemed dashed, as he had assumed these two would not leave for quite some time. Losing even one of them would have been bearable. To his dismay, both were leaving without a shred of compassion. Colin, deep down, you know this is no longer their stage. I understand, I truly do. But this conclusion has arrived far too swiftly. Colin felt disheartened. He had been daydreaming about the possibilities for the upcoming year. Yet he never anticipated that the key contributors to the championship, Wade and Wayne, would be departing hand in hand. Wade's departure is quite normal. He is already an aging rookie, and if he does not enter the NBA draft soon, his prospects will only diminish. Let alone the fact that he has suffered severe damage to his meniscus, placing him at a considerable disadvantage compared to others. As for Wayne, he genuinely has another year to play. You should feel even happier, as your student is about to dominate the NBA stage. Tim shrugged, possessing a clearer perspective than Colin. After all, as an assistant coach, he too hopes the team's performance improves year by year. Yet the championship is the ultimate honor. They should not expect more. And what of Dwayne? As usual, many teams are interested in him. Aside from Cleveland, several other lottery teams have shown significant interest in Wade. Colin nodded, reassured that Dwayne's future is secure. What about Wayne? Wayne's situation appears to be satisfactory. Several teams have reached out. And while he may not be selected in the lottery picks, his qualifications as a first-round draft choice seem secure, Tim commented. It is understandable. Yet Wayne's capabilities undoubtedly align with the caliber of a lottery pick. Colin also recognizes that Wayne's rise to prominence has been rather swift. Having grown up in China, many NBA teams' understanding of him is limited to a handful of NCAA games. He is markedly different from Yao Ming, who, prior to becoming the first overall pick in the NBA, had already dominated the CBA, establishing himself as an almost insurmountable presence. Furthermore, the league's encouragement of physical play and the entrenched belief in the supremacy of interior players render Yao Ming's prospects far more favorable than Wayne's. The interest from teams is encouraging. Wayne need not achieve the popularity of players like Dwayne Wade. As long as a team selects him, it will undoubtedly yield benefits. Colin has come to appreciate Wayne over the course of a year, recognizing the remarkable talent within this handsome young man. He urges those still in doubt to consider Wayne as an exceptionally skilled player. Choosing him will not lead to disappointment. Basketball in America is interconnected. Despite the overwhelming number of colleges and players, the bonds among them remain quite strong. As the head coach of Marquette University, Colin has cultivated numerous connections over the years. Naturally, he is determined to support his protege wholeheartedly. Wayne, that fellow is truly deserving, although I personally wish for him to remain, even for another year. Colin will undoubtedly center his new roster around Wayne once he departs. At that point, Wayne may attain a more favorable position in the draft. However, time waits for no one, and Colin understands Wayne's urgency. For these exceptionally gifted players, they need not squander their time on the NCAA stage. Much like Cameron Wade, who has dominated the NCAA, remaining for another year would yield no advantage for his development. The competition is simply insufficient to enhance his skills. Only a grander stage can truly unleash his potential. Accompanied by Wade, Wayne visited head coach Colin and several former teammates. In just a few short weeks, the fates of all involved will undergo a transformation. Paths begin to diverge as Wayne and Wade board the train to the NBA, while others must navigate their own destinies and make choices about their futures before graduation. Wayne, I will surely seek you out in the NBA. Await my arrival. as I still intend to set screens and grab rebounds for you. Jackson, the team's third key player, who has also significantly contributed to the championship pursuit, is greatly inspired by the departures of Wei Nan and Wade, reinforcing his resolve to pursue the NBA. No problem, I will be waiting for you in the NBA. Yet, no one can predict Jackson's fate. Ultimately, he alone holds the power to determine it. The following morning, Wei Nan prepared his belongings, donned his stylish sneakers, and slung on his backpack before heading to the Milwaukee tryout location. This year's Bucks are nearing the end of their tether, midway through the season. They traded their leading scorer, Ray Allen, to Seattle in exchange for the aging Gary Payton and Desmond Mason, a swingman who recently made a name for himself with the Supersonics. The Bucks' rebuilding strategy has become glaringly evident. While they managed to reach this year's playoffs under George Karl's leadership, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the Nets in the first round, with the team's standout player surprisingly being the waning Gary Payton. Upon arriving at the Bucks' home, the Bradley Center, Wei Nan was greeted by the assistant general manager, Larry Harris. "Welcome, Wei Nan. Milwaukee will become your future home." It was clearly a mere formality. Wei Nan is no longer an 18-year-old child. He is utterly disinclined to believe the fanciful tales spun by Larry Harris. During their conversation, Wei Nan discovered that Larry had been employed by the team for 15 years, while their general manager, Greenfield, has recently been preoccupied and unable to attend Wei Nan's tryout. The implications are unmistakable. Wei Nan is not well acquainted with a team like the Bucks, yet he sensed the turmoil within the organization through Larry's words. The fact that an assistant general manager openly discussed matters concerning the general manager indicates that Greenfield, the current general manager, is likely to depart from the Bucks. This clearly suggests that the team is poised for a complete overhaul and reconstruction. The trial venue for Wei Nan was located on the second floor of the Bucks' home arena. Larry took the initiative to clear a section of the court for Wei Nan, surrounded by several Bucks staff members diligently jotting down notes. The trial proceeded through a routine process: scrimmages, shooting drills, shooting after scrimmages, and scrimmaging following shots. Following an intense aerobic workout, they moved on to free throws and spot shooting after receiving the ball. In the absence of defenders, Wei Nan's shooting percentage was quite commendable, even under high-intensity conditions. His performance remained within the acceptable parameters of the Bucks management. His greatest asset lay in his organizational skills, as he adeptly assembled two teams for a scrimmage. Finding 10 players within the arena was a simple task, and Wei Nan was assigned to the comparatively weaker team. It was during the 5-on-5 scrimmage that Wei Nan truly shone. The action was relentless, with Wei Nan orchestrating his team to dominate the opponents with ease. Over the course of 10 minutes, he exemplified what it meant to be a floor general. Remarkably impressive, we need him to assume such a role within the team. On the sidelines, Bucks staff members whispered amongst themselves, deliberating on the potential contributions Wei Nan could bring to the team. Upon the conclusion of the trial, Larry Harris wore a broad smile, seemingly quite pleased with the proceedings. "Wei Nan, we are very interested in you. You are an excellent fit for Milwaukee." However, the ambiguous response did not guarantee that Wei Nan would be definitively chosen. Wei Nan nodded with a smile. "How is it? Are you satisfied with that young man from China?" At that moment, team owner Kovo was seated in a VIP box alongside the legendary basketball icon, Michael Jordan. "He's a remarkable player. I've watched him compete in the NCAA, and compared to then, his physical prowess has significantly improved. However, Kovo, my intention is not merely to discuss Wei Nan. I sincerely believe that the Bucks could benefit from a new owner like myself." After navigating numerous twists and turns, the recently retired Jordan has long aspired to possess his own team, and Kovo has shown considerable interest in selling the Bucks. "Michael, let's not rush this matter of selling the team. We must deliberate carefully." Kovo lifted a glass of exquisite red wine, swirling it gently before downing it in one gulp. "Old fox," Jordan silently cursed, feeling a surge of frustration. "I've come all the way to Milwaukee to meet you, and yet you choose to play hard to get?" Suppressing his inner fury, Jordan resolved to maintain his patience with Kovo. Wei Nan was, of course, unaware that Old Master Chiao was also in Milwaukee, discreetly observing his trial process. However, even if he had known, it would not have mattered to him, for in the distant city of New York, there awaited a joint trial that was calling to Wei Nan. Chapter 50, A Convergence of Stars. A gathering of geniuses. The term joint trial literally signifies the gathering of a group of young talents for a collective pre-draft assessment. Participation in the joint trial is not obligatory. Some rookies may decline the invitation. This is often due to a desire to maintain an air of mystery or a profound confidence in their own abilities. They prefer to audition only for the teams they favor, often disregarding even the smaller franchises. Wei Nan's decision to participate in the joint trials is quite straightforward. He needs to seize every opportunity to place himself within the gaze of scouts from various NBA teams. While NCAA performances may serve as certain reference points, they are by no means definitive. Many players who underperformed in the NCAA have still been selected by teams. Factors such as potential, the results of private workouts, injuries, and even connections can all influence one's ultimate draft position. In New York, at the renowned trial site, the illustrious Carmelo Anthony arrived early. Prior to receiving an invitation to the joint trials, he had already garnered interest from more than 10 lottery teams, including the Denver Nuggets. As for the teams selecting further down the draft order, Anthony did not even glance at them, casting them aside without a second thought. As a top contender for one of the top 3 draft positions, Anthony was in excellent health, presenting no concerns. He had recently propelled Syracuse University to the finals during the exhilarating NCAA March Madness, attracting the attention of numerous teams. The Nuggets management was even troubled by the possibility that if the Pistons selected Anthony with the second pick, they would need to resort to their contingency plan to secure Dwayne Wade. However, the Pistons unexpectedly threw a curveball, catching even Anthony off guard. In a previous instance, Anthony's workout with the Pistons had gone remarkably well, leaving many puzzled by the management's decision to overlook him. Selecting a big man with the second overall pick, only to have Larry Brown squander his potential, was truly a waste of talent. Was Darko Milicic devoid of talent? Aside from a somewhat volatile temperament, he was quite a handsome young man. Carmelo's participation in the joint trials was unexpected, given the vast array of talent present this year. The 2003 generation, long coveted by NBA teams, proved to be even more exceptional than anticipated. Do you have any players you are particularly interested in? I've heard your recent workouts have been quite frequent. Not quite. We are still in the observation phase, and until the final moment, no one can definitively determine the selections. Is that so? We feel the same. The seasoned veterans murmured among themselves on the sidelines, while the competition on the court was matched by the strategic maneuvers off it. The teams holding higher draft positions had thoughts that shifted like the wind. Until the last moment, no one could make a rash conclusion. As for the type of players they would choose, only a fool would divulge that information. OMG. Carmelo, you actually came to participate in the joint trials? Exclaimed the bald-headed Dwayne Jones, his voice filled with astonishment. As Duke's star player, Jones had decisively opted to enter this year's NBA draft following his team's defeat to Marquette. He understood his own attributes. His collegiate career could no longer offer him further advancement, and if he did not enter the draft, he risked being overlooked entirely. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Anthony had some recollection of Dunne Jones. Wasn't he the opponent who lost to Wei Nan? That bald visage is quite memorable. The two engaged in a superficial conversation for a while, until the arrival of Dwayne Wade once again captured the attention of numerous scouts. Beside Wade was Wei Nan, who had participated in the joint tryout alongside him. After parting ways, they had agreed to join forces for this year's combine. Dante, I have some matters to attend to. Let us continue our conversation later, Anthony remarked as he made his way toward Wei Nan. Wei Nan, that insufferable fellow just won't fade away, Wade thought as he spotted Anthony approaching, his expression darkening. It was he who had spread rumors outside, claiming that Wade had only secured the championship with the mad 3 by clinging to Wei Nan's coattails. This had resulted in many of his peers giving him peculiar looks when they encountered him. Though they refrained from voicing their thoughts, Wade could not endure such sentiments. He vowed that he would never offer Anthony a pleasant demeanor in future encounters. Wei Nan, my good brother, you should not associate with this fool. Come, let us head over there. With that, Anthony attempted to pull Wei Nan away. You little punk, I find you quite irritating. Let us settle this one-on-one. A one-on-one it shall be. Do you think I fear you? Come on, let us engage. Whoever backs down is a coward. The two began to clash verbally, spitting words at each other, yet thankfully they managed to restrain themselves from resorting to physical altercations. Wei Nan was left speechless. Can you two not settle down? Acting so juvenile, like newly minted adults, with melodrama over love and breakups. While Anthony can be understood at just 18, Wade is nearly 22. How can he still be so immature? All right, you two carry on. I shall take my leave. Wei Nan disregarded the two individuals, understanding that a little quarrel among good brothers could be seen as a form of affection, akin to the adage that hitting is love and scolding is love. As he surveyed the training venue, he recognized several familiar faces, some of whom he had previously encountered on the court. Among them were Troy Bell from Boston College, TJ Ford from the Texas Longhorns, Collison and Henrich from Kansas Jayhawks, and David West from Xavier University. These individuals were all capable of entering the lottery picks, and it was remarkable that they had all come to participate in this year's joint trial. Furthermore, there was Josh Howard from the University of North Texas, Come On from Central Michigan University, and Michael Sweetney from Georgetown University. Numerous talented players gathered in one place, and even the most sought-after prospects were present at the joint trial. Chris Bosh, the towering center from Georgia Tech, alongside this year's strongest rookie, Carmelo Anthony. The twin stars from Marquette, Wei Nan and Dwayne Wade. A constellation of brilliance. A gathering of prodigies. It was no wonder that so many scouts had come to observe. The current training camp resembled a vast treasure trove, with these trial players potentially becoming targets for the teams. The draft lottery would take place in a few days, and the order of selection for each team remained uncertain. Thus, scouts from various teams were keenly observing several suitable players to bolster their immediate capabilities or to establish a foundation for future team construction. As far as he recalled, aside from Malisic and LeBron James, 3 players from the top 5 picks were present. As the chosen one, LeBron James had already secured the top spot. As for Malisic, Wei Nan remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation, yet it was evident that, barring any significant upheaval, Malisic would undoubtedly be selected by the Pistons. What awaited him thereafter would be an unimaginable nightmare. Chapter 51. The first crossroad of destiny. Soon, the order of appearances for the joint tryout was established, with Wei Nan slated to perform 7th, as if fate itself had orchestrated the sequence. He busied himself with final preparations on the sidelines. Anthony was the first to step onto the court, exuding an air of confidence devoid of any psychological pressure, as he ruthlessly dominated his opponents, showcasing his flawless offensive prowess. Wade followed as the second participant, delivering an exceptional performance that highlighted his remarkable speed. Hundreds of scouts were present, with Wayne estimating the number to exceed 300. This unprecedented gathering, featuring the extraordinary talents of the Platinum generation, attracted attention from various factions. To withstand such pressure and to flawlessly exhibit one's abilities in the first round of appearances was indeed a rare quality. Bosh was the third to take the stage. Although his college team had failed to advance in March Madness, the attention he garnered was no less than that of the more hyped draft prospects. Was he the next Kevin Garnett? Bosh's physique and playing style evoked images of the formidable big-ticket howling in the frigid wilderness. The template was already established. Who would not desire to possess another player akin to Garnett? Any hint of potential would compel teams to take a chance. Bosh's performance could only be described as competent. His slender frame did not excel in physical confrontations, yet his youth, sufficient height, and reliable mid-range shooting offered promise. His speed in transition and defensive reach were equally impressive, as he repeatedly blocked shots against the trainer, asserting complete dominance in the paint. The subsequent players also exerted themselves to the fullest. TJ Ford dazzled with his incredible speed, leaving his opponents disoriented. Come On displayed solid footwork in the paint but shied away from physical clashes. The bald player was limited to dunks, lacking variety in his offensive repertoire. As the tryout progressed, it was soon Wei Nan's turn to take the court. Anthony and Wade patted him on the shoulder from behind. No words were exchanged, yet everything was understood in that moment. Wei Nan made an okay gesture, signifying that everything was under control. It surpassed all expectations. Wei Nan exquisitely embodies his strengths and weaknesses. His teamwork is impeccable, and his vision is remarkably expansive. His ball-handling skills have reached the average standard of the NBA, and he excels at passing, positioning, and comprehending ad hoc tactical arrangements. During one-on-one testing, Wei Nan's defense is consistently formidable, often compelling trainers to rely solely on their physicality to overpower him in search of offensive opportunities. Wei Nan stands tall and holds his own in post-switch confrontations. Aside from his somewhat inconsistent shooting, his greatest asset lies in his youth. At the tender age of not yet 19, his performance is already commendable. A young man with a high basketball IQ, regardless of his current state, is destined to be a competent backup player in the future. He is indeed a promising talent with significant growth potential. Have you been swayed? However, it seems you lack a first-round pick. Personally, I find him rather average. A player with yellow skin may not necessarily adapt well to the NBA's pace. Exercise caution. This is New York, where candor is not always advisable. Yet, I believe he possesses merit, and if given the chance, I would truly wish to select him in the first round. Come now, your intentions have long been known. I cannot fathom that you would forsake him to choose Wei Nan instead. The murmurs of scouts can be heard from the sidelines. Several teams begin to evaluate Wei Nan's worth, particularly those in need of a point guard, who are eager to secure him. Some scouts have already reached out to their respective teams, considering Wei Nan as an excellent backup option should their preferred targets be chosen. Bro, you performed splendidly. After the game, Wade exchanged a fist bump with Wei Nan. Following Wei Nan's tryout, Anthony also departed with satisfaction. Wei Nan, I must take my leave. I have more places to visit for tryouts. Those bothersome individuals will never comprehend our struggles. I have played 3 years in the NCAA, yet they still wish to scrutinize me up close. I do not understand, but this is the path that veterans have traversed. It is a grueling process, but we must persevere. Bro, let us meet at the draft. Wade departed, taking small steps towards the bus bound for Marquette. This fellow has poor grades. A common plight for many black athletes. He must fulfill his credits before graduating smoothly to the NBA. Wei Nan, will you miss college life? On the journey back, Wei Nan leaned against the window, with Yu Jia seated beside him. Of course, it has been an extraordinary college experience. In Wei Nan's recollections, university life is characterized by skipping classes, engaging in romantic pursuits, and relishing the luxury of waking up at leisure. On mornings devoid of lectures, he would silence his alarm and slumber until noon, only to rise for a midday meal. As the afternoon approached, he would venture out with friends to indulge in basketball or spend time at internet cafes, where the camaraderie of 5 friends immersed in gaming was both sweet and torturous. With a girlfriend, he found himself frequenting various hotels and inns, his physique gradually becoming more slender, yet he remained ensnared in this lifestyle, unable to extricate himself. University became a mere passage of time, where one would ultimately receive a diploma, and the once grand ambitions of youth faded into insignificance. A clear objective, coupled with the tenacity to strive and toil towards it, is what renders a university experience truly invaluable, culminating in the joy of reaching the pinnacle of success. Yu Jia listened intently to Wei Nan's nostalgic musings, a smile gracing his face as they reminisced about the friction and competition among teammates. It was in this pure atmosphere of basketball, surrounded by genuine teammates and coaches, that one could truly appreciate the essence of university life. Yu Jia took out his notebook, urging Wei Nan to speak more slowly so he could capture some beautiful moments. Are you thinking of writing an autobiography about me? He inquired. Certainly, if circumstances permit. I would like to remain by your side. Yu Jia cherished being in Wei Nan's company. The diligent individual inspired admiration. And Wei Nan's unwavering dedication to his basketball dreams deeply motivated Yu Jia in his own pursuits within the field. I could hire you as my personal assistant, he proposed. If possible, let us sign a 3-year contract. Why 3 years? Wei Nan smiled silently, allowing Yu Jia to experience it for himself. 3 years is ample time for him to evolve into a colossal figure in the league. By then, he would no longer require a personal assistant. Yu Jia deserves better treatment. The relentless march of time passed swiftly through the hurried training sessions. A group of young men, each harboring dreams of basketball, traversed various locales for nearly a month, diligently preparing for the impending draft. The order of selection was ultimately determined. Mirroring scenes etched in memory, the Cavaliers secured the first overall pick, followed by the Pistons and the Nuggets. The Cavaliers remained steadfast, solely focused on LeBron. The Pistons hinted at their intentions, believing Anthony to be the next best player after LeBron, yet refrained from making a definitive commitment to select him. Meanwhile, the Nuggets were apprehensive, uncertain if Anthony would be taken with the second pick. A contest surrounding the draft had commenced. Prior to the draft, the San Antonio Spurs reigned supreme as the champions of the 2002-2003 NBA season. Led by Tim Duncan and the formidable GDP trio, they vanquished the New Jersey Nets, helmed by Jason Kidd, in the finals, reclaiming their rightful glory. On June 26th, in the familiar venue of Madison Square Garden in New York City, the annual draft spectacle returned. A multitude of prodigies gathered, marking the inception of the Platinum Generation, as fate awaited its moment of decision at the intersection. At this juncture, the choice was not in Wei Nan's hands. The team's decisions would, for the first time, govern the futures of these young talents. Chapter 52, The Team of Gods? The 7th pick. A gathering of prodigies, the genesis of the Platinum Generation, as well-known names flickered across television screens. Even in the less connected realms of China, a dedicated chat room for the 2003 NBA draft emerged. Have you heard? Following Yao Ming, another Chinese player is poised to grace the NBA stage. Is that true? The promotion has been ongoing for days. Why is there no concrete information about the player? Where did he play? Is there no access to the internet? Have you not seen a single game of Marquette University? What conditions could I possibly have? I truly do not know who this Wayne is. The chat room is abuzz with fervent discussions among numerous basketball enthusiasts. At this moment, the distinction between genuine aficionados and mere pretenders becomes starkly evident. Some are merely repeating hearsay, showing little genuine interest in the evolution of the sport, while others, with only a superficial understanding, feel entitled to voice opinions simply because they have watched a few NBA games. The true connoisseurs listen silently, yet upon discovering that these individuals lack knowledge of Wayne, they are compelled to enlighten them. In 2003, the number of basketball fans with access to television and the internet was limited. Most relied on newspapers and journals for information. Wayne, the linchpin of the Guangdong Honyuan youth team, led the second team to an unchallenged reign in the domestic arena. Last year, he ventured alone to the United States, joining Marquette University, where he formed a formidable backcourt alongside one of this year's most promising rookies, Dwayne Wade, ultimately defeating Syracuse University, led by another rising star, Carmelo Anthony, in the NCAA Finals, ascending to the pinnacle in just 1 year. This narrative seems ripped from the pages of a novel. As discussions swirl, many are perplexed by terms like NCAA and the names of universities that seem foreign to them, questioning the relevance of these American collegiate leagues. Even 20 years later, many fans remain unaware of the significance of the NCAA's March Madness, let alone 2 decades ago when the concept was entirely foreign. Amidst the chatter, Wayne, Wade, and Anthony step into the NBA's designated green room for them. The evaluation suggests that Wayne is likely to be chosen in the lottery picks, with player assessments from various teams in the league's own draft predictions placing him among the ranks of prodigies. Carmelo, long time no see. The greeting comes from none other than this year's frontrunner for the top pick, LeBron James. Anthony is taken aback, surprised by James' presence. Congratulations on becoming the first overall pick. James responds, momentarily stunned. Thank you. I hear the Pistons will select you at the second spot. Anthony finds the comment oddly phrased. Nevertheless, he must concede that it is only logical for the Cleveland Cavaliers to select a local talent. He did not lose to skill, but rather to circumstance. Today, Wayne dons a sharp suit, his handsome visage and athletic build capturing the attention of Hollywood scouts. So, any news on which team will choose you? Wade whispers conspiratorially to Wayne. Actually, I have no information on that yet. The results of the tryouts have been quite promising. Yet no team has made a commitment to select Wayne. Everyone is observing with bated breath, aside from a few established players. No one knows the trajectory of their futures. Have you heard that the Pistons might select you? Who can say? Their head coach seems to hold a favorable impression of me. Anthony appeared nonchalant. Personally, I believe your chances of heading to Denver are greater. Anthony's expression momentarily faltered. Denver? Aren't they the third pick? Are you suggesting that the Pistons would pass on me at the second pick? Anthony seemed incredulous. His interactions with the Pistons had been quite pleasant, leaving him to ponder why they would not choose him. Do you wish to join the Pistons? That team is already formidable. Last season, the Pistons clinched the top spot in the Eastern Conference, advancing all the way to the Eastern Finals, only to be swept by the Nets led by Kidd. Perhaps their 4-0 defeat was a key reason for Carlisle's dismissal. While Anthony is undeniably talented, who among the Pistons' starting 5 is lacking? Anthony could certainly fill Prince's role, yet his defensive capabilities might not align with Larry Brown's preferences. Weighing the prospects of being a core player in Denver against the uncertainty of guaranteed playtime as a starter in Detroit, Wayne felt that Denver would be the more prudent choice. Moreover, the Nuggets also possess considerable strength. Your reasoning is not without merit. Rookie players often aspire to join rebuilding teams or those in need of their talents, as this ensures ample playtime and offers a platform for personal growth. Any team that reaches the Eastern Conference Finals typically boasts a robust roster, which might not guarantee you a place among them. Just look at Milicic as a prime example. Regardless, it matters little. Not becoming the first overall pick means little when the second and third picks hold equal significance. Anthony is correct in his assertion. The first overall pick is perpetually the focal point of discussions. Soon enough, the diminutive David Stern stood center stage. The old-timer appeared quite sprightly, his hair not yet fully gray, adorned with spectacles, and his sharp gaze reflecting the wisdom and cunning expected of the league's president. David Stern, the esteemed architect who elevated the NBA to a global phenomenon, undoubtedly stands as one of the most pivotal figures in the league's history. Alongside Michael Jordan, he has propelled basketball to the far reaches of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2003 NBA Draft. Following a series of opening remarks, the selection proceedings of each team commenced. Staff members handed Stern the envelope containing the first pick. Stern set down the microphone, opened the envelope, and upon seeing the name inside, a look of understanding crossed his face. The Cleveland Cavaliers have selected, with the first overall pick in the first round, LeBron James from St. Vincent St. Mary High School. As the echoes of his words faded, the arena erupted in thunderous applause. The chosen one, a prodigious talent rarely seen in a century. The most formidable high school athlete to secure an enormous contract with Nike. Such illustrious titles adorned him, heralding an unprecedented spectacle prior to LeBron James's draft. No one questioned Cleveland's choice. It was undeniably the right decision, a long-awaited beacon of hope for the people of Cleveland. Clad in a pristine white suit, he embraced his mother and shared a tender kiss with his wife. This young emperor, who would soon create monumental waves in the NBA, received a cap emblazoned with the Cleveland logo from Stern. His selection as the #1 pick was truly well-deserved. Wayne looked on with envy, secretly resolving that James must not win a championship in the future. Achieving a championship is not an insurmountable task. Come to me, and I shall lead you to glory. At that moment, I would be the leader, and you would be the follower. The tides of fortune shift. And who does not yearn to experience the exhilaration of being in the spotlight? That insufferable brat. Anthony gritted his teeth in frustration. Despite being younger, he commanded more attention than anyone else present combined. Such is life, such is reality. Those with talent shine brightly wherever they go. The lives of ordinary individuals seem destined to remain unremarkable. After James stepped down from the stage following the photo session, the second overall pick was promptly revealed. In 2003, the Detroit Pistons selected the Serbian center, Darko Milicic, as the second choice. This unexpected decision even caught Stern himself off guard. They chose Milicic? The old man glanced at the envelope several times, confirming he had not misread the name. Indeed, the Pistons had opted for the Serbian prodigy, Darko Milicic. Shit. The Pistons must be out of their minds. The first to erupt in anger were the Los Angeles Clippers, who held the 6th pick. Their primary target was precisely the selection made by the Pistons. The Raptors remained unfazed. There were more towering figures than just Milicic. Their main objective was Chris Bosh. And Milicic's fate was of no concern to them. The Heat shared a similar sentiment, even feeling a sense of relief internally. With the Pistons selecting Milicic, Anthony was left available. The Nuggets would undoubtedly choose Anthony as their top pick, while the Raptors, not in need of an outside player, would naturally see Dwayne Wade fall into their lap. Everything unfolded in a most unexpected manner. Pat Riley was taken aback. The strategist had never anticipated that the Pistons would take such a bold gamble. What could be the strategic significance behind Milicic? It is not difficult to deduce the situation. Firstly, the Pistons have already assembled a remarkable lineup of perimeter players, including Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Tayshaun Prince. Thus, selecting a towering player like Darko Milicic could effectively address their interior deficiencies. Secondly, the Pistons recognized the immense potential of international players. In the 2002-2003 season, they had just witnessed the ascent of German star Dirk Nowitzki. Moreover, Yao Ming's accomplishments with the Rockets demonstrated that even a tall player of Asian descent could seamlessly adapt to the competitive pace of the NBA. As one of Europe's most promising big men, Milicic certainly had the potential to rival these two and could undoubtedly evolve into the cornerstone of the franchise in the future. Lastly, the Pistons emphasized defense and team-oriented basketball. Milicic, as a well-rounded interior player, was favored for his defensive prowess and passing ability. Although Carmelo Anthony possessed extraordinary talent, his playing style may not align with the Pistons' philosophy of team basketball. Furthermore, the Pistons successfully clinched the NBA championship in the 2003-2004 season. If they had opted for Anthony, it raises significant questions about whether they could have constructed a formidable defensive framework. Just as offense requires innate talent, so too does defense. While Anthony's offensive game flourished, his defensive capabilities appeared somewhat lacking. Considering all factors, the Pistons' choice of Milicic may indeed have been informed by their own strategic considerations. Carmelo, naturally, felt a surge of frustration, thinking, damn it, they didn't select me second. However, the words of his confidant, Wayne, prepared him mentally. If they don't choose you, so be it. Denver may be a better fit. Upon hearing that the Pistons had opted for Milicic at the second pick, the Nuggets were left incredulous. Believing the Pistons had made a foolish decision, without hesitation, they seized the opportunity at the third pick to acquire Carmelo Anthony. A stroke of fortune. The Nuggets head coach was elated, considering the Pistons' choice a blunder that gifted them an incredible opportunity. The team was poised for a bright future. as Anthony's arrival was sure to illuminate the skies above Denver. Some zealous Nuggets fans were already envisioning a championship ascent. Meanwhile, on the eve of the draft, Dwayne Wade, who was unexpectedly called for a workout with the Nuggets, found himself a casualty of circumstance. I wondered why the Nuggets wanted me to try out. It turns out I was merely a backup option. Wade shook his head, resigning himself to the fate of not being selected within the top 3 picks. By the way, how many teams in the lottery still need backcourt players? The draft proceeded smoothly, and Wei Nan, of course, was curious about which team would ultimately select him. The Heat's target had consistently been Wade, a fact that had never wavered. The Clippers, picking 6th, had no need for a guard, as they already boasted Andre Miller and Richardson, and their frontcourt was solid. They merely lacked a dominant rim protector. The Chicago Bulls, positioned 7th, are in need of backcourt players. Your recent tryout in Chicago was exceptionally impressive, and they may very well extend an opportunity to you. Likewise, the 8th-seeded Bucks hold a favorable view of your abilities. With scoring talents like Reed, they are in search of a player who can command the court. The 9th-seeded Knicks boast a plethora of backcourt options, including Allen, the Madman, and Howard Isley. However, they lack a capable forward who can handle the dirty work, thus diminishing your chances of being selected by them. The Golden State Warriors have shown interest in you, as they are a team keen on accumulating guards. The Supersonics, featuring Ray Allen, face their own challenges with a shortage of interior presence. Nevertheless, with 2 lottery picks at their disposal, the Supersonics might consider selecting you at the 14th position. The 13th-seeded Grizzlies, a burgeoning team, have Jason Williams in their backcourt, which significantly lowers your likelihood of being chosen by them. UGA has conducted extensive research, including on the teams that Wei Nan has tried out for, possessing a thorough understanding of each team's recent status. The Bulls, Bucks, Warriors, and Supersonics all stand as potential new homes for Wei Nan. Patience is advised. The revelation will soon be upon us. Wei Nan sat composedly, quietly awaiting the outcome. Bosh was selected by the Raptors at the 4th pick, a matter of little consequence. Wade was acquired by the Heat at the 5th pick, as anticipated. At the 6th pick, the Los Angeles Clippers activated their contingency plan, opting for another agile big man, Chris Kaman, with no expectations. At the 7th pick, the dynasty team led by the legendary Michael Jordan, the Chicago Bulls, presented their decision. In 2003, with the 7th pick, the Chicago Bulls chose Wei Nan, the backcourt cornerstone from China as Hong Yuan, who also hailed from Marquette University. David Stern's voice unconsciously rose a notch. The 7th pick? Was it yet another manifestation of fate? Wei Nan was unaware that at the moment he was selected by the Bulls, a team with a low draft position, under the guidance of their newly appointed general manager, was embarking on an incomprehensible negotiation. Chapter 53, Stacked Buffs, a brand new team. The 7th pick, the Chicago Bulls, a team from the Eastern Conference that has completely fallen apart, regardless of its once glorious history, has been redefining its own nadir each year since the departure of Michael Jordan. In the 1997 to 1998 season, the Bulls were the undisputed champions of the East, yet in the following 3 years, they consistently found themselves at the bottom of the conference, failing to secure promising prospects and remaining in a state of struggle. While it may be a decent leveling ground, it is indeed in disarray. As Wei Nan, the point guard of a struggling team, stepped onto the stage, he tidied his attire and exchanged a warm handshake and embrace with the iconic figure of the NBA, David Stern. Young man, work hard. The future is your stage. Such words felt oddly dissonant. Of course, Mr. President, I admire everything you have created in the NBA. Accepting a cap adorned with the Bulls logo, Wei Nan proudly donned it. The moment he was selected, the live chat room erupted in fervor. What a fortunate occurrence. In our lifetime, we can witness individuals of Asian descent competing on the NBA stage. Let us not digress. I am eager to understand what kind of team the Bulls truly are. Those upstairs are clearly casual fans. Do they not know the Bulls? They were the undisputed dominators of the last century. The original team of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Basketball deity? Some novice fans, new to the NBA, appeared perplexed. What is this basketball deity? Is he as impressive as our Yao Ming? The player with the nickname Big Eagle made a valid point, yet that was merely the glory of the last century. The current Chicago Bulls resemble a complete wreck, a team in utter disarray. Nevertheless, it still holds promise. A rebuilding team is suitable for nurturing newcomers, and Wei Nan will undoubtedly be the star there. What does it matter if there was a basketball deity? Wei Nan's future is undoubtedly bright. After the photo session concluded, Wei Nan stepped down. Congratulations, bro. Let us conquer the NBA together. Thus, the Marquette duo was secured, heralding the dawn of a new platinum era. Following this, everything remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any upheaval. The murky waters remained still, and just as everyone believed the dust had settled, an unusual piece of news suddenly emerged. The Memphis Grizzlies announced a trade. Jason Williams, along with 2003's 13th overall pick, Kirk Hinrich, was being sent to Chicago, with the 7th pick, Wei Nan, becoming the centerpiece of the trade. What? The moment the news broke, astonishment rippled through all. Setting Kirk Hinrich aside for the moment, Jason Williams for Wei Nan? The Grizzlies must be suffering from some grave misunderstanding. Known as White Chocolate, Jason Williams is a controversial yet immensely talented point guard. One man with the ball sends 9 into a frenzy. This elucidates the role of White Chocolate on the court. One can never anticipate the manner in which he will dismantle you. As a point guard averaging 12.1 points and 8.3 assists, Jason has unequivocally demonstrated his worth on the grand stage of the NBA. At the zenith of his prowess, he is undoubtedly a coveted target for every traditional powerhouse. Conversely, Wei Nan, as a rookie, cannot possibly surpass the value of Jason Williams. In fact, should Wei Nan fail to realize his potential, the Grizzlies would suffer a significant loss in letting go of such a formidable player. This incredulous trade resembles a heist, as the Bulls acquired everything they desired at minimal cost. Is it worthwhile? Wei Nan is merely an unopened lottery ticket, while Jason stands as a steadfast starting point guard in the NBA. I can only imagine the upper echelons of the Grizzlies are in turmoil. Their owner is contemplating the sale of the team, leading to a recklessness that has allowed the Bulls to reap immense benefits. Established in 1995, the Grizzlies have endured the transition from Vancouver to Memphis. As the youngest team in the league, the Grizzlies have yet to see some players' careers surpass their own existence. A youthful team brimming with vigor, led by the seasoned Hubie Brown, is striving toward the playoffs with an international core. Simultaneously, it remains a team that garners less attention, with an owner intent on selling. The league's reaction to this sudden exchange has been one of skepticism, with few believing that Wei Nan's worth can measure up to the assets relinquished. When Wei Nan learned of the news, he was taken aback. The Bulls traded him? The foolishness of Chicago has cost them the chance to reclaim their dynasty. Wei Nan, I believe you understand that we need not venture to Chicago. Memphis is our true destination. Yu Jia, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. In the realm of the NBA, trades can occur at any moment. It was unexpected yet not entirely surprising that the Bulls used Wei Nan as a bargaining chip for greater gain. At this moment, within the exclusive box of the Memphis Grizzlies at the draft venue, Jerry West was engaged in conversation with head coach Hubie Brown, who shared his thoughts on the trade. Jason is an exceptional player, yet his career has reached its conclusion, and there are no further opportunities for advancement. Wei Nan is a remarkable athlete. While it is unfortunate to part with Hinrich, we should be able to secure more benefits. Brown placed his trust in Jerry's decisions. After all, at his age, he would not return to the fray for a mere casual invitation. Hubie, thank you for your trust in me. Believe me, Wei Nan will undoubtedly bring you immense surprises. Jerry West is an exceedingly confident man, assured in his ability to accomplish any task. The accolades of his past have established him as a man of unparalleled prowess. During his playing days, he orchestrated the formation of the first dynasty team of the new century with the Los Angeles Lakers. All signs indicate that the venerable Jerry West would never engage in actions that would benefit others at his own expense. Wei Nan truly pales in comparison to Jason's value. Just as it was impossible for Kobe to trade straight up for Divac, every action Jerry takes leaves a trace. Damn it, that old man Jerry has made his move. Upon hearing this news from far-off Los Angeles, Kobe's demeanor shifted immediately. What did I say? Trading Wei Nan will certainly not be a disadvantageous deal. Jerry, the astute strategist, has already perceived the unparalleled potential within Wei Nan. Kobe first encountered Wei Nan at the Adidas training camp, recognizing the immense value that the young man possesses. However, at that time, Lakers Vice President Mitch Kupchak dismissed Kobe's suggestion to acquire Wei Nan. Kobe, he is merely a rookie. He does not possess the height of 226 centimeters. He cannot possibly become the next Yao Ming. His teammate Fisher was perplexed. Kobe remained silent, merely shaking his head. A trade? The Chinese fans, who were still celebrating Wei Nan's successful entry into the NBA, were the first to see the news of this trade. Memphis Grizzlies? What team is that? Fans who had just familiarized themselves with the history of the Bulls were momentarily dumbfounded. What is this? Our home team has made a change in such a short time, bringing in a team we have never heard of before. Can someone enlighten us on what kind of team the Memphis Grizzlies are? As this question was posed, the chat room fell silent for a moment. To be honest, I'm not very clear either. Memphis? I have never heard of it. I only know the Los Angeles Lakers. It can't be some impoverished backwater, can it? Let me check and return shortly. In no time, the person returned, bringing first-hand information about the Memphis Grizzlies. There is not much to say, to summarize in one sentence. The Memphis Grizzlies are a team that has not existed long enough to have fans older than the franchise itself, and they have never reached the playoffs. This is the most absurd fact. Since their establishment over 7 years ago, the Grizzlies have failed to enter the playoffs even once, consistently languishing at the bottom of the standings, as if that has become the team's primary objective. What a terrible team. My goodness. Will Wei Nin be relegated to obscurity there? What kind of J8 team is this? I can't believe it. I demand a trade. They do not deserve to have Wei Nin. In an instant, the fans erupted. On the eve of the trade announcement in Memphis at the Pyramid Arena, the team's star player chose not to vacation after the season's end, but instead immersed himself in the training facility, seizing every moment to enhance his skills. The Spanish cornerstone, Pau Gasol, selected as the third overall pick in the first round of 2001, is the unequivocal star of the current Grizzlies. Pau, our general manager, selected a versatile guard, Kirk Hinrich, with the 13th pick. That guy is fantastic and will definitely create chemistry with me. Beside Gasol stands another pivotal figure for the Grizzlies, their point guard, Jason Williams. I am well aware of him. Jerry has made an astute choice, for he is precisely the individual we require. However, the team is currently lacking a versatile swingman, an immediate asset that could enhance our performance. Kirk Hinrich can be considered a plug-and-play option. Yet there is no suitable candidate for the shooting guard position within the roster. Jerry, the cornerstone of the Lakers dynasty, possesses an unparalleled eye for talent. His discernment can only be described as razor-sharp. The new season must shed the moniker of being soft. I am determined to lead the Grizzlies into the playoffs. Gasol is imbued with fervor, resolute in his ambition to guide the Grizzlies in making history and reaching the playoff stage. Just as the two were reveling in visions of a glorious new season, a piece of news abruptly plunged them into silence. The Memphis Grizzlies have initiated a trade. Jason Williams and the 2003 first-round draft pick, Kirk Hinrich, are being dispatched to Chicago, while the 7th overall pick, went on, becomes the centerpiece of the exchange. What on earth? Are you certain this is not a false report? Gasol inquired of the assistant coach beside him. Paul? I regret to inform you that this decision was made collectively by the management. This is absurd. What is Jerry thinking? Why would he trade Jason? This is a dreadful decision. I need to have a word with him. Gasol's frustration was palpable. Paul, you must accept the reality. Jerry is a wise man, and he would not undertake actions detrimental to the team. Have you forgotten his maneuvers with the Los Angeles Lakers? At that moment, Gasol regained some composure. The assistant coach's words held merit. Jerry West is no fool. The Grizzlies brought Jerry into the fold with a singular purpose, to guide the team toward greater heights. And the pursuit of the playoffs is merely their initial step. Last season, the Grizzlies edged closer to their aspirations, with Jerry orchestrating their path in the right direction. Yet, the rationale behind trading Jason eludes Gasol entirely. Wei Nin, the towering guard who led Marquette University to victory during the madness of March in the NCAA? Can he seamlessly replace Jason and fulfill the necessary role? At this moment, Gasol was beset by profound doubts. Beside him, Jason remained silent, his countenance dark and foreboding. He could not fathom why Jerry would make such a decision. Just last season, he had assured himself that he was an indispensable player for the Grizzlies. So, from Sweet Pea to the cowgirl, Jason was indignant. Trades are commonplace in the NBA, but to exchange oneself for a rookie, especially while parting with Kirk Hinrich. What merits did Wei Nin possess to warrant such a sacrifice from Jerry? Jason, you are exceptional, but this is a decision from above, and I cannot alter their intentions. The assistant coach patted Jason on the shoulder, his voice heavy with remorse. At 27, Jason was no longer the inexperienced youth. A career marred by criticism had transformed the once rebellious young man into a mature individual capable of managing his emotions. It's all right. This is the nature of the NBA. I must accept this abrupt farewell. Forcing a faint smile, Jason endeavored to steady his tumultuous feelings. The business realm is indeed ruthless and merciless. One must accept their fate, devoid of any choice, a reality faced by the majority of players in the NBA. Even superstars, when deemed without value, may be discarded like refuse. Jason, Gasol found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, they had been laughing and envisioning the upcoming season together, and now they were destined to part ways, each to serve different teams. What a cruel decision. One that instantaneously determined the futures of several players. It's all right, Paul. You are a good man, a great leader. I believe, under your guidance, the Memphis Grizzlies will only improve. Jason embraced Gasol, the two bidding a poignant farewell. Men seldom shed tears lightly, yet Gasol, still in the bloom of youth, was unaccustomed to such scenes of parting. Tears unwittingly welled up, for Gasol yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jason, but the harsh reality dictated their separation. Later, the details of the trade between the Grizzlies and the Bulls were officially unveiled. The Grizzlies sent this year's 13th overall pick, Kirk Hinrich, along with starting point guard Jason Williams, to acquire the Bulls' 7th overall pick, Winona, alongside the seldom-used backup center Tyson Chandler, to balance the salaries in the trade. The Bulls also dispatched their second-round pick, also at the 7th position, bundled to the Grizzlies. Jerry West, undeterred, utilized the Bulls' second-round pick to secure yet another point guard, Steve Blake from the University of Maryland, a member of the 2002 NCAA championship team. Blake would serve as the primary candidate to support Winona off the bench in the upcoming season. Jerry West, the embodiment of resolve, reached for the 13th pick amidst the trading frenzy of the draft. Wayne pondered, with such an abundance of buffs accumulated, how could he possibly fail to achieve great success? Following the conclusion of the draft, Wayne's system embarked upon a new phase of enhancement. Chapter 54, The Eye of God, the prelude to the era of fury. Congratulations to the host for entering the NBA League with the 7th overall pick. Earning the reward, the Eye of God. A new chapter unfolds as the system begins its upgrade. With the successful upgrade, the experiential card settings have been eliminated, and a new daily fundamental task option has been introduced, along with the basketball skill hall and reward points. In summary, Wayne distilled the information into 3 key points. Daily tasks are straightforward, akin to the training regimen in One Punch Man. Completing them daily enhances physical attributes and yields point rewards. These reward points can be utilized in the basketball skill hall to acquire players and exclusive skills of basketball stars. Skills are categorized into 2 types, common and ultimate. Typical skills such as shooting and rebounding fall under the common category, providing limited enhancements. In contrast, standout techniques like Allen Iverson's killer cross, Tim Duncan's 360 layup, and Kevin Garnett's one against all are considered ultimate skills upon acquisition. These skills necessitate higher prerequisites in terms of strength, speed, and shooting. Not only offensive skills but also defensive, organizational, and even martial arts skills of certain stars can be purchased within the basketball skill hall. Of course, there are multiple methods to acquire these skills. Attribute value refreshes and the experiential card mode have transitioned to skill acquisition. Common skills can be obtained with a probability from various players, while ultimate skills are exclusive to specific stars. The upgraded system has undergone significant transformations, presenting Wayne with numerous avenues for enhancement. Almost forgot. There is also the system reward, the Eye of God. The Eye of God. On the court, you possess an omniscient perception akin to that of a deity. All organizational attributes receive a 10 boost. Boom. Wayne swallowed hard. By all means, I am destined to soar. As he reveled in the joy of becoming stronger, the clamor of the outside world persisted. The logo of the 13th pick. How familiar this narrative and rhythm are. Before Jerry West arrived with the Grizzlies, he had already established a legacy with the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers, playing a pivotal role in the rise of the iconic Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant dynasty. In 1996, as the general manager of the Lakers, West, with his keen eye for talent, traded for the 18-year-old Kobe. He signed the dominant Shaquille O'Neal during the offseason, thus forming the formidable duo known as Shaq and Kobe, leading the Lakers to an unprecedented 3 consecutive championships. He has since been affectionately referred to as the godfather of the Lakers by the Los Angeles faithful during his 2-decade tenure. Now, it is Wayne's turn. Even if he was not selected at the 13th position, he was not far behind. Did Jerry West aspire to replicate his legendary achievements with the Lakers? At the moment Memphis decided to select Wayne, such a scene unfolded in everyone's mind. Paul Gasol and Wayne joining forces to conquer rivals, executing breathtakingly epic battles on the court, helping this young NBA team secure its inaugural championship trophy in franchise history. Let us be realistic. How could a player like Paul Gasol, perceived as soft, ever be compared to Shaq? Wayne is not Kobe. I know that guy. Obsessively intense to an almost frightening degree, even Shaq could not contain him. What a fanciful notion. The Grizzlies are merely a team in disarray. Jerry West is indeed remarkable, but he cannot salvage this team. The general consensus is that the Grizzlies are too young, lacking the foundation to launch a championship bid. Especially considering their star player is that big European guy. When Paul Gasol was selected third overall in the first round, Kevin Garnett openly dismissed him as a soft player unwilling to confront challenges. He even publicly mocked Gasol, asserting that he did not deserve a top 3 selection. No one has faith in the Grizzlies, even with the selection of Wei Nan. The prevailing sentiment is that this team will struggle to make an impact in the upcoming season. Will the Memphis Grizzlies reach the playoffs in the 2003 to 2004 season? If it were any other team, Wei Nan might not have been aware. But this is Paul Gasol's team, and due to Kobe, Wei Nan is intimately familiar with Gasol's profile. Having been swept in the first round 3 consecutive times, the Grizzlies have been unable to overcome that hurdle, which is the primary reason for Paul Gasol's departure from Memphis. During that tumultuous trade season, Popovich berated the Lakers, labeling them as thieves for robbing the league of one of its premier big men. Indeed, that was correct. The Lakers, having invested minimal resources, centered their strategy around Kwame Brown to pilfer Pau Gasol from the Grizzlies. It has become evident that, in retrospect, the most valuable asset acquired in that trade was not Gasol himself, but rather the signing rights to his brother, Marc Gasol. Wei Nan. The recent media sentiment has proven rather unfriendly towards you. Over the past few days, Yu Jia has been diligently consuming and perusing related news. The notion that the Grizzlies are destined to miss the playoffs and languish in mediocrity has gained considerable traction. A team that has long suffered from weakness, with its core comprised of an often discriminated foreign player, coupled with a young man of Asian descent, is hardly likely to be viewed favorably. Moreover, this year, the Western Conference is particularly ferocious, with every team gearing up for battle. Even the peak performance of a superstar like Kobe Bryant, without formidable teammates, would ultimately be futile. The 2003 to 2004 season marked the culmination of the illustrious draft class, and the air was thick with the impending clamor of future conflicts. This was a year filled with memorable events. LeBron James entered the league, a multitude of prodigies emerged, and Wei Nan embarked on his professional journey amidst the chaos. It was also the year of the recently concluded All-Star Extravaganza, featuring Mariah Carey's iconic song Hero, Michael Jordan's farewell performance, players' pre-war interludes, Yao Ming's inaugural selection, and the unforgettable sight of the 4 legendary shooting guards sharing the court. This season is replete with indelible stories. Furthermore, that summer witnessed a series of shocking trades. The big ticket, Kevin Garnett, continued to toil in Minnesota, forming an abstract combination with alien-like players, securing his team the 2nd spot in the power rankings. This begs the question, how formidable must the top-ranked team be if the Minnesota Timberwolves, boasting 3 all-star talents alongside a peak Garnett, could only manage 2nd place? Enter the Lakers F4. In these tumultuous times, the Lakers assembled a fearsome quartet, incorporating the Jazz's superstar Karl Malone and the legendary Gary Payton, known as the Glove. From the Supersonics, coupled with the still intact duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, the Lakers emerged as a truly terrifying force. As the first and only dynasty to secure a three-peat in the new century, the formation of such a stellar lineup seemed almost like a cheat code to outsiders. With O'Neal at his zenith and Bryant blossoming into an all-star, who could possibly thwart their reign of dominance? It must be said, there truly exists a team with unwavering resolve, and one can only hope to encounter the Lakers. The Detroit Pistons, with their formidable quintet fully prepared, have found the final piece of their championship puzzle in the addition of Rasheed Wallace. The humble 5 are set to triumph over the star-studded Lakers, and merely imagining such a spectacle ignites a fervor within. Moreover, our San Antonio Spurs boast a rather youthful Tim Duncan, who, in his inaugural year, has already achieved greatness, joining forces with the Admiral to forge the last glorious chapter of the 4 great centers. As we enter the new millennium, the GDP trio matures rapidly. Upon his arrival in the league, Ginobili assists the team in claiming the championship trophy, while Parker, still honing his skills, already possesses the explosive prowess of a formidable force. Let us not forget, they are indeed a championship-caliber team. The flamboyant style of basketball continues to frolic above Sacramento, while the ultimate glory of Princeton stubbornly endures. The Mavericks' German maestro has only just embarked on his journey, and the Windy City's Nash is still grappling with life in Dallas. In Phoenix, only Stoudemire wreaks havoc, his ambitions yet to be fully realized without the robust support of MVP Nash. Memphis is not yet ruled by the dual bears of black and white. The widely acknowledged softy, Pau Gasol, still fights for his recognition. However, this summer heralded the arrival of Wei Nan, as Jerry West, with a decisive wave of his hand, dispatched the freshly drafted Perkins to the Celtics in exchange for the explosively athletic Dante Jones. Wynand deemed this transaction subpar, believing Perkins could have remained, providing Gasol with a ferocious enforcer off the bench. Unlike the retired Perkins, who indulges in idle chatter, his playing days showcased him as a reliable, formidable blue-collar presence. Fortuitously, with the arrival of the boxing champion, Chandler's contributions are expected to exceed those of Perkins. Furthermore, Jerry has secured another ally in James Posey. The Rockets' offer failed to satisfy Posey, while West had long set his sights on this lucrative acquisition. After a 4-year, $24 million deal, Posey eagerly made his way to Memphis. His addition significantly bolsters the Grizzlies' strength, with a roster brimming with talent: Gasol, Posey, Battier, Bonzi Wells, Mike Miller, Swift, and Chandler. With such a formidable foundation, Wynand feels confident in pursuing the Western Conference Finals and hopes to grasp the coveted floor that CP3 has yearned for over the years. The only element still lacking, in Wynand's eyes, is the presence of a superstar capable of delivering critical solutions in decisive moments. Marc Gasol can undoubtedly be considered one of the premier 3D players in the current league, although the term 3D player has yet to gain widespread recognition. The Grizzlies boast the finest swingmen in the league. With Gasol and Chandler anchoring the interior defense, their shot-blocking prowess is unparalleled. While the offensive contributions from Gasol and Chandler's ability to capitalize on scoring opportunities are more than sufficient. At first glance, the Grizzlies appear to possess a formidable roster, capable of competing with any team. However, in crucial moments, particularly in the final 5 minutes of a tightly contested game, the question arises: who will emerge to rescue the team? The Lakers have their formidable duo, the Spurs are anchored by their GDP trio, the Timberwolves boast their three-headed monster, and the Kings have Weber and Peja. Even the somewhat less dominant Mavericks have Dirk Nowitzki leading the charge. Furthermore, the Houston Rockets feature the undeniable force of Yao Ming alongside the exceptionally skilled guard Steve Francis. The Grizzlies, however, lack a definitive game-changing player. Wynand felt elated. This team represented the perfect opportunity for him to embark on a journey of ascension and dominance within the league, much like the Minnesota Timberwolves, ostensibly centered around Karl Anthony Towns. It became evident that after Anthony Edwards showcased his prodigious talent, he emerged as the true king of the Wolves in Minnesota. Interestingly, Pau Gasol's temperament closely mirrors that of Towns, both serving as ideal second-in-command. However, unlike the soft-spoken Towns, Gasol embodies a resolute toughness. One must commend Jerry West for his astute foresight. The disparity between the Western and Eastern Conferences became increasingly apparent as the Eastern Conference, once a battleground of superlative centers during the 1990s, began to wane. The Indiana Pacers emerged as the standard-bearers in the East, while the fallout from the infamous malice at the Palace incident extinguished the championship aspirations of the remnants of a bygone era, epitomized by Reggie Miller. The New Jersey Nets, at that time still unadopted by the Brooklyn moniker, boasted a trio of dynamic players, Jason Kidd leading the charge alongside Richard Jefferson and Kenyon Martin, while the sharpshooter Kerry Kittles established a formidable presence beyond the arc. The Detroit Pistons quintet of stars, whose ambitions were monumental, remained an enigma, even to the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers. Eddie Jones, Dwayne Wade, Lamar Odom, Karen Butler, and Rafer Alston graced Miami's roster, casting doubt on any certainty of postseason encounters. In an era rife with competition, Michael Jordan's final season marked the twilight of a dynasty. The championship trophy shimmered tantalizingly above, a coveted prize for which many, including legends like Karl Malone, Patrick Ewing, Charles Barkley, and Allen Iverson, could only dream. The 2003-2004 season was destined to be one of fierce rivalry, as the influx of talent propelled this unprecedented era toward its zenith. Meanwhile, Wynand, having packed his belongings, bid farewell to Dwayne Wade, embarking on a distinctly divergent path. The journey to Memphis was a considerable distance away, with one in the West and the other in New York. Wynand pressed on, eager to unite with his future comrades. Congratulations were in order, and a promise to meet on the court was made. Yao Ming sent a congratulatory message. But aside from that, Wynand found himself lacking in friends. Yi Jianlian was still toiling back home, with his NBA journey years ahead. While Wang Zhizhi and Mint Botter were in America, Wynand was not well acquainted with them and lacked their contact information. Wynand embarked on a solitary journey to Memphis, the largest city in Tennessee. Upon his arrival in Memphis, Wynand was struck by the significant presence of the African-American community. Among every 3 individuals, there was invariably one African-American brother and certain streets were teeming with individuals of darker skin tones. It is little wonder that Gasol has faced criticism here. The local spirit is undeniably fierce. Wei Nan maintained a steady gaze, refraining from casting glances at those around him, for in America, staring at others can lead to complications. Soon, he arrived at the iconic venue where the Grizzlies had previously played, the Pyramid Arena, a renowned architectural marvel in Memphis. Why does an American city boast a pyramid-shaped arena? Memphis derives its name from the ancient Egyptian capital, and thus, the locals whimsically replicated the pyramid in their own city. Following the Grizzlies' relocation from Vancouver to Memphis, this arena became their home ground. Next year, they are set to transition to their new venue, the FedEx Forum. Within this pyramid, Wei Nan would embark on his professional journey. Chapter 55, The First Encounter, Summer League. Remember our motto. Let us not show the newcomer any kindness. At the Pyramid Arena, the core player, Pau Gasol, gathered a group of individuals, vowing to teach the newcomer a lesson. Pau, what on earth is going on? I was just about to take my wife and children on a vacation to Los Angeles. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Even Mike Miller, the affable veteran of the team, felt a surge of frustration. After eagerly awaiting the summer break, Miller intended to relax, explore the world, and savor life. Little did he expect Gasol to knock on his door early in the morning, insisting on bringing him to the arena. Mike, that damn guy is coming. That damn guy? Are you referring to Wei Nan? Miller inquired. Of course. Who else could it be? Gasol had received word that Wei Nan would be reporting to the arena today. Clearly preparing for the summer league and needing to familiarize himself with the team's environment. OMG. He is merely a traded asset. Pau, listen, this is not his fault. Jason, who shared a close bond with Gasol, disapproved of the club's actions but felt a nagging urge to address the situation. Pau, I agree with Mike. He is still a child, and we should show him some kindness. Beside Miller stood another kind-hearted player, Shane Battier. No. I believe Pau is right. We ought to teach the young man a lesson. He is a rookie and must endure the trials imposed by the veterans. Stromal Swift, a rather explosive player with a somewhat abrasive personality, contrasted sharply with the three amiable men. Mike, I must say, your attempt at being cruel is quite enlightening, Miller remarked, patting Swift on the shoulder, urging him to revert to his true self. Look at you all, we are far too kind. The NBA does not need benevolent teams. Gasol felt a deep frustration akin to that of a mentor witnessing a promising student falter. Each member of the team possessed a commendable character, making it challenging to instill pressure upon Wei Nan. You should summon Lorente. He likely possesses greater insight into how to discipline the rookies, suggested Miller. I must respectfully disagree with your assessment. Lorente is a good man, consistently diligent on the court. Such daunting tasks should not be imposed upon others, countered Battier. What should we do then? Today, we must impart a lesson to Wei Nan, to make him aware of who truly leads this team, Swift declared, feigning a display of strength by flexing his arm. Never mind. Relying on you all has proven to be the worst decision of my life, Gasol replied, raising his hands in surrender, ultimately deciding to abandon his plan to confront Wei Nan. They were all good-hearted individuals, incapable of engaging in malicious actions. Hey, are you guys all here? Wei Nan entered the gym with a small backpack, and under the guidance of the staff, he arrived at the training area. With a sweeping glance, he quickly spotted Gasol and others. Wei Nan, ever the sociable one, approached with the familiarity of an old friend. Oh, it's that lad. He is just as handsome as he appears on television. I still must disagree with your opinion. I prefer Sylvester Stallone from First Blood, rather than the fair-skinned Nicolas Cage. Silence. I will not permit you to question my taste. Wei Nan was astounded to find that this group was embroiled in a quarrel over their appearances. Indeed, being handsome can be a curse. Paul, I am your admirer. Your performance with the Grizzlies has captivated me utterly. You are undoubtedly the team's pivotal core. The lines were familiar, the script well known. The difference lay in the fact that none among them had revealed anything of tangible worth. Is that so? Wei Nan, welcome to the team. Gasol contemplated numerous scathing remarks, yet at the moment of utterance, he chose to speak from the heart, embracing each of the elder brothers. Wei Nan exhibited remarkable warmth, his fluent English and composed demeanor swiftly earning him their favor. Wei Nan, I have watched your games, trust me. Our chemistry will be absolutely splendid. Jackson, having thrived in the NCAA, believed that there was no reason for Swift to be inferior to him. A calm fellow. I eagerly anticipate playing alongside you. As they were on vacation, they did not linger, eager to savor the joys that leisure brings. Gasol was the last to depart. Wei Nan, I look forward to your performance in the Summer League. Play well and do not bear any psychological burden. It's merely a small stage. This will not daunt me. With Gasol's exit, their reunion was postponed until at least July, for the team had no formal training sessions. Wei Nan was to participate in the upcoming Summer League shortly. The Southern California Summer League featured 10 teams, with the Grizzlies among them. The remaining 9 teams included the Los Angeles Lakers, Los Angeles Clippers, Dallas Mavericks, Houston Rockets, Seattle Supersonics, Golden State Warriors, Denver Nuggets, Toronto Raptors, and the Canadian national team. Yi Jianlian played for the Los Angeles Clippers and would represent them in the Summer League this year, making an encounter between the two highly probable on the court. However, De Fan, playing for the Spurs, was not part of the Southern California Summer League and thus would miss out. Notably, Wei Nan and Anthony would meet on the NBA stage ahead of schedule. On July 7th, a group of rookies from the Grizzlies assembled, with the veteran coach absent. Instead, assistant coach Lionel Hollins took the reins, guiding the team forward. The Summer League garnered less attention than anticipated. Unlike the future Las Vegas Summer League, the current iteration was merely a series of scrimmages among small groups, lacking a cohesive structure, making it challenging to attract greater interest. When all teams compete in a single league, superstars flock to the gambling capital to relish the unique vacation experience of summer. Many significant trades in the future are often finalized amidst the glitz and glamour. The Grizzlies rookies included Wei Nan, Dant Jones, Troy Bell, and the remainder were unfamiliar to Wei Nan, with only these two leaving some impression. Due to the relatively short establishment period of the team, the Grizzlies Summer League did not attract considerable attention. Wei Nan delivered an outstanding performance, averaging 25 minutes on the court, amassing 18 points, 6 rebounds, along with 16 assists, 7 steals, and 9 blocks. The competition posed little challenge. The Summer League was populated by a cohort of aspiring players, where inherent disparities in talent and static abilities rendered Wei Nan as graceful as a fish in water, prompting Lionel Hollins on the sidelines to nod in approval. Troy Bell, selected 16th overall by the Celtics, performed poorly and was also regarded as a bargaining chip in the trade involving Perkins. Dant Jones, however, exhibited commendable prowess, showcasing explosive physicality. On another note, LeBron James's Summer League debut garnered significant attention. In his inaugural match against the Celtics, the spotlight shone upon him at the historic Boston venue, where the prodigious talent received the recognition he deserved. Carmelo Anthony reached out to commend Wei Nan's performance during the Summer League. In the clash between the Grizzlies and the Nuggets emerged victorious. Anthony scored 28 points, once again demonstrating his offensive prowess. Nonetheless, the attention bestowed upon him paled in comparison to that on LeBron James, inciting his ire and leading to a stream of grievances during their phone conversation. It was unbelievable. They failed to comprehend him, as did the Pistons. Just look at the second overall pick they selected. What a lackluster display. Malisic appeared to have lost his way, struggling on the court since the Summer League commenced. This summer has witnessed myriad developments, yet the rhythm remains unchanged. Wei Nan tirelessly enhances his skills. Soon, the new season will arrive, with the preseason for 2003 to 2004 just around the corner. Chapter 56, Surging Attributes. On Thursday, August 4th, local NBA time. Shortly after the conclusion of the Summer League, the preseason for the 2003 to 2004 season was officially announced. From October 5th to October 24th, a total of 116 games will be held globally. The NBA transcends mere play. It is imbued with a commercial atmosphere, and David Stern's ambitions never wane with age. His mission to amplify the NBA's influence, to propel it worldwide, and to transform it into a basketball sanctuary, a coveted destination for all players, has been his lifelong pursuit. The schedule reveals that the Grizzlies' first preseason game is set for an early date. On the evening of October 6th, they will host the Milwaukee Bucks at the Pyramid Arena. October in Memphis has begun to feel a hint of chill, yet Wei Nan continues his rigorous training within the arena. 1,000. Task accomplished. A bead of sweat cascaded down Wei Nan's forehead as he wiped his face, feeling invigorated. Having completed his daily task of 1,000 shots, he earned a point reward of 500. Is it truly 500? The daily tasks refresh randomly, varying in difficulty. The challenge of making 1,000 shots stands out as one of the more formidable tasks over the past 2 months. Most tasks entail making 500 shots, running 10 kilometers, or performing hundreds of sit-ups and push-ups, among others. The difficulty of each task correlates with the points awarded, which seems quite reasonable. Currently, I possess 20,000 points. A considerable accumulation over these 2 months, rendering me a man of substantial means. Maintaining this pursuit has not been easy, and thus, Wei Nan has decided to indulge in a bit of personal gratification. Upon entering the marketplace, a dazzling array of goods greets the eye. I first click on Kobe's basketball techniques. Title: The Bruce Swing, Attribute, Offense, Price, 100,000 points. Title: The Sleeve Dance, Attribute, Offense, Price, 100,000 points. Title: The Dragon's Regret, Attribute, Offense, Price, 100,000 points. What is this? Can I truly afford basketball techniques priced at 100,000 points? Wei Nan decisively closed the option and switched to the ordinary section. Name: Shooting Experience Pack, Attribute, Offense, Price, 5,000 points. Name: Low Post Skills, Attribute, Defense, Price, 5,000 points. Unlike the skills found in the Mastery section, most items in the Ordinary section are designed for practice, serving as enhancements to shooting that enable swifter growth in a specific area. However, the rate of development remains limited. One gets what one pays for. Wei Nan yearned for rapid advancement, yet his current attributes did not support such a transformation. With the new NBA season looming, the Grizzlies are a team that emphasizes cohesion. Wei Nan has already met the requirements for organization, but mastering the intricacies of offense will take time. Wei Nan had long contemplated his initial step to enhance his physical prowess and transform himself into a formidable athlete. He redeemed several experience packages aimed at augmenting his physical attributes, yet the 20,000 points proved utterly insufficient, vanishing in an instant. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to relinquish his ambitions, firmly believing that every ounce of effort would yield worthwhile returns. Upon accessing his personal attributes, the steadily rising figures served as the most compelling testament to his progress. Host: Wei Nan. Age: 18. Height: 2.01 meters. Weight: 94 kilograms. Wingspan: 2.20 meters. Offensive attributes: mid-range shooting, 68 long-range shooting, 65 close-range shooting, 70 under the basket, 74 dunking, 76 low post, 62 off-ball movement, 65 defensive attributes, defensive rebounding, 70 offensive rebounding, 68 one-on-one defense, 75 help defense, 78 stealing, 81 blocking, 71 screen defense, 71 playmaking attributes, vision, 90 ball handling, 92 passing, 90 tactical movement, 89 analytical ability, 91 physical attributes, core strength, 75 coordination, 73 explosiveness, 70 vertical leap, 73 mobility speed, 75 endurance, 80 injury resistance, 85 over the span of 14 months. Wei Nan underwent a remarkable transformation. He grew a full 5 centimeters, experiencing explosive growth in his physical attributes. During his year in the United States, he finally comprehended the reasons behind Zhou Qi's muscular development. The distinct environment and intensified training truly have the capacity to alter an individual's physical condition in a relatively short time, especially over 14 months. At 18, Wei Nan has established a solid foundation. As he matures and his physical structure continues to refine, his attributes are poised to achieve breakthroughs each subsequent year. His playmaking abilities have already reached extraordinary heights. Blessed with exceptional vision, Wei Nan possesses all-star potential, which underpins his aspirations in the NBA. However, progress in his offensive capabilities has been sluggish. Wei Nan remains diligent, aware that one cannot become accomplished overnight. Even the greatest talents, like Ku Ritian, hone their skills over decades to reach their zenith. He intends to strategize his gameplay, utilizing the system to perfect his physique over the next 2 years while refining his shooting skills. With unwavering practice for 3 consecutive years, he is confident that within 2.5 years, he will metamorphose into a versatile warrior, dominating the league. By leveraging his strengths and mitigating his weaknesses, Wei Nan aims to compensate for his offensive shortcomings in the upcoming season. Fortunately, his enhanced physical attributes have bolstered his defensive capabilities, while not yet an elite defender. He is not likely to be singled out by opponents. His height affords him the advantage of effective mismatches. Thankfully, we are not in an era of small ball, where the pace is relentless. Otherwise, my mobility speed of 75 would truly falter in rapid transitions. This promising future indeed holds great potential. An ordinary day commenced with team training. Hubie Brown, the venerable gentleman aged 70, was warmly invited by Jerry West in 2002 to become the sixth head coach in the history of the Memphis Grizzlies. With his silver hair, deeply set eyes, and a tie that rarely matched his suit, he embodied a spirit that belied his appearance. Many American media outlets have hailed Brown as the most inspiring coach in the NBA. His boisterous roars, fervent passion, professional ethos, and signature rotation strategies are amongst the most iconic representations of the league. Why was Hubie Brown summoned from retirement? When questioned, Jerry West chuckled heartily. I saw a yearning in him. He longs to be an NBA head coach, and as a friend, I must grant him this opportunity. Indeed, I firmly believe that under Hubie Brown's leadership, the rise of the Grizzlies will accelerate. And so it was. Hubie Brown orchestrated the most illustrious 2 seasons in the franchise's history, albeit he could not endure until the very end due to health reasons. The old man, with a glimmer in his eyes, was never in doubt that he would make a name for himself under the esteemed coach. Wayne Nan, the individual in question, seemed to have bulked up considerably. Pointing to Wayne Nan, who was vigorously warming up on the court, Brown remarked softly, "What has this fellow been consuming? In just 3 months, he has become more robust than during the draft. Brown, you could scarcely fathom how astute this player is on the court. He does not resemble an 18-year-old. Rather, he seems like someone of 38, with a quick mind." Lionel Hollins was deeply impressed by Wayne Nan's performance in the Summer League, averaging 16 assists per game. Remarkable. Haha. I trust Jerry S.I. for talent. This lad possesses immense potential, and I shall diligently cultivate his abilities. Hubie Brown glanced at Wayne Nan and then at the Grizzlies players warming up nearby, when suddenly a bold idea struck him. Chapter 57, Confrontation. He could simplify everything. Paul, slam it down hard. Yes, you are not the softer they say you are. You are tough, not soft at all. Mike, my passes are perfectly timed. A poor shot should find its way into the basket. Battier, our collaboration is seamless. Your intellect is impressive, and it is my honor to play alongside you. Oh, crazy. LeBron, you're the chosen one. You ought to be the first overall pick of 03. Bonzi, shut your foul mouth. You are already hefty enough, unworthy of my passes. Within the training facility, a handsome young man with yellow skin and a full head of black hair was engaged in a relentless endeavor. Close your mouth, you chatty rookie. Bonji Wells, a fervent player yet to acclimate to Wayne Nan's verbal prowess, was traded from the Trailblazers to the Grizzlies during the summer due to personality clashes. Despite his formidable skills in the forward position, he finds himself ensnared by the common pitfalls that afflict many of his peers. Time is running short for him to rectify his path. Wayne Nan harbored no illusions about redeeming Bonzi Wells. He was never the altruistic young man inclined to lend a helping hand. Rather than assisting Bonzi in starting anew, it would be more advantageous to satiate him fully, thereby increasing his market value in exchange for coveted draft picks or players of comparable caliber with superior character. As a reincarnated individual, Wayne Nan possessed a wealth of pragmatic strategies for assembling a championship team. The foundation of the Grizzlies had largely taken shape, and the forthcoming task was to solidify the core, thereby constructing a dynasty in the making. Bonzi, I merely wish for your improvement, so that this Grizzlies team may journey further in the upcoming season. Wayne Nan is unlikely to disrupt the atmosphere of the locker room. He is merely a rookie, somewhat exuberant, yet certainly not a volatile presence. Bongi, Wayne Nan's observations are not unfounded. Your physique indeed requires enhancement. Gasol approached and patted Bongi on the shoulder. Paul, I will adjust during the game. You need not concern yourself with my condition. The Team S veteran spoke, and Bongi, like Wayne Nan, was still a newcomer. Fundamentally no different. He understood the necessity of listening, for Bongi was no fool. He had to secure his own standing. I believe in you. This new season, Memphis will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable beast. As the group engaged in conversation, the venerable coach Brown summoned Gasol aside. They whispered to one another, and Gasol displayed a look of astonishment, his gaze frequently drifting toward Wayne Nan. Dear Hubie, are we truly to proceed in this manner? Gasol inquired, perplexed. Absolutely. I must witness his limits. Only then can I better guide the Grizzlies toward greater heights. But he is just a child. Enough, Paul. Once we step onto the court, there are no children. The likes of Magic Johnson and Tim Duncan were merely youths when they clinched the league championship. The coach was unwilling to tolerate any further display of weakness from Gasol. Very well, as you wish, my esteemed coach. Paul nodded and approached the Grizzlies. Let us engage in a game, an impromptu scrimmage. I shall assemble the strongest 5 to form one team, and Wayne Nan, you shall lead the opposing side. Wei Nan was diligently engaged in his daily tasks when he was unexpectedly called upon, momentarily taken aback. My friend, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Wei Nan believed he had misheard. Wei Nan, you must accept this challenge. Very well, whose damned idea was this? Wei Nan cast a glance at Hubie Brown, whose countenance was brimming with anticipation. Pau Gasol is a good man. He would never resort to such actions. The true architect of all this turmoil is undoubtedly the old coach who had just summoned Gasol. Very well, I accept the challenge. Admittedly, this is somewhat distasteful. Yet it poses no significant difficulty for him. Gasol gathered everyone together to elucidate the situation, and the expressions varied widely. Players like Bonzi Wells were clearly reveling in the amusement. Gasol finalized the roster. Mike Miller, James Posey, White, Bonzi Wells, and himself. Unforgivingly, this lineup, excluding Wei Nan, could be considered the strongest combination the Grizzlies could muster. The sharpshooter Mike Miller took on the role of small forward. Posey filled in as the point guard. White and Gasol anchored the interior, while Bonzi Wells occupied the shooting guard position. There were no weaknesses, only formidable competitors. Very well. It is my turn to make a selection. Wei Nan cast a glance at the dwindling number of players and quickly finalized his choices. Naturally, he selected himself for the first position. For the second position, he opted for Deng Ty-Jones, whose remarkable athleticism and robust physique would help level the playing field against Bonzi Wells. The small forward position was easily filled by Sean Battier, a reliable third-year player who had already established himself as the primary backup for the Grizzlies. The power forward was also a straightforward selection, the leaping wonder Strohmeyer Swift. Wei Nan found it somewhat perplexing that Gasol did not choose him, but he could see the glimmer in his eyes, clearly contemplating Wei Nan's circumstances. What a delightful giant he was, charming enough to ignite a desire to vanquish him. As for the center position, Tyson Chandler. In such a significant setting, how could our champion be absent? Through this confrontation, Wei Nan intended to showcase Chandler's true worth to all. Compared to White, Chandler was far more deserving of being the starting center for the Grizzlies. Both lineups possessed formidable combat capabilities. They were like unrefined gems, potent in battle, yet lacking the defining presence of a superstar. Have you made your selections? Gasol inquired. All right, let us begin swiftly. I am eager to engage in battle with you all. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, and everyone present sensed the impending clash. This was no mere drill. Please take note. This was not a drill. Are they the starters? No. I will demonstrate to everyone just how immense your value truly is. Wei Nan is an ardent learner, and as a competent point guard, he must delve into the nuances of each teammate's style. For instance, while Gasol prefers to exploit his footwork and height for attacks facing the basket rather than relying on back-to-the-basket maneuvers, this approach bears resemblance to Nowitzki's game. Clearing one side to provide Gasol with ample space for options is a tactical necessity, and it is a timing that Wei Nan, as a point guard, must master. Jumping ability, synergy, style, movement, basketball intelligence, every player who enters the NBA is akin to their own Jordan in their life. What Wei Nan must do is to maximize their potential and enable them to realize their value on the court. I shall not dictate the tactics. You all must make your own decisions. Show me your prowess and whether you can uphold the future of Memphis. With Hubie Brown's command, the battle commenced. The champion overpowered White, securing the first round of offense. Let us go, everyone. The atmosphere is charged with a fighting spirit on every face. A starting lineup defeated by the bench. The core of the team bested by a rookie? That is utterly inconceivable. Tyson, I require your screens. Wei Nan beckoned Chandler to approach, whispering a few words. At the arc, Tyson's broad frame effectively shielded James Posey, who was tasked with defending Wei Nan. Indeed, Posey, the strongest defensive asset of the Grizzlies, was a step too late. The communication between White and Posey faltered, and in a fleeting moment of opportunity, Wei Nan maneuvered the ball through the narrow gap between them. The boxer seized the ball and soared. Before Gasol could react, Chandler had already executed a thunderous dunk. How splendid! The exquisite pick-and-roll collaboration was executed flawlessly, the pass timed to perfection, requiring a higher trajectory for Chandler to accommodate his elevated center of gravity, which would benefit his initial burst of speed. Every element required meticulous calculation, much like the synergy between Kidd and Chandler during their tenure with the Mavericks. You may run and leap with all your might, yet I shall ensure you are well fed with assists. Chandler felt invigorated. Such effortless scoring. Was it merely a matter of a pick? By Jove, I too can achieve a double-double of 10-10 this season. Let us not be intimidated. The newcomers are striving diligently, and we must exhibit a superior attitude. Posey advanced the ball, yet he was not the true point guard. Taking an eternity to locate Gasol in position. Gasol faced a one-on-one, and Swift, lacking in height, could not impede Gasol's mid-range jumper. From the baseline, Wayne executed a swift outlet pass. What a rapid delivery. While Gasol and White continued their frantic pursuits, Dante Jones had already received the ball and commenced a ferocious assault on the rim. You never cease to amaze, the athletic Dante Jones. A soft pass from Wayne resulted in a steal, and the ball ascended once more. This time, it was the long-awaited leaper, with only the bouncy Swift in attendance. Boom. A thunderous 3 consecutive dunks. Oh yes, a fluid offense, with Wayne orchestrating it all. What does it matter if our physical prowess pales in comparison? A good team must possess a visionary playmaker. When 1-1 exceeds 2, that is the optimal solution. Relying solely on individual talent to confront the opposition head-on, you are not Michael Jordan. You cannot perform miracles. Wayne aspires to emulate the legendary performance of rookie Jason Kidd during his tenure with the Mavericks. Although Kidd was not renowned for his offensive prowess, he nonetheless led his team to the playoffs, securing his place among the All-Stars. In the present day, the finest ball handler in the league is none other than Jason Kidd of the Brooklyn Nets. Positioned at the center circle, Wayne observes Battier's movement. Wayne lifted the dribbling hand, leaving Hubie Brown in sheer astonishment. Could it be that he intended to make a pass here? Indeed. From between Mike Miller's legs, Wayne executed a bounce pass. Battier, believing the ball was destined to go out of bounds, did not even prepare to reach for it. To his surprise, the ball landed perfectly in his hands after the bounce. Incredible, Battier exclaimed, recalling Wayne's pre-game words. Do not concern yourselves with my passing. Focus on your roles and position yourselves where you ought to be, and I shall ensure your scoring comes effortlessly. Was there truly an easier way to score? After receiving the pass, Battier prepared for a layup, feeling the pressure mount. Sean, slam it home. You ought to dunk it, Battier exclaimed. My. He patted his chest, vowing that he would surely execute a dunk next time. What was happening? Why was the pressure so overwhelming? As the score gap widened, Gasol and his team found themselves bewildered. They were making no significant mistakes. Missing a shot was a rather ordinary occurrence. They were all members of the same team, NBA players, and the intensity was incomparable to a casual pickup game. Scoring should not come so effortlessly for the opposing side. Why then was their scoring so seamless? Astonishing. Wayne, you were truly remarkable. All right, the match has concluded. You may take a breather now. The old coach wisely called a halt to the proceedings. The outcome of the match was not the goal. He merely wished to ascertain the extent of Wayne's prowess. According to the assistant coach's description, Wayne is a natural playmaker, a conductor of the game. The old coach had studied Wayne's footage. Yet he yearned for a first-hand experience of how Wayne would respond against formidable opponents. It is evident that Wayne performed exceptionally well. Jason Kidd, Lionel. I see echoes of Jason Kidd and Wayne. No, standing at 2.01 meters, his talent surpasses that of Kidd. Jerry is indeed a marvel. He likely recognizes Wayne's potential. With him at the helm of the Grizzlies, if my body permits, I would love to lead this new team to the pinnacle of success. Ahem. As he spoke, the old coach cleared his throat. Hubie, do not overexert yourself. With the new season commencing, there have been significant personnel changes, but this is no excuse for your sleepless nights, Lionel expressed with concern. It's no trouble. Living a few more years is not an issue. The old coach waved his hand dismissively. He felt somewhat fatigued and instructed the assistant coach to organize the materials. As he intended to retire for a brief rest, Wayne, your passing is simply superb. I initially thought that ball was going out of bounds. Yet it returned to my hands, Battier exclaimed, animatedly, showing no signs of irritation despite Wayne's fervent shout. What a splendid pick-and-roll collaboration. It seems that my responsibilities have become considerably simpler. The team Chandler previously played for did not possess a passer like Wayne. Jalen Rose had unlimited shooting privileges. He would shoot as soon as he received the ball. Jamal Crawford, that fellow, is a notorious ball hog, a street ball guard whose eyes are solely fixed on the hoop, disregarding his teammates. Nevertheless, Chandler managed to achieve commendable statistics of 2 points, 9 rebounds, and 1 for blocks in limited playing time. A competent center in need of a mentor to help him soar. Swift also nodded in agreement. Playing alongside Wayne seemed to simplify everything. With his limited intellect, he now found himself entirely devoid of the need to think. Wayne, I would prefer not to team up with Paul again. Next time, feed me the ball. I require your assistance. James Posey jested. Come on. You are the ace forward. You can effortlessly score without my help. When speaking of James Posey, one inevitably thinks of his formidable defensive prowess. In truth, Posey possesses commendable offensive capabilities as well. His three-point shooting is particularly menacing, a focal point of great concern for Wei Nan. Posey, Battier, and Mike Miller each exhibit impressive range from beyond the arc, and when paired with the formidable Pau Gasol, renowned for his mid-range shooting and footwork in the paint, the Grizzlies' offensive spacing becomes remarkably proficient. As for defense, life seldom allows for the perfection of both facets. In acquiring one attribute, one must relinquish another. The Grizzlies are not the illustrious Warriors, capable of seamlessly blending offense and defense, nor can they flourish in both realms simultaneously. What may appear to be an ordinary scrimmage has afforded the Grizzlies a deeper understanding of Wei Nan's capabilities. Pau Gasol is eager to collaborate with Wei Nan on the grand stage of competition. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your monthly votes and unwavering support. The author may not have penned a flawless narrative, but your encouragement and suggestions will undoubtedly enhance the quality of this book. Once again, I thank the readers who have quietly accompanied this work thus far. Chapter 58, The Final Roster, The Regular Season Approaches. In early October, prior to the onset of the regular season, the NBA preseason ignited with fervor. The Grizzlies faced their inaugural opponent, the Milwaukee Bucks, competing at home in the Pyramid Arena. They were set for the first clash of the new season, with prolific scorer Michael Redd leading the charge, alongside the burgeoning star T.J. Ford and seasoned players like Keith Van Horn and Joe Smith. The Bucks roster certainly appeared formidable. However, compared to the previous season, the Bucks' strength has undeniably diminished. Ray Allen has departed for the Supersonics, and the enigmatic Castle has ventured to a colder locale, joining forces with the Timberwolves star. While Redd is a tenacious scorer, he is far from an adequate leader. The Bucks approached the challenge against the Memphis Grizzlies with minimal preparation, treating it as merely a warm-up for the regular season. Their starters played only 20 minutes, while T.J. Ford remained on the court, showcasing his talent. Unsurprisingly, they succumbed to defeat. The Grizzlies' collective strength surpassed that of the Bucks, with Gasol proving unstoppable in the paint. James Posey demonstrated his significance, alleviating the pressure on the interior when Gasol faced double teams as a reliable secondary scoring option. Yet, all unanimously agreed that if there were to be an MVP for the evening, it would undoubtedly be Wei Nan. Wei Nan played the entirety of the match, amassing an impressive 31 minutes on the court, contributing 8 points, 3 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The statistics showcase Wei Nan's remarkable versatility, once again reflecting his ability to fill every category. Notably, he committed no turnovers. Allow me to reiterate, no turnovers. The seasoned coach observed from the sidelines with a hint of disinterest, as Wei Nan consistently executed the strategies he had laid out with perfection. For Wei Nan, this preseason stage felt like a mere walk in the park. T.J. Ford also performed admirably, effectively leveraging his speed against Wei Nan, who found himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, he has a particular apprehension toward shorter guards. It is imperative that I speak to the coach about securing a formidable ally at the shooting guard position, someone of the caliber of a lockdown defender. Emphasizing strengths while mitigating weaknesses, Wei Nan acknowledges that he cannot accomplish everything alone. He requires the support of his teammates, and strengthening through trade is the most straightforward solution. Wei Nan should not be obstinate. It is essential to know when to yield and when to act. There are certain endeavors within your grasp, yet others remain beyond your capability. By candidly addressing these issues, the management can better enhance the team. TJ, it would be wise for you to temper your pace. Can you shoot? I mean those attempts from beyond the arc, practice them diligently. I hope to engage with you on the grand stage of the NBA for an extended period. It is a pity about the previous incarnation of T.J. Ford, blistering speed. Yet his physique could not withstand such swiftness. Was a genius destroyed by injury? Hardly, for he was not a genius. After a fierce battle with the Bucks, the venerable coach convened a brief meeting. It was merely to commend those players who exhibited remarkable energy and performance. As for criticism, there is no need when victories have been secured. In private, the coach also imparted wisdom to Wei Nan, advising him not to fret over mistakes. Preseason statistics are inconsequential. I can see your desire to orchestrate the offense within reasonable limits. There is truly no need for such restraint. The court demands audacity, a bold expression of your talents, and the pursuit of your aspirations. Jason excelled in this regard, yet alas, he has been traded away. Damn Jerry, he is indeed a cold-hearted individual. The coach may grumble, yet the joy on his face is unmistakable. Wei Nan undoubtedly surpasses Jason. All right, QB, I have received your instructions. After concluding the match against the Bucks, the Grizzlies hastily boarded their flight to Paris, France. Indeed, the Grizzlies are set to compete abroad. The opponent is easily identifiable, the San Antonio Spurs. The team boasting the French speedster, who triumphed over the OK dynasty last season to seize the championship title. The GDP trio was officially formed, securing their inaugural crown in the NBA League. Upholding the mission of promoting the NBA globally, Tony Parker decisively chose to represent his hometown, taking his teammates to admire the Eiffel Tower. The plane landed in Paris at noon, and upon disembarking, Wayne immediately sensed a slight congestion in his nose. What a dismal little Paris. How can people still be found relieving themselves in public? Although it is already October, Wayne can still detect the pungent odor wafting through the streets. No, what on earth is that large mass, and why is it piled up in rolls? Wayne felt numb, convinced that he had been deeply poisoned by the internet in a previous life. Those who visited Paris always extolled its picturesque scenery, but he found it utterly disappointing. The Eiffel Tower? Wasn't it merely a grand electric tower akin to those back in his hometown? What was so extraordinary about it? Moreover, the air around the tower was permeated with a foul odor reminiscent of urine. He wondered why he had subjected himself to this experience. To his astonishment, even using the restroom came at a cost. Was this truly a public facility? Wayne appeared to be visiting Paris for the first time, yet he vowed never to return. It was a shocking experience. While walking, he witnessed several instances of public robbery, where the assailants fled swiftly, leaving no chance for capture. Are the Parisian police merely idle? Fortunately, his tall and robust physique spared him from becoming a victim. Life in China seems more convenient. At least one does not have to pay to use the restroom. On October 8th, at 7 p.m., the two teams converged at the competition venue. De Gia and Parker engaged in a lively conversation as they were compatriots from Europe, their eyes glistening with emotion. Wayne took the initiative to approach Ginobili, tentatively reaching out to touch his head. Why had this golden mane become so bald? Did those large hands truly possess such extraordinary magic? Manu, you are quite handsome. Wayne, you are also quite handsome. After this exchange, the two found themselves in a silent stare, with no topic to discuss at all. Wayne had been persistently refreshing on Manu, yet the desired outcome eluded him, leaving him utterly disinterested. His mind was fixated on the serpentine breakthrough, a rare mastery available in the system's marketplace. If it could be manifested within himself, it would yield a remarkable profit. However, as the absence of such a boon persisted, he resolved to leave it to fate. After a lengthy silence, even this social butterfly began to feel a tinge of awkwardness, prompting him to concoct an excuse and make a swift exit. Tonight's sojourn in Paris promised a grand display. The GDP was making an appearance, and Popovich, ever the gracious host, acknowledged the significance of being in Parker's hometown. With everyone present, a brief showcase seemed harmless. Parker played the longest at 30 minutes, while Duncan clocked out after a mere 15, embodying a leisurely approach. As Bruce Bowen matched up against Wayne, the latter felt a surge of trepidation. Hesitant even to attempt a shot, he carefully monitored his surroundings during dunks to avoid inadvertent mishaps. Such caution was warranted, for the reputation of his fragile ankles had echoed throughout the league, rendering him perpetually vigilant. Abstaining from shooting was inconsequential, for Wayne excelled in passing. Gasol relished the opportunities, while Duncan seemed to coast through the game, expending minimal effort. No more alley-oops, young man, moderation is key, Duncan remarked, exasperated, as he sensed the two were intent on exploiting his presence. With a whimsical attempt akin to fishing for moonlight beneath the sea, Wayne delivered a pass from an oblique angle, fully exercising his imagination. However, the execution faltered, leaving Swift utterly unprepared for such an unconventional assist from Way. The seasoned coach on the sidelines gave a knowing wink, cautioning against becoming another instance of white chocolate. In the end, the Spurs capitalized on their home court advantage to secure victory, with the Grizzlies narrowly succumbing to defeat by a mere 3 points. Together, the two teams in Paris offered a captivating spectacle of theatrical self-cultivation. Wayne expressed his respect, recording 8 assists, albeit with 3 turnovers. His boundless imagination indeed places an additional burden on his teammates. However, I cannot be held accountable. The fault lies entirely with Hubie Brown. On October 10th, the Grizzlies embarked once more to Spain, the homeland of Pau Gasol. Wayne felt quite disheartened. Why must playing basketball involve crossing nations? Isn't it exhausting? In contrast, De Gia appeared elated, enthusiastically introducing his hometown to everyone on the plane, his eyes sparkling with joy, embodying the essence of a cheerful soul. Wayne was uncertain about what De Gia had said, his thoughts drifting far away as he recalled the recent call-up from the national team. Being selected 7th overall in the first round to play for the Memphis Grizzlies spoke volumes about Wei Nan's value. China lacks many things, and the shortage of capable guards is particularly severe. Currently, there are almost no competent point guards in the domestic arena. While he dominates in the CBA, once on the international stage, he often struggles with turnovers and finds himself passing to the interior before even crossing half-court. This task seems almost too easy. Players like Liu Wei still find it difficult to shoulder the responsibility, making Wei Nan's inclusion both urgent and inevitable. Contrary to Wei Nan's expectations, the negotiations proceeded smoothly. With the coordination of the Hanyuan club, Wei Nan's primary objective remained to establish himself in the NBA. Aside from significant tournaments that required his return for training camps, he retained the autonomy to choose his participation in lesser competitions. Following the uproar surrounding Yao Ming's near exit from the CBA, opinions among the higher-ups were divided. But for the promising new generation, venturing abroad was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, participation was still necessary. After all, we are not merely serving the blue shoes, as they lack the qualifications. However, the fans are innocent, their intentions pure, with success being the most tangible representation. The status of Asian dominance is something we must not relinquish. The club is very supportive, understanding your lofty aspirations. Be bold in your endeavors. We at Hanyuan will always stand as your backbone. Achieve results and demonstrate your worth. No one can undermine you. One must be strong to forge ahead. Coach Wang Huaiyu was right. Wei Nan comprehended the underlying truth. Initially, he thought he would have to clash hard with the blue shoes, with the worst-case scenario being a complete fallout. Yet, with macro support, he was presented with a different reality. This was the outcome Wei Nan was most satisfied with, as that group of less skilled players truly needed his assistance to thrive. But wait, the current Chinese men's basketball team doesn't seem to be made up of less skilled players after all. Wei Nan contemplated the forthcoming Athens Olympics, where the Chinese men's basketball team had indeed secured a place in the top 8, having eliminated the reigning world champions, under the guidance of the silver-haired coach Harris, with the esteemed European strategist Yunus as the assistant coach, and bolstered by the experience of the illustrious Yao Ming, who had honed his skills in the NBA for 2 seasons. The team was undeniably formidable, alongside stalwarts such as Daba, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Laba, Coach Li, and Coach Du. This selection represented a powerhouse of talent. Dominating Asia seemed well within reach, and with a concerted effort, a world ranking of 8th was attainable. Imagining himself among these giants, devoid of distractions and pretensions, he pondered the magnitude of what it would mean to advance to the top 8. The thought was exhilarating, even terrifying. As the preseason journey came to a close amidst the hustle and fatigue, the Grizzlies players required a few days of respite to recuperate from the exhaustive whirlwind of travel. Prior to the commencement of the regular season, a roster limitation mandated that only 15 players could be retained. With 3 additional players on the current list, cuts were inevitable. Coach Hubie Brown, alongside his assistant coaching team, had to deliberate on which players would be released. In this tense atmosphere, those lingering on the fringes of the bench began to feel anxious, each silently praying to remain part of this grand NBA stage, to realize their basketball aspirations. In essence, they were simply seeking employment and the opportunity to earn a living. As professional basketball players, their careers were fleeting, reliant on youth. Once the prime years passed, maintaining a decent livelihood became exceedingly challenging. Hu Wunti yearned for recognition in this rare opportunity, not only for the joy it brought to the spirit, but also for the monetary rewards that could accompany it. Yet, the harsh reality was that 15 positions were fixed. The predetermined number left no room for leniency. Wei Nan was utterly unconcerned, detached and indifferent. His sole focus was to attain peak condition in preparation for the impending journey. On October 29th, merely 2 days before the commencement of the regular season, the Grizzlies unveiled their final roster, which included 3 players who had been waived: Ryan Humphrey, Soren Smith, and Vasilis Spanoulis, the latter of whom had previously made a name for himself in the league, while the other 2 appeared to have been brought in merely to fill the roster. However, with Spanoulis aging, he no longer seemed suited for a young and vibrant team. While one may say that wisdom comes with age, the Grizzlies management held a different perspective. Following the release of these 3 players, the official 15-man roster of the Grizzlies was finally announced. In the backcourt, Wei Nan, James Posey, Bonzi Wells, Earl Watson, Troy Bell, and Dante Jones. In the frontcourt, Mike Miller, Stromile Swift, Pau Gasol, Lorenzen Wright, Shane Battier, Bo Outlaw, Jake Tsakalitis, and Tyson Chandler. The Grizzlies roster appeared somewhat heavy in the interior, with Wright, Tsakalitis, and Chandler all occupying the center position, each possessing distinct attributes. In terms of overall capability, Chandler undoubtedly stood as the strongest, followed by Wright, while Tsakalitis was the least formidable. The power forward position was filled by Pau Gasol and Swift, whose contrasting styles provided the seasoned coach with very tactical options. Wayne has broadly simulated the starting lineup for Hubie Brown's new season. Wayne, Bosh, Miller, Gasol, and Chandler. Two sharpshooters from the perimeter, one lethal force in the paint, and one formidable defensive wall within the key. Wayne orchestrates the entire court, serving as the cerebral nucleus. However, this is merely a simulation. The Grizzlies possess an abundance of capable players. Battier, Swift, and Bonzi Wells, these are indeed bench marauders, who, at the very least during the playoffs, can prove invaluable. The team is poised and ready for action. The Memphis Grizzlies are set to commence their 2003 to 2004 regular season at home against a traditional powerhouse. The Boston Celtics, hailing from the North Shore Garden, arrive with a roster teetering on the brink of mediocrity, as Pierce boldly declares before the match his unwavering commitment to seize victory in Memphis. Wayne tossed the basketball into the air, embodying the adage that even a skeletal camel surpasses a horse in stature. However, the decisive blow that would fell the camel was to be delivered by none other than himself. Chapter 59, A Great Victory? Is the hellish-level dungeon about to unfold? What are the steps to vanquish Boston? The first step, to thoroughly dismantle Paul Pierce. The second step, to return triumphantly, garlanded in glory. Compared to the illustrious Celtics of the last century, a team that everyone aspired to conquer, the legendary Red Auerbach and the iconic superstar Bill Russell adorn their history with unparalleled success and honor. One must concede that the legacy of the Celtics is resplendent and remarkably triumphant. The valiant do not dwell on past glories. In the present, Boston is a team that everyone yearns to trample upon. As they set forth towards the pyramid, Paul Pierce erroneously believed they were still the formidable force of 2 years prior, boldly proclaiming that he would show this entirely new team a thing or two. How would he demonstrate this? Wayne scoffed. The Celtics are hardly a formidable opponent. Among their starting five, only Pierce warrants attention. As for Vin Baker, a decade ago, he was someone Wayne needed to regard with caution, but times have changed. Vin Baker, much like the once glorious Celtics, has become a shadow of his former self. The veteran coach has not underestimated their rivals. He urges everyone to approach each game of the new season with utmost seriousness, even if the opponent's capabilities pale in comparison to theirs. The coach's words ring true. There are no weak teams in the NBA, a timeless adage. Only the world's finest athletes are worthy of joining the NBA, each possessing immense potential. Underestimating them could lead to the squandering of victories that should be easily secured. Wayne, James Posey, Mike Miller, Pau Gasol, and Tyson Chandler. As Wayne had anticipated, the seasoned coach deployed the formidable interior duo of Gasol and Chandler, one excelling in offense while the other masterfully fortifying the defense, each maximizing their attributes to the fullest. Wayne's defensive skills are rather mediocre, which allows James Posey to take on the shooting guard position. His abilities complement Wayne perfectly, as he stands among the league's most formidable 3 and D players at this stage. Although this concept remains somewhat nebulous, Posey undeniably possesses the talent to merit such a title. As for the small forward position, Mike Miller shines with his precise shooting from beyond the arc, showcasing exquisite technique and relentless determination. He is one of the few NBA players who rarely falter, demonstrating commendable playmaking skills that effectively create offensive space and opportunities for his teammates. This starting lineup appears to be quite reasonable, at least from Wayne's perspective. Defeating the Celtics seems an effortless task. Chandler, towering at 2.16 meters, eclipses the 2.13-meter mark blunt, securing the initial possession for the team. At this moment, all eyes are fixated on the newly acquired rookie, who was obtained at a considerable price. As he gradually advances the ball, he possesses an appealing appearance. Yet it remains uncertain how he performs on the court. I have a preference for Jason, the player of Asian descent, who ought not to have set foot in Memphis territory. The team seems utterly hopeless, with both players appearing rather feeble, akin to Paul Gasol. They are nothing short of mediocre. Critics are omnipresent, even among the spectators on the sidelines. Discontent? Disagreement? Then let us play until they are convinced. Until they acknowledge our prowess. The alley-oop, emblematic of Memphis as the city of aerial artistry, commences at this moment. Chandler sets a screen, completely obstructing the 1 88-meter Mike James behind him. Weinan surges forward, and as Blunt attempts to switch onto him, the ball is no longer in Weinan's possession. Boom. Chandler ascends with fervor, executing a thunderous dunk. A resounding roar signals the onset of Memphis's new season, brimming with ferocity and passion. Pierce is dissatisfied, controlling the ball with one hand as he seeks an opportunity. Is he attempting to go solo? An astonishing choice, as the team's initial offense should have been a tactical maneuver, yet Pierce finds himself unable to locate a suitable position. Mike James is firmly shadowed by Weinan. That infuriating individual is entirely stifled. Much like Anthony, Pierce's offensive prowess is the cornerstone of his existence. Many do not perceive Pierce as formidable, and some even argue that the term truth is wholly inadequate to describe him. This is a grave misjudgment. As a small forward, Pierce finds himself amidst the most dynamic era of power forwards in history. In 1984, Jerry West openly stated that the role of forwards is inherently less impactful than that of centers and guards. Centers dominate the paint, while guards orchestrate offense and defense. As a forward, one must acknowledge that the greatest forwards in history either possessed the pivotal capabilities of a center within the paint, akin to Duncan, or exhibit a comprehensive skill set with organizational prowess, like Bird. Even a prodigious talent such as Durant, who displayed elite offensive and defensive output, needed to join the Warriors to secure a championship, becoming the youngest scoring champion in history during his third year. Pierce stands out as an exceptional one-on-one offensive and defensive player. His offensive repertoire is diverse, and while he is competent in both isolation and off-ball scenarios, he pales in comparison to Bird when it comes to orchestrating plays. During his two peak periods with the Celtics, one being from 2002 to the Eastern Conference Finals, he benefited from the presence of playmaking forward Antoine Walker. The second peak followed the arrivals of Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen, where Garnett anchored the defense and Allen facilitated off-ball movement, allowing Pierce to focus solely on offense, culminating in a championship in 2008. The Celtics emphasized discipline, rarely indulging in statistical excesses. Although the franchise boasts leaders in assists and rebounds, it has never had a scoring champion. A notable characteristic of Pierce is his reluctance to actively seek out scoring opportunities. Rather, he takes on the challenge of going head-to-head with other superstars to safeguard the Boston Garden. Whoever dares to challenge, I shall meet. His impressive statistics often stem from these confrontations. He is indeed a formidable basketball player. Yet the current Celtics roster does not afford him the freedom to score with reckless abandon. When faced with Mike Miller's defense, James Posey would swiftly come to double-team him. With two sufficiently tall players applying significant pressure, Pierce struggled with his passing, resulting in a turnover as Wenan intercepted the ball and initiated a fast break. At that moment, Pau Gasol's advantage became vividly apparent. In contrast to the bulky frame of Vin Baker, Gasol moved with the agility one would not expect from a player over 2 meters tall. Kendrick Brown quickly sprinted back on defense, positioning himself firmly in front of Gasol. Executing a fast break, Gasol chose not to lay it up. He felt the need to demonstrate his toughness by attempting to dunk over the oblivious Brown. With sheer force, Gasol emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop, releasing a pent-up fury as he glared at Brown, with the referee wisely refraining from calling a technical foul. The league in 2003 was still dominated by tough players, more suited for physical confrontations than the rules that would later prioritize finesse and caution. As the final buzzer sounded, the Memphis Grizzlies' inaugural game concluded quietly with a score of 108-95. The 13-point margin encapsulated the Celtics' struggle throughout the game. Despite their utmost efforts to narrow the gap, they were ultimately overpowered by the Grizzlies. Remarkably, a team that averaged only 97.5 points per game in the previous season managed to score 108 points in their opening match. Observers deemed this contest as a mismatch, devoid of any significant value for reference. The most striking realization was that in their first game, rookie Wenan played for 31 minutes and recorded a double-double with 11 points and 11 assists, leaving the Celtics seemingly unable to contain a newcomer. I do not concur with Weinan's performance. He requires more opportunities to demonstrate his abilities, particularly in contests against elite teams. Weinan felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. What kind of attention was this, that he was held to such lofty standards? Contrary to the pre-match expectations, those who delight in nitpicking always manage to find excuses to belittle someone's future. Weinan, do you wish to attend tonight's press conference? Faced with the elder coach's invitation, Weinan chose to decline outright. I aspire to triumph over formidable adversaries and silence those wretched critics. Such ambition from a young man. The elder coach did not press further, opting instead to attend the press conference alongside Pau Gasol and the newly acquired James Posey from the offseason. Meanwhile, a media extravaganza was unfolding in Sacramento following the game. He was prepared. Over 340 journalists from countries such as the United Kingdom, Germany, and China had gathered to witness the event. Stars like Ken Griffey Jr., Tyrell Owens, Jeff Garcia, and Dusty Baker had journeyed long distances to attend. The NBA's official website heralded this matchup as a duel between the young Emperor LeBron James and the Kings. ESPN abruptly shifted from the overtime clash between the Magic and the Knicks at Madison Square Garden to cover this game. At this moment, the Kings were a formidable team, boasting a record of 59 wins last season, ranking first in the Atlantic Division. In contrast, the Cavaliers were a team that had aimed for the top draft pick, managing only 17 wins in a dismal season. The Kings were indeed an exceptional team, their dazzling offense capturing the attention of the world, as Massenberg remarked. Yet, on the night of the season opener, everything revolved around LeBron James. Indeed, in a mesmerizing 12 minutes, LeBron James captivated everyone's gaze. The debut of the Chosen One was undeniably a spectacle filled with intrigue and numerous focal points. As the Kings established an early lead, James sought to find his rhythm through a series of physical encounters. Having averaged only 8 points with a shooting percentage of 33 in the preseason, his abilities were brought into question. Was he merely a product of media hype? Could he shoot? A Cavaliers columnist commented that his preseason performance was insufficient to secure a place for this ordinary rookie on the roster. However, LeBron swiftly silenced the voices of skepticism. In his inaugural game, he executed 3 consecutive jump shots. Following that, a dunk during a fast break, reminiscent of a personalized version of the Jordan logo, sent the crowd into a frenzy. Yet, it was the subsequent play that truly showcased LeBron's worth as both a player and a teammate. In the next possession after the dunk, LeBron intercepted a pass intended for Christie and surged forward. Once Boozer secured the ball, he passed it to the swiftly advancing LeBron, with Ricky Davis trailing behind. What transpired next is still a topic of much discussion. LeBron passed the ball to the Cavaliers' nominal leader, Ricky Davis, who confidently accepted the basketball, affirming his status within the team. By the end of the first quarter, James had amassed 12 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. An impressive feat even for many seasoned professionals in the league. In the fourth quarter, James assisted Bremer in making a 3-pointer, briefly giving the Cavaliers an 85-83 lead. However, ultimately, due to the opponent's more fluid gameplay, superior chemistry, and greater experience, the Kings triumphed 106-92. Nevertheless, it was evident from his performance that this 18-year-old prodigy from Akron excelled beyond his peers. In his debut, LeBron delivered an impressive stat line of 25 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 steals, a performance that ranks among the finest in sports history. Only Wilt Chamberlain in 1959 and Allen Iverson in 1996 have had similarly remarkable debuts. LeBron also became the youngest player in NBA history, 18 years and 303 days, to achieve 25.55, surpassing the previous record holders, Willie Anderson, 21 years and 302 days, and Grant Hill, 22 years and 30 days, by nearly 3 years. He joined Hill and Jabbar as the only rookies in the last half-century to score 25.55 in their NBA debut. His outstanding performance on day 1 made LeBron a focal point of national attention, much to the chagrin of the group that included Wade, Anthony, and Wayne had privately formed a group called Loving and Hating Each Other, where they often engaged in playful banter. Wayne is doing well, but Wade and Anthony have not found a moment of peace. Wayne once harbored doubts about whether these two individuals harbored a penchant for mutual torment. Despite their evident disdain for one another, they insisted on remaining in the same group, engaging in playful banter, relishing in their verbal sparring. What should have been a situation rife with animosity, however, transformed into a rare display of solidarity due to the events of the evening. What nonsense is this? Is a stat line of 25.55 truly remarkable? I, too, recorded 12.73 in my debut match, and most importantly, I triumphed over San Antonio, the reigning champions of the previous season. The nickname for Anthony translates to "What do you want from me?" Go ahead, test me. Cameron was not mistaken. I also boasted 18.44 in my inaugural game. Though we faced defeat against the 76ers, that infernal AI was simply too formidable. Clearly, this is Wade SID. The 76ers of the 03-04 season may not have been powerful, yet Iverson remained as formidable as ever. What do you want from me? This is simply unjust. That self-promoting individual pales in comparison to even Wayne. I am the real deal. Hey. I recorded a double-double. What on earth are you babbling about? Wei Nan was displeased. In terms of his performance in the first game, he was undoubtedly the most exceptional. I see your double-double stats. Goodness. You managed to rack up 11 assists. Damn, I've long said that I should be on the same team as you. The Denver management are fools for not doing everything possible to bring you to the Nuggets. Anthony's greatest regret thus far is not having played alongside Wei Nan. Otherwise, how could that formidable player have triumphed over them and secured the NCAA championship? You dare to look at me? Get lost, you worthless player. You are unworthy of sharing the court with Wei Nan. Don't even think about coming to Miami, or I'll make sure you enter standing and leave lying down. You dare to look at me? Damn it, you little punk. If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. You dare to look at me? A one-on-one it is. Whoever backs down is a coward. Ignoring the affectionate banter between the two, Wei Nan had to prepare for the next game. The NBA executives, in their ignorance, have set the Memphis Grizzlies up for a hellish 3-game stretch. The Texas trio is indeed a tough nut to crack. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Big Yao, don't blame me for taking down the little giant. Chapter 60. Not possible, not effective. In the NBA, which team do Chinese fans cherish the most? Before Yao Ming's retirement, the Houston Rockets were undoubtedly the reigning champions. Gathered around a small bench, a few friends clustered in front of a modest black and white television, occasionally calling out to the owner for a bottle of soda, complete with straws. In the year 2003, when online streaming was not yet widespread, awaiting the broadcast of the Houston Rockets in the sight of Yao Ming, towering like a giant, became an obsession for countless basketball fans. The Los Angeles Lakers? What a mediocre team compared to our Houston Rockets. Now, following Yao Ming, another Chinese prodigy has stepped onto the NBA stage. Being the 7th pick in the first round is no trivial matter, especially as the golden era begins. Otherwise, in 2000, Wei Nan would certainly have ranked among the top 3. The Memphis Grizzlies owner must be grinning from ear to ear. They thought they had acquired an immediate asset, but instead, they found a cash cow. The strength of Chinese fans is evident as the Grizzlies, like the Rockets, have become another of their favorite teams. Hurry up. The game is about to start. Grizzlies versus Rockets. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Are you serious? I heard you were moving around in front of Wei Nan's portrait last night. Oh, don't mind the details, boss. Get a bottle of ice-cold cola today. I'm treating. It's New Year's. We ought to enjoy something good. Goodness, that little punk is impressive. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. For at least 2.5 years, I won't spill a word about your secrets. The two individuals exchanged glances, revealing a rather lewd smile. Red has always been a color cherished by the Chinese people. It does not merely symbolize warfare and bloodshed. Rather, it embodies an indomitable spirit and relentless pursuit of progress. In Houston, a sea of red greeted the towering Yao Ming, who donned his crimson battle attire as he confidently approached the visiting team's locker room. Gentlemen, he means no harm. He is my good brother, my esteemed elder. As he hurried towards Yao Ming, Wei Nan remarked, followed closely by Gasol. Brother Yao, you certainly possess remarkable courage, daring to enter the opposing locker room. Wei Nan playfully pulled Yao Ming out of the locker room, teasingly remarking, well, you're here, so there's no chance of an upset. What do you say? Are you ready to spar tonight? Big Yao want to go easy on you. Oh, a challenge has been issued. You. Crazy. I never expected you to be such a bold player. The camaraderie between Gasol and Yao Ming is evidently strong. International players in the NBA tend to band together, especially among the towering giants. It's quite natural for them to exchange contacts and have casual chats. Paul, I'm not here to watch you. Yao Ming's emotional intelligence is indeed impressive. Damn it, you've caught my attention, tonight. I shall show you the might of the bear. A challenge issued, a spark ignited. You two aren't conspiring to put on a show for me, are you? Big Yao, go back and tell your 2 guards that tonight, I will turn them into popcorn, crispy and delightful. Upon hearing this, both Gasol and Yao Ming chuckled. I like your fearless spirit. No problem. I assure you, I will rise to your provocation. Yao Ming left with a smile. Feeling that Wei Nan was a perfect fit for the NBA. At least from their conversation, he no longer worried that Wei Nan would falter tonight. A newcomer daring to challenge his own guards. Wei Nan is one of a kind. Francis and Mobley are no pushovers. Wei Nan, do you truly have the confidence to dominate the opposition? Gasol was somewhat skeptical of Wei Nan's bold claims. Wei Nan cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, this is strategy. What do you truly understand? Entering the fray with trepidation is an eternal taboo in the art of warfare. Moreover, is the combination of Francis and Mobley truly formidable? Not necessarily. After the departure of the Dream from the Houston Rockets, he and Mobley were indeed the sole backcourt duo to achieve double 20 points that season. Yet, what was the outcome? In the 2001-2002 season, the Rockets recorded a dismal 28 wins against 54 losses, with a defensive efficiency that was tragically abysmal, languishing at the bottom of the league with a rating of 108.6. This was the era of the meat grinder, where scores in the 80s or 90s were commonplace. Yet allowing an average loss of over 110 points is akin to the modern era of small ball. While these two were indeed prolific scorers, they did not constitute the ideal backcourt partnership. Any player could inflict damage, much like Lillard and McCollum, had they remained with the Trail Blazers. The franchise would have languished for many years to come. Wayne clearly understands that if his defense falters, it is imperative to have a formidable defender at the shooting guard position. A complementary backcourt pairing is essential for the team to progress further. Wayne holds great respect for Francis and Mobley, as they provided significant assistance during Yao Ming's rookie season. However, a guard partner who solely relies on individual play and thoughtless shots is certainly not the best ally for Yao Ming, a super center possessing absolute dominance in the paint. Averaging merely 12 attempts per game is a testament to Yao's good temperament. Had it been Shaquille O'Neal, those two would have long been dismissed. Good morning, everyone. This is the CC Sports Channel. We welcome you to gather in front of your screens to witness today's China Derby. I am your host, Zhang Ruocheng. And beside me is my longtime partner, Coach Zhang Ruocheng. Dressed in a sharp suit and exuding energy, Zhang Ruocheng's face radiates anticipation for the impending match. Coach Zhang, in tonight's game between the Rockets and the Grizzlies, which team do you favor? Without hesitation, Coach Zhang promptly responds, it must be the Grizzlies. Oh? What is the reasoning behind that? Because they have Wayne, their gameplay is rational. Indeed, Zhang's rationale is once again evident. Do Francis and Mobley possess talent? Undoubtedly. However, their playing style lacks coherence, often resorting to driving to the basket without regard for teamwork. I pointed this out during Yao Ming's rookie season, noting that they seldom passed the ball to him, and I remain perplexed by this behavior. Tonight, keep your eyes peeled. No one on the Grizzlies roster can effectively defend against the great Yao, yet his scoring will likely be limited due to the irrational play of these two. Coach Zhang shook his head, clearly skeptical of the Rockets' prospects this evening. At this moment, inside the Toyota Center, both teams are prepared, and the battle is on the verge of commencing. The China Derby, featuring the true stars, Wayne and Yao Ming, has begun amidst the witness of countless Chinese fans. Chandler and Yao Ming engage in the tip-off at center court. Yao's towering height secures the first offensive possession for the Rockets. The Rockets' starting lineup consists of Francis, Mobley, Jim Jackson, Kevin Cato, and Yao Ming. With 3 guards and 2 imposing big men, the Rockets' configuration emphasizes speed and aggression, which appears somewhat incongruous compared to Yao's massive frame. Francis holds the ball, and standing before him is none other than Wayne. The veteran coach had inquired prior to the game whether Wayne would be tasked with defending Francis tonight. Wayne declined the offer. A change is possible, yet unnecessary. Within the Grizzlies lineup, there exists no player who can genuinely fulfill the role of a primary ball handler. Watson is somewhat lacking in stature. While both Posey and Battier are more suited for defensive duties on the wings, or as sufficiently tall shooting guards. Given this reality, it would be prudent to allow him to confront Francis directly. The veteran Francis, after all, relishes such challenges. Young man, did you not proclaim before the match that you intended to impress both me and the old cat? In the face of Wayne, Francis will not hold back. Come, let me witness your true capabilities. Rather than relying on shooting, Francis prefers to penetrate the defense. His explosive athleticism emboldens him to engage in fierce confrontations in the paint, frequently humiliating interior defenders. With a dazzling crossover, Francis's style of play is undeniably captivating within the realm of the NBA. Wayne made a move. He was wagering on the notion that Francis would struggle with his shooting tonight. A step back for me, Francis discerned Wayne's intention, and thus, he decisively launched a shot from mid-range. Duong. As expected, the outcome was unsurprising. The ball struck the front of the rim and ricocheted out. The gamble paid off. The Rockets' interior players excelled at securing rebounds, yet the Grizzlies were equally formidable. Chandler, 10 centimeters shorter than Yao Ming, possessed a considerably more robust physique. He firmly established his position, protecting the defensive rebound. The ball was handed to Wayne, who orchestrated the play, slowing down the tempo. Today, we would engage the Rockets in a half-court battle. This was the wise strategy of the seasoned coach. A shrewd choice indeed. The Rockets had 3 guards under 2 meters tall, and in a half-court offensive scenario, they were at a disadvantage. Posey, Miller, and Gasol all excelled in mid to long-range shooting, while Yao Ming and Cato moved sluggishly, retreating into the paint, akin to courting disaster. Weinan did not opt for a screen. Francis endeavored to employ physical intensity to steal the ball from Weinan, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Weinan's dribbling skills undoubtedly surpass a rating of 90, a standard befitting an all-star point guard. How could he ever relinquish possession so easily? As he deftly fended off Francis's relentless pressure, he sought the optimal positioning of his teammates. Gasol maneuvered incessantly while Cato struggled to keep pace, and suddenly, Chandler advanced to set a screen, executing a pick-and-roll between the interior players. In a fleeting moment of opportunity, Weinan delivered the ball into Gasol's awaiting hands. Yao Ming lunged forward, but his footwork was ultimately a fraction too slow. Without hesitation, Gasol released a mid-range shot. Swish. 2-0. The Grizzlies take the lead. A glance reveals the true essence of a competent point guard's responsibilities. Weinan hurled insults at Francis, exclaiming, "You are amusing. So amusing that you provoke me to obliterate you." Francis wore a smile, yet beneath the facade, rage simmered within him. Seizing the ball, he declared his intent to act decisively. This time, Francis opted against shooting. Did he truly believe that merely a step back would suffice to thwart him? He was far too swift. Weinan merely felt a shadow flash past him, and then there was nothing more to it. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, a discordant smile graced his lips. The audacity of this fool! Did he truly believe he could effortlessly breach the formidable alliance of Gasol and the champion? A resounding rejection awaited him. Francis, in a misguided attempt to challenge the youthful prowess of Chandler, found himself firmly pinned beneath the backboard, immobile. Even the peak version of James had succumbed to the majesty of the champion. What, then, could a Francis amount to? With unwavering resolve, Gasol safeguarded the defensive rebound and, without a moment's hesitation, passed the ball to Weinan. A splendid opportunity for a fast break. Mobley and Jackson were desperately retreating. Yet how could they possibly thwart the already surging James Posey? The two advanced in a dispersed formation, while Weinan feigned a layup, only to cleverly redirect the ball to the closer Posey. In an explosive display, Posey ascended and executed a thunderous dunk. For a clock, the Rockets found themselves in a precarious position. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy was on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage. Who on earth instructed you to initiate an offensive right away? Utilize your strengths and pass the ball to Yao Ming. I cannot stress this enough. Van Gundy had always harbored disdain for Francis, viewing him as a reckless novice, utterly lacking in basketball acumen. And here we are, with 2 audacious maneuvers right out of the gate. How are we to proceed from here? Unyielding, Francis was determined to press on. This behavior was entirely in line with his character. Weinan remains unchanged, maintaining a distance that is neither too close nor too far, as if attempting to entice you. One must either choose the mid to long-range shots, which are not his forte, or penetrate the interior, where 2 iron barriers have awaited for quite some time. Contemplating such matters? That is not the essence of Francis. It is simply action, pure and unrestrained. In this particular moment, Francis does not even feign. He resolutely takes the shot against Weinan. Weinan possesses only mediocre athletic prowess, yet he has a remarkable ability to seize opportunities and excels in static skills. With his long arms, he obstructs Francis's view of the hoop. This shot defies logic. It is utterly irrational. Francis is playing in a manner that is simply unreasonable from the outset, and the Rockets are in for a tumultuous time. Zhang Li, in the commentary booth, appears to take a certain delight in this unfolding drama. As expected, Francis misses 3 consecutive shots, leaving him seemingly invincible. Weinan once again delivered a swift pass. This time a ground pass that traversed the entire court, rebounding perfectly as Mike Miller capitalized on it to score over Jackson. 6-0. How long has it been since he racked up 3 assists? For some reason, Weinan had an inkling that today he might just set the record for the youngest assists. Timeout. Van Gundy, with no other recourse, was compelled to call a pause in the game. Upon returning to the court, instead of chastising Francis, he chose to allow him to cool off on the bench. This decision incensed Francis, nearly provoking a confrontation with Van Gundy. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Rockets displayed a marked improvement in their offense following Francis's departure. Yao Ming repeatedly went one-on-one against Chandler in the paint, leaving Chandler bewildered, as if he had encountered a hauntingly familiar scenario. He suddenly recalled their first encounter, during which he had been utterly dominated by Yao. It was back in 1998 when Chandler was invited to the Nike Global Training Camp, having already garnered significant acclaim across the nation as a coveted big man. Just as he was poised to showcase his talents, he faced the towering giant from China, Yao Ming. That game turned into a nightmare for him. He was utterly overwhelmed. Yao hardly broke a sweat while Chandler fell apart. Tonight, would that nightmare repeat itself? No, I shall not allow it. Chandler, filled with determination, vowed to show the opposing player a thing or two. He was no longer the novice he once was. After 3 days apart, one must look anew. However, Yao's thunderous dunk abruptly yanked Chandler back to reality. Damn it. I can't compete. I truly can't. Chandler wore a look of grievance, thinking, how am I supposed to defend against a 7 feet 6 inches opponent who can soar over me? Brothers, do we have anything? He chuckled. Chapter 61. QTMD. This is enough. The halftime break arrived sooner than anticipated. Jeff Van Gundy erupted in anger within the locker room. Look at the mess you've made. That diminutive player from China is running rampant in our Toyota Center. You all ought to show him some resistance instead of merely barreling through the court. Van Gundy, a stubborn man, often used his tactical board as an outlet for his frustration. Jeff, he is not small. He is taller than any of our perimeter players. Yao Ming interjected, disagreeing with Van Gundy's assessment. You're only 5 feet 9 inches. How can you dare to label him as small? Yao, I am speaking now, and I expect you to show me some respect. Van Gundy remained calm despite the tension, acknowledging the Rockets' dismal performance in the first half. If it weren't for Yao's relentless efforts in the paint, they would have long since surrendered. There was no reason to berate a player performing admirably. Yao defended Wei Nan, as they hailed from the same homeland. Yao, is China a mysterious place? Mysterious? No, it is a beautiful place. Jeff stroked his balding head. And for some inexplicable reason, the brow that Marcus Camby had fractured back in 2000 began to throb once more. He could not fathom why China continuously produced such astonishing players. The 226 centimeters tall Yao Ming, adept at tactical free throws and the turnaround jumper, are these skills truly attainable by someone of such stature? Look at Shaquille O'Neal, with his massive physique. He merely bulldozes his way to the basket, his free throws are abysmal, and the thought of him attempting a fadeaway is laughable. He might as well shatter the backboard instead. And that rookie traded from the Grizzlies. Observe what he accomplished in the first half. 8 points and 8 assists. Your eyes do not deceive you. With the efforts of Mobley and Francis, they nearly enabled Wei Nan to achieve a double-double by halftime. If this continues, Van Gundy has every reason to believe that Wei Nan will surpass records atop their heads. This is unacceptable. We must clamp down on him in the second half. I do not wish for him to set new NBA records over us. Jeff Van Gundy nearly roared in the locker room. Damn it. That young man has been taunting us, spewing endless trash talk, and it infuriates me. Francis recalled Wei Nan's contemptuous expression, his teeth clenched in anger. He had never been mocked by a rookie so brazenly, as Wei Nan executed alley-oops time and again, completely disregarding him. Then let us obliterate him. Let our game do the talking instead of indulging in impotent rage here. Jeff Van Gundy continued to provoke Francis's nerves. Enough. Coach, I will show you. I am the finest guard of the Houston Rockets. All right, that is sufficient. Jeff Van Gundy nodded, exerting great effort to inspire his players. As they resumed the match, the Rockets, ignited by their fiery spirit, showed notable improvement. Francis surprisingly opted to pass. Yao Ming received the ball comfortably, pivoted, and executed a thunderous dunk, leaving Chandler in his wake. Steve, you have truly disappointed me. Wei Nan shook his head. An extreme offensive strategist, yet the moment he lost his desire to attack, his role on the court became nearly insignificant. Relying on Francis to connect the team? What a joke. If it were truly that simple. Wei Nan vowed he would no longer make things difficult for the little emperor, James. I have had enough of this game. Steve, it's time to conclude this tedious confrontation. Before Francis could react, Wei Nan lunged into the paint. He had accelerated? Francis stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. Yao Ming had to provide help defense as Wei Nan penetrated into the interior, poised to storm into the paint. Wei Nan gazed at the towering Yao Ming before him. Rather than slowing his pace, he quickened it even further. What was he attempting to accomplish? Zhang Ruocheng was taken aback. This play was illogical. Wei Nan ought not to challenge Yao Ming, the little giant of China. While Zhang Ruocheng verbally criticized the irrationality of the situation, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixated, betraying not the slightest hint of complacency. Wei Nan soared into the air. That damned leap obscured his vision, as Yao Ming enveloped him entirely. This shot, without a doubt, would miss. Jeff Van Gundy chuckled. After all, youth is often accompanied by impetuosity. The young man, in his fervent desire to prove himself, inadvertently placed himself in a precarious situation. Yet, he overlooked one crucial fact. For an exceptional ball handler, vision is merely an embellishment. Everything he needed was already etched in Wei Nan's mind. Wei Nan executed a remarkable maneuver. Under the imposing presence of Yao Ming, Wei Nan flicked the basketball to the right, and after bouncing, its trajectory altered, an exquisite result of Wei Nan's wrist rotation. Behind Yao Ming stood the unguarded Chandler. Chandler watched in disbelief as Wei Nan slipped beneath the towering figure of Yao Ming. Initially perceiving it as a blunder, he was ready to contest for possession, only to be astounded by the sudden stroke of fortune. How had the basketball landed in his hands? "Don, slam it down with fervor," Wei Nan roared. And although Chandler's mind did not register the moment, his body instinctively propelled the basketball into the hoop. Amazing! Jeff Van Gundy was left dumbfounded, his brow, stitched with 12 sutures, completely split open. He felt as if he were immersed in a game of 2K. Could such a pass truly be executed by a human? Reasonable. So very reasonable. This play drew Yao Ming's defense, and then, with a bounce pass, he delivered the ball to Chandler, who was utterly unguarded. Scoring was simply a matter of finesse. Zhang Li's skepticism evaporated as he witnessed Wei Nan's brilliance. Everything Wei Nan did appeared exceedingly logical to Zhang Weiping. This is precisely what a point guard ought to accomplish. Steve, put aside your desire to win the game. Tonight, victory will elude you. Francis's expression darkened. I appreciate your passing, but I abhor your provocation. From this moment forth, I shall not pass. I will fully embody my basketball philosophy. Damn Jeff Van Gundy. Damn team basketball. Damn team victory. Francis had never felt so impotent as he did at this moment. He was determined to reclaim his identity and dominate the opposition. Hand me the basketball, Francis declared fiercely to Mobley. Mobley found himself at a loss. Although he yearned to teach Wei Nan a lesson, in the current Houston Rockets, Francis remained the undisputed leader. With the ball in hand, Francis's gaze sharpened, his demeanor fierce. He executed a swift pullback dribble, followed by a powerful thrust of his left foot, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning. Wei Nan could not be stopped, however. He remained closely behind, never straying an inch away. Gasol moved forward to impede, while Francis surged towards Gasol. His body contorted in a fierce struggle as he exerted every ounce of strength to guide the basketball into the hoop. Bang! A resounding noise echoed beside Francis's ear. Damn it, what a dream! Wei Nan ruthlessly extended his massive hand, crushing Francis's assault. This was destined to be a thoroughly exhilarating battle, a one-sided domination. Wei Nan achieved a resounding victory against Francis. Chapter 62, 15:15. Stubbornness is synonymous with Jeff Van Gundy, a workaholic. He devotes himself to basketball with such fervor that even his eating, sleeping, and breathing seem to revolve around the court, despite his modest height of 1.75 meters, which renders him diminutive on the sidelines. His small stature belies a courageous heart. It is no wonder he is regarded with such esteem. However, when his players are threatened, the timid Van Gundy transforms into a brave little warrior, charging forth to defend them. His loyalty has garnered him a formidable reputation. On May 30th, 1998, during a playoff game between the Knicks and the Heat, a fierce altercation erupted between Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning. Van Gundy immediately rushed onto the court to intervene. In a moment of desperation to protect his players, he clung tightly to Mourning's leg, only to be dragged several feet across the floor by the powerful center. Post-game, journalist Buck described the scene. For a brief moment, Jeff was even lifted off the ground by Mourning's foot, resembling a hammock. From that day forward, he earned the nickname Hammock. Is this a fusion of angel and devil? Many who traverse the NBA experience this duality, and Jeff Van Gundy is no exception. He is fiercely loyal, dedicating his entire being to basketball. By the standards of admiration, what a noble quality this is. Yet the devil remains a devil. Van Gundy's substitutions, his mistrust of rookie players, and his inflexibility in strategic adjustments mirror those of his brother, a staunch advocate for the starters. Coach, we should make a substitution. Francis and Mobley are no match for Wei Nan, an assistant coach cautioned, but Jeff Van Gundy's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the bench. Boston Naba, this rookie from last year, was afforded a mere 3 minutes in the first half before awkwardly returning to the sidelines. Moochie Norris? An unremarkable backup point guard standing at only 1.85 meters. By any measure, the Rockets lacked the depth for effective substitutions. This is a true reflection of Yao Ming's era with the Rockets, devoid of quality point guards, lacking skilled passers, and without a formidable power forward. Not even a strong backup center to bolster the lineup. Wei Nan is now perplexed, unable to comprehend where his former self derived such confidence. Believing that the Rockets could advance to the finals and seize the championship. It was only after acquiring players like Battier and Arteas that the Rockets truly possessed competitive strength. Yet, fate proved unkind, as Yao Ming was sidelined by injury, missing the most crucial window for a championship run. Alas, tonight he must concede defeat. Jeff Van Gundy shook his head. The current Rockets require a complete overhaul. The combination of Francis and Mobley is fraught with shortcomings. To genuinely emerge as a formidable powerhouse, offense cannot be the foremost priority. Defense is paramount, and fortunately, they have Yao Ming, a towering center standing at 226 centimeters. Like a dragon hoarding treasure. The Rockets owner has never directed his attention towards strengthening the team. It's all about money, day in and day out. As if he could lie in a coffin clutching his wealth. The more Van Gundy pondered, the more irate he became. The assistant coach dared not utter a word. Aware that he lacked the standing to intervene in the power struggle between the owner and the head coach. Your words may be sharp, yet your skills on the court are sorely lacking. There will always be young talents who will surpass you. Why can't that young talent be me? Wei Nan assisted Mike Miller, whose three-point shot soared like a cannonball, utterly obliterating all hopes for Houston. Wei Nan towered above, standing before Francis like a mountain, leaving the latter breathless. Listen here, young man. Your arrogance will not last forever. Someone will inevitably defeat you, just as you were today. Francis recognized the tide had turned. He was rendered impotent, his offensive prowess faltering, and defense was never his forte. Wei Nan effortlessly sent a quick pass over his head, and Chandler was almost fed to the level of Shaquille O'Neal. Burp, Chandler expressed, is there more? Young man, can you still be called young if you're not arrogant? Defeat me? I am not a superstar like CJ8. Failure is merely the mother of success. Do you understand? One who often walks by the riverbank inevitably gets wet shoes. The wheel of fortune turns. Today, the goddess of victory smiles upon the Memphis Grizzlies and Wei Nan. As the final buzzer sounded, Chandler jubilantly cradled the basketball in his arms. With a remarkable tally of 21 points and 10 rebounds, this was the champion's performance for the day. Though his counterpart, Yao Ming, had superior statistics, with 28 points and 13 rebounds, nearly annihilating Chandler in their one-on-one. Tonight's 2010 was the finest testament from this third-year rookie. Mom, sisters, did you see? I can also shine on the court. I can be an integral part of the team. I can achieve victory. I can. His voice trembled. And without exaggeration, this was the ultimate redemption for Chandler, who had endured injuries and was sent from the Bulls to the Grizzlies. Raised in a single-parent household, he had faced numerous adversities. All right, big man, hold it together. Save the tears for the locker room. If you cry again, I want to pass you the ball in the next game. Wei Nan abruptly interrupted Chandler's spell. Not passing the ball to me? My dear father, I shan't cry any longer. I shall immediately retreat to the locker room. After 2 games, Chandler finally grasped the truth. This team could do without anyone. But Wei Nan's presence was indispensable. With such a nurturing point guard by his side, his springtime was just within reach. Brother Yao, my apologies for not allowing you a flawless conclusion tonight at the Toyota Center. Wei Nan shook hands with Yao Ming, gazing up at the towering figure who loomed over him. This sense of proximity and pressure can only be fully appreciated by those who truly understand the game of basketball. It's of no consequence. Victory and defeat are mere facets of the sport, as our ancestors wisely stated. Who among us can remain an invincible champion indefinitely? Once he released his grip, he affectionately ruffled Wei Nan's hair, causing him to look up in alarm. Thankfully, it wasn't Duncan. His hairstyle was spared. A night of fervor. A whirlwind of statistics. While everyone marveled at the young emperor, the Memphis Warriors quietly opened the gateway to a new era. In his second game as a rookie, Wei Nan delivered an astonishing performance. 15 points and 15 assists. Perhaps your eyes did not deceive you. This was his remarkable contribution against the Rockets. A bold display. Embodying the quintessential point guard role, he is poised to be the most representative tall guard since Magic Johnson. Enthusiastic supporters have begun to hype his performance, and the buzz continues to grow. Even numerous stars have voiced their opinions on Wei Nan's prowess in the media. The extraordinary young talent has only just begun his journey. We require more samples to assess his potential. Yet, without a shadow of a doubt, he is an exceptional player. A wager? Certainly not. I maintain a fundamental respect for Chinese players, as expressed by the outspoken Barkley. Francis was overwhelmed? What a shame. He's just a softie. And Wei Nan? I've never heard of him. Is he truly strong? Questioned the Timberwolves' wild man Spreewell. Are you comparing him to me as a rookie? Brother, I take that as a compliment. I haven't watched him play, but honestly, 15-15 at just 18 years of age? Oh my God, today's youth are astounding. Perhaps this affirmation comes from an old pro in New Jersey. Regardless, Wei Nan's illustrious career has only just commenced. Chapter 63. A man must never spew forth first. We are the triumphant lions returning home. We are the victorious grizzlies. Each bullet eliminates an enemy, and every assist culminates in a slam dunk. The melody, perhaps an adaptation from somewhere, rolls off the tongues of the Grizzlies players with ease. This verse is quite delightful. Wei Nan, you are not only suited for the sport but also for a career as a singer. Gasol was in high spirits. After 2 consecutive victories, the team's morale soared. Let us hope you can still smile after facing Duncan. Wei Nan paid no heed to Gasol, engrossed in his shooting practice. The daily tasks must be fulfilled. This is an unyielding principle for Wei Nan. Today's objective was to shoot 1,000 times, and he had only completed half. Hey, Wei Nan, can you not take it so seriously? Beyond the games, there's training. You're not going to make any friends like this. What friends? A boyfriend or a girlfriend? Or perhaps a teammate who fires off shots? A true basketball player does not require such trivialities. Those who lack diligence are unworthy of success. Teammates who revel in their accomplishments after just a game or 2 fill me with shame. Paul, your performance in the last 2 games pales in comparison to Chandler's. Yet your attitude is abysmal, as soft as a donut in a television drama. Buck up. It's time for training. 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 Have you forgotten that tomorrow night we face the defending champions at home? Come on. Wei Nan, your demeanor is truly dreadful. Gasol's cheerful mood instantly turned complex. The arrival of Wei Nan to the Grizzlies is undoubtedly a positive development, however. This individual exhibits an extraordinary level of diligence that is uncommon for someone of merely 18 years. Consider his statistics from the initial 2 games, flawless, indeed. And he even tops the assist leaderboard. One might expect him to revel in such accomplishments, and that feeling would be entirely appropriate for someone of his caliber. Yet, the disparity between reality and expectation is often stark. It resembles the narrative of a young gangster yearning to ascend to the role of a leader, only to meet a tragic fate in the streets. Wei Nan was devoid of any joyful emotions. Rather, he was engulfed in a melancholic state. Locking himself within the confines of the basketball gym, training fervently. This is a positive development. It is as it should be. You are excessively zealous. Take a moment to rest and set that cursed basketball aside. In that fleeting moment, Pau Gasol felt compelled to grant Wei Nan a reprieve. Ding. Sensing Pau Gasol's earnest goodwill, the attributes refreshed, the host is advised to check them. Wei Nan, who had completely disregarded Gasol's presence, suddenly had his eyes alight. After a long wait, today has finally arrived. After dreaming for so long, the dream has finally come to fruition. The future is vast, and I shall venture forth. Fortunate to have you by my side. After a long anticipation, today has finally come. After enduring for so long, the dream has finally been realized. Ding. Absorbable attributes detected. Basketball skill. Pick and roll pass. Level. Ordinary. Task requirement. Train Gasol to the point of exhaustion. An ordinary skill? Wei Nan's once vibrant eyes dimmed slightly. Gasol found himself utterly perplexed by the young man's thoughts, despite their minimal age difference. In an instant, the brilliance that had shone in Wei Nan's gaze faded significantly. What do you mean, kid? I ask you, what do you mean? Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. An ordinary skill is still a skill. Training to the point of nausea? Is this nausea serious? Paul, your hellish strength is upon you. Paul, you are nothing but a softie. The Memphis fans were not mistaken. Just look at your pathetic barbell weight. Your resistance is inferior even to my neighbor's grandmother. Tim Duncan will obliterate you tomorrow night. Everything you are will be ruthlessly crushed, and you will be humiliated before the Memphis fans. You softie. The sudden onslaught of trash talk left Gasol stunned, unable to respond for a long moment. I am your teammate, your older brother. Have you considered your future when you speak to me like this? Gasol's anger surged as he vowed to teach this disrespectful young man a lesson. Am I a softie? Shut your mouth. Ultimately, Gasol was a kind-hearted person, unable to utter even a single curse word. I may close my mouth, but how will you prove that you are not a softie? Wei Nan relentlessly pursued his goal. I swear, I will utterly overwhelm him in my showdown with Duncan tomorrow night. I also vow that when I face the Los Angeles Lakers, I will pin Kobe to the floor. Vows are meaningless. It is time to take tangible actions to prove you are not a coward. Right now. Immediately. Train with me. To grow stronger, you must exert yourself and strive. Have you ever witnessed Memphis at 4 in the morning? No, you have not. Put on your charming overalls and come here at once. I will push you to the brink of exhaustion. Gasol was indeed deceived. In a fit of rage, he engaged in a grueling training session with Wei Nan, one that demanded endurance from a true man. By that evening, Gasol was so exhausted that he lay on the floor, gasping for breath. Pathetic. I knew it. The first to lie down would undoubtedly be you. Wei Nan gasped for breath, the passage of time lost to him as the two continued their relentless race without pause. Do not be complacent. I have yet to concede defeat. I can still fight on. Gasol strained against his own fatigue, his arms trembling, yet his countenance remained resolute and defiant. I concede that you are no coward. You are indeed a true man. You may rest now, but the victory shall be mine. Wei Nan has reached his limits. His physical endurance is not comparable to that of the extraordinary athletes in the NBA. The fierce battle with Gasol is solely aimed at accomplishing his mission. Gritting his teeth, he initially believed that Gasol would not last this long, yet to his astonishment, this young man proved to be stronger than anticipated. No, victory belongs to me. I shall never concede defeat. How dare you? I have shown you respect. Come on. I refuse to believe that I cannot prevail over you today. Wei Nan was furious. Did he want to challenge me to a game of high-stakes poker? Did he possess the means to do so? No matter. Today, we shall see who falls first. As the players of the Grizzlies finished their dinner, one by one, they cheerfully made their way to the training facility, where they were greeted by the sight of two hefty men engaged in an intense bout of training, caught in a fierce competition. Had they truly been training this entire time? James Posey incredulously turned to his teammate, Mike Miller. I'm not sure, but judging by their condition, it certainly appears that way. Oh my goodness. They've lost their minds. Everyone stood in astonishment. Paul Gasol and Wei Nan had been training for 5 consecutive hours. Were they so consumed by their dedication that they neglected to eat? All of us are on the same team. Can't we simply get along? Why must we engage in this internal competition? The only ones benefiting from this fervor are the owners. It is utterly bewildering. No, if both the rookies and the veterans are putting in such effort, I cannot fall behind. Indeed, let us all practice. I shall go for a run first, and no one is permitted to stop me. I'll start by working on my strength, then I'll practice my shooting afterward. Count me in. My dismal shooting also requires some improvement. Observing the fervent determination of his teammates, James Posey exchanged glances with Mike Miller. Mike, are you planning to put in extra practice on your shooting as well? Mike Miller sheepishly scratched his head. I missed 2 3-pointers in the last game. I believe I can do better. Well then, it seems this fellow has also succumbed to the spirit of competition. Wei Nan and Gasol were oblivious to the fact that their actions had given rise to a culture of competition within the team. As the two strong men continued their tussle, Wei Nan's heart roared. Why are you not yielding yet? Chapter 64. Is it a slam dunk or a block? Ding. Task accomplished. Train Gasol to the point of exhaustion. Award received. Basketball skill. Pick and roll. Level. Ordinary. Ultimately, it was Wei Nan who emerged victorious. Wei Nan, you are still young. As your older brother, I should give way to you. There are matters at home, so I must take my leave. Remember to get a good night's sleep. You are still growing. Gasol departed, hunched over as he exited the arena. Wei Nan smiled cheerfully, choosing not to expose the truth. After all, everyone has their pride, and with the reward in hand, Wei Nan felt thoroughly content. The concept of pick and roll enhances the host's awareness of this strategy. The synergy of passing and cutting is crucial. While Gasol possesses the ability to facilitate plays as a big man, his execution of the pick and roll does not reach the level of mastery. A player who stands tall in the paint, demonstrating exceptional playmaking skills and outstanding judgment, capable of reading the court and actively engaging in passing and cutting, is a rarity throughout the history of the league. Those who can integrate incisive cuts with effective passing are few and far between, but in Wei Nan's recollection, Nikola Jokic stands out as one of the few who achieves this level of excellence. Wei Nan's pick-and-roll passing has reached an all-star caliber. Yet his timing for cuts requires a certain intuition, necessitating a keen insight into the defenders on the court. Wei Nan distinguishes himself from traditional guards with his ample height, which significantly enhances his cutting threat. However, his ordinary skills offer limited enhancement. If Wei Nan aspires to achieve substantial growth, he must seize more opportunities. Early the next morning, the venerable coach Hubie Brown arrived punctually at the training facility. Gazing upon the deserted basketball court, he was consumed by fury. Where have those young men gone? Are they languishing in the embrace of women? What time is it, and why have they not yet arrived for training? He bellowed at his assistant coach, Lionel Hollins, visibly on the verge of apoplexy. Hubie, you must remain calm. Allow me to explain, Hollins urged, gently guiding the irate coach aside and patting his back. Once his emotions began to settle, Hollins spoke. This cannot be blamed on them. They trained too late last night. These young men are working diligently and need time to adjust. Trained too late last night? Did they engage in extra practice? The coach inquired. More than just extra practice. Gasol trained to the point of vomiting. Hollins, the last to leave, had witnessed the fervor of the Grizzlies players. They trained with such fervency that it seemed they would not cease until they collapsed. What is going on? Why would these young men voluntarily engage in extra practice? The coach pondered aloud. There is no other way to put it. Wei-Nan is simply too passionate. The competition within the team is intense, and each individual is striving for their future. Wei-Nan? The old master is aware of him. He arrives the earliest each day and departs the latest. Wei-Nan is a diligent and eager learner, as well as a composed young athlete on the court. The environment can indeed influence individuals, and the dedication of exceptional players is equally impactful. Is Wei-Nan not exceptional? He is indeed remarkable. As a freshman, he is immensely talented and strategic. The Grizzlies have achieved 2 consecutive victories with great ease, and Wei-Nan is at least half responsible for this success. It is only right to feel a sense of urgency. They are young and should train diligently. The seasoned coach has calmed down and has begun to analyze tonight's opponent, the San Antonio Spurs, alongside Hollins. With the players performing admirably, the coaches must not lag behind. Setting aside physical concerns, he is determined to immerse himself in reviewing game footage day and night from this moment forward. On November 3, 2003, the Grizzlies' home, the Pyramid Arena, welcomed a distinguished guest. The reigning champions of the 2002-2003 season, the San Antonio Spurs, led by Popovich and his beloved Prot GS, visited Memphis to commence their road trip. Prior to the game, when questioned about Wei-Nan, Popovich responded with a smile. He is incredible. Can I trade Tony for him? Haha, I'm joking, but you must admit, I am quite enamored with Wei-Nan. In response to the old man's flattering words, Wei-Nan internally scoffed. You old rascal, you are quite devious. He did not believe a word of Popovich's praise. And as for Tim Duncan, he is cut from the same cloth as Popovich. All that talk of a bright future is mere illusion, a deception. Wei-Nan vividly recalls the celebrations of the young Emperor's championship year. LeBron James, for goodness sake, is already balding. The San Antonio Spurs are an organization that lies with a straight face. They are certainly not the good guys. Yet, one cannot deny that as reigning champions, they are among the elite teams in the league. With Tony Parker sidelined due to injury, the Spurs are incomplete, and tonight, they must be breached. The seasoned coach is brimming with confidence, as is his team. Parker has been out since October 17th due to a left ankle sprain sustained during a preseason game. And Popovich is hopeful that Parker will recover fully. I only feel comfortable when there is no risk involved. If this were the playoffs, I would already be on the court. However, Coach Popovich wants me to return only when I am nearly 100 healthy. He does not want me to rush back and risk another injury that could sideline me for 10 to 15 games. The longevity of the GDP trio is a testament to Popovich's exemplary injury management. The Spurs without Parker lack their most crucial playmaker and perimeter scorer. Even so, their strength remains formidable. Tonight, you must exploit Duncan. His left ankle is not yet fully healed. If you cannot even accomplish this, Paul, you will disappoint me. What is the best way to build confidence? Defeating formidable adversaries, particularly a superstar like Tim Duncan, is no small feat. A slumbering tiger remains a tiger, and overcoming him will instill in Paul an unparalleled confidence. Wei-Nan, observing closely from the sidelines, will witness the greatness of Paul as he dominates the court tonight. As the game commenced, Chandler asserted his prowess by securing the first offensive possession against Spurs center Rasho Nestorovic. Jason Hart, tasked with defending Wei-Nan, is not the same relentless warrior from the Knicks who battles for 48 minutes, standing at 191 meters. Jason is utterly incapable of obstructing Wei-Nan's passing. Gasol displayed palpable excitement, finding his optimal offensive position in the mid-range area just beyond the paint. Wei-Nan awaited Gasol's positioning before delivering the basketball to him. An exceptional point guard must possess not only dazzling and imaginative passing skills but also the acumen to assist teammates in finding the optimal point to initiate an offensive play. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol, undeterred by Duncan, decisively made his move. With a gentle touch, he scored over Duncan's head. "Listen up, tonight I intend to dominate," Gasol proclaimed. A rarity for him to issue such a battle declaration. Duncan exchanged glances with his teammates. "What? Are you planning to send me a rejection tonight?" "No problem. Let us have an exhilarating duel." Chapter 65. You're as soft as a donut. "Buddy, You're as soft as a donut. Gasol demanded the ball in the low post, aggressively challenging Duncan, who took a half step back, his position unwavering. The Stone Buddha, Duncan, as steady as a mountain, has long been renowned by that moniker. Resilient as rock, composed as a sage, the once feared Tim Duncan, now altered by significant injuries, faced a different reality. Can you muster some strength? I've heard you're planning to show me some color. In a rare moment, Duncan engaged in trash talk on the court. Don't get cocky. I haven't even unleashed my full power yet. Gasol retorted angrily, realizing that this old adversary was quite formidable. In terms of physical toughness, Gasol was no match for Duncan. However, when it came to footwork, Gasol held a distinct advantage. With nimble steps, he aimed to break through. Attempting to dunk over Tim Duncan? Madness. Tonight, Paul Gasol was completely consumed by fervor. Kenny Smith, sitting at the commentary booth, knew all too well how formidable Tim Duncan could be. An unbelievable choice. He went in. OMG, Tim Duncan completed the block from behind. It was a remarkable rejection. Gasol's attempt to breach the Stone Buddha was thwarted at the rim. Heavens. The game continued, and Wei Nan, a surprise presence, emerged. The Stone Buddha was breached, and Wei Nan executed a putback dunk right over Tim Duncan's head. The spectacular moments kept unfolding as Wei Nan landed, bellowing, "Brother, you're the one who is soft like a donut." Tech foul, he cried. Referee, he yelled at me. He should receive a tech. Duncan, agitated, realized the blatant provocation warranted a technical foul. It was essential. The referee remained indifferent, for this was the Pyramid Arena, the fierce home of the Grizzlies. No room for complaints like a weakling. Well, you've successfully provoked me. With an ankle injury. Duncan's coach Popovich had strategically chosen to concede this match, yet the opposing team opened with relentless intensity, inciting Duncan's fury. Come, let me teach you a lesson. Ginobili, with his blade yet to be unsheathed, chooses to remain patient, entrusting the ball to his elder brother, for the moment for him to strike has not yet arrived. Duncan, facing Gasol, gestures assertively, imploring, do not attempt to reason with him. Double-team him immediately. The champion, under his guidance, swiftly ensures that Gasol effectively confines Duncan to the left side at a sharp 45-degree angle. You scoundrel, you forsake the principles of the game. Popovich expresses his frustration. Is it truly necessary to exert such effort in the regular season? With Tony Parker absent, the Spurs' perimeter threat is solely embodied by Ginobili. As for Bruce Bowen, what else can this fellow do apart from tripping opponents? Wei Nan has made his move. Duncan, evidently a bit out of practice, has yet to shake off the rust in this third regular season game as the Spurs continue to struggle with their slow start. Surrounded by three defenders, Wei Nan deftly snatches the ball, which tumbles to the floor, a floor ball. With a graceful leap, he delivers a bounce pass after hitting the ground. How did he even spot his teammate? Everyone is left in a state of bewilderment. After Wei Nan fell to the ground, he swiftly turned around and accurately located the swiftly advancing James Posey, assisting him in effortlessly completing a layup. Good job. The veteran coach raised his thumb in approval. Paul, be a bit tougher. I won't come to your rescue next time, Wei Nan gestured to Gasol during the timeout. No problem. Leave it to me. I can handle everything. Huh, I believe your nonsense. Sure enough, during the timeout, Popovich made adjustments. Duncan continued to guard Gasol, but Wei Nan's defender had shifted from Jason Hart to Bruce Bowen. With Ginobili controlling the ball, Hart exited, and the 2-1 meter forward Malik Rose took to the court. The rapid adjustments showcased Popovich's keen insight. He had to admit that the newcomer was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Without Parker in the lineup, Bowen took the lead, gazing at the bald, somewhat sinister-looking Bowen, who occasionally eyed Wei Nan's ankles. Wei Nan vowed to avenge Vince Carter. Come on, you think you can pass? Watch as I apply tight defense and leave you disoriented. Not bad. Your trash talk rhymes quite well. Are you preparing for a graduate exam? Bowen's height matched Wei Nan's perfectly, but Wei Nan remained unperturbed. Beginning to play his game, a pick-and-roll at the 5 position saw the imposing figure of the boxer completely block Bowen. Bowen, giving it his all, desperately squeezed through, only to find the ball had vanished. Mike Miller, poised and ready, received the pass as Wei Nan drew the defense, and swoosh, it went in. You're clever. But next time, I won't make it so easy for you. Wei Nan smiled silently. Turning around, Gasol continued to be dominated by Duncan. Chandler was a step too slow. Duncan pivoted at a 45-degree angle, executing his signature bank shot with finesse. Wei Nan gazed with envy, recognizing that the foundation of fundamental skills was indeed well-deserved. This small chalkboard alone could suffice for countless interior players in the league to learn for a lifetime. Why does Duncan not enhance his attribute values? Any skill worthy of the name must at least reach the level of mastery. This is a veritable treasure, brimming with invaluable gems. Wei-Nan fixed his gaze intently upon Duncan, who felt a chill creep down his spine. Turning to glance behind him, he found Wei-Nan's eyes glinting with a predatory intensity. What could this mean? Duncan cautiously retreated a half-step. Once more facing Bowen, the familiar routine unfolded. Reminiscent of past encounters, yet this time, the final executioner had shifted from Mike Miller to James Posey. Whoosh. The Spurs were now trailing by 8 points. With the Spurs on the offensive, Duncan faced a double team, prompting him to pass the ball, leading to a turnover. Wei-Nan took the lead, closely followed by Bowen. Still pursuing me? Hee. Even if you catch up, I won't share anything with you. Hee. Wei-Nan feigned a shot, abruptly halted, and collided. Wei-Nan's feet barely left the ground, yet he managed to instill a sense of impending dread in Bowen. Alas, it was merely a common foul, insufficient to warrant a free throw. Wei-Nan executed a sideline throw-in, launching the ball deep into the interior. Boom. Lasinestrovich. You are nothing but a mere dish. Wei-Nan glanced at the technical board, satisfied, considering it a personal assist. As the first half concluded, Bowen murmured to himself in the locker room, frustrated. Why doesn't this kid shoot? Damn, he doesn't even jump. How can I showcase my signature skills? Bowen felt constrained. Throughout the first half, he had been thoroughly toyed with by Wei-Nan. The long-lost heavenly severing kick was poised for action. Yet he found no suitable opportunity, nearly on the verge of tears from anxiety. Popovich wore a grave expression, sensing that victory would not belong to San Antonio tonight. That yellow-skinned, leisurely playing fellow had seen through all his tricks. Without targeted strategies, turning the tide would be exceedingly challenging. Popovich cast a glance at Bowen, who returned the gaze. In their exchanged looks, they recognized the desires that each harbored. Popovich, go out there and unleash your abilities. Do not hesitate. Bowen, at this moment, I have awaited for far too long. Wei-Nan, in the second half, you shall be carried out of the field. Chapter 66, The One Who Kicks Below the Belt. Wei-Nan. As the teams switched sides, Bowen was seething with rage, his eyes wide with fury. This is not good. There is an aura of menace. Wei-Nan felt a chill creeping up from his feet. Bowen. Is it finally time for you to take action? Yet, while you possess a crippled foot, I wield the strength of a diamond leg. As Wei-Nan dribbled the ball, he found himself face to face with Bowen, the air crackling with tension as the two masters clashed, each move a lethal strike. A dance of skill where countering was the essence of greatness. Bowen pressed in closely, akin to a relentless adhesive, suffocating Wei-Nan's space. Yet, Wei-Nan remained unfazed, maintaining his composure as he skillfully maneuvered the ball. In the one-on-one defense, Chandler struggled to find opportunities for screens. Suddenly, Bowen intensified his efforts, aiming to catch Wei-Nan off guard. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Wei-Nan's gaze was not fixated on him. My eyes are solely on you. With a forceful pass amidst the fierce confrontation, Gasol surprisingly set a screen for Chandler, and the synergy between the big men ignited Wei-Nan's intuition. The ball was in his hands, leading to a thunderous dunk. The pressure was insufficient. Bruce, where is your formidable defense? Where are those subtle tactics? I feel no pressure at all. Confronting Bowen, a perennial member of the all-defensive team, Wei-Nan unleashed a torrent of trash talk, igniting the renowned god of defense to a fiery rage. He was the embodiment of fear, instilling dread in those he guarded, who cursed him in whispers behind his back. Yet he remained indifferent. The audacity of the offensive player's bravado was a sacrilege against oneself, a profound insult. How dare a mere, inexperienced youth act with such insolence? Bowen was genuinely enraged, initiating full-court pressure the moment Wei-Nan took possession of the ball. Bowen was formidable, indeed. He ranked among the top 2 or 3 defenders in the league, without a rival. He always remained steadfastly in front of you, tireless and relentless in his pursuit. Wei-Nan revels in the exhilarating thrill that competition brings. At times, he perceives himself as somewhat of a deviant, akin to his intense training sessions with Gasol, exhausted yet adorned with a smile. He embraces the challenge, daring his opponents to push him further. Should he falter, he concedes his inadequacy, but should he triumph, he will celebrate atop their shoulders. Such is the essence of basketball. Concepts like brotherly camaraderie and trivial fouls are mere distractions. They do not embody true basketball, which is a pursuit for the resilient. The joy of competition sends Wei-Nan's adrenaline soaring. His confrontations with Bowen sharpen his focus on the game, enhancing his insight into every moment. You cannot snatch my basketball. I am no mere lightweight. While Bowen persistently pressures him, Wei-Nan remains as steady as a seasoned veteran, skillfully navigating past half-court. Unflustered and composed, he faces the intense pressure with remarkable poise. Such talent deserves a place with the San Antonio Spurs. Coach Popovich favors players who possess both intellect and skill. He is a discerning individual who cannot abide partnering with fools. Why does Popovich hold such fondness for Ginobili? Talented players with brains are exceedingly rare in this league. How does one effectively counter tight, aggressive defense? Wayne executed a grand rip-through, followed by the sharp sound of the referee's whistle. The hand check. A defensive technique involving physical contact with an opponent to track their movements. Was permissible for defenders to use their arms to obstruct an opponent's mobility prior to the reforms of 2004. However, in 2003, the league had already begun to discourage this defensive approach beyond the three-point line to facilitate players' adaptation. Bowen's defense was exceedingly tight, according to next year's defensive regulations. His close marking of Wayne constituted a foul. Ultimately, the interpretation of the rules rested with the referee, should the referee refrain from calling a foul. Wayne would not voice any complaints. Nevertheless, given the utilization of basketball regulations, Bowen's proximity made it nearly impossible to avoid making contact with Wayne's shooting hand. The rip-through, a dubious method of drawing a foul, was famously perfected by Kevin Durant during his tenure with the Thunder. His contemporaneous peer, James Harden, has taken this technique to unprecedented heights, continuing to push the boundaries further. Despite the criticism surrounding this tactic, numerous stars still resort to such maneuvers on the court. In the face of an adversary with a compromised leg, Wayne's actions appeared entirely justified, while Bowen, perplexed by the arbitrary officiating, shrugged in confusion. "Move aside. Don't delay my free throw," he seemed to convey. Wayne pushed aside Bowen, making one out of 2 free throws, a rather unremarkable performance. "I hope you continue to defend me this way, as it will allow me to score in double digits." Wayne exhibited an extreme arrogance, leaving Bowen grinding his teeth in frustration. If it had been Kobe before him, Bowen would have found no fault. Yet, this was Wayne, a rookie who had just entered the league and played only 3 games. Being mocked by a newcomer? How utterly humiliating. I must retaliate. I shall surely trip him. In the next play, Bowen deliberately took half a step back, enticing Wayne, daring him to take a jump shot. For he would soon learn what true agony feels like. If others extend a helping foot towards you, do not hesitate. Utilize it to your advantage. Wayne leaped into the air. Bowen felt a surge of joy within. The opportunity had arrived. His foot instinctively extended forward, a reflex etched into his very muscles, woven into the fabric of his being. Wayne certainly caught sight of the culprit, whom Vince Carter detested deeply and wished to eliminate to prevent future troubles. Wayne lifted his left leg, positioning his body in a near horizontal manner. At the moment of his leap, all his strength concentrated on the left side. A conventional jump shot would undoubtedly land upon Bowen's formidable weapon, but how does one anticipate such an unconventional maneuver? Accompanied by a piercing scream. Wayne innocently spread his hands and pointed at his feet. Reviewing the footage, I assure you it was unintentional. Do you comprehend the urgency of evasion? He was about to step on my foot. Wayne was still lamenting to the referee, while Bowen lay on the ground in agony, clutching his most vital area and rolling in distress. Indeed, this was not merely a shot. As the old adage goes, it was a low blow. Do you intend to incapacitate me? I shall ensure you are rendered unable to care for yourself first. With a single strike, Wayne executed his move flawlessly. Adhering to the principles of the Pythagorean theorem, the laws of triangles, and the axioms of quadrilaterals, Wayne landed steadily, leaving Bowen writhing in pain on the ground. Popovich shouted from the sidelines. He lifted his foot. "That's a foul. Call a technical foul on him. I understand your urgency, but please, hold your horses." The referee is well aware of Bowen's tendencies. Lifting the leg during a shot is a commonplace maneuver, as evidenced by the likes of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. I truly did not intend to kick him in the groin. It was his own groin that came closer. He is clearly attempting to draw a foul. He is undoubtedly trying to deceive. Wayne's words amused even himself, causing the referee to chuckle, finding the young man rather entertaining. Bowen was assisted to the bench, and it seemed that tonight's Bruce would have to indulge in a rather subdued nightlife. Meanwhile, the referee, after scrutinizing the replay, furrowed his brow. Bowen's kick was rather careless. Everyone understood the underlying implications. A standard judgment for Wayne, no harm done. A word of caution for the next time. Be mindful not to elevate your leg too high while shooting. Very well. Wayne smiled cheerfully, and as Bowen gazed upon that handsome, sunlit visage, He could scarcely fathom that this fellow was even more cunning than he himself. Chapter 67. The unchanging essence of basketball. No one would believe that the reigning champions would retreat in such disarray, akin to the San Antonio River, which will forever flow in one direction. 2 years prior, as David Robinson approached retirement, concerns began to surface regarding Tim Duncan's future with the Spurs. That year witnessed a plethora of captivating narratives. The sensational Vince Carter ultimately remained in Canada, while the historically illustrious offensive center Hakeem Olajuwon concluded his lengthy tenure in Houston and ventured to the frigid landscape of Toronto. Grant Hill of Orlando was on the brink of a comeback, and the prospect of his pairing with Tracy McGrady ignited boundless imaginations. The true history of Sacramento nearly saw Chris Webber depart, adorned with his usual flair, from his cherished team. The process was inconsequential. Webber held a deep affection for that place and the substantial remuneration it offered. Tim Duncan, the protagonist of many future tales, was frequently mentioned that year. The lockout of 1999 bestowed upon Duncan a championship trophy steeped in controversy. Tim was a good-natured lad who heeded his mother's counsel to complete his education and become a contributing member of society. Now, he followed the call of his heart. With matters still to address in the Alamo City, he felt the need to prove himself, affirming that the championship was not mere happenstance. The ensuing saga is well known. Duncan ascended to the pinnacle once more, and the waters of the river were clear and pristine, cleansing the impurities and silencing the disparaging voices of the masses. In the 2003-2004 season, the journey of the defending champions commenced anew, akin to a victorious general preparing to mount his beloved steed and embark on another distant campaign. Kobe proclaimed that his most admired player of 2003 was that Chinese individual named Wei Nan, a sentiment that might indeed hold truth. The local Memphis newspaper reported the following day on the Grizzlies' triumphant 3-game winning streak, heralding a splendid journey that began in Memphis. Memphis is a quaint city, tranquil in nature, devoid of the bustling encounters typical of New York, where every action is magnified. Wei Nan is deeply enamored with this place, where, as night descends, the renowned Beale Street comes alive with the exuberant sounds of blues music, jazz, and rock. It is akin to a grand melting pot, drawing millions of visitors to the banks of the Mississippi River. Let us pay the highest tribute to the illustrious Jerry West. We are grateful to him for bringing the future hopes of the Grizzlies, embodied in Wei Nan, to Memphis. The simple, sincere local populace rejoices in song and dance, once again celebrating the soul of this city for the victorious Grizzlies. Let us return to the moment when the final whistle sounded. Wei Nan embraced Bow One, a moment destined to be etched in the memory of Bruce, the infamous villain. This lad possesses a distinctive character, capable of achieving much on the court, including leaving opponents utterly defeated. Due to an ankle injury, Duncan was not permitted by Popovich to partake in the final 15 minutes. Those large hands, so familiar, created a remarkable tableau alongside the elegantly glimmering blade nearby. Wei Nan declined the kind gesture of Duncan's head pat, engaging in light conversation with Ginobili. The enigmatic blade confided that life, with its unexpected twists, encapsulates both failure and victory beneath the championship banner of San Antonio. I was unprepared. Next time we meet, I shall devise a strategy specifically for you, young man. Cherish the fleeting joy you find in this league. With a smile, Popovich took his leave, while Tony Parker waved from the bench, to which Wei Nan acknowledged the champion guard's goodwill with a nod. The Spurs were merely revving up. This aging Porsche 959 had just begun to flex its rusty throttle. With Parker's return from injury, the defending champions were regaining their momentum, achieving a remarkable acceleration of 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.7 seconds. Yet, what of it? The victor of the night was the Memphis Grizzlies. Wei Nan once again delivered a performance that left everyone thoroughly satisfied. 10 points, 5 rebounds, 12 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals, with merely 2 turnovers. It is hard to fathom that a rookie of such caliber, comparable to the legendary Jason Kidd, has fallen into the hands of the Memphis Grizzlies. The 3 consecutive victories, lacking in substance, come amidst Boston's rebuilding phase, while Houston's guard appears to be an individual solely focused on driving to the basket. With Tony Parker absent from the court, Wei Nan has yet to face a true test of his abilities. This perspective is shared by many who find it difficult to believe and are reluctant to acknowledge that this Chinese player, chosen 7th overall only to be traded thereafter, could potentially possess a future that rivals that of Jason Kidd with the Brooklyn Nets. Wei Nan paid no heed to the external disputes, such as human nature. Always eager to draw conclusions before the dust is settled, Wei Nan diligently perseveres in his daily training regimen, In addition to fulfilling his routine tasks, he has commenced an intense focus on enhancing his core strength through rigorous practices, including barbell bench presses, explosive lifts, and various other demanding training methods. In his confrontations with Bao Weinan finds himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he recognizes the necessity of fortifying his physical prowess. Weinan's performance has begun to unsettle certain members of the team. Foremost among them is Bonzi Wells, who transferred from the Trailblazers during the off-season. In the trade with the Trailblazers, the Grizzlies relinquished the $7 million valued guard, Wesley Person, along with a first-round draft pick, to acquire the formidable forward Bonzi Wells. During his tenure with the Trailblazers, Wells exhibited periods of mediocrity as well as flashes of brilliance, and he has now evolved into a formidable force. Despite his poor shooting touch, he stands at 6 feet 5 inches tall, boasting a robust frame of 209 pounds. He excels in chaotic situations, demonstrating prowess in ball-handling drives, post-attacks, and low-post one-on-one situations. Hubie Brown, a coach who favors extensive player rotation, possesses a unique basketball philosophy known as the sea of hands strategy. In his view, the essence of basketball remains unchanged. Defense is paramount, while fast breaks constitute the most effective offensive tactic, and sustaining the team's vitality is crucial for securing victory. Weinan serves as the pivotal core of the team's backcourt, a decision reached by Brown after observing the first match. Nevertheless, his playing time remains limited to approximately 30 minutes per game. Even Paul Gasol's court time barely exceeds 31 minutes. Within Brown's tactical philosophy, the emphasis lies in a collaborative playing style, blurring the lines between starters and substitutes, which he regards as a fundamental principle of his coaching approach. Brown asserts that every player capable of competing in the NBA possesses remarkable attributes. The crux lies in unearthing their potential and enabling them to perform at their utmost capacity. The disparities in skill among players are minimal, hence the equitable distribution of playing time across the team. Team-oriented basketball is paramount and unassailable. This belief has been steadfast for Hubie Brown, who has notably underscored it during interviews. Weinan wholeheartedly agrees that an individual cannot triumph in the game alone. Even in the realm of the divine, assistance from allies and the emergence of Pippen are essential. A rotation of 10 players? This has become the customary strategy employed by the Grizzlies in their initial 3 games. Bonzi Wells is infuriated, particularly by the coach's decision to limit his playing time. An average of 15 minutes per game? Why is his court time merely half that of the rookie who just joined? He is languishing at the bottom of the rotation. His capabilities extend far beyond this. Chapter 68, a remarkable journey the day after concluding the match against the San Antonio Spurs. The furious Bonzi could no longer contain his inner turmoil and stormed into the office of the tyrant, Hubie Brown. He is a firebrand. He would never make a name for himself with the Trailblazers. This was the candid assessment from fans before Wells departed. Alcoholism, brawling, destruction. His dreadful temperament led the Trailblazers management to lose patience with Bonzi Wells, allowing the Grizzlies to acquire this outstanding scorer for a nominal fee. It was anticipated that Bonzi would temper his behavior due to the trade. However, that does not seem to be the case. Violently thrusting open the coach's door, Bonzi Wells struggled to rein in his emotions. He is no fool. He understands the gravity of his actions, but he feels compelled to act. Believing he is fighting for his rights. Everyone deserves the freedom to advocate for their rights, does one not? Hubie is engrossed in reviewing game footage, focusing on their next opponent, the seemingly formidable Dallas Mavericks. Bonzi's somewhat impulsive behavior failed to capture Hubie's attention. He merely glanced at Bonzi, not uttering a word, treating him as if he were invisible. Hubie, I require more playing time. I can contribute significantly more to the team on the court. Bonzi Wells asserted in a low voice, finally piquing Hubie's interest. What? I'm busy. Unless it's urgent, I would prefer not to be disturbed. The coach issued a clear dismissal. Such an attitude only exacerbated Bonzi Wells' simmering anger. Listen, Hubie, I need more playing time, not to sit on that damned bench, monotonously awaiting the end of the game. This time, Bonzi raised his voice. Hubie frowned, realizing he needed to take action. Listen, Bonzi, until I change my mind, I expect you to leave here quietly. And I can pretend this never happened. Despite his advancing age, he showed no fear in facing the towering, fierce-eyed young man. Give me more time. And I can perform better than that rookie. Bonzi persisted. Either play seriously or go sit on the bench. Now, immediately, disappear from my sight, or I shall deny you any playing time in the upcoming match. A furious slam of the table, a thunderous roar. Hubie Brown, still embodying the fierce spirit of his youth, once again revealed his most unrestrained nature. Banshee Wells, having heard of the old coach's formidable reputation, found himself intimidated upon witnessing it firsthand. In a previous life, Jason Williams, known as White Chocolate during his tenure with the Grizzlies, was notoriously rebellious. Adorned with numerous piercings and tattoos, epitomizing the essence of a renegade. When Brown first joined the Grizzlies, many feared whether he could tame such a wild spirit. However, after a season, it became evident that Williams consistently displayed compliance in Brown's presence, even expressing appreciation for the old man's fierce outbursts and reprimands. Every legendary coach has their own standards of conduct, and clearly, at that moment, Banshee Wells had crossed the line set by the esteemed mentor. Put away your pathetic demeanor. Wayne eclipses you by 1,000-fold. Close your mouth and take your filthy self out of my office. I will grant you no playing time in the next game. Listen, in this team, I am the deity. I alone dictate the fate of each individual. Regret washed over Banshee Wells. He should never have sought trouble with Hubie. He never anticipated the old coach's resolute stance. His first thought was that this coaching style was outdated and ill-suited for today's NBA, where players are increasingly prominent and indifferent to authority. Prominence? Clearly, that term had no relevance to Banshee Wells. He had miscalculated his significance in Hubie Brown's eyes. Hubie? That's not what I meant. I merely wish to play and contribute to the team, Banshee softened, his tone losing some of its edge. Then go prove your worth. Do not linger here like a feeble wretch. I shall demonstrate that I deserve more playing time. With that, Banshee Wells exited the room, carefully turning the doorknob. A stark contrast to his earlier aggression. Hubie continued his work, undeterred by the interruption caused by Wells. He never worried about any rift between himself and these young men. Basketball was the bond that united them, and that was what mattered most. Just as Jerry West had brought Wayne into Memphis. It was basketball that forged their remarkable connection. On November 3rd, the Memphis Grizzlies will face their third formidable opponent in this hellish challenge, the seemingly formidable Dallas Mavericks. The term Mavericks in English carries two meanings: a calf that has not been branded by its owner, and an individual who is unconventional. The emblem of the team features an enraged horse, exuding a spirit of independence, unrestrained freedom, and unwavering courage. Their leading star, a child who rose from the ashes, embodies the essence of the team's name as a true Maverick. During the pregame warm-up, Wayne caught sight of two familiar figures, Steve Nash and Dirk Nowitzki. Their relationship remains intriguing, Nash to Nowitzki and Nowitzki to Nash. When the German first arrived in Dallas, it coincided with the departure of the legendary guard to Phoenix, leaving him devoid of the rich experience of exceptional passing. A group of young players, under the relentless pressure of their current coach, the mad scientist, could only forge ahead resolutely. Training. Shooting. Fear is not permitted. Should the German cast a timid glance at Nash on the court, it would provoke a roar. If you hesitate to shoot, the ball will never find its way into the basket. Utilize your strengths and refrain from overthinking. Dirk was thrust into the arena without time for contemplation. At that time, he was frail, and upon entering the paint, he was devoured by the monstrous defenders, leaving only his bones to serve as toothpicks, his sole focus being to find a guard for a pick-and-roll maneuver. On that day, someone drew the bow and knocked the arrow, a piercing shot unleashed by Nash, 3 years his senior, amidst the tumult of battle. Gazing upon the dynamic duo with flowing hair and boundless energy, one cannot help but marvel at the serendipity that brought them together on the same court. Basketball is indeed wondrous. It led us here to embark on a magnificent professional journey. Chapter 69, Run and Gun versus Run and Gun. The Mavericks, an NBA team with a passionate owner. In 2000, having just sold his website, Mark Cuban acquired this struggling NBA franchise with a wealth of cash at his disposal. From that moment onward, everything about the team transformed. The people of Dallas regained their hope, and the Mavericks experienced a complete overhaul in travel, accommodations, and meals. Upon purchasing the team, he entered the training center and challenged me to a one-on-one match. Initially, I thought he was joking, but we indeed played several rounds. Dirk recalled. He could shoot. So he indeed scored, and I felt compelled to end the battle swiftly. During one offensive possession, I opted for a left side drive, leaping to complete a dunk over him. It was quite amusing. I managed to dunk over the head of the new owner. Since that moment, our relationship has remained close-knit. To defile your own boss? Is there any difference between that and courting your sister-in-law? Despicable. The only distinction is that this man is Cuban. I have a fondness for international players, Wayne and my passion for basketball is profound. You should come to Dallas instead of Memphis. Before the game, Cuban personally sought out Wayne Nan, making a similarly shocking statement. The owner himself attempting to poach? Do you not possess an ounce of professional ethics? Mark, regrettably, You lack Jerry's discerning eye. I am grateful to him. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. Collaborate, my foot. What kind of place is Dallas? One of the most severely afflicted areas of racial discrimination. Observe the team leader's post-Cuban's tenure, predominantly composed of Caucasians, almost exclusively. Initially, there was Nowitzki, who, until his retirement, remained the spiritual emblem of the Mavericks, their singular core. The essence of his Caucasian identity and international player status epitomized Cuban's preferences. Following Nowitzki's departure, the Mavericks swiftly welcomed another prodigious superstar with white skin and an international player identity, Luka Doncic. Hence, it can be said that the Mavericks are a realm dominated by white superstars, leading one to question Cuban's allegiance, with whispers suggesting he is a staunch racial discriminator. However, those who are more financially astute often conceal their true selves, burying their inner darkness, a territory Wunan is reluctant to explore, as he harbors no intentions of venturing to Dallas. Is Memphis not appealing? After all, he is the brainchild of Hubie Brown's designated point guard. Prior to the game, Wunan exchanged handshakes with Nash, the slender Canadian physique encapsulating immense energy. As a season guard, Nash's tenure with the Mavericks has been less than fortuitous. Despite showcasing remarkable talent, he could only ascend to the ranks of all-star substitutes, a stark contrast to his illustrious back-to-back MVP glory with the Suns. The combination of Nash and Nowitzki would elicit a shake of the head from any discerning observer. Soft? At least not overly so. After Nash's departure from the Mavericks, Kidd took the helm, navigating through the playoff gauntlet towards the realm of fame and fortune. Meanwhile, he traversed the ancient paths, enjoying a drink under the crimson sunset that enveloped Phoenix. And thus, Wunan truly embarked on his inaugural NBA battle, facing off against a historically significant point guard. What sparks will ignite in the collision with the exceptionally gifted and elegant superstar, Steve Nash? Without further ado, the jump ball at center court signals the commencement of the grand contest. At the Dallas home ground, the American Airlines Center, the cheers belonging to the Mavericks resonate in the air, as the home fans welcome the first team to achieve a perfect record of 3 victories, this year's most surprising contender, undefeated thus far. The audacious Memphis refugees shall not carry away victory from Dallas. Such slogans adorn the sidelines, as the fervor of the visiting crowd becomes palpable. The Mavericks starting 5, Steve Nash, Josh Howard, Michael Finley, Antoine Walker, and Dirk Nowitzki. The luxurious quintet, featuring the perimeter duo of Nash and rookie Howard, represents their most vulnerable link. Finley excels in both offense and defense, while the hefty headman was a significant acquisition by Cuban during the offseason, joining forces with Antoine Jamison from the bench as one of the Mavericks' key reinforcements this year. In contrast to the Lakers' formidable F4, some affectionately refer to this group of 5 Mavericks as the 5-star lineup. Last year, the Mavericks officially entered the championship contention, finishing the regular season with an impressive 60 wins and 22 losses under the leadership of the dynamic trio of Nowitzki, Nash, and Finley, ultimately advancing to the Western Conference Finals. Had it not been for the mainstay Nowitzki suffering a knee injury in Game 3 of the series, the outcome against the Spurs might have been uncertain. Cuban recognized the championship window, and this performance invigorated owner Mark Cuban, who subsequently brought in 2 more stars for the next season, building upon the existing trio, the 3-time All-Star forward Antoine Walker and Antoine Jamison, who averaged 22 points and 7 rebounds the previous season. The team now boasts 5 players capable of averaging over 20 points, all in their prime. This formation of the 5-star Mavericks has catapulted them into one of the most deeply talented teams in the league. Deeply talented? Wunan cast a glance at the dark and sturdy Chandler, then turned his gaze to the slender figure of the delicate-faced Nowitzki. Pray tell, does the Mavericks roster possess depth? The acquisition of Walker and Jamison came at the cost of losing the interior presence of La France, leaving the Mavericks in a predicament with no viable options at the center position. And what of the towering figure Bradley? Please, he is no Yao Ming. What purpose does he serve? Indeed, the Mavericks have lost not only La France, but also their most formidable perimeter sharpshooter, the one who could elicit admiration even from Kobe. The elder brother known as left-handed Jordan, Van Exel. Chandler prevailed over Nowitzki, aiding the team in securing the initial wave of offensive possession. The starting lineup, featuring Wunan, James Posey, Mike Miller, Gasol, and Chandler, has been firmly established. With minimal alterations anticipated, the seasoned coach is likely to continue utilizing this system. Confronted with Nash, Wunan feels no pressure whatsoever. He perceives him as exceedingly frail. Wunan's weight is comparable to that of a forward, allowing him to confront Nash without difficulty. Yet, Despite his remarkable talent, he remains unable to bridge the inherent gap between them. A direct clash between the Platinum generation and the Golden generation. Wayne executed an exquisite bounce pass, enabling Gasol to strike the first blow. With a close-range jump shot, Anthony Walker found himself utterly at a loss against Gasol. The hefty individual, true to his moniker, stood at an imposing height of 2.06 meters, appearing almost as tall as 2.03 meters. With a remarkable weight of 245 pounds. How much does Gasol weigh? He towers over Anthony Walker by a full 10 centimeters, yet weighs only 250 pounds. Coupled with his completely bald head, the nickname bestowed upon Anthony Walker is indeed quite fitting. As the Mavericks launched their offense, they unveiled their signature tactic right from the start. The seasoned Nelson orchestrated the play, signaling with a gesture that indicated one of the Mavericks' frequently employed strategies, the high screen and roll. The exquisite synergy between Nash and Nowitzki was evident. During the most challenging of times, it was this duo, the German and the Canadian, who navigated through the treacherous mire. Under the relentless urging of Coach Nelson, they pressed forward, unencumbered by nostalgia or glories of the past. Each screen and roll was a fresh path forged in blood. In Dallas, dust swirled as the iron hooves struck the ground, and their connection reached an almost telepathic level. From the onset of their battle, these frail young men possessed nothing but each other. The skills honed in the crucible of conflict, the lessons learned in warfare, and the weapons fashioned on the blood-stained armor of their adversaries became their own. It remains a mystery as to who taught whom the art of the 45-degree fadeaway archery shot, or who learned the art of the sudden stop and pop jump shot amidst flowing long hair. Who truly is the league's finest at executing fast break, stop and shoot three-pointers. After setting the screen, Nowitzki's decisive step downward was met with Nash's intuitive understanding, a testament to the countless collaborations that had fostered their chemistry. Chandler's footwork faltered ever so slightly, and Nowitzki's most lethal weapon, his unanswerable shooting touch, allowed him to unleash his prowess from any position. He was simply too tall, a world-class player standing on one leg. Chandler was nearly in tears, yet he posed no threat to Nowitzki whatsoever. To block the German sensation, one would need to possess the height of Yao Ming combined with the leaping ability of Shaquille O'Neal. Such a feat would necessitate a superhuman presence. Swish. Tonight, the seasoned driver navigated with remarkable steadiness as the basketball found its way into the net. Paul, we too can execute such a strategy. With a mere glance from Wayne, Gasol instantly understood. He delivered a powerful strike aimed at Anthony Walker's reflective dome. While Gasol's shooting may not reach the extraordinary heights of Nowitzki, he remains a formidable finisher in the elite realm of catch-and-shoot opportunities. 2 assists later, Wayne was basking in satisfaction. The Mavericks' defense was lamentably inadequate, easily penetrable. The combined efforts of Anthony Walker and Antoine Jamison were futile, akin to 2 leaky sieves. Their defensive capabilities were insufficient even for the regular season, let alone the playoffs. Nash and Nowitzki attempted to replicate their previous success, but Wayne had grown wiser. He would not stumble in the same place twice. With a decisive stride, he closely guarded Nash, showcasing a defensive intensity reminiscent of 2003, even in the regular season. The competition was fierce. In the fiercely competitive Western Conference, this was particularly evident. Nash found himself at a disadvantage, overshadowed by Wayne's height. Even as he attempted to penetrate the paint with speed, the Grizzlies' remarkably adaptable zone defense ensured that a towering figure would always obstruct his path. In stark contrast to the fast-paced style of old Coach Nelson, Hubie Brown epitomized the essence of zone defense. Conveniently, the current roster of the Grizzlies empowered the veteran coach to maximize his strategic prowess. Unable to penetrate, nor effectively pass. Upon spotting Finley in the corner, Nash unhesitatingly opted to distribute the ball. Curse Nash, he had identified the Grizzlies' most vulnerable link, Mike Miller, who stood little chance against the consistently prolific Michael Finley, who had averaged over 20 points for 5 consecutive seasons. As Finley launched a three-pointer, his trajectory was flawless this season. He had achieved an impressive 40 shooting accuracy from beyond the arc in the first 3 games, establishing himself as a commendable three-point shooter. The ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. 5-4. When defense falters, offense must rise to the occasion. One must concede that the Mavericks boast an abundance of talent on the offensive front. Wayne remained calm and composed, effortlessly gaining a slight edge. If you strike my Mike Miller, I shall unleash my wrath upon Anthony Walker, he declared. Pau Gasol, seize him. Gasol, receiving the ball in the low post, executed a graceful turnaround jump shot against Walker, who was equally adept at low post play. Walker gazed in awe, realizing the disparity in height. The score was now 6-5. You wish to engage in offense? Very well, I shall match you stride for stride. The ball was quickly inbound, as the venerable Don Nelson championed a fast-paced offensive strategy. To the traditionalists of basketball, Nelson was an unorthodox maverick. The small forward, employing the hack-a-shark tactic, drew the big men to the perimeter for three-point shots. Each time Don Nelson devised a new strategy, he was met with ridicule for his eccentricity. Yet, many of his seemingly mad inventions would later be deemed classics. Throughout history, numerous coaches have led their teams to championship glory, but the scientific madman remains unparalleled. Had Nelson encountered the peak version of the Splash Brothers, it would have been a spectacle beyond imagination. Nash demonstrated his speed advantage, gracefully eluding the defense, leaving Wayne unable to keep pace with the agile Canadian. Fortunately, James Posey stepped in to obstruct the advance, while Wayne found himself facing a new adversary, Josh Howard, selected 29th overall in the first round of the 2003 draft. Howard was undeniably a gem, a highly ranked swingman of his generation. In this clash of rookies, Howard was brimming with competitive spirit, eager to challenge Wei Nan and gauge the caliber of a 7th overall pick. Why should a player of Asian descent surpass me? This is unjust. It is a slight against black players. With that, Josh Howard sprang into action. He had the opening to Wei Nan's left, accelerating towards it, and indeed, Wei Nan struggled to keep up. However, he had anticipated the move, extending his long arms to intercept the ball's trajectory. Rookie Josh Howard, you underestimate me, he thought. With a deft maneuver, Wei Nan executed a steal. As Howard surged forward, the ball, having been touched by Wei Nan, veered away from Howard's intended path. Wei Nan's focus was intensely directed towards the basketball as he swiftly seized it without a moment's hesitation. The Memphis Grizzlies showcased their own remarkable fast-paced play. James Posey took the lead, emerging as the most valuable asset for the Grizzlies this year, a truly indispensable weapon in fast breaks that harmonized perfectly with Wei Nan. Boom. The familiar essence, the recognizable rhythm. Wei Nan clenched his fist, while Josh Howard's face darkened, suffering a demoralizing defeat in his initial challenge. Nash patted the rookie on the back, reminding him that this is how basketball unfolds. Remain spirited, for the game has only just begun. The Canadian, ever so gentle and considerate. In the first quarter, the Mavericks were utterly overwhelmed. Even with Jamison's entry improving the situation somewhat, his defense proved as ineffective as Walker's. As the second quarter commenced, the veteran coach, renowned for his penchant for rotation, wasted no time. The starting five were on high alert. Earl Watson, Sean Battier, Bo Outlaw, White, and Chocolaitis donned their gear and took to the court. Bonzi Wells wore a grim expression as Hubie Brown fulfilled his promise, indeed excluding himself from the roster for tonight's matchup against the Mavericks. The Memphis Grizzlies, Hubie Brown, and that rookie, everything was going awry. This was not a place meant for me. I yearned to depart and join a championship contending team, to rejuvenate my basketball career, to escape this wretched predicament. The desire to leave fervently blossomed in Bonzi Wells' mind. Chapter 70. Tang, your future does not lie with the Mavericks. A moment of realization struck Hubie Brown as he observed the ever-narrowing score. He enjoyed rotations, yet this did not imply an unwillingness to adapt. With his butterfingers, White soon found himself intimidated by the towering Bradley, foreshadowing his inevitable defeat. The Mavericks seized the opportunity to initiate a fast break. Nash thrived in Wei Nan's absence, claiming dominion over the court. A quick stop for a three-pointer. Hubie Brown promptly called for a timeout. You fools, all of you get off the court. The veteran coach realized that against the Mavericks, extensive rotation was ill-advised. At the very least, the starters needed sufficient court time. Unlike the Spurs and Rockets, the Mavericks possessed greater depth in their lineup, featuring multiple stars, ensuring that 2 to 3 ball handlers or offensive threats remained on the floor. In response, the Grizzlies needed to sustain a similar tactical arrangement. Wei Nan must take the court. There needs to be a support point in the paint, and the perimeter must maintain 2 artillery positions. Wei Nan, James Posey, Battier, Gasol, and Chandler. Mike Miller was substituted, and the defensively superior Battier became Posey's counterpart, serving as another formidable weapon for the Grizzlies. Old Nelson, noticing the opponent's substitutions, saw Nowitzki re-enter the fray, accompanied by Anton Jamison. Due to the trade, either Anthony Walker or Anton Jamison would invariably be on the court alongside Nowitzki. Both Walker and Jamison are power forwards. Their lack of agility renders them ill-suited for the small forward position, as they cannot match the pace and rhythm of small forwards in transition and drives. They are incompatible. Nowitzki's true prowess does not lie in the center position. As the Mavericks' most formidable scorer, can he maintain his lethal touch while engaging in a physical battle with a player like Chandler? The Mavericks' off-season trades may appear to bolster the team, yet they are, in essence, self-sabotaging, squandering their greatest advantage. With overlapping positions, Nowitzki emerges as the most sacrificial player. Old Nelson is no coward. He is acutely aware of the challenges confronting the team. However, the star players acquired at a steep price cannot be wasted. As there are no better options within the squad, it is a vicious cycle, unless the Mavericks management is willing to pursue further trades to acquire a reliable center. They must at least enable Nowitzki to return to his preferred position. The Mavericks' defense is not weak. Their offense is even more fearsome. In terms of dominating weaker opponents, Nelson's Mavericks are as steady as a seasoned veteran, never faltering. Yet, in fierce matchups, they are destined to become a thorn in the side of their adversaries this season. The Grizzlies' starting lineup swiftly resolved their offensive struggles. Wei Nan directed his teammates' movements, and all eyes from the Mavericks were fixated on Wei Nan and Gasol, overlooking the ever-elusive Sean Battier, who seamlessly wove through the court like a specter. Wei Nan gestured east while striking west, tossing the ball into the air. Battier surged in from the side, executing a simple yet effective putback rather than a dunk. For heaven's sake, focus on the player, not the ball. Old Nelson must be seething with frustration. Such a fundamental principle eludes your grasp in this game. As the offense transitioned, the Mavericks aimed to quicken their pace. Yet the Grizzlies retreated early, employing a zone defense. In this stationary offensive setup, Nash scratched his head, signaling for Nowitzki to come forward and receive the ball. The key to breaking the zone defense lies in positioning a capable big man at the midline, one who can shoot. This player serves as the pivot, allowing teammates to reposition while he possesses numerous options. If the opposing big man fails to step out, a direct shot can be taken. Conversely, if closely guarded, gaps will form in the interior, granting teammates the opportunity to penetrate the lane. All of this hinges on the big man's own formidable offensive skills and playmaking attributes. Nowitzki is an exceptional scorer, though his playmaking ability pales in comparison to that of Yao Ming. Yet, the simplest and most effective approach remains to shoot. Chandler lunged forth, causing significant interference, and the shot failed to find its mark. Gasol, safeguarding the basket, sought out Wei Nan. In his line of sight, Wei Nan had already initiated a fast break, penetrating the opponent's paint. Without hesitation, Gasol launched a long pass. Nash desperately hustled back on defense, but the height disparity was too great. Though he leaned against Wei Nan, the latter calmly secured the ball, leaping effortlessly to complete a thunderous dunk. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded, granting Wei Nan a 2-1 opportunity. Tang, is this what you refer to as a fast break? Frankly, you ought to join the Grizzlies instead of squandering your talent with the Mavericks. Upon landing, Wei Nan made a point to stroll past Old Nelson, exchanging a few words before extending an invitation to join the team. A lack of foresight can lead to imminent troubles. The Grizzlies may appear well-structured and harmonious, yet beneath the surface, currents of discontent swirl. Many matters remain beyond control. One such issue is the advanced age of the veteran coach. Jerry West was originally brought in to rectify the situation, but his tenure is limited, and the Grizzlies must soon seek a successor capable of matching the coach's prowess. An ineffective leader can weigh down the entire team. No matter how talented the star player may be, without a competent coach directing from the sidelines, the players on the court are bound to harbor doubts, leading to subpar performances. One cannot perceive the true face of Lushan Mountain simply because one is situated within its confines. The dynamics on the court are ever-changing, and the players are at the heart of it all. Even Wei Nan, despite a decline in physical stamina and subpar performances from teammates, can find himself disoriented, let alone others. The coach's timeouts, tactical arrangements, substitutions, and even psychological fortification during the game are all vital elements that cannot be overlooked. Nash is about to depart. The Canadian is a crucial component for Old Nelson. One of his most favored players, Mark Cuban, feeling that Dirk's wings are strong enough for independent flight, humorously remarked that even the landlord's household has no surplus grain, sending the Canadian to Phoenix. This moment ignited the conflict between Old Nelson and Cuban, and with Nash's departure, Old Nelson's era with the Mavericks would soon reach its conclusion. What followed was the infamous Black 8 incident, where Old Nelson led the Golden State Warriors, as the 8th seed, to eliminate the Dallas Mavericks, a team he was once intimately familiar with. The Warriors were not Old Nelson's ideal destination. Wei Nan hoped that Old Nelson would join the Grizzlies, taking over the helm from Hubie Brown. His style of play aligned perfectly with his current capabilities. All right, if the opportunity arises, I shall venture to Memphis. Old Nelson perceived Wei Nan's words as jest, responding in kind. Leaving the Mavericks for Memphis? At least for now, Old Nelson felt secure in his position in Dallas. The combination of Nash and Nowitzki, their ferocious brilliance, ignited the stage they claimed as their own. A testament to their arduous journey from the depths of struggle to the heights of success. These two brothers, having endured so much, grew step by step, with the championship trophy being the ultimate accolade for their endeavors. Old Nelson firmly believed that under his guidance, the Mavericks would eventually achieve unparalleled glory. As for Wei Nan, he too was impressive. Perhaps once he established his own legacy, he would consider his suggestions. Chapter 71. Who is the chosen one? The second half of the game witnessed a dramatic shift. The Mavericks began to falter in keeping pace with the Grizzlies. Wei Nan surged forward, while Gasol unleashed a singular explosion of talent. Whether it was Anthony Walker or Antoine Jamison, their one-on-one defense against Gasol proved to be woefully inadequate. Nash struggled to contain Wei Nan, and Gasol entered a mode of unmatched prowess, ruthlessly overpowering Walker and Jamison. Nowitzki fought valiantly, yet his teammates' lackluster performance left him exasperated. It's all the fault of my teammates. Old Nelson decided to accelerate the pace of the game. If the Mavericks continued to drag on, defeat was inevitable. The full starting lineup returned to the fray, with Josh Howard substituted out for Jamison, who partnered with the starting quartet. Who would he team up with? Aside from Nowitzki's impressive height of 2.13 meters, the others are all around 2.03 meters, with Finley standing at a mere 2.01 meters. In contrast, the shortest player on the Grizzlies is the point guard, Wei Nan, who at 2.01 meters is the smallest among the team. Most formidable are Battier, Posey, and Gasol, all of whom possess commendable speed and defensive prowess. Gasol may appear somewhat soft, but that is only because he has not been positioned correctly. Both Nowitzki and Gasol are unequivocally exceptional power forwards. With their towering heights, long wingspans, and agile footwork, their defensive contributions are equally commendable. With the presence of the elite defensive center Tyson Chandler, Gasol's shortcomings have been mitigated, allowing his offensive talent to flourish, significantly alleviating pressure and enhancing efficiency. As for Wei Nan, he represents the Grizzlies' Achilles heel. Old Nelson finds himself at a loss. With neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, he can only exploit the weaknesses of the opponent. Anthony Walker, an overweight forward, excels in low-post play. With a gentle touch and an endless array of low-post moves, his 2.3-meter stature allows him to navigate the power forward position, and without considerable skill, it is exceedingly difficult to endure in the ferocious arena of the paint. Wei Nan and Walker share a common identity. They are both members of an NCAA championship team. Walker, hailing from the prestigious basketball institution of the University of Kentucky, belongs to the legendary class of '96 and is a prodigious talent selected as the 6th overall pick. Although Walker may not quite match the pinnacle of the most elite players from the '96 cohort, his abilities undoubtedly rank among the finest in any draft class. Wei Nan's height rivals that of Walker, and his wingspan is even more remarkable than Walker's 2.03 meters. However, he lags behind by a substantial 25 pounds in weight. When Walker's powerful back collided with Wei Nan, he gritted his teeth and staggered back a step. The paint area loomed close, and as Walker feigned a turn for a shot, Wei Nan remained unfazed. His anticipation of the feint was exceptionally accurate. Rather than being deceived into shifting his center of gravity and losing his defensive stance, he chose to leverage his physical advantage and offer Walker only a half-hearted opportunity to attack. With a probability of success at 90% versus a mere 50, Wei Nan understood the choice he must make. As Walker sidestepped, feigning a turn, Wei Nan was firmly positioned behind him. Yet he could easily execute a drive to the basket. However, contrary to his intentions, he found himself too close to the paint, and Chandler's defensive range was extensive. Turning to attack the basket was not the optimal choice. Raising his right hand, Walker prepared to shoot. Wei Nan maintained his position, stepping forward slightly, denying Walker any opportunity to draw a foul. With his long arms extended, he pressed against Walker's face, challenging him to take the shot. Walker, undeterred, adjusted his shooting form and released the ball beneath Wei Nan's block, only for the basketball to ricochet off the rim. As Wei Nan turned, the basketball soared directly towards him, and in an instant, the transition from defense to offense was established. The quarterback made a long pass. James Posey and Battier galloped forth, with Posey seizing the ball first, executing a powerful two-handed slam. This offensive surge consumed merely 2 seconds. Walker found himself at a loss. He had exerted his utmost effort. Yet he faced not only Wei Nan, but also the menacing presence of the Grizzlies' interior defense. Nash and Nowitzki exchanged glances, reaching a tacit understanding. With a screen set up, the Mavericks reverted to their old strategy, yet the Grizzlies were determined not to repeat past mistakes. Chandler must advance to disrupt, while Gasol must swiftly cover Chandler's position. Dirk, confident in his shooting, would not pass. Together, we would decisively stifle the Mavericks. Wayne gathered everyone together, solemnly outlining all matters. At the moment Nash and Nowitzki executed a pick, Nash surged forward like a tempest. Chandler momentarily thwarted Nash's drive, and Wayne emerged from behind, positioning himself beside Nash to deny him an easy shot. Gasol positioned himself within the paint, ready to contest Nash as he entered. Pass. The imposing figures of Chandler and Wayne obstructed Nash's line of sight. As a historically significant point guard, Nash possessed an understanding of the court that rivaled Wei Nan's. Gasol rotated, leaving Jamison completely unguarded. Yet, the Grizzlies were towering. The Mavericks' forwards were already undersized, whether through lofty arcs or bounce passes that could hardly penetrate that congested defense, risking a turnover and granting the opponents a fast break opportunity. Nash's mind raced. He spotted Michael Finley lurking beyond the three-point line to his right. Finley's performance tonight had been rather lackluster, with James Posey shadowing him throughout, a battle of two of the league's premier swingmen, resulting in significant exertion and a balanced offensive display. A three-point attempt? In a desperate measure, Finley had no choice but to shoot over Posey. Would a turnover lead to a fast break, but a three-pointer would not? Wei Nan's favorite play is to shoot a long three-pointer off the screen, leaving his opponents unable to retreat in time. He charges forward with determination, driving straight to the basket for another 2 points. Coach Nelson immediately calls for a timeout, as the clock ticks down and the Mavericks find themselves trailing by double digits. Nevertheless, Coach Nelson remains resolute in his desire to win. Yet the strategy devised during the timeout fails to yield the desired results. Wei Nan sees through Nelson's plans and directs James Posey to the corner. As expected, Michael Finley receives the ball in the corner, relying on a pick and roll to attempt a three-pointer to close the gap. However, the atmosphere in Dallas tonight is far from ideal, with even the locals being turned away. The Grizzlies sees yet another opportunity for a fast break, but the ball is in Wei Nan's hands. He signals for composure, indicating the need to maintain the tempo and waste time. The most prudent course of action is to deny the Mavericks any chance of a comeback. As the final buzzer sounds, the Grizzlies achieve an unprecedented 4 consecutive victories to start the season, marking the best opening record in the team's history. The rejuvenated Grizzlies have successfully navigated the treacherous challenges of Texas's formidable trio, once again capturing the headlines. In an astonishing showdown, the 2003 point guard dominates the 1996 counterpart without contest. Is the so-called genius, once doubted, now silencing critics with a stellar double-double of 12 points and 12 assists? The assist leader? Sitting atop the rankings, could Wei Nan surpass the chosen one and emerge as the strongest rookie of the 2003 draft class? Wei Nan embraced Nash, exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, before his gaze transformed once again. "Ah, splendid system, you have finally delivered," he exclaimed, "wishing my brothers a prosperous Dragon Boat festival." With the Mavericks trailing 0-2, do you believe Irving can revive their fortunes at home? Or will the formidable Celtics seize the O'Brien Trophy? Thus arises the question, can Tatum, this disciple of Kobe, secure the FMVP? Chapter 72. The point guard Wei Nan aspires to be. Ding. Detecting absorbable attributes. Basketball skill. Synergy level. Mastery task requirement. My brother. Are you not the least bit intrigued by Nash's flowing locks? Mastery. Wei Nan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed typical of the system to bestow upon him such an absurdity. Note, the supreme skill necessitates a plethora of prerequisites, and the host meets all the criteria of an all-star guard. The system even kindly provided an explanation, prompting Wei Nan to ponder whether he should treat it with greater regard in the future. Goodness, what nonsense! The requirements of this task left him bewildered. As he embraced Nash in greeting, his mind raced to decipher the meaning behind the system's words. Brother, pair, interest? Each term was comprehensible in isolation, yet when combined, they sparked an array of ambiguous interpretations. Wei Nan decided to first gauge the system's underpinnings. Steve, your hair is quite splendid. Wei Nan blinked his eyes, gazing at Nash with palpable anticipation. Nash maintained a composed demeanor, complimenting his own hair. a rather innocuous act. Thank you. I too admire your lustrous black hair. It evokes a sense of familiarity, akin to that of the Black brothers. With a courteous response, Nash prepared to depart, only to notice Wei Nan still standing there, seemingly reluctant to leave. Bro, is there something else? Nash, a kind-hearted individual, would remain a vibrant figure in the hearts of many fans, even if he were not a head coach. Of course, I do have a favor to ask of you. Wei Nan's expression was earnest, and his tone was solemn. No problem, he replied. Regarding the request of the younger generation, as long as they were not excessive, Nash would do his utmost to assist, although he believed that Wei Nan was no less capable than himself. Thank you. You truly are a good person. Wei Nan took action. His broad palm reached out towards Nash's golden hair with an air of nonchalance, yet his technique was rather unscrupulous. Ding. Task completed. Brother, are you not the least bit intrigued by Nash's luxurious locks? Reward acquired. Basketball skill, cooperation. Level mastery. Just as Wei Nan was poised to advance further, the voice of the system echoed in his ears, causing his pupils to constrict, leaving his hand, which had been poised to touch the silky hair, suspended awkwardly in the air, uncertain of what to do next. The unscrupulous host, sensing the silence of some, knew precisely what they were about to utter. Wei Nan chuckled awkwardly, sensing something amiss with the system. Could it be infected with a virus, necessitating a reboot? Nash, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you touching my hair?" He instinctively took a step back. Fortunately, Wei Nan promptly halted his inappropriate gesture. Merely stroking one's hair should, perhaps, be harmless. Oh, Steve. Paul is calling me. I must take my leave. It has been a pleasure to engage with you today, and I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Wei Nan feigned busyness. And with a simple okay from Nash, their bewildering conversation came to an abrupt end. As he watched Wei Nan's retreating figure, Nash murmured to himself, "Have I grown old? Is this what constitutes a friendly game among the youth?" He then grasped the arm of his companion, Nowitzki. "Dirk, may I touch your hair?" Dirk, taken aback, exclaimed, "No? Steve, you would do well to refrain from touching my hair." Under normal circumstances, Nowitzki would not mind a casual embrace or a pat on the head. However, the explicit nature of the request rendered it somewhat unsettling. "Wei Nan, where have you just been? The head coach wishes for your presence at tonight's press conference. We searched for you in vain, and as a result, Paul was taken instead." Upon entering the locker room, Chandler approached with an eager demeanor. Wei Nan is his benefactor, providing unwavering support through wealth, women, and data. An interview? Is that a place for people like him? It is better to abstain from attending. Wei Nan waved his hand, a look of expression crossing his face.